My name is Lin Yi, Lin of Franklin, the billionaire. I am a reincarnator, endowed with extraordinary abilities. For every kilometer driven, I shall receive a fixed monetary reward. The value of the vehicle will determine the magnitude of the earnings, commencing with the Cadillac. Starting from the realm of ride-sharing services. Chapter 1. 3 Joys Arrive. In Rome City, at the Bluebird Cafe, by the window near the street, a handsome young man sits at a table, a chilled Americano before him. However, the expression on the young man's face bears a hint of bewilderment. Lin Yi, Lin of Franklin, the billionaire. Before his rebirth, he indeed attained such achievements. Yet he finds himself perplexed as to why merely sleeping led to his transmigration. It's not like I sought out a good family. It's all about money and goods. Is it not normal for a wealthy bachelor to be single? The young man murmurs, shaking his head in disbelief as he accepts this reincarnation. Well, rebirth is undoubtedly an exhilarating and thrilling event. Given his life experiences, he can swiftly regain control of his mindset. What a pity about the 9-digit sum of my bank account. It's a source of discomfort. Lin Yi licked his back molars, feeling somewhat vexed. To be honest, if that money could have been reincarnated alongside him, it would have been utterly perfect. Ding, greetings, host. The veteran driver system has arrived and is ready to serve you diligently. Lin Yi blinked. The bad news is that the 9-digit balance in his bank account is gone. The good news is that the money seems to have transformed into a system. Can he accept this? Absolutely. Although uncertain if it is indeed the veteran driver he presumes, having a system is certainly better than having none. System, could you provide an introduction? This system can offer monetary rewards to the host. Upon acquiring a fully paid vehicle, driving it will yield monetary rewards. For every kilometer the host drives their own vehicle, corresponding monetary rewards will be accumulated, deposited into the host's designated bank account after midnight. The system detects that the host possesses a Cadillac XT4 purchased for $188,000. Shall be bound. Lin Yi smiled. Becoming a billionaire once more may seem somewhat tedious. Yet money is an indispensable element of life. How could he seize it all? Clearly, the opportunity has arrived. Bind. The vehicle has been successfully bound. Veteran driver system reward rules. For a vehicle priced at $100,000, the host will earn 10 yuan for every kilometer driven. For a vehicle priced at $200,000, the host will earn 100 yuan for every kilometer driven. The 100,000 price range encompasses 80,000 to 120,000. The 200,000 price range encompasses 180,000 to 220,000. Lin Yi picked up his coffee, glanced at it, tugged at the corner of his eye, and then set the Americano back down. With such a sweet deal of rebirth and a system, why would he choose to drink bitter coffee? System, regarding my vehicle. It falls within the 200,000 price range. Understood. Do you possess any other functionalities? Yes, but the host must explore them independently. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features. Understood. Rebirth is inherently filled with novelty, especially with the opportunity to explore a system. He finds it delightful. While waiting for a tardy woman, he is imbued with patience today. To be precise, today, Lin Yi shall achieve the trifecta of joy. Lin Yi, let's part ways. Your dilapidated Cadillac is hardly worth even a tire of my friend's luxury car. A girl with a modestly appealing visage, clad in a short down jacket and leggings, appears nonchalant regarding the weather, though the winter in Rome City is rather mild. His former partner, Sweet, was memorable in both his past and present lives. The relationship from university has changed considerably as they have stepped into society. Very well, go seek your own wealthy benefactor. I, a mere pauper, shall take my leave. Lin Yi smiled and rose to depart. In his past life, he had uttered similar words. In this life, he does the same. As for her friend's luxury car, a BMW 3 Series sedan. To be precise, his Cadillac may indeed not be as expensive as the BMW, but to claim it is worth less than a tire of the BMW 3 Series is a gross exaggeration. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had no intention of providing an explanation. What's the point in clarifying? He never did so in his past life. By the time this foolish woman comprehends the intricacies of various automobiles and realizes she has been deceived, Lin Yi will have already become the head of his family's medium-sized supermarket. By the way, his car has also been upgraded. Still a Cadillac, now an XT6. As for the subsequent plot, I believe esteemed readers are no longer interested, so let us skip ahead. Within the Bluebird Cafe, a relatively exquisite young woman begins to seethe with rage, unable to control her emotions. But this bears no relevance to Lin Yi, who is now in the Cadillac XT4. Now, as Franklin, he is returning to his rental apartment. Having just graduated from university less than 6 months ago, Lin Yi's financial circumstances are naturally not overly favorable. Of course, this is only true for now. The apartment contains only him. He has not cohabited with that foolish woman. It is not that he initially wished to avoid it, but he was met with refusal. Phrases like, "We have only just entered society," "I am not prepared," and "distance breeds beauty," resonate with her motives. To summarize, she aims to sell herself at a good price, which is understandable, a common human sentiment. Jinsho Garden Community, Area A, Building 3, 3rd floor, Room 301. A single room, boasting an interior area of 80 square meters. Living alone, there is rather splendid. Host drives 10 kilometers, reward of 1,000 yuan. Lying on the sofa, Lin Yi smacked his lips. Wait, is this rebirth and money-making so effortlessly simple? It's significantly easier than in my past life. After musing, Lin Yi opened his banking app, revealing a balance of 53,000 yuan. This sum had been accumulated during his university years, as his family's financial standing was moderate, and he generally managed to save a portion of his monthly allowance. After discovering that he was in a relationship, his parents occasionally bestowed extra funds based on their mood. As for that 3,000, the salary, the salary, it is worth mentioning that it was just disbursed yesterday. Therefore, there remains some. You see, the monthly salary is hardly sufficient to save anything, merely allowing for a meager existence. Thus, my foremost priority now is to resign and register as a ride-hailing driver, traversing the city daily to earn the modest sums provided by the system. Occasionally, I might accept a few ride-sharing requests and embark on a self-driving excursion. With a month and a half remaining until the new year, driving 100 kilometers each day could yield 10,000, totaling 300,000 in a month. Furthermore, by selling this vehicle, I could acquire a car valued at around 300,000. Lesan is approximately 150 kilometers from Chengdu, accessible via the national highway. Thus, system, for a vehicle priced at 300,000, what is the reward per kilometer? Chapter 2. Starting as a ride-hailing driver in his previous life, Lin Yi was at least a modestly affluent individual. While his cognitive abilities may not have been exceptionally remarkable, they certainly surpassed those of many pampered individuals born with a silver spoon. Thus, it was not long before he devised a plan. There was one prerequisite. For every kilometer driven in a vehicle priced at 300,000, the host receives a reward of 500 yuan. Excellent. The system has provided its answer. 150 kilometers multiplied by 500 soft sister coins amounts to 75,000 soft sister coins. Wonderful, it's time to resign. The lofty aspirations of poetry and distant lands can wait until next year. With only a month remaining, the priority is to earn money. Lin Yi possesses a strong sense of execution. To be precise, it is the reborn Lin Yi who embodies this trait. In his previous life, the Lin Yi of this moment lacked such maturity. System, I should have a system panel. Shun Ti, host Lin Yi. Age, 23 years. Vehicle bound to host, Cadillac XT4. Distance driven, 10 kilometers. Total rewards, 1,000 yuan. The panel is quite succinct, perhaps due to the fact that other functions of the system are not yet activated, but it is already quite satisfactory. As the saying goes, having something is better than having nothing, and Lin Yi feels quite content with this. After ordering takeout to satisfy his hunger, he did not mind the cold, picked up his phone, and headed downstairs. What was he going to do? Take photos, record information, and apply to become a distinguished ride-hailing driver. The modern-day Camel Zionzi. After all, he wasn't merely in it for the money. He primarily hoped to cover his fuel expenses, which should not be a significant issue. The only concern was whether he could manage to drive a full 100 kilometers in a day. Extended driving could take a toll on his back. Once he finished his tasks, Lin Yi rubbed his hands together and returned upstairs. It had begun to rain, and the chill was palpable. The upstairs was certainly warmer. Although this was an old community without underfloor heating, there was air conditioning. One must admit, air conditioning is one of humanity's greatest inventions. His life felt quite fulfilling, rebirth. A system and a breakup all arriving at once. Now, he merely awaited approval from the ride-hailing platform and could then enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. He tossed himself onto the bed, rolled around, and nestled into the covers. Comforting. Upon waking again, the sky had completely darkened, although the winter in Rongsheng is predominantly gray. It was undeniably night now. After a refreshing slumber, Lin Yi, a young man, felt the need for more sleep. Skillfully, he opened his takeout app and promptly ordered a serving of fried noodles, then began browsing short videos to pass the time. There was no rush to make money. As it was only the first day of his rebirth, he believed he should take a moment to relish his youth and the vitality of his body. The clear ringtone rang out, and Lin Yi glanced at the notification bar on his phone, an incoming call from Fatty. Fatty, whose real name is Su Zhaiqiang, was one of his university dorm mates, ranking second in terms of appetite, without a doubt. He answered the call, and Fatty's deep voice resonated through the receiver. Lin Yi thought that this robust voice was merely a result of the excess flesh pressing against his vocal cords, creating a unique effect. Old four, what is going on? Did you break up? Hearing Fatty's concerned tone, Lin Yi smiled faintly. It felt quite pleasant. Indeed, she found my little Cadillac less impressive than someone else's BMW. The chuckles from Fatty on the other end were accompanied by, "What a narrow-minded view. How about coming out for a drink tonight? Shall we invite old boss and old three? That one tea be necessary. You understand me. A mere woman cannot shake my resolute pursuit of my aspirations." Fatty paused. "What aspirations do you have?" "To make money." "Well said, brother. A man living in this world should strive for wealth." "Absolutely. All right. Old boss and old three are calling as well. I must take this call." "Got it. Let us plan a meal in a couple of days." "No problem. It's on me." After concluding the calls with his good friends, the takeout arrived right on time. As for how they knew, well, it's through the WeChat moments. Being Lin Yi's roommates, they naturally had access to his WeChat. Ding. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, just as he finished his meal and was about to rest. He heard a familiar sound. Glancing down, he saw a text message. The ride-hailing platform had approved his application, welcoming him to the ride-hailing family. Filled with enthusiasm, he thought, "I will choose the longest distance ride tomorrow. Hopefully, luck will be on my side." Muttering to himself, Lin Yi quickly freshened up and then dove into his bedroom. As a young man, he cherished sleep. When it was time to sleep, he simply slept. Once he aged, such luxury would be lost, and insomnia would become a daily struggle, akin to Franklin's relentless challenges in his past life. There are ways to resolve it, of course. Just embrace a soft, fragrant pillow, and all would be well. Hence, before his rebirth, he often frequented various foot massage parlors. It was always a direct route to the third or top floor. Ahem. So, do you understand why he consistently drove a Cadillac? Professionalism. The next day, at 7 o'clock, with the aid of an alarm, Lin Yi successfully rose at 8. No questions asked. It was simply a battle with the quilt monster that delayed him. By the time he completed his morning routine, donned his clothes, descended downstairs, entered his car, turned on the air conditioning, and finished a cigarette, it was already 9 o'clock. Lin Yi rubbed his head, feeling a bit sluggish, but it felt wonderful. At the very least, he did not awaken to the burden of spending money, had no mouths to feed, and was not subjected to the bank's daily inquiries about his well-being. This was truly splendid. With his phone secured, he opened the app. The most handsome ride-hailing driver in Rongcheng, Master Lin, was now online. Ding! You have a task available. That was quick. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, glanced at the details, and accepted the order. It was from their neighborhood, a mere 5 kilometers. Quite simple. He drove over to pick up the passenger. This was Lin Yi's first foray into the profession of a ride-hailing driver, and he found himself genuinely exhilarated by the novelty of the experience. "What? You're asking about my previous job?" "Ah, it was merely a sales position. I had exhausted my salary, and since I had not made any sales this month, I simply resigned without a second thought. After all, changing personnel in sales is quite common." "Hello. May I ask if you were the passenger with the last 4 digits 9527? He lowered the car window, unlocked the door, and leaned out to greet the lady with a warm, sunny smile. "Oh, what a charming young man. Indeed, indeed. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are ready to depart." All right. The lady appeared to be in good spirits, which was fortuitous. Lin Yi felt the same. As long as she wasn't a drunkard who might vomit in his car, everything would be fine. Chapter 3. Roommate gathering at 8 in the evening after finishing work. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while reviewing the modest earnings from his app for the day. Not much, 200 yuan, which would certainly cover his fuel costs. He casually opened the system. Host. Age, 23 years. Vehicle bound to host, Cadillac XD4. Distance driven, 110 kilometers. Total rewards, 11,000 yuan. Indeed, today he had managed to drive 100 kilometers. It wasn't particularly far. Merely 2 laps around the 3rd ring road of Rongcheng sufficed. When he was picking up passengers today, he had been leisurely cruising in his Cadillac on the ring road. Compared to the city center, it was devoid of congestion, allowing for a smooth drive without the hassle of traffic jams. Earning 10,000 a day, what a refreshing feeling. There is promise for the future. Life is filled with hope. Lin Yi smacked his lips, realizing that this system was far more gratifying than the tumultuous tides of the business world. Ding! As the ringtone of his mobile phone echoed, Lin Yi glanced at the screen, recognizing it was a call from Fatty, and instinctively answered. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You dead weight? Get lost. You're the one who's a dead weight. I'm downstairs in your neighborhood with the boss and the 3rd wheel. Hurry up and come down to welcome us." "All right, tonight, I'll treat you 3 to a foot massage." Lin Yi's heart soared with joy as he stuffed the car keys into his pocket and headed out. The call ended abruptly with a busy signal. At the commercial area of Jinxiu Garden Community, 3 figures, 1 tall, 1 stout, and 1 slender, stood facing each other in bewilderment. "Wait, foot massage? Is that really feasible?" Su's Haiqiang, the chubby one, had a rosy hue to his plump cheeks. Feeling a bit shy about it. The skinny one, known as the third wheel, shot a disdainful glance at Fatty and retorted, "Old four said foot massage. Not that we're going to find some girls. What's the big deal?" The speaker was Wang Chong, the class prodigy during their university days, consistently ranking first in exams and securing scholarships year after year. The robust figure snorted derisively, looking down upon the second wheel. "Old two, your thoughts need some purification. It's all just superficial nonsense. Even your breath feels tainted. Why not hit the gym instead? Sign up under my name, and I'll give you a 10% discount." The eldest, Jean Gang, whose name suited him well, was well off, owning 3 gyms in Rongsheng. He was currently learning the ropes at a gym near Rongsheng University, preparing to take over. In their dormitory, Jean Gang was the most affluent, followed closely by Lin Yi. "Get lost. Your gym only gives a discount to family? You look down on us, don't you?" Su's Haiqiong spat in annoyance. Jean Gang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, I haven't taken over yet, so what I say doesn't really count." Wang Chong sighed. "Honestly, our boss is a bit slow-wit. It'll take time for him to manage the gym. By the way, old 3, where are you working now? What job did you find?" Su's Haiqiong inquired. His curiosity piqued. Jean Gang shared the same interest, both towering figures turning their gaze towards Wang Chong, who fell silent, feeling a bit like a punching bag. "Step aside. Can't you see you're making it hard for old 3 to breathe?" Lin Yi's laughter rang out, casually pushing the two aside. Wang Chong gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. "Long live old 4. No big deal, stand down." Wang Chong replied, "I've been recommended for graduate studies after the semester starts, and once I earn my degree, my advisor will help me secure a position at the school." He adjusted his glasses, smiling like an intellectual, albeit with a rather smug expression. The trio fell silent until Jean Gang suddenly locked his gaze on Wang Chang's neck, exclaiming, "Damn it, Alibaba." The 3 of them swiftly grabbed Wang Chong, playfully shoving him towards a nearby tree. "Adoptive father. Adoptive fathers. Wrong. Wrong. Adoptive father." 3 minutes later, ignoring the curious glances of passersby, the trio hoisted the thoroughly teased Wang Chong into Lin Yi's car, and they sped towards the night market near the school. At Wang Jia Spicy Rabbit, on the second floor, the dormitory quartet ascended, ordered their food, and lit cigarettes, puffing out clouds of smoke. "So, the academic star is now getting a graduate degree and will become a proud member of the university after completing his studies?" Lin Yi remarked, clicking his tongue. In his previous life, he and T grasped the full picture, only realizing years later that his roommate was among those who welcomed him when he donated to their alma mater. But seriously, this academic genius has hit the jackpot, hasn't he? Wang Chong nodded slightly, revealing a shy smile, "Pretty much." Su's Haiqiong rolled his eyes. "Dude, I'm genuinely impressed." Jean Gang smacked his lips. "I don't have that kind of brain. I'm still trying to figure out the gym business." "Fatty, what's your situation now?" The singled-out chubby one chuckled. "I found a teaching job. Although we aren't academic stars, getting into Rhonda isn't too hard. What about you, old 4? The 3 turned their attention to Lin Yi, who tossed the car keys onto the table, not wanting to rely on his family just yet. "I'll drive for a ride-hailing service for now." "Great. You're starting out with your own set of wheels," Fatty remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. After all, which man wouldn't wish to own a car? This sentiment resonated with both Wang Chong and Jean Gang. Jean Gang took a drag of a cigarette and exhaled slowly. "I have to wait until the end of the year for my family to buy me a second-hand car to practice with. That's better than what Fatty and I have." Wang Chong replied cheerfully, confident despite his modest background. Clearly, his intellect was his greatest asset. "I'll work hard too, hoping to buy a car in a couple of years." Su's Haiqiong exclaimed, munching on a rabbit head, his words punctuated by bites. All 4 were merely stepping into society, and there was no sense of occupational discrimination among them. Looking at them individually, it was evident that the academic star was the most successful. Of course, Jean Gang was also thriving, thanks to family support. As for Lin Yi, well, his family owned a medium-sized supermarket, ensuring a life free from worries, comfortably living as an ordinary person. As for Fatty, he faced a few more hurdles, but such struggles were commonplace. "I thought you would be heartbroken after being dumped by that girl, but it seems we were overthinking it," Fatty chuckled, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yi had moved on. Jean Gang nodded silently. Old 4 seems unfazed. "That girl would even want a dog, humph." Old 4 was not easily affected by such matters. Wang Chong took a sip of Coke, his lips flushed, the scholarly aura about him dissipating considerably. Chapter 4, Dormitory Gathering Part 2. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, over the 4 years of university, Lin Yi had maintained an impressively stable mindset. Regardless of the situation, it was nearly impossible to rattle him. He remained unflustered, always calm. Unless, of course, he was getting scammed in a game. And now? Perhaps it was just an illusion, but the 3 felt that old 4 seemed to have matured a bit more. If Lin Yi were to find out, he would undoubtedly walk with his head held high. Gold is a man's backbone, and money is a man's courage. What Lin Yi lacked now was not money, but time. Even without a system, he could still forge a commercial empire anew. With such confidence, how could he not be steady? Just a small treat. Nothing compared to the sweetness of the Jinxiu Water Club below our apartment. Lin, equipped with a raised eyebrow, eliciting laughter from the trio. Eat up. After we finish, I'll treat you all to a foot massage. Lin Yi declared, and the others didn't decline. After 4 years of university, they all knew each other's situations well enough. How much can we spend? At most, a few hundred each. At the Jinxiu Water Club, the hostess greeted, "Welcome, esteemed guests." How many of you? Lin Yi confidently strode into the establishment, immediately greeted by a charming hostess clad in a blue form-fitting uniform, her long legs accentuated by sheer stockings. Flashing a card, he said, "4 of us, second floor, private room, and bring us some late-night snacks." He moved through the motions with ease, accustomed to this from his previous life. "VIPs, please follow me," the hostess beamed, recognizing them as familiar guests. As for the 3 behind him, they felt a bit shy, but it was no issue with a knowledgeable guide. After all, everyone had to have a first time. It was all part of the experience. In the Langxiong private room, the 4 donned wristbands, changed their shoes, and comfortably reclined. The room was well equipped with an ashtray, fruits, and unlimited late-night snacks. Old 4 really knows how to enjoy life, Jean Gang remarked as he tossed a slice of sweet watermelon into his mouth, relishing the taste. Wang Chong lit a cigarette and meticulously surveyed the private room. "Don't worry, there are no cameras." Wang Changli lay comfortably on the bed, feeling at ease. As for the rotund fellow, he was indulging in fruit slices, savoring the complimentary fruits and enjoying the moment. It hardly took up any space in his stomach, a minor concern. "Old 4, you've been driving for several years now. Surely you're more familiar than I am. What do you recommend for a second-hand car to practice with for the new year?" The massage bed was right beside Lin Yi. After tossing a cigarette to Lin Yi, King Kong humbly inquired, "An SUV or a sedan? Given your stature, I would still recommend an SUV. A sedan would be uncomfortable for me. I do feel cramped. A second-hand vehicle in the range of 50 to 60,000 would suffice. After a year or so, we could trade it in for a new energy vehicle." King Kong had already formulated a plan. Nowadays, there are plenty of new energy cars, diverse in types, and most importantly, they provide a comfortable driving experience. "Does your father not have a car for you?" King Kong shook his head. "Manual transmission is too much of a hassle. A Chevrolet would do just fine. An American car, rugged and durable. Even when it breaks down, there are plenty of affordable General Motors parts." Without hesitation, Lin Yi recommended, "That car is quite commendable." King Kong added, "Your Cadillac is nice too, but exceeds my budget. Once I get married, I will certainly buy a new car. The first car should still be a second-hand one. There are plenty of reckless drivers in Rongsheng, so let us go with the Chevrolet." King Kong firmly believed in the wisdom of listening to advice and eating well. In the dormitory, he would consult Old 3 for academic issues, Old 4 for societal matters, and Old 2 for dining inquiries, always arriving at the optimal solution. What is his role? Simple. Call him to settle disputes or intimidate others. He is reliable. Indeed, the eldest brother remained steadfast in heeding advice. Old 3, Wang Chong, was quite pleased with King Kong's performance. King Kong held his head high, brimming with pride. Family members understand their own affairs. There is no need to overthink if one isn't particularly astute. Old 2's intellect surpassed his own. "By the way, Old 2, how about joining a gym in a couple of years? Could you help your brother out?" I was originally planning to ask Old 3, but now it seems that it's not feasible. King Kong cast a wistful glance at Wang Chong, thinking, goodness, the gap between people is greater than that between a dog and a human. The rotund fellow chuckled, feeling warmth in his heart. "As long as you don't disdain me, I'm all in. Regarding the dietary plans at your gym, I've done some research." The rotund fellow had a profound understanding of food. His current teaching job was merely a transitional phase. Lin Yi rummaged through his memories, recalling that in his previous life, it had been similar. The eldest and second brothers collaborated in Rongsheng, deeply engaging in the fitness industry, and had made quite a name for themselves. "All right with your words. I feel reassured. Finally, I can set my mind at ease." This matter was of great significance to King Kong. As for why he didn't consult Old 4, King Kong was well aware of Old 4's family circumstances. Even if they fell short of his own, they were certainly not far behind. A medium-sized supermarket. What constitutes a medium-sized supermarket? Approximately 300 square meters. Lishan may not compare to Rongsheng, but it isn't vastly inferior either. If Old 4's family were in dire straits, he wouldn't be able to drive a nearly 200,000 yuan car to school as a freshman. He certainly didn't have that privilege. "Dear esteemed guest, Technician Lin Yuting is delighted to serve you." Dear esteemed guest, Technician Wang Jingyuan is delighted to serve you. Dear esteemed guest, Technician Li Yu is delighted to serve you. Dear esteemed guest, Technician Shen Xiaolin is delighted to serve you. 4 young women, each scoring above average, entered the room, their voices ringing clear in unison. Hey, don't say it, but this feeling is quite exhilarating. It was time to begin. Exert some effort. For I am a person who appreciates intensity. Lin Yi adjusted his posture, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes, preparing to enjoy the service. Having previously observed his 3 friends. Hey, each of you pure-hearted lads. My friends aren't exactly delicate, so be gentle. With everything arranged, Lin Yi disregarded the 3 young men and comfortably awaited their service. Ouch. Gentle, ladies gentle. Oh, that is a bit tender. Soon, the room echoed with the deep groans of young men. It wasn't exactly shouting. One could say it was merely a sign of infrequent visits. Soon, it would be a problem at all. What's your address? Where are you 3 currently residing? I'll deliver it to you. At 11 o'clock. Lin Yi energetically appeared at the entrance of Jingxia Shuai, smiling at his 3 good brothers. No need, we can just take a taxi. No worries. I've already ordered a ride. Ding. You have a task available to accept. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Yi's phone interface. Chapter 5. Confused Blossoms of the Nation. Host Lin Yi. Age, 23. Vehicle owned, Cadillac XD4. Mileage, 125 kilometers. Total rewards, 12,500 yuan. Lin Yi lay on his bed, gazing at his panel and bank balance, whistling in delight. Quite splendid. Although he felt a bit fatigued, he had been pampered, after all. A day filled with achievements. Earning over 10,000 yuan in a single day inevitably marked it as a fulfilling day. Ding ding ding. The alarm on his phone rang, prompting Lin Yi to rise and wash up. Today he was to wake up a bit earlier. Excellent. Youthful vigor has its advantages, no matter how late he sleeps. He wakes up refreshed. Lin Yi glanced down, feeling even more satisfied. He skillfully descended the stairs, got into his car, started it, and went online. Another day for Little Master Lin was about to commence. Little Master, it's you again today, haha. It'll be convenient for me to work in our neighborhood from now on. A familiar voice, a friendly aunt, settled into the back seat with a cheerful expression. Annie, please fasten your seatbelt. We're off. No worries, I'll leave a good review. It was settled, bright, and cheerful. As they journeyed halfway, traffic congestion ensued. Just like yesterday, the driver was unperturbed and the aunt was equally calm. Young man, how old are you this year? What made you decide to drive for a ride-hailing service? I just graduated and can't find a suitable job at the moment, so I'm doing this for now. There is a little over a month until the new year. Earning a bit is better than nothing. Lin Yi, with one hand on the steering wheel, focused on the long line of cars in front while multitasking. Steady now. You rarely find someone so composed nowadays. Annie, you take a taxi every day for work. Don't you earn a decent amount? Oh, I work as a cleaner at my son's company. Whether I earn much or little doesn't matter. I can't just sit idle. Your son is quite impressive, haha. As the traffic light turned green, Lin Yi released the brake and gently pressed the accelerator. The car smoothly gliding forward, blocking a BYD attempting to cut in line. Who isn't in a hurry early in the morning? Cut in? Not on my watch. Your driving skills are quite commendable. Thank you for the compliment. Safely delivering the aunt to a high-rise office building on the second ring road. Lin Yi didn't rush to pick up the next passenger. Instead, he bought some breakfast and squatted on the curb to eat. The long legs passing by caught the eye. Rongsheng is truly a wonderful place. Especially in such office buildings, the usual crowd consists of white-collar, blue-collar, and various other professionals. OL uniforms are particularly satisfying. The winter in Rongsheng is quite pleasant as long as it doesn't rain or snow, and the temperature is acceptable. Not bad at all. It's a good era. Otherwise, how could a ride-hailing driver like me even witness all this? After finishing a cigarette, Lin Yi opened the car door and headed straight for the third ring road. What is the plan? To earn money, of course. Not accepting orders? It hasn't even reached the third ring yet. No rush. At the exit of Rongsheng East Station. Driver, does this go to Agricultural University? Lin Yi, who had parked by the roadside to smoke, was momentarily taken aback, looking at the 2 young ladies before him, pondering, my car doesn't even have a taxi sign. How do they know I'm a ride-hailing driver? Lin Yi was puzzled, observing the 2 bright-eyed university students with curiosity. 2 round-faced young ladies blushed slightly. Master, we don't know, but seeing you here, we thought to ask. Who would have thought we'd catch someone from the county? One of the girls, carrying a backpack, turned to Lin Yi and inquired, so how much do you charge? Well, fate has brought us together. Let's see. 100 will do. It's a 40-kilometer drive. Takes about an hour and a half. I assure you, I'm not overcharging. You can't book a ride for less than 150. Lin Yi smiled as he opened the trunk, explaining to the two girls with their bags. Thank you, master. Thank you, big brother. Right? Don't call me master. Call me big brother. I just graduated this year myself. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up to the girl with the backpack, feeling quite cheerful. Look at that. Who doesn't enjoy a sweet tongue? The two girls were visibly surprised, but said little. Instead, they hurriedly carried their suitcases towards the trunk. And Lin Yi helped them load their belongings before setting off for the agricultural university. After all, he didn't drive for ride-hailing purely for the money. It was mainly to find an excuse for the daily driving mileage. The round trip to the university was 80 kilometers, yielding 800 yuan in hand. A simple target achieved today, and most importantly, he had someone to chat with on the road, making the drive less exhausting, a win-win situation. So you took leave to go home for your friend's wedding? Lin Yi asked, a bit taken aback. Getting married at such a young age, huh? He had always seen short videos on his phone about college marriages or graduates having children, but he never expected to encounter it firsthand. Suddenly, a chubby little hand reached out from behind, placing a few candies in the armrest. Senior, have some candy. Wedding candy. Hey, thanks, Junior. Lin Yi chuckled, realizing that indeed, university students were quite entertaining. I'm from Rongda, just graduated not long ago, so you didn't tear and call me senior. With his spirits lifted, the car moved along briskly. The two girls exchanged glances, as if recognizing that Rongda was indeed a reputable institution. Senior, isn't the job market pressure quite intense right now? Isn't it always? Each year, the job market is daunting. This generation hasn't enjoyed a single benefit of the era. It's all hardship, Lin Yi replied, one hand on the steering wheel, tossing a candy into his mouth, laughing. The two freshmen, still in their ivory tower, looked somewhat dazed. After all, they hadn't yet ventured into the workforce. It was normal to feel that way. Everyone believed that once they entered society, everything would be smooth sailing. But most found themselves struggling instead. Don't worry, you're learning technical skills at the agricultural university. Internships will come easily, so the pressure isn't as dire. Lin Yi kindly reassured them. The girls nodded quietly, appreciating their senior's kindness. It's no use stressing yourself out now. There's still time before graduation. Once that arrives, you'll have plenty of pressure to deal with. The initially cheerful mood of the two girls fell silent. They remained quiet for the rest of the journey, while Lin Yi glanced at them through the rearview mirror, sensing their existential crisis. Everything is fine, he thought. I'll pay more attention next time to avoid discouraging these young blossoms. It's not easy for them. The sound of brakes signaled their arrival at the university. We've arrived. Please get out. I'll grab your suitcases from the back. Lin Yi's tone softened, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Eager to ensure he didn't leave the girls bewildered. Though he spoke the truth, it's widely known that honesty can sometimes sting. Watching the two girls walk towards the university, Lin Yi sighed, opened his order app, and continued waiting for another ride request at the university entrance. Having come this far, he might as well take another fare back home. Chapter 6. Change of car. Change of car. Ah, how comfortable. Yes, right there in the lower back. I've been driving so much this month, my head feels heavy. Making money nowadays is no easy task. Lin Yi lay on the massage table while two young ladies worked on him, one kneading his shoulders and the other massaging his legs, causing him to sweat profusely. To put things into perspective, the average monthly mileage for ride-hailing drivers ranges from 8,000 to 10,000 kilometers. This industry is all about trading mileage for cash flow. High mileage comes with significant time investment, physical toll, and vehicle wear. It's a challenging profession, especially when considering fuel expenses. Thus, Lin Yi's monthly mileage of over 3,000 kilometers was hardly excessive. Come on, ladies, put some muscle into it. After you're done, I'll order takeout for you. The two ladies paused momentarily, then resumed their work with renewed vigor. They had to, especially since this client was a member of their establishment. From being a regular member, he had upgraded to a gold member within a month. Having bypassed silver, if he maintained this level of spending, he would soon be on his way to black card status. Grinning, Lin Yi opened his system interface, realizing he needed to check his achievements to alleviate his physical fatigue. Indeed, quite an impressive haul. In just 1 month, 320,000 yuan, cash in hand. Not only that, but I also earned 2 chances for a draw. How did that happen? Let us see. Host Lin Yi. Age, 23. Vehicle, Cadillac XT4. Mileage, 3,200 kilometers. Total earnings, 320,000 yuan. Milestones achieved, 1,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Draw chances, 2. Absolutely, driving is indeed related to driving. As long as the cumulative mileage is met, it's all good. Lin Yi had a hunch about what came next, anticipating a pattern that followed for every additional 5,000 kilometers. That sounded promising. As for what lay beyond 10,000, he didn't know, nor was he in a hurry to find out. Once he upgraded to a 300,000 yuan vehicle, earning 500 per kilometer, he'd be on the cusp of financial freedom. 10 kilometers netting 5,000, 20 kilometers yielding 10,000. If he maintained a daily pace of 100 kilometers, that would be a cool 50,000. Whoever claims my system is merely a driver-S system is sorely mistaken. It's undoubtedly a wealth-magnifying system. I declare it. Closing the system interface, he wasn't in a rush to draw. After the massage, he planned to head upstairs, take a shower, light incense, and then make his draw. He wouldn't dare gamble in this foot massage establishment. All right, I'm off. Until next time. With that, at 1 in the morning, Lin Yi left the spa, feeling invigorated and headed straight home. Tired? Not a chance. Earning 300,000 in a month? What is there to be tired about? Not to mention the 2 draw chances awaiting him. Humming a tune, he emerged from the bathroom, infused with the scent of pomelo leaves, only to find it was already 2 in the morning. Yet, that did nothing to dampen his excitement. Not tired at all. Whoever feels tired can feel that way. System. Let us draw. Seated comfortably on the sofa, he lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before speaking in a hushed tone. A shimmering aqua-blue image unfurled before his eyes, revealing a swirling vortex at its center, spinning continuously. Until, from within the vortex, a line of text emerged. Skill, proficient driving. From this day forth, you shall be a driver with 50 years of experience. Congratulations! The system even thoughtfully displayed fireworks on the screen, providing quite the emotional boost. A tingling sensation, akin to an electric shock, coursed through Lin Yi's body. Not unpleasant at all. Instead, it felt delightful. Experience and physical reflexes were seamlessly infused into him, utterly unreasonable in the best way. Let us do another draw. As the vortex stirred once more, Lin Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixated intently upon the ethereal azure screen visible only to him, patiently awaiting what was to come. His adept driving skills served him well, conserving considerable energy, even extending to his posture, which mitigated strain on his lower back. Thus, his interest in the second lottery was piqued. Physique, energetic. From this day forth, you shall be the nuclear-powered beast of burden. Lin Yi could already sense it. He felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. The distinction between exhilaration and mere excitement was palpable to him. It appeared that driving and earning money was yet another avenue through which this system could yield achievement rewards. However, the delightful possibilities it could unveil were numerous. Indeed, in a world where wealth abounds, money becomes the least valuable of commodities. This realm is turned on its head, chaotic, and at times, oddly surreal. Some possessions may seem trifling, yet at times, they are priceless. Yet when one finds themselves devoid of riches, it is ironically the very wealth they covet that remains just out of reach. Host Lin Yi. Lottery attempts remaining. 0. Skill, proficient driving. Un physique, énergétique. Regardless of his vigor, rest was still imperative. He resolved to treat himself to a day off tomorrow to procure a new vehicle. A radiant smile graced Lin Yi's face, brimming with boundless hope for the future. The automobile, this metallic beast, is an indulgence that no man, and indeed most women, can resist. The pursuit of such a machine is a fervent desire for many, and Lin Yi was certainly no exception. Otherwise, in his past life, he would not have upgraded from an XD4 to a Cadillac Escalade. Of course, in this life, the Escalade remained one of his aspirations. Aside from its somewhat excessive size, it boasted no other flaws. The sleek black Range Rover, the pristine white Land Rover, and the versatile black and white Cadillac Escalade, one of the vehicles favored by the President of the United States, features a 6.2-liter V8 naturally aspirated engine, often hailed as the king of engines. The MRC electromagnetic suspension offers unparalleled comfort, while its formidable towing and off-road capabilities are unmatched. Fuel consumption? Please. Who drives such a steel beast and frets over fuel efficiency? The sheer thrill of it all is what matters. Lin Yi's initial fondness for this vehicle stemmed from a singular phrase. American V8, environmental concerns be damned. The following day, at the Lincoln dealership in Rome City, Lin Yi drove straight to his destination. Indeed, it was yet another American vehicle. Until he achieved a semblance of financial freedom, he would not entertain the thought of vehicles outside the American brands. They are built to endure, and that was his favorite trait. As for the German trio, Audi, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz, there was no rush. He had no need to hurry. With such a magnificent system by his side, what was there to worry about regarding the German luxury brands? Good day, sir. Welcome to the Lincoln dealership. May I inquire if you have a sales representative already assigned to you? A saleswoman, elegantly clad in a tailored suit, promptly opened the door, ushering Lin Yi inside, while thoughtfully offering him a bottle of mineral water. Chapter 7. Lincoln, the Navigator. I have a Cadillac XD4 outside that I wish to sell. Would you be willing to accept it? Lin Yi addressed the saleswoman, his demeanor calm and unruffled, unaffected by the intoxicating scent of her perfume. After all, he had experienced enough of life's pleasures to remain composed. Sir, if you do not worry, I would also like to select a Lincoln Navigator from your inventory. Of course, we can certainly accommodate that. Please follow me. The saleswoman nodded eagerly. Purchasing a vehicle made negotiations far more straightforward. After all, one typically wouldn't drive a car to a dealership solely to sell it without the intention of buying another. Allow me to arrange for a technician to inspect your vehicle. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Tea, please. Seated in the customer lounge, Lin Yi accepted the tea from the saleswoman's hands, patiently awaiting the inspection of the dealership. He felt no urgency. Today, his sole objective was to acquire a new vehicle. To excel in one's craft, one must first possess the right tools. Though this expenditure would significantly deplete his savings of $370,000, he reasoned that once he acquired the new car, he could continue driving to earn money. $50,000 a day would return his funds within a week, essentially allowing him to enjoy a vehicle at no cost. However, the system mandated full payment. Otherwise, he would have opted for a loan. Sir, would you like to take a look at the vehicles? Lin Yi nodded, following the saleswoman towards the Navigator display. To be frank, the Lincoln Navigator was the epitome of luxury, yet Lin Yi lacked the funds for such extravagance at the moment. He would settle for the Navigator and, after earning a bit over the next couple of weeks, consider returning home for the new year. Given his daily driving distance of 100 kilometers and the reward of 500 soft currency per kilometer, acquiring a luxury vehicle worth $1 million would only take a month or so. Would you prefer the two-wheel or four-wheel drive version? Four-wheel drive. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Ah, the four-wheel drive is excellent. It offers higher commissions, though the commission on a vehicle priced around $300,000 was merely a few hundred. Something was certainly better than nothing. Sir, the four-wheel drive, Atlantis version, features a 20T engine, 261 horsepower, automatic transmission, and a length of 4 meters and 9 centimeters. Exuding an imposing appearance. Before she could finish, Lin Yi realized the saleswoman was a novice. How much for the full payment? The saleswoman was taken aback, initially intending to continue her sales pitch. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "The total for full payment is $330,000. That's it. Once your technician has completed the inspection of the Cadillac outside, I shall pay with my card." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively and handed the teacup back to the saleswoman, adding, "Please bring me another cup of tea. Thank you." The winter in Rome City can be rather chilly. The saleswoman was momentarily stunned, but soon a bright smile graced her face. "Certainly, sir. Please take a seat. I will bring it right away." Watching the cheerful figure of the saleswoman depart, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. He was about to change cars at last. For a man, a vehicle holds significant importance. While this purchase would technically meet the system's minimum price threshold of $300,000 at a mere $280,000, it was unnecessary. As he had stated, after securing a new car, in just 1 month's time, he would earn $1,500,000 in just a month. This was based on a daily driving distance of 100 kilometers. Thus, Lin Yi was content. There was another crucial reason behind his excitement. The new year was fast approaching. As a person of Chinese heritage, what does the new year signify? Those in the know understand. It is imperative that all comprehend. For those with amiable relatives, the new year can be quite pleasant. But for those with peculiar relatives? Brace yourself for a chaotic scene. Regardless of gender, the last layer of armor that shields one after graduating from university will inevitably peel away. The mundane trifles of daily life, such as expenses and the inevitability of life and death, will entwine around one's existence like creeping vines. One may either succumb to the suffocating grip of these encroaching vines or sever them entirely, igniting them in flames. There are no other outcomes. One either succumbs to life or conquers it. "Sir, your total is $250,000. Charge it." Lin Yi produced a bank card gifted by the system and handed it over. This card had a distinct advantage. Regardless of how much one spent, there would be no bothersome bank personnel hounding him for explanations. Of course, if one sought certain privileges offered by the bank, such as obtaining a personal assistant for life's myriad issues, a deposit of a significant sum would be required. With a beep, the card was charged, contracts were signed, and with the keys to his new vehicle in hand, Lin Yi drove off into the horizon. The license plate has been arranged, and I enjoyed a complimentary lunch at the Lincoln dealership. He is heading back to the Jinxiawa Garden to update his ride-hailing driver information, facilitating his continued work with Didi. With only half a month left until the new year, he cannot afford to waste any time. Covering 100 kilometers a day is merely the baseline. How else can he gather some extra funds to buy gifts for his parents and younger sister? Upon arriving at Jinxiawa Garden, Lin Yi had just parked his car when a familiar ant appeared. Their encounters had become quite frequent recently, making them somewhat of acquaintances within the community. "Xiao Lin, I was just thinking Why Haven Tea, I caught your ride today. The aunt, with a basket filled with groceries, greeted Lin Yi with warmth. Ah, Aunt Wong. Have you just returned from grocery shopping? Lin Yi locked his car, the Lincoln's lights flashing in response. Yes. My eldest son is bringing his wife and grandson back tonight for dinner. The mention of her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson brought a look of joy to the aunt's face. Indeed, her life seemed considerably happier than that of many others. By the way, where's your Cadillac? She inquired. Oh, I sold it and got a new one. Lin Yi replied with a radiant smile directed at Aunt Wong. She leaned closer to inspect the vehicle, remarking, It's larger. It must be better. I knew it. You're definitely not a typical ride-hailing driver. You're different. Her expression radiated a sense of pride, as if she had long been aware of his little secret. Lin Yi chuckled. Yes, indeed. You have a keen eye. All right, I won't keep you any longer, dear. I must head home to prepare dinner for the children. Take care. Lin Yi raised his hand, waving goodbye as the elderly lady departed joyfully. Her cheerful demeanor made him eager to return home as well. Lin Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and smiled, filled with anticipation for his family, his parents and his sweet younger sister. It had been a while since he last saw them, and he missed them dearly. However, he needed to earn a bit more before rushing home. There was no need to hurry, after all. If all goes well, he might return to Lishan in a couple of years to be with his parents. Especially since he doesn't have any tangible business in Chengdu. Being closer to home would always be preferable. After all, one's hometown is the best place to be. Chapter 8. A young man at the Agricultural University gate. Lin Yi stepped out of the car, smoking a cigarette while awaiting the arrival of his next ride-hailing passenger. The day after purchasing the new car, he had sped around the Third Ring Road for an entire morning. The new vehicle felt exhilarating. He covered 80 kilometers in the morning alone, primarily to get accustomed to the new car. Certainly not like a child with a new toy. What? You say there's no skill involved? Well, skills are secondary. What matters is the experience. Driver. A young man with a buzz cut, radiating youthful energy, waved at him. Lin Yi glanced at him and was certain he was off to meet a girlfriend. He could sense that restless surge of hormones. Although it wasn't spring yet. University students are beyond the bounds of reason. Is this the ride for passenger 3368? To Chengdu East Station? Yes, indeed. Hop in. Great. Being all males, they felt a natural camaraderie. Lin Yi expertly ignited the engine, set off, and headed straight for Chengdu East Station. He, Lin Yi, relished long-distance driving. Wow, driver. Is this ride-hailing a side gig for you? I've never seen a ride-hailing driver in a Nautilus before, the young man exclaimed, astonished as he settled into the passenger seat. Just a side job. I enjoy taking drives when I have free time. Impressive. You are the real deal. Lin Yi flashed a charming smile. Since his last encounter with 2 female university students, he had brushed up on his conversational skills, and it certainly paid off. The young man chuckled. You flatter me. Are you off to pick up your girlfriend? Lin Yi inquired, noticing the young man's cheeks redden. How did you know, driver? He stammered. Lin Yi skillfully maneuvered around the traffic, deftly overtaking vehicles. Despite being a part-time ride-hailing driver, he had seen enough to make an educated guess. Bro, you're all cheerful on a winter day, heading to the train station. What could it be? He reminisced about his own college days when his parents would visit him, recalling he never had such a grand setup. Unless it was a weekend rendezvous with my ex at a hotel, haha, the young man laughed along. The car was filled with light-hearted laughter, and time flew by as they sped along. See, Lin Yi practices his conversational skills to avoid solitude while driving. Isn't this delightful? Finally arriving at Chengdu East Station, Lin Yi parked and turned to the young man. Thank you, driver. The payment has been sent. And 5 stars for you. The young man grinned widely, waving his phone. In a realm of human connections, Lin Yi opened the glove compartment and handed over 2 bottles of vitamin C water to the young man. Here you go, buddy. The station water is pricey. Take this for your girlfriend. It'll help you perform well tonight, haha. Thanks, driver. The young man accepted the water with a cheerful demeanor and hurried towards the station. Of course, Lin Yi had no intention of drugging anyone, even in Chengdu. But let us be clear, Lin Yi, a male, has a preference for females. The innocent young man was simply not his type. Watching the young man's jubilant figure fade into the distance, Lin Yi sighed, thinking it was high time he found a girlfriend. What if he were to relive past lives, only to experience the same cycle of wealth and loss? And who knows if rebirth is even an option? Beep, you have a new order request awaiting acceptance. Instinctively, Lin Yi shook off the frivolous thoughts and glanced at his phone. Splendid. Off to Chengdu University, how delightful. Who cares about romantic interests when there's money to be made? Are you the passenger with the tail number 6732? Yes, thank you for your hard work, driver. Not all. Please get in and fasten your seatbelt. Let us get going. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi arrived punctually at the entrance of Jingxia Shuai. He smacked his lips and walked inside, feeling somewhat fatigued from a day of driving. Today, having switched to a new car, he was more than a little exhilarated. Having covered a staggering 180 kilometers, simply extraordinary. Welcome, esteemed guest. Same arrangement as before? Lin Yi nodded silently, handing over his Jinxia Shuai gold card, and seamlessly made his way into the private room. Familiarity enveloped him as the technician's skilled hands worked to alleviate most of his fatigue from the day. Lin Yi felt immensely appreciative of their expertise. Host, age, 23. Vehicle registered, Lincoln Nautilus. Mileage, 3380 kilometers. Total earnings, 410,000 yuan. Total mileage accumulated, 10,003 kilometers. Number of lottery draws available, 0. Skills, proficient driving. Physical condition, energetic. Gazing at his handsome profile, a wave of fatigue lifted from his spirit. Today, he had earned an astonishing 90,000 yuan. Who could rival that? The luxurious system is simply magnificent. In just one day, he had made a third of the new car's cost. What a delight. Good evening, esteemed guest. Lin Yi lifted his gaze to see a familiar technician, number 8. All right, let us begin. Your hands are always so strong. Let's get to it. I'm particularly exhausted today. With that, Lin Yi closed his eyes and surrendered to the experience. He harbored no fondness for engaging in idle chatter with the technician. After all, he had no particular needs from this individual. Their interaction was purely transactional, a clean exchange of money, devoid of any emotional entanglement. In his previous life, where he indulged in reckless pleasures, he was granted a second chance after a fleeting slumber, and he cherished this newfound rebirth. In this lifetime, he aspired to embrace a different approach to existence. While he had a few friends in his past life, their modest lives brimmed with a certain warmth and vibrancy. Although there were moments when Lin felt envy from others, the well-fed could not comprehend the hunger of the starving, just as the starving could not fathom the contentment of the well-fed. Every household faced its own challenges, after all. Technician number 8 suited his taste perfectly, and before long, Lin Yi found himself slipping into a deep, comfortable slumber under the adept hands of the technician. After a soothing foot soak followed by a skillful massage, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Shortly after midnight, Lin Yi flung himself onto his bed, eager to continue the enchanting dream he had just experienced, allowing his body to relax, ensuring it would not hinder his financial endeavors the following day. The next morning, at 7:30, Lin Yi awoke, his eyelids half closed as he made his way to the bathroom to begin his morning routine. Sleep had eluded him the previous night. The walls of the aging apartment complex offered little in the way of sound insulation. He had endured quite the performance of Animal Planet late into the night. Goodness, that man must have been slathering on some compounded lidocaine cream. Chapter 9, $1 Million Achievements. Once he amassed enough funds, he intended to purchase a residence in Chengdu. This incessant noise was certainly a hindrance to his work. After completing his morning ablutions, Lin Yi cursed under his breath as he stepped out of his home, ready to embark on another day of labor. The previous day's earnings of 90,000 had left him exhilarated, and today he needed to maintain that momentum. However, today's primary focus was not merely on generating income. He intended to select gifts for his parents and sister. With his savings now totaling 210,000, he was more than equipped to make some thoughtful purchases. What is the appropriate gift for a woman? Gold. Welcome. Please let us know if anything catches your eye. May I inquire about the recipient? A girlfriend, perhaps? A saleswoman approached him as he entered the store, eager to assist. For my mother and sister, a gold bracelet and a gold ring. First and foremost, his mother deserved a gold bracelet, while a gold ring would suffice for his sister. Take a look at this. A traditional plain band. It's particularly fashionable this year. Lin Yi weighed it in his hand, frowning slightly. It felt too light. How many grams is this? 20 grams. I'll take one that weighs 50 grams instead. Of course, sir. Allow me to fetch that for you. The saleswoman's demeanor shifted instantly, along with her address. Lin Yi found this entirely reasonable. In this day and age, one's worth was often measured in currency, and given his attire bore no designer labels, it made sense for her to initially suggest a more affordable option. How about this piece? She proposed, presenting a 50-gram gold bracelet, substantial yet not overly heavy. For Lin Yi, it was ample. He certainly couldn't very well return home lugging gold bars. That wouldn't be appropriate. He also needed a ring, preferably a lightweight one, around 3 to 5 grams. Naturally, for his younger sister, he decided a lighter piece would be fitting. She was a high school student, after all. What more could she need? Just remembering to buy her something would suffice. The finer things could wait until she graduated from high school. Within half an hour, Lin Yi exited the gold shop with 53 grams of gold jewelry. having spent just under 40,000. Quite reasonable. Driving 100 kilometers today would easily cover his expenses. Next, he planned to procure a fishing outfit for his father, whose gear had gone untouched for 2 or 3 years. He had yet to catch a single fish. Consistently blaming it on the equipment, Lin Yi chuckled to himself as he activated the navigation app, heading straight for the tackle shop. His father was an avid angler. With his mother managing the family supermarket and their employees handling the day-to-day operations, his father had ample time to fish. His father was notoriously frugal. 3 years prior, he had purchased a fishing set for over 5,000, courtesy of Lin Yi's mother, who had taken pity on him after witnessing his hard work at the supermarket. That gift had kept him in high spirits for a solid fortnight. Lin Yi mused that providing his father with a new set would likely incite jealousy from the neighbors on their street. Yes, his father loved to show off. His mother did as well. As Lin Yi reminisced about his family, his father, mother, and silly sister, a smile lingered on his lips. He had just spent an additional 30,000, achieving the spending like water milestone today. By noon, he had racked up nearly 70,000 in earnings. While it paled in comparison to purchasing a car, his spending power was nonetheless impressive. The following fortnight passed uneventfully until the day before he planned to drive home. It was the appointed time for a gathering among the 4 of them in the dormitory. 4 single men, indeed. 4 single men, none of whom had managed to escape the clutches of bachelorhood. Jingxiu Garden Community. Awakening from his slumber, Lin Yi began to pack. After all, he wouldn't be returning home tonight. Soon, he would be picking up his 3 friends, heading straight to Qinglong Lake for a day of fun, before dropping them off and seeking out a place for a foot massage, indulging in a blissful night's rest. Host Lin Yi. Age, 23. Vehicle bound to host, Lincoln Nautilus. Mileage, 4,700 kilometers. Total rewards accumulated, 1.07 million. Cumulative mileage achievements, 10003,000. Number of lottery draws available, 0. Skills, proficient driving. Physical condition, energetic. Indeed, he was on the cusp of unlocking the next cumulative mileage achievement. Since acquiring his vehicle, he had diligently driven every day, ultimately averaging 100 kilometers daily. The rewards accumulated by the system had reached a staggering 1 million. His very first million. It was astonishingly straightforward, a stark contrast to the arduous entrepreneurial struggles of his previous life. In his past life, it took him 8 years post-graduation to earn his first million. Now, in less than 2 months, he had accomplished it with ease. Lin Yi's savings had swelled to an astonishing 910,000. Counting his previous stash of 50,000, he was sitting on a total of 910,000. In just half a month of driving, he had earned 750,000. There was no need for further discussion. He was on the path to financial freedom, at least for the time being. This did not even account for the 25,000 spent on the car or the 70,000 on gifts. Thus, Lin Yi's spirits soared to extraordinary heights. First, he would pick up his good friend San, followed by his friend's Erinda, humming a cheerful tune. He reveled in the knowledge that the top student in their dormitory, who was also a research graduate, remained diligently at school. In fact, he hadn't even left the campus during the summer graduation. Some individuals seemed to possess an innate advantage that others simply could not match. At Chengdu University, within the dormitory area, Lin Yi's physique was in peak condition. He was far from the unhealthy state of many men his age. He had parked his car outside the university and opted to ride a shared bicycle to the dormitory. It wasn't that he couldn't walk, but Chengdu University was quite expansive, spanning over 2,300 acres. 2,300 acres, not square feet. Who would want to exercise their legs within those grounds? The mere area of the campus buildings amounted to nearly 1 million square meters. Goodness. He had to spend 3 or 5 yuan just to bike from the entrance to the dormitory area. He couldn't help but wonder if the system's rewards had bolstered his health, as he felt significantly less affected by the oppressive heat of Chengdu this year. As Lin Yi pedaled his shared bicycle, he muttered to himself, being energetic allows the host to withstand a slight chill, though its effects are not pronounced. Beautiful. I eagerly anticipate the next lottery draw, Lin Yi exclaimed, his system proving to be rather perceptive. The seasoned veteran system is wholeheartedly at your service. Look at that. Observe what a true system is. Old 4, what are you staring at? I'm right here. Suddenly, a voice erupted, and a shadow leaped in front of him, blocking the handlebars. It was none other than the all-black old 3, Wang Chong. Startled, he exclaimed, "Get lost. You're definitely eyeing some girls." Chapter 10. Encountering the treasure-grade dragon. On this frigid day, I thought you would have to drive in. Wang Chong, shivering like a frightened child, followed closely behind Lin Yi as they walked out of the school grounds. Damn it, don't treat me like a student. I've graduated. Brother, vehicles are not allowed in the campus anymore. Lin Yi felt that Wang Chong was putting on an act and cursed under his breath. Wang Chong, bundled in his down jacket, was taken aback. Wait a minute, who are you trying to fool? Didn't we register that license plate with the gatekeeper system during our freshman year? Indeed. Lin Yi suddenly halted, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Everyone step aside. He is about to show off. With a swift motion, Lin Yi produced a car key, entirely different from that of a Cadillac. Wang Chong gasped in astonishment. My apologies. My godfather made a bit of money, cough, cough, and got a new car. Wang Chong was momentarily stunned, but soon his coldness vanished as he lunged forward. Brother, godfather, let me take it for a spin. The car key was snatched by Wang Chong, yet Lin Yi remained unfazed, hands on his hips, laughing uproariously. All right. My godfather will fulfill all of Big Brother's needs. Ha ha ha. Inside the dormitory, it was a father-son relationship. I knew it. You're definitely not driving for ride-hailing. At the very least, this car is certainly not something a ride-hailing driver would buy. Wang Chong circled the new vehicle. A Lincoln Nautilus, worth over $300,000. This was not a sum a ride-hailing driver would waste on a car. Moreover, have you ever seen a ride-hailing driver piloting a Cadillac? Wang Chong had long realized that this guy was up to something big. It's just that he hadn't succeeded previously, and the dog didn't dare to admit it out of embarrassment. Inside the Lincoln, the air conditioning was turned on, and warmth quickly enveloped them. Comfortably, the two seated themselves in the car, neither in a hurry, instead savoring the warmth for a while. Winter in Rome City can be quite sinister. I say, old four, were you doing something else before? Was the ride-hailing gig merely an excuse? Big Brother was right. My godfather was busy with stock trading recently and made a small profit. Clearly, Lin Yi had already concocted an excuse. As for what to do when the money keeps increasing, simple, just start an investment company. At least at LL provide a facade for the outside world. And how to set up the company? Just follow the procedures. Even if it's a shell company that doesn't operate, having a name is enough. No arguments there. Quite impressive. However, let me state this up front. Stock trading is not something just anyone can handle. One must know when to take a profit. As a good brother, Wang Chong was genuinely concerned for old four in their dormitory. Stock trading. How many have ended up on the rooftop without coming back down? That is a common occurrence. Rest assured, I'll ask my old man for some small funds when I return home this year to start an investment company. Wang Chong fell silent, then grinned widely. You're definitely earning a considerable amount. Absolutely, but alas, we have no choice but to graduate and pursue further studies. And then jobs. We can only strive harder. Lin Yi feigned a look of despair, letting out a sigh. Wang Chong adjusted his seat, leaning back half a body's length, trying to avoid discomfort. You rascal. If only he had that ability. Do you think he'd be willing? However, everything at present was the best outcome imaginable. By the way, Dad's research specialty is in finance. Once you start your investment company, we can exchange ideas. Dealing with papers can be quite troublesome. Wang Chong smacked his lips, suddenly recalling his major. He moved his electric seat forward, grinning like a fool. Trying to please Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked down at him disdainfully. Call me Dad. Godfather. All right, once I sort things out here, you can even come work for me in the future. We can discuss that later. There's no rush for the papers. Let us head out to pick up the eldest and the second. Igniting the engine, they sped off. The Lincoln glided smoothly, heading straight to the gym at King Kong's place. By the way, the second is over at King Kong's now. I heard they've been preparing fitness meals and fat loss meals, and they're quite popular. Wang Chong sat in the passenger seat, his mouth barely closing. As for driving? Don't be ridiculous. He was just joking. His driving skills were universally acknowledged as the worst in the dormitory. Of course, Lin Yi was still like before, never holding it against him. Even with a new car, he handed over the keys without a second thought. All right, ISNT this fat guy, supposed to be leaving next year? Yeah, he is working in sales and has gotten involved with their sales team leader. The fat guy didn't suffer, but he ended up knocking out a tooth from their leader, and his commission was forfeited as compensation. Wang Chong chuckled, imagining Sue's Haikyong as usually mild temperament couldn't possibly contain itself. It seemed that sales leaders were no longer human. The fat guy is impressive, but that rascal didn't mention it to me. Otherwise, I would surely gone and wrapped him in a sack. Hey, I just found out a couple of days ago. The eldest was the first to know. After all, the fat guy went to seek him out. He figured he would mention it during our pre-New Year gathering. Oh, now it makes sense. As long as everything is fine, that's the best outcome. Turning, overtaking, and rolling down the window. You treasure gray dragon. Hey, got a bump on your head? Cutting in line. What are you cutting for? Annoying. Raising the window, the Lincoln accelerated past a Nissan SYLPHY. Wang Chong was laughing so hard he could roll on the floor. Ha ha, you rascal. You're really getting the hang of that Rome City dialect. Of course, we're locals from Lushan. That idiot just cut in line without signaling. I consider it giving him face that I didn't crash into him. Lin Yi cursed, and despite having honed his driving skills, encountering such rubbish on the road made him lose his cool. While he could avoid collisions, he couldn't suppress the fury boiling within his chest. All right, old four. You worked hard, ha ha ha. Wang Chong continued to laugh joyfully. This is a new car. We want stoop to the level of that old hag. That's not right. Just because you're not as petty as her doesn't mean I want roast her for driving 4 laps today. You're absolutely right. The two were filled with laughter inside the car, soon forgetting the earlier annoyance of the reckless driver. Driving, encountering such matters was simply a regular occurrence. By the way, old 3, is your ticket for tomorrow? For tomorrow evening. Going to Yuchen Isnt far. Don't worry. I'll let you all know I arrived safely once I get home. All right then. As for you, drive slowly back to Lishan, with the new year approaching. There will be many cars on the highway. Don't worry. I'm a seasoned driver. I know what I'm doing. Wang Chong said no more. Lin Yi was the most stable driver in their dormitory, having never been in an accident throughout their 4 years of university. Of course, occasionally cursing while driving was a normal behavior. It was a common trait among normal people. Chapter 11. King Kong's Gym. The Lincoln smoothly parked in a gym lot, and the two stepped out to gaze at the 3-story establishment. King Kong's Gym in Rong City was performing quite well. 3 gyms, all 3 stories tall. Definitely a sign of considerable assets. As for the name, well, when the child was born, his father couldn't think of a better name, and simply called him King Kong. Later, when the family business took off and they started investing in gyms, the old man was also not good at naming, so he just kept it as King Kong. At the front desk, I'm here to see your little boss. King Kong, please wait a moment. Before long, King Kong appeared, accompanied by Sue's Haiqiang, both laughing and chatting as they swiftly approached. Old 3, old 4. Wang Chong and Lin Yi turned their heads in unison to leave, exclaiming, damn it, what an embarrassing spectacle. Do you even know the situation in Rongsheng? What are you two playing at? A mere kick from either Wang Chong or Lin Yi would have been a gracious concession to their faces. What the hell? At that moment, everything seemed to mirror the past, as the astonished Jingong and Sue's Haiqiang stood wide-eyed, while Wang Chong maintained an air of calm. Franklin, with a mischievous grin, declared, let us head to Qinglong Lake. The 4 of them howled with excitement as they jumped into the car and sped away. Grandpa Jean stood on the 3rd floor, chuckling at the scene. Not bad. Those roommates of this foolish boy are quite capable. Grandma Jean was brewing tea when she heard her husband's praise and smiled. Not to mention that classmate Sue's Haiqiang is a culinary expert in low-fat meals and fitness cuisine, far surpassing the professional chefs we previously hired. And his academic companion, aiming for graduate school, will surely become a teacher at Rongda in Rongsheng one day. What a promising future he has at just 25 or 6. Grandpa Jean held Wang Chong in high regard, clearly viewing him as a model child. Let's have some tea. Wasn't he there, that fellow from Xiaogong's dorm? I've heard of him. He is quite talented too. Anyway, our son is praising him like a blooming flower. That lad has quite the prospects, arriving at university with a car worth nearly 200,000. And now, just 6 months after graduation, I saw from the window, he switched to a Lincoln Nautilus worth over 300,000. Tisk. He certainly has a penchant for American cars. Grandpa Jean marveled, reflecting on his own age. Don't mention it. It brings tears to my eyes, he added. Isn't Lin Yi driving for a ride-hailing service? Grandma Jean asked, somewhat bewildered. Grandpa Jean rolled his eyes. Oh, my foolish wife. Your silly son knows that ride-hailing is merely a personal interest. Enough of this. I have to work late tonight. Grandma Jean retorted, rolling her eyes back. Grandpa Jean shuddered, rising from his seat once more. I labor on the Shu Road. Let us go. Marrying a woman from Sichuan Chongqing means living a life of indulgence. Resistance? Huh. There is no such thing as a male rescue station in Rongsheng. You, my boy, are truly silently achieving great things. Grandma, our old man drives a car worth 30,000, and it's 4 or 5 years old. Jingong, seated in the passenger seat, gazed enviously at the interior. Absurd. That old 4th, always quietly accomplishing great feats. Sue's Haiqiang mused, sensing someone was on a roll, yet lacking evidence. The fatty is right. Shut up. Your work isn't small either. Wang Chong retreated, maintaining a silence. This person, is truly inadequate. Your family needs liquidity. The money must keep circulating. I can't compete with that. Franklin, knowing how to be humble, explained with a smile while driving, though his explanation felt somewhat lacking. To be fair, it's been less than half a year since graduation, and this fellow isn't just the best in their dorm. He is among the best in the entire class. The fatty rubbed his chin and suddenly grinned slyly. Do you think that sweet girl will come looking for the old 4th once she learns of his achievements? Don't joke. He drives a BMW 3 Series 330. The car fell silent before erupting into fits of laughter. At Qinglong Lake Wetland Park, the four swiftly pulled camping gear from the Lincoln's trunk. Cold, for strapping lads afraid of a little chill. Besides, the Old Fourth had all the right equipment. Four-season tents, inflatable sleeping pads, egg nest mats, portable stoves, and high-calorie food were all in perfect order. They planned to grill skewers and cook hot pot without spending the night outdoors, utterly comfortable. The four were seasoned campers, familiar with every step of the process. Before long, the tent and stove were set up. The charcoal grilling had commenced, and there was no rush for the hot pot, as the portable stove was easy and convenient to use. The meat skewers were pre-bought, eliminating the hassle. Old Fourth, light a bag. A slender cigarette was tossed toward Lin Yi, who caught it deftly and lit it over the charcoal. What lighter are you using? The fatso opened the portable stove, using gas. Jinggong and Wang Chong, unbeknownst to Wen, had snagged a piece of charcoal from Lin Yi's grill with tongs. Evidently, no one was using a lighter. Ah, this feels wonderful. The four took a deep drag together, with two lounging in the tent while the other two grilled skewers outside. The sensation was indeed delightful. By the way, Old Fourth, when are you coming back after the New Year? Jinggong asked, glancing at Lin Yi while helping with the grilling. After the Lantern Festival, perhaps? It's a hassle to go back and forth. Staying at home for nearly a month should keep my parents' affection for me intact, right? Lin Yi pondered, somewhat uncertain. Jinggong smirked, feeling that he, constantly criticized, had little say in the matter. Life was indeed a bit tough. Fortunately, he had the second one to accompany him. Otherwise, he would truly be on the verge of madness. What about the second one? Is he taking a bus tomorrow? Tomorrow. After the New Year, he'll return the day before the gym opens. He spent the Lantern Festival with me. Ha. Jinggong squatted nearby, grinning happily. Maintaining friendships is a source of joy. Most importantly, having friends around constantly elevates one's spirits. And he is bringing lamb for us. Ha. That is a must. The lamb from over there is delicious. The gathering of the dormitory continued until after 8 in the evening, when Lin Yi drove them back. He then headed south on Tianfu Avenue, seeking a recommended foot massage place from the Cadillac Car Club. Ahem, Jin Zun Shui Hui. Although the car was sold, Lin Yi did not leave the group. To boast a bit, this Cadillac Car Club is undoubtedly the highest quality group he is in on WeChat, without exception. Chapter 12, Returning in Glory. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Lin Yi emerged from Jin Zun Shui Hui feeling refreshed, heading to a nearby breakfast stall to eat before making his way home via the National Highway. 3 hours, 150 kilometers, easy peasy. One must say, this Cadillac Car Club is truly authoritative. Lin Yi stretched, feeling invigorated. The massage technique was exceptional. Boss, 4 ounces of vegetarian pepper noodles with sauce. In a small storefront bustling with people. Even the outdoor tables and benches were nearly full. Lin Yi, quick on his feet, snagged a spot and called out. Vegetarian pepper noodles, a local favorite. The table offered free pickled vegetables, crunchy and refreshing, awakening his senses. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were placed on his table. One was the 4-ounce vegetarian pepper noodles, and the other was a bowl of soup, emphasizing the principle of original broth with original ingredients. Especially in winter, sipping this was akin to pressing the start button for the day. He patted his stomach contentedly, feeling revitalized. After the meal, a cigarette was the icing on the cake. With a cigarette in hand, Lin Yi strolled toward the parking lot of Jin Zun Shui Hui, ready to go home. Gazing at the gifts in the back seat of the car, Lin Yi smiled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his parents' reactions upon receiving the presents. As for how he acquired the money, well, he earned it. That is all that mattered. He certainly wouldn't engage in any illegal activities. Besides, he earned less than what he made driving, so why bother? Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, and Lin Yi connected his phone to the car's Bluetooth. Hey, old man, what is up? Instinctively, Lin Yi switched to the local dialect upon answering the call. Nothing much, just checking when you'll be back. Old Lin's voice was steady and imbued with joy, so much so that Lin Yi could vividly envision the animated expression on his father's face. Be home by 11 at the latest? Don't worry, he said. Drive slowly. Let your mother prepare a meal for you. Sure thing. The car was ignited, and they set off for home. Lin's father ended the call and glanced at the head of the family, eager to buy some meat since their son would be returning for the New Year. Lin's mother rolled her eyes. What are you buying? We just stocked fresh meat yesterday. It's all in the freezer downstairs. Hurry up and get it ready. I'll go open the door. All right. The elderly couple cheerfully began their separate tasks, completely oblivious to the bewildered young girl standing in the corner. Wait, my brother's coming back today? How'd I not know? Lin Wan rubbed her eyes in confusion. I remember going out just for school, not to fight abroad. How'd I miss him coming back? Little one, don't dawdle. Come help. As Lin's father descended the stairs, he turned to his daughter, who was blossoming into a striking young woman, and cheerfully waved her over. I'm coming. The entire household bustled to prepare for Lin Yi's return. Lin's mother was on the first floor organizing the supermarket with a few employees selling goods and handling payments, while Lin's father took their eldest daughter to gather ingredients for a sumptuous lunch, all in honor of their son returning home for the new year. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was in the car, listening to music and joyfully hurrying home. Even when encountering foolish drivers on the road, he remained unperturbed, choosing not to engage with their antics. Today was a day of happiness. He would not stoop to their level. Upon arriving home, he eagerly anticipated the milestone of 5,000 kilometers on his odometer, perfectly timed with the New Year celebrations. On the highway, Lin Yi took a moment to stop in a wild area to relieve himself, casually glancing at his system. It 1 TB long now. I'll soon achieve another milestone. Feeling relaxed, he resumed his journey, with only 50 kilometers remaining to home. Climbing back into the car, he set off again. His destination, his hometown. He longed for his mother's cooking, especially her braised beef, which he hadn't tasted in ages. As he swallowed, the navigator's speed increased slightly, though it remained well within Lin Yi's control. The vehicle was remarkably stable. In Lishan City, Angwatown was referred to as a town, but it had evolved into an urban area with considerable development. As Lin's Lincoln cruised into Angwatown, he slowed down, taking in the familiar streets, buildings, and storefronts, his smile widening with each passing moment. Clearly, he was home. A 3-story supermarket stood proudly on the street, its red sign proclaiming Jijia Le Supermarket. Outside, for designated parking spots were marked, and the regular visitors included a Wuling Hongguang van and a Chevrolet, both belonging to the Lin family. The van was for transporting goods, while the Chevrolet was for everyday outings. Despite his father rewarding him with a larger vehicle after he was accepted into university, the family remained frugal. After all, there was also the matter of Lin Yi's future marriage. The navigator seamlessly ascended the steps and parked next to the Chevrolet with precision. As soon as the car was parked, a figure emerged from the supermarket. Oh, not all the spots are taken. Then it's fine. Lin's father glanced outside, then returned inside, having thought all 4 spots were filled. This vehicle was quite impressive, a Lincoln, large and somewhat cumbersome to park. After muttering to himself, Lin's father returned to the entrance and lit a cigarette. Hey, I'm clever indeed. My eldest son is home today, and the wife isn't keeping a close eye on me. Lin Yi opened the car door and stepped out confidently, coming into view of old Lin. His father, momentarily forgetting to take a drag from his freshly lit cigarette, was taken aback. What's this? A Cadillac? Old Lin was momentarily stunned, as Cadillacs and Lincolns were not from the same brand. Linny grinned. No need to worry, Dad. I've earned a bit of money and decided to upgrade my ride. I'll explain everything in detail shortly. But first, come help me with the things. Opening the rear door, Lin Yi began to unload his belongings. Fishing gear. The moment old Lin spotted the fishing equipment, he appeared at Lin Yi's side. Did you really buy something this expensive? Good heavens. What if your mother finds out? I might not live to tell the tale. Old Lin gasped. Lin Yi chuckled. Don't worry, Dad. It's all my own purchase. I've changed cars. Surely I can afford some fishing gear? Old Lin was persuaded. Their family could afford such a vehicle. It was just that old Lin was astonished by how his son managed to purchase it. He himself had never even touched a car at Lin Yi's age. Don't worry, it's all legitimate. I dabbled in stocks and made some investments. Next year, I plan to start an investment firm in Chengdu. I'll show you my bank card later. Chapter 13. The Lin family's prodigy? At noon, Jia Le Supermarket was exceptionally closed for business. On the 3rd floor, a family meeting was underway, and the atmosphere was palpable. However, something felt slightly off. Lin Wan, clutching her golden ring, was grinning widely. Lin's father, with his fishing gear at his feet, occasionally cast glances downward, struggling to suppress his smile. Lin's mother had already adorned herself with the bracelet, clearly enjoying the gift. Ahem. Old Lin cleared his throat and spoke first. Kids, it's not that your parents don't believe you. We're just worried, you understand? He gestured for Lin Yi to share his story. As one of the delighted recipients of the gifts, old Lin took the lead, glancing at the true head of the family and a certain pendant. Yes, Dad is right. Little sister Wan had heard nothing, merely looking up at her older brother with a toothy grin and nodding repeatedly. Lin's mother stroked the bracelet on her wrist, gazing at her eldest son, mature, composed, exuding a calmness that instilled a sense of security in those around him. Indeed, your father is right. Old Lin's face flushed with pride, undoubtedly feeling a boost in familial stature. It's quite simple, really. I invested the money I saved over my 4 years in university, buying some stocks, and it paid off. However, I want to be pursuing stocks again. After the new year, I plan to return to Chengdu for more investments. I'm taking it slow. There's no rush. After all, I'm still young. Most of the money I earned this time came from investments I made with some seniors and juniors at school, which gradually built up. Before returning home, Lin Yi had already devised a way to explain things, ensuring he wouldn't reveal the existence of his system. Furthermore, he retained the insights and experience from his previous life as a minor tycoon. To navigate these matters was a piece of cake. In the end, both parents and sister were completely convinced. They had no choice but to believe him, as Lin Yi opened his banking app to showcase his holdings. Look, 1 million yuan. Lin Wanwan immediately jumped onto Lin Yi's neck, squealing like a little madwoman. She had never seen such an amount of money in her entire life. Old Lin smacked his lips, pulling out a cigarette and taking a deep drag, his expression reflecting pride in his son, who was blossoming into a prodigy. Prodigy? No, merely a fluke. Everything was understood without words. The affirmation from his father was the ultimate honor for any man. As for the mother, with red-rimmed eyes, I grasped my dear son's hand, expressing my concern for his hard work outside. You see, a mother always feels that her child suffers in the world. Lin Yi's smile stretched from ear to ear, as if he were clad in silks and brocade, yet remained unrecognized in his hometown. As for whether his sister would learn of this matter and cause any trouble, well, she appeared somewhat foolish in front of the family, but outside, she embodied the persona of a cool, aloof academic, unexpectedly formidable. She often articulated matters with greater finesse than many adults. All right, I'm hungry. Shall we eat? Lin Yi rubbed his belly, which audibly grumbled in agreement. Wait a moment, I'll fetch something for you, his father exclaimed jovially. Your mother has stewed some delicious foot-soaked beef. Old Lin chuckled heartily, rising with a spring in his step to head out. No worries lingered. There was little to fret about. The money his son earned during 4 years at university far exceeded what he had accumulated over his lifetime. What was there to worry about? Concerns regarding marriage or purchasing a home? If his son couldn't find a wife. He firmly believed there wouldn't be a single eligible bachelor left in Angwu town. Moreover, old Lin had saved a tidy sum himself, over 1 million yuan, and combined with his son's earnings, they would surely be sufficient. As for housing, he had already purchased 2 sets in Lushan. One for his son and one for a good daughter-in-law. A car? Wasn't there a Lincoln parked downstairs? If old Lin's eyesight weren't failing, he would recognize that car as worth no less than 300,000. Everything was in place. The only thing left was to hand over the family supermarket to his daughter. Whether she would be willing to take it on was uncertain, but it brought a smile to his face nonetheless. Sweetheart, keep this money for yourself. Didn't we agree that after the new year, you'd go to Rongsheng to start an investment company? Even if it results in losses, it's fine. Your mother and I have savings, and we will set aside some for both of you. Lin Ma smiled warmly at her son, gazing fondly at her prodigious child. Rest assured, mother, I will be cautious. Lin Yi responded earnestly, confident in his abilities. Even if the system were to vanish, he, Lin Yi, would still rise to become a billionaire. All right, let us go and savor that stewed beef. Off we go, Wan. After the family had enjoyed their lunch, the family supermarket reopened for business. It appeared that nothing had changed, save for the broader smiles on the faces of the Lin family. Oh, and there was a new Lincoln car to boot. My son has been out there making a bit of money. Shall we go fishing tomorrow? He bought me a complete fishing set. Old Lin boasted to his fishing buddies. Wow, this bracelet of shopkeepers is quite something. It was a gift from my son, who earned a little extra. Here, take this coriander. Lin Ma cheerfully explained to a regular customer. In a corner of the supermarket, Lin Wanwan followed her brother, chattering incessantly. Brother, do you believe that by tonight, everyone in Angwu town will know? Lin Wanwan declared with certainty, recalling her own experiences of being celebrated for achieving top grades. Lin Yi grinned widely, feeling even more exhilarated than when he first received the system. Of course. He playfully ruffled his sister's hair, encouraging her to study hard for a good university. When I went to college, our father gifted me a car. Once you enter university, I'll give you one too. The sensation of her brother's hand on her head was delightful, serving as a stress relief charm. Brother, I want to apply to Rome University. Then go for it. A friend of mine secured a graduate research position. When you get to university, we'll have connections there, making things easier for you. Bruce, I plan to develop my career in Rongsheng for a while, so your move there will be seamless. Lin, he had complete faith in his sister's academic prowess. Her grades surpassed his own. Chapter 14, A Life Accelerated. 3 days later, Lin Yi, yawning as he descended from the 3rd floor after washing up, could already hear his sister reciting her English essay, alongside the sounds of their parents chatting while preparing breakfast. He casually opened his system interface, contemplating a drive that would allow him to reach 5,000 kilometers, thus unlocking an achievement before the new year. Lin Yi hoped for a rewarding surprise. After all, it was the festive season. Wouldn't the system show some generosity? Good morning, little sister. He greeted from the 2nd floor balcony. Brother, breakfast is ready. All right, I'll be right there. Are you coming along for a drive today? Lin Yi blinked, concerned that their mother might not allow it. What are you rambling about so early in the morning? Lin Yi rolled his eyes, still groggy from sleep and unenthusiastic about engaging in conversation with his silly sister. The days have been busy with the new year approaching, so old Lin had decided against fishing for the time being. At the dining table, the true head of the household began issuing orders. Understood. I'll ensure the task is completed. Old Lin cheerfully raised his hand in affirmation. Having thoroughly enjoyed fishing over the past few days, his son had gifted him top-notch fishing gear, and they had even started selling fish at their supermarket, an unexpected avenue for stock replenishment, though it remained uncertain how long old Lin could maintain this. Wan, once you finish your studies, come down to help. One of our employees took leave due to a family illness. No problem, the young girl replied eagerly, her short ponytail bobbing with excitement. Finally, Lin Ma, Lin Pa, and Lin Mei turned their attention to Lin Yi, who was fervently preparing breakfast. With a bun in one hand and pickles in the other, Lin Yi raised his head, bewildered by their gazes. What is the matter? Nothing. Just eat more. His sister thoughtfully added a piece of meat to his bowl. Old Lin chuckled. Being able to eat is a blessing. Enjoy your meal. Rest assured I will. Lin Yi grinned, relishing the comfort of being home. The affection from his parents was a welcome respite, well within his limits. Yi, how old are you this year? His mother inquired, catching him off guard. 23, turning 24 after the new year. Why? 24? Almost 25, virtually 26, and approaching 30. It's time to consider significant life matters. Wouldn't you agree? His mother's tone was gentle, while Lin Pa and Lin Mei shared knowing smiles. Lin Yi shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Wait, why do I feel as if I'm nearing 40 or 50? A string of question marks appeared in his mind. I just graduated. Is there any rush? Lin Ma nodded. There's no hurry, but you need to act quickly. There are just so many good girls out there. And if you don't move fast, they might all be taken. Since when did girls become hot commodities? Shouldn't I be the desirable one? Lin Yi smirked, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Of course, you're the catch. But haven't you established your career already? The next step is settling down. Isn't it? Right? What my mother says is true. Brother, I want a sister-in-law. So, it seems that Lin Yi, was inadvertently placing himself in a predicament of his own making. When did the three of you align your interests? All right, no problem. After the new year, when I return to Rongcheng, I shall seek you out. Apologies. Franklin has numerous methods. Delay. The three of them wore gratified smiles, while Lin Yi found himself perplexed. Why was his foolish younger sister demonstrating such a smile? Is it appropriate? Dear son, there's no need to wait until after the new year. Yesterday, Mom made arrangements, and today at noon, we shall meet at the Wanda Plaza in Lushan. Mom has already set it up for you. Regardless of the outcome, just get accustomed to it. Lin Yi was taken aback. So soon? In warfare, speed is of the essence. Swift resolution. Get used to it in advance. Splendid. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up. Yet he felt little resistance. Driving anywhere is still driving. After all, consider it a means of making money. Fine, I want a grand feast tonight. Rest assured, your parents are fully preparing a sumptuous meal. Lin Dad and Lin Mom spoke in unison. I'll keep an eye on the supermarket, ensuring it won't hinder your older brother's grand feast. Lin Wan assisted from the side. Excellent. The three of them were indeed a family. Lin Yi sipped his plain porridge and said, By the way, my dear mother, you ought to tell me which family's daughter it is. You know her. She is from our Angwu town. Speaking of which, you two were childhood friends. Mom, that is called a childhood sweetheart. Hee. Slap. Only you know so much. Finish your meal and go study. Aim for a good university to avoid embarrassment. Very well. Lin Wan's affection swiftly vanished. Lin Yi chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. Yet his mind was racing. Where did this childhood sweetheart come from? Something feels off. Primarily, it was the clash of memories from two lifetimes for a moment. Franklin truly couldn't recall. Lin Dad and Lin Mom exchanged glances, realizing that their son genuinely seemed perplexed. It appeared that their eldest son had his shortcomings as well. Indeed, he was engrossed in making money. Who? After a while, Franklin, still bewildered, looked up at his parents and asked, The daughter of Director Song's family. Have you forgotten? You were classmates in elementary school, middle school, and high school. Brother, it's Song Wan. Lin Yi suddenly comprehended, turning to Lin Wan. You foolish girl. Isn't that just a classmate? You call her a childhood sweetheart, lacking in skill. Go back and relearn. Lin Wan stuck out her tongue, lowering her head to continue eating. Lin Dad and Lin Mom watched the sibling duo laughing heartily. Such a vivid scene, usually with just one girl at home. It wasn't particularly lively, but now it was bustling with activity. Understood, they hadn't seen each other in many years. It was just the right time to reconnect. After dinner, shall I go to Uncle Song's neighborhood to pick her up? Right? Eat up And after you finish, head out early. Just remember to come back tonight. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, as if remembering to come back tonight. How long could this possibly take? He would undoubtedly return home by the afternoon. Yet, he was somewhat curious about how his mother re-established contact with someone. Perhaps the connection had never truly faded. As a member of the Town intelligence team, Lin Yi's mother was exceptionally skilled at gathering information. Chapter 15, The Sophisticated Old Classmate. Song-won was Lin Yi's classmate from elementary school, middle school, and high school. Song-ye's father was a director in the Town government, while Song-ye's mother was a teacher at a local elementary school. Song-won was the only daughter of the Song family. Back in the day, when it came to university entrance exams, this girl was an academic prodigy, gaining admission to Southwest University in the neighboring Yecheon. Thereafter, they would only meet once or twice during the new year, whereas in his previous life, he had been subjected to a matchmaking situation orchestrated by his family. Speaking of which, are young women nowadays truly so anxious about marrying? That shouldn't be the case. With Song-won's qualifications, why would she worry about finding a partner? Arriving at the Ang neighborhood, Lin Yi parked the car at the entrance and dialed the number he and T called in ages. Hello? A voice that surprised Lin Yi emerged, rich, mellow, and resonant. Song-won, it's Lin Yi. I'm at your neighborhood entrance. Oh, all right. Please wait a moment. I'll be right down. The voice was slightly hurried yet still composed, reminiscent of a sophisticated woman. With a calm demeanor, Lin Yi stepped out of the car and lit a cigarette, feeling a tinge of curiosity about his old classmate. To be frank, if his memory served him correctly, Song-won's voice had once been quite crisp. How had it transformed into such a sophisticated tone? Don't ask how Lin Yi recognized that tone. He had seen and experienced much in his previous life. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Lin Yi finally laid eyes on his old classmate. However, he could hardly recognize her. She wore a knee-length oatmeal-colored cashmere coat, cinched at the waist with a belt, perfectly accentuating her figure. Underneath, she donned a charcoal gray turtleneck cashmere sweater, snug against her slender neck, making her complexion appear even more fair and beautiful. On her lower half, she wore slightly flared suit pants, exuding an air of confidence. As for her shoes, all he could discern was that they resembled pointed boots. Her skin was a cool white, lips slightly rosy, and her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with warmth as they gazed at Lin Yi. She even sported a high ponytail. Lin Yi found himself momentarily stunned, glancing down at his own ordinary down jacket, plain street pants, and unremarkable sneakers. Well then, should I return to change my outfit? Or perhaps I should spruce myself up. My current attire doesn't match yours at all. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, observing his old classmate, marveling at how much she had transformed. Goodness, if he tossed her into Rongsheng, he wouldn't dare to recognize her. Where did this sophisticated woman come from? Song-won chuckled softly, tilting her head. What? Do we look like siblings? Well, her appearance had certainly matured considerably, yet her banter remained unchanged. She opened the car door, got in, and they set off. Lin Yi waved his hand, not bothering to open the door for his old classmate, making his way to the driver's seat. As Song-won watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Open a car door? Who couldn't he do that? Igniting the engine, they roared off towards Wanda. Well, since his mother had reserved a table, it would be a waste not to go. The journey stretched over 20 kilometers, requiring a 40-minute drive. Wanda was rather far from their home. I must ask, what happened to your voice? Has it changed? Inside the car, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, and Lin Yi was acutely aware that it wasn't from his vehicle. He hadn't placed any air fresheners. The scent emanated from the young woman in the passenger seat. Unmistakably. Oh, during university, I fell ill and injured my throat. It has remained like this ever since. Song-won's gaze was fixed ahead, her right hand gripping the armrest of the passenger door frame, appearing somewhat tense. That's not bad. You've acquired a sophisticated voice. Lin Yi chuchklet, not expecting to stumble upon such a delightful surprise. Relax. I'm a professional driver. I've got this. Noting the nervousness of his classmate, Lin Yi casually turned on the car stereo, playing a song. Why are you still so timid? Haha. Song-won shot him a sidelong glance with her beautiful willow-shaped eyes, focusing intently on driving. And I've never had a large amount of courage. That's true. Had you obtained your driver's license? Song-won's face flushed as she admitted it. Lin Yi, oblivious to her discomfort, remarked that if there was no issue, she should practice more. It would be fine. Nowadays, with automatic cars, they were much easier to drive, far more convenient than the vehicles used in driving schools. Lin Yi turned the steering wheel smoothly, navigating the intersection with confidence. At some point, Song-won's right hand had relaxed, and she appeared significantly more at ease. Your timid demeanor is wasting your sophisticated aura. Haha. Lin Yi glanced at Song-won, grinning widely, completely devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with a matchmaking date. To be precise, Lin Yi currently possesses little inclination towards matters of romance. His priority lies in accumulating wealth, purchasing a home, and acquiring a vehicle, with aspirations for complete financial freedom before contemplating other pursuits. How much do you concern yourself with my affairs? Ah, meeting an old classmate. And you still expect me to say something? Are you genuinely here with the intention of matchmaking? Looking at you, Miss Song, it seems suitors must be queuing up to pursue you. Perhaps you even have a partner already. Let us simply regard today as a reunion of old classmates, enjoying a meal together. During this festive season, there is no need to fret over such trivial matters that might dampen our spirits. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Song-won turned to gaze at Lin Yi. His profile exuded maturity, imparting a sense of security, starkly contrasting with the boys from school who once pursued her. Even as he stepped into the professional world, he retained this essence. Although his attire was unremarkable, an air of composure enveloped him, suggesting that he could remain unperturbed by any circumstance. By the way, what are you doing now? I'm teaching English at our high school in Lishan. Wow, a secure job. Impressive, brother. You become a teacher right after graduation? Which school? Lin Yi expressed surprise, casting a quick glance at Song-won. It's our old high school. I'm now a colleague of our former teacher. Song-won smiled softly, her job being quite intriguing. The teachers who once instructed her had now become her peers. All right, we have also become gardeners now. And you? My mother mentioned that you are thriving in Chengdu. Did you swap your Cadillac for a Lincoln since the start of university? Song-won spoke, her curiosity piqued regarding Lin Yi's accomplishments, which were quite remarkable for someone who had graduated only half a year ago. In the realm of ordinary individuals, this is indeed a rare feat. Most importantly, it's all through one's own merit. This is truly captivating. Investment, stocks, these are what I studied in university. Merely fortunate to have achieved some success. It's not as stable as your secure positions, Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile. Investing and trading stocks certainly lack the stability of a secure job. However, as long as I drive steadily, that suffices. For instance, every kilometer I drive earns me a reward of 500. Quite delightful. Song-won blinked, smiling without a word. Generally, such claims tend to rely less on luck. Although Song-won is an academic achiever, she is far from naive. During her university years, she encountered numerous exceptionally talented individuals. Yet, as far as she knows, none of them have achieved as much as her old classmate Lin Yi. While she isn't fully aware of how much he has earned, being able to afford a new car through his own efforts is not something an ordinary person can accomplish in just a few years. Don't talk about me. How is the teaching going for you? Is it rather easy? Song-won's expression faltered, revealing a hint of despondency. Not easy, truly not easy. Those who excel academically never cause concern, while those who struggle present insurmountable challenges. Thankfully, I just became a teacher this year, so I don't have to worry about being a homeroom teacher yet. However, after guiding this year's freshmen to their college entrance examinations, I fear I'll have to take on that role as well. Song-won slumped, curling up in the passenger seat, appearing somewhat desolate. Could it be Lin Yi's illusion? Or did this girl seem a bit dispirited? Is it really possible? Yet, despite the difficulties in teaching, I still look forward to the new semester. I understand. After spending too much time at home, the love for my parents is nearly depleted. Lin Yi empathized, feeling similarly. If I hadn't agreed to those two to come pick you up, I doubt I'd make it to the Lantern Festival. The girl smiled softly, her eyes curving in delight, her slender form nestled in the passenger seat, appearing quite graceful, her long legs swaying gently. What is wrong with them? Why does this girl seem so troubled about marriage? Before you returned, I was constantly urged about how difficult it is to find a partner. Thankfully, you came back for the new year. Otherwise, I'd be forced to accept some random suitor from my mother's suggestions. When will you return to Chengdu? After the Lantern Festival, I should head back the next day. I still have some matters to attend to there to avoid being pressed here. Lin Yi sighed. For now, he had no intention of marrying. Why complicate matters? He needed to achieve his financial independence first. It seems I can enjoy a bit more freedom before the Lantern Festival. I initially thought Uncle Song and the others were quite open-minded, but alas, Song-won sighed, acknowledging that they are indeed open-minded, as long as it doesn't involve their own daughter. I should have chosen to attend high school elsewhere. It would have been better to go to Yuchen or Chengdu. Relax, we will eventually have to take that step anyway. For now, let us manage this situation. Judging by their demeanor, they probably aren't overly anxious, right? The Lincoln smoothly parked in the underground garage of Wanda Plaza, and Lin exited the vehicle, courteously opening the door for Song-won. How considerate. Song-won shot him a playful glance, stepping out with a smile. I must say, that little eye roll of hers is quite charming. They're not in a hurry. They merely urge me to find a partner. During school, They worry that a relationship would hinder my studies. Now that I've just graduated, they fret that I might not marry quickly enough, wishing for me to have a partner by graduation, marry within a year, and have children within 2 years. Song 1's little mouth babbled on, revealing the evident pressure she faced at home. Lin Yi couldn't help but grin once she finished. He gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "No doubt you're songlish. You can talk so much. Yet you don't dare to speak like this in front of Uncle Song? Hey Lin, don't walk away. Take this punch." Lin Yi rolled his eyes, sensing the return of his once bold desk mate, and hastily departed. "Goodbye," he chuckled. How could a mere teacher compare to the physique he developed driving Franklin? Circling the underground parking lot, he narrowly escaped a punch. Ultimately, the girl rolled her eyes as he guided her into the elevator. "You're quite fit. I thought you were into sports." Song Won bent over, resting her hands on her knees, slightly breathless. A subtle scent of sandalwood began to permeate the cramped elevator, mingling with Song Won's soft breaths, becoming increasingly pronounced. Lin Yi sensed that his old classmate now possessed an air of sophistication, provided she didn't go overboard. Despite not having seen each other for several years, it was surprising how quickly they fell back into their familiar rhythm. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Song Won returned to her usual demeanor, though a faint blush graced her fair cheeks, barely noticeable at first glance. "Did Auntie reserve Heidai Lao again?" "Of course. My mother is quite trendy, you know," Lin Yi replied proudly. Song Won agreed. "Let us go. Winter is perfect for hot pot." As they walked, Lin Yi declared, "Today, Boss Lin treats. Miss Song, feel free to indulge. Just don't go home and tell my aunt that I didn't fill you up. She'd have my head." Lin Yi grimaced at the thought of his mother. Not just his mother, but even his younger sister, being a woman from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, could unleash a tempest when provoked. A veritable force of nature. Even the most stalwart man couldn't withstand it. Not even the fierce northeast tigers could compare. Just look at the differences. The lady dressed as an elegant English teacher beside him was no one to trifle with. During high school, she had relentlessly pursued a young man to the point where he ended up in the hospital with a broken rib. It was hardly a severe issue. "Song, teacher Song?" Suddenly, a voice piqued Lin Yi's interest. He turned to look and exclaimed, "Hey, male hi." The young man's pockmarked face was etched with surprise. "Well, this is intriguing." The moment Song Won turned to face the student, she immediately slipped into her role. "Hello, teacher Song." "Goodbye, teacher Song." "Happy New Year, teacher Song." The boy darted away like a startled rabbit, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Lin Yi's sight. What on earth is going on with this woman at school? Lin Yi was astounded. This was beyond mere astonishment. He had just witnessed a strikingly beautiful and commanding female lead. The aura she exuded was simply extraordinary. Chapter 17. Unpretentious Rewards. Heidai Lao. Lin Yi gazed at his old classmate fiddling with a menu tablet before him, still somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected that the transformation of a girl into a woman would encompass more than just her appearance. "By the way, may I discreetly inquire about Song's achievements at school?" Lin Yi cautiously glanced at the elegant lady, his curiosity piqued by her seamless transition between two distinct states. Song Won shot him a sideways glance. "That student's English grades are poor. It's entirely normal for him to be intimidated upon seeing me." "Understood." She was reluctant to divulge further details. Lin Yi, being astute, nodded amiably. "All right, have you finished ordering? Look and see if there's anything you would like." A delicate, fair hand placed the tablet before Lin Yi. "All right, let me take a look. I'm going to get some sesame sauce. Would you like some?" "Just pure sesame sauce." "Thank you. A touch of sugar to enhance the flavor would be splendid." "I appreciate your efforts, teacher Song." Lin Yi directed her with an ease that felt entirely natural. Why? Firstly, he wasn't trying to be overly familiar with the lady. Secondly, this was merely a reunion among old classmates. What was the problem? There was no issue. A lack of desire leads to strength, as written in elementary school textbooks. Song Won felt no discomfort in this arrangement. She tossed her high ponytail and got to work. "Let us have 2 more plates of beef, some hand-pulled noodles, and a juice." "Perfect." Lin Yi proceeded to place his orders without a care for the cost. It mattered not to him. Eating hot pot without noodles felt somehow incomplete. When Song Won returned to her seat, however, Lin Yi had risen to leave for the restroom. "Hurry up, don't delay our meal. This afternoon, I plan to buy some clothes as well. Don't waste teacher Song's precious time." "Got it." Lin Yi signaled an okay and rushed off to the restroom. A restroom visit? No. It was purely for the rewards that awaited him. Host Lincoln. Age, 23. Vehicles registered, Lincoln Nautilus. Mileage, 5,000 kilometers. Total rewards, 1, 22 million. Milestone achievements, 10003000 5000 kilometers. Lottery attempt available, 1, skills, proficient driving. Physique, energetic. Look at that. He had earned over 1 million. In the few days since returning home, he had driven and earned 150,000. Could this not be termed a wealthy system? Merely a wealthy individual dressed in the guise of an experienced driver. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, eagerly preparing for his lottery draw. He lit a cigarette in his parking spot, quietly awaiting his rewards. Funds, 2 million. The unpretentious reward is deemed mediocre in the context of the 5,000-kilometer achievement. The host may consider trying a different venue for the next lottery draw. Lin Yi was unfazed by the system's critique. 2 million soft currency. And they claimed this was just a mediocre reward? Don't kid around. With this 2 million, he could purchase a new car upon returning to Rongcheng. Damn. Continuing to drive the new vehicle to earn big bucks, save money, buy a house, and start a business. What could be better? How long would it take to earn 2 million with this Nautilus? Driving 100 kilometers a day would require 40 days. He could simply buy a car worth 100,000, drive for 40 days, and imagine the profits he could reap. It would be a windfall. No one could outdo him in losses. For now, money remained paramount. No question about it. The fact that this reward provided cash surprised him somewhat. Had he drawn a substantial amount of monetary rewards from the beginning? Wow. Of course, it was not too late now. As a burgeoning wealthy individual, more money was naturally welcome. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Yi felt his posture straighten. Money is the confidence of a man. This statement was indisputable. The system's monetary rewards had now fully arrived, and with his previous savings, he had a total of 15 million. This sum could even afford a decent house. A spacious one, heading towards Rongcheng. Perhaps not enough for a full payment, but certainly more than adequate. The dishes arrived promptly. Excellent. This Haidai service was commendable. Gazing at the abundant array of vegetables and meats, Lin Yi's appetite was ignited. He was hungry. Come eat. I just ordered beef. It'll be ready shortly. Song-won beckoned to Lin Yi. All right, I appreciate the effort, Teacher Song. Lin Yi replied courteously. The two shared a laugh, and then focused on their meal. For some reason, Song-won felt her old classmate had changed slightly after his restroom trip. However, she didn't dwell on it, as she too was hungry. At this point, it was best to eat first. While they dined, Lin Yi suddenly sensed someone watching him. He looked up to find Song-won gazing at him with her willow-like eyes. What is the matter? Did you not eat enough? Should I order more? Lin Yi inquired. Song-won's expression fell. She was aware he only wanted to eat. I have a question for you. What is it? Are you free? Before the Lantern Festival, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had no engagements aside from occasionally enjoying a drive. That is perfect. Teacher Song's eyes lit up. Can you teach me to drive? I want to familiarize myself with a car. My family is planning to buy a small one after the new year, so I need to be prepared for inclement weather. The only cars at home are manual, and I'm not very familiar with them. Teacher Song's cheeks turned slightly red. It was evident she wasn't merely unfamiliar. She had completely forgotten. Had she possibly forgotten everything learned at driving school? Will you teach me? Since I have free time anyway, I don't mind helping out an old classmate. Lin Yi raised his grape juice in a toast. Thanks a lot. Not a big deal. I drive out daily anyway. What is the harm? Lin Yi felt no burden, as it was a simple task. Furthermore, the journey for women in learning to drive was undeniably fraught with more challenges than for men. Added to the fact that Teacher Song's family didn't own an automatic car, it was only right that he lend a helping hand. A minor issue. After finishing their meal, Song-won gathered her bag and led Lin Yi outside. Come on, I'm treating you to some new clothes. Consider it a reward for teaching me to drive. Teacher Song was in high spirits, while Lin Yi was puzzled by her sudden, affectionate term. Wait, when did you become older than me? Older sisters are simply older, that's all. Song-won replied without turning back, her ponytail swaying. Is that how it works? Well, let us not nitpick over trivialities. With your outfit, standing beside me, you look like a younger brother, quite normal. Let us go. I'll take you to buy new clothes. Teacher Song's intentions were clear to Lin Yi. A free gift? Why refuse? After all, how much could a new outfit possibly cost? Besides, Teacher Song was now employed. Chapter 18, Shopping. A camel-colored coat was draped directly over Lin Yi's shoulders. One must admit, this young woman's aesthetic sensibility undoubtedly surpasses that of her male counterparts. As for the price of the coat, well, it was a mere 400 or so, neither exorbitant nor particularly economical. Coach Lin felt a surge of satisfaction from the expressions of her students. Let us go. Sister is off to buy some clothes for herself. Keep up and don't waste time. With that, Song-won strode confidently out, exuding an air of determined resolve. Lin Yi followed, his mouth slightly agape, gazing at the spirited faux dominance of this young woman. Is the combativeness of girls this formidable? He muttered to himself, hastily catching up. Regardless of what they were buying, it wouldn't cost him a dime. He could simply play the role of a bag carrier. Song-won's family wasn't affluent, but they were certainly not impoverished either. He simply needed to accompany her with steady assurance. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, indeed, 5 o'clock, the two emerged from the Wanda Plaza. Song-won held 2 shopping bags in her hands, while Lin Yi was laden with several more. "Hey, how much does a teacher earn these days?" he inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Song-won's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully kicked Lin Yi's leg. "Well, I saw some spring outfits. Is it strange to buy a few more?" The living embodiment of a shopping bag, Lin Yi chuckled softly, completely under her guidance. After all, with his view of the path ahead obscured, what could he do but follow her to find the car? "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my old classmate, I would have struggled to carry all these clothes back." Inside the car, Song-won handed Lin Yi a cup of milk tea, her smile warm and inviting. Lin Yi glanced up through the rearview mirror at the back seat, which was nearly full. "No problem. When I say I'll help, I mean it. I never back out." He suggested they grab dinner first before dropping her off. "How about I come to your neighborhood tomorrow morning at 8 or 9 to take you for a driving practice?" "Let us go with 9. It's a rare break. You should rest a bit more." The young woman sipped her milk tea, and the warmth of the car enveloped them, a faint sandalwood scent wafting through the air. Lin Yi started the vehicle, pondering as he drove towards home. And Gu Town also harbored dining establishments. One should not underestimate their town. "What shall we eat?" "Beef offal noodles." "Perfect." The vehicle turned, heading straight for a place renowned for its beef offal noodles. As for the taste, Lin Yi was uncertain. But he figured it couldn't be too dreadful. After all, if it were truly terrible, few would frequent the place, and it would have surely closed down long ago. "Ma-dash-away beef offal noodles." Lin Yi paused before the sign, seemingly transfixed, while Song-won tilted her head to glance at him. "What are you dazed about?" Lin Yi scratched his chin, feeling an odd familiarity with the name. The young woman smiled softly, appearing somewhat languid yet amused. "You forgot? It's from our high school classmate. After graduating from university, he returned and opened this noodle shop. Our school sometimes orders takeout from here. I thought you'd know." Lin Yi shook his head. "What do I know? I haven't been back much. Let us just eat. As long as it's good, I'm not picky." Song-won chuckled, walking alongside Lin Yi as they entered the establishment. From the outside, it seemed unremarkable, yet inside it spanned around 50 to 60 square meters, furnished with numerous tables and chairs. A quick glance revealed at least a third of the seats occupied, considering it was close to the new year. This indicated a thriving business. This ma-dash-away beef offal noodles must indeed be quite commendable. With an open kitchen in sight, a man and a woman busily prepared meals inside, and as they entered, a gust of cold air followed. The owner looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, Teacher Song is here, and you must be Lin Yi." Ma-dash-away recognized the striking duo immediately, astonished. Typically, when Song-won visited, she came alone or with 1 or 2 friends. As for Lin Yi, they hadn't crossed paths since graduation. It was quite a surprise to encounter both of them together now. "Oh my, I'll have a large bowl of beef offal noodles with egg and ham," Lin Yi exclaimed, exuding a sense of familiarity. Standing beside him, Song-won ordered a small bowl of beef offal noodles with dried orchids. "Got it." Lin Yi pulled out his phone, swiftly scanning to transfer payment. Although Ma-dash-away attempted to refuse payment multiple times, Lin Yi remained resolute. He wasn't lacking in funds and preferred to avoid any potential trouble over a trivial amount. "All right, old Ma, we'll find a spot to sit while we wait for our food." Ma-dash-away grinned, assuring them, "Just wait. I promise you'll enjoy your meal." The two found a cozy corner to settle in while awaiting their food. They were truly hungry, having perhaps indulged a bit too much while shopping. As soon as they sat down, Lin Yi tugged at the corners of his mouth, instinctively massaging his calves. Across from him, Song-won had seamlessly transitioned back into her confident persona, a gentle yet dismissive smile gracing her lips as she focused on her phone. "Have you never shopped in Rome City?" Despite her attention on her device, Song-won continued the conversation. "What is there to shop for? I've been busy since I woke up. Even if I had some leisure time, I'd prefer to catch up on sleep at home. I can't exactly drag my entire dorm out for shopping, right? We just agreed to meet for a meal." Lin Yi peeled garlic cloves, recounting his daily life in Rome City. It was rather monotonous, tinged with loneliness. After all, he truly had little to occupy his time beyond work. Occasionally, he would accompany his friends for meals, and Lin Yi felt content with his simple yet fulfilling life. Song-won glanced up at the cheerful Lin Yi, a softer smile forming at the corners of her mouth. She couldn't quite articulate why, but she felt that her classmate had undergone significant changes. Compared to the so-called outstanding peers she encountered during their university years and the years following graduation, their memories had blurred. In contrast, the image of Lin Yi, peeling garlic and grinning like an old friend, remained vividly etched in her mind. "Here we go. Your large serving and Song's small serving." "Huh. Ma Dashui emerged with a tray, presenting 2 bowls of noodles. Try my culinary skills. If you need anything, just call. As new customers entered the shop, Ma Dashui busied himself attending to them. His establishment thrived. After marrying shortly after graduation, he had opened this shop in their town. With delicious, clean food, it attracted a steady stream of patrons. Chapter 19. Reunion with Song-won. It was surprising how early he had married. They were all being urged after graduation. Those without partners were nudged to find relationships. Those unmarried faced pressure to marry, and even Ma Dashui was being prompted to have children. Song-won's eyelashes fluttered. A hint of helplessness in her demeanor. It's normal. Otherwise, why would we want to return? Life in Rome City is far more relaxing. I just hadn't anticipated being scheduled for so many things upon returning for the new year. Lin Yi slurped his noodles, completely unconcerned about maintaining an image in front of girl. A mouthful of noodles followed by garlic was simply delightful. Do you eat garlic? Let me peel some for you. Eat up. Surprisingly, Song-won appeared unreserved, quite relaxed in front of friends. Of course, eating noodles without garlic diminishes half the flavor. You must eat it. Let us dig in. Tomorrow, we need to practice driving, so you should rest early tonight. I'll come to pick you up. All right, thank you. Teacher Lin, it's nothing. Ngu community, Song family. Won, you're back? You're home a bit earlier today. Song's mother remarked as she watched her increasingly radiant daughter push the door open and step inside with a smile. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Song dad fiddled with his phone, his gaze lighting up with a gentle smile as he watched his eldest daughter return home. Though he said nothing, the atmosphere within the house was remarkably pleasant. Song-won felt a blush creep on her cheeks. It was getting late. Mom, how did the reunion with your old classmates go? Song-mom began to bustle about, bringing in her daughter's spoils, with Song-won assisting her. These items were all gifts from Lin Yi, but when faced with the invitation to linger at home, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. I can't. The beef stew is still simmering on the stove. Next time, I promise. With that, Franklin swiftly made his exit. Lin Yi has matured quite a bit, though he still dresses like a high school student. Sitting on the sofa, Song-won reflected on Lin Yi's outfit from earlier that day, a smile spreading across her lips. Song-dad clicked his tongue, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it immediately. It seemed that none of the young people from his colleagues had ever received any feedback from his daughter, neither positive nor negative, ultimately leading to a rejection. Song-mom handed a cup of water to her daughter. So, tell me about Lin Yi. I remember he was quite the mischievous one back in school. It's been years since we last saw him. Just the other day at the supermarket, I heard quite a bit about their eldest son's talents. We're not after anything from their family. I know. Didn't I discuss this with Lin Yi's mother long ago? Besides, isn't it a good thing for the kids to have talents? Song Dad's comment was immediately met with Song Mom's retort. Director? Even if you were the mayor, you'd have to admit it. Song Won narrowed her eyes, clutching a panda-shaped plush toy on the sofa, thinking to herself, where did this big sister persona come from? It's all an act. Won, what do you think of Lin Yi? He is fine. He is going to help me practice driving starting tomorrow. I need to get familiar with it since I plan to buy a car next year. I told him today, and he intends to teach me. Song Won replied. Song Dad and Song Mom exchanged glances, both understanding. As long as there's no resistance, it's a good thing. As for whether the two kids will end up together, that just depends on fate. Not only did Song Won face inquiries upon returning home, but Lin Yi encountered the same. It wasn't until 11 at night that he finally let Franklin go. This is too much. I can't keep using Song Won as a shield. Why should it always be girls using boys as a shield? I think it's perfectly reasonable for boys to use girls as shields too. Lin Yi complained as he collapsed onto his bed. The next day, at the entrance of Anglo Community, Lin Yi was chatting with the security guard while smoking a cigarette. Young man, here to pick up your girlfriend? Oh, not exactly. Just classmates. The old man wore an understanding expression. I see. You young folks like this sort of thing, huh? Lin Yi was taken aback. This old man. On the internet? You're quite knowledgeable. With pride, the old man straightened his back. Of course. Back in my day, I was quite the charmer myself, haha. As the two chatted happily at the security booth, Song Won, dressed in a new outfit and carrying a small purse, appeared just in time. Lin Yi, old man. I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. Lin Yi helped Song Won into the car, which was still warm and idling. Why were you chatting with the security guard? Did you set up a meeting for tomorrow? As Song Won removed her black coat, revealing a fitted black turtleneck that accentuated her curves beautifully, Lin Yi couldn't help but admire her. Yeah, I set up a meeting for tomorrow. The old man is quite easy to talk to, and I am too. Lin Yi stole a glance at her, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Wow, you're not dressed in your usual boyish style today. Noticing that Lin Yi had donned the coat she bought yesterday, Song Won felt a surge of happiness. Good clothes deserve to be worn well. Besides, I'm not picky about outfits, but I must say, Song teacher has excellent taste. Lin Yi praised, knowing that everyone, regardless of age or gender, appreciates compliments. Where are we going to practice driving? Over by Luo, just follow the river. It's all straight roads. You need to get accustomed to it. Sounds good, but you'll need to keep an eye on me. Song Wan's face flushed slightly at the thought of practicing driving. There's no need to be nervous. Driving just takes some getting used to. What kind of car is your dad planning to get you? Gas or electric? An Accord. Wow, your dad has some serious taste. Lin Yi exclaimed, surprised at how affluent Song dad seemed. It makes sense, with Song teacher being the apple of his eye. It's only natural he would spare no expense, haha. Song Wan smiled subtly, affirming her favored status at home. I'm not sure what cars are good or bad. Old Song says Japanese cars last long and are easy to repair even when they break down, so I trust his judgment. Japanese cars are indeed more durable. Old Song's reasoning is sound. For an average person, a car is merely a tool. It's essential to choose the most suitable one with the best cost-performance ratio and maintenance. Right? I'm not picky either. Many colleagues at school don't even have cars. At first, I thought the Accord was a bit too pricey, but I figured I'd just drive it first. At least I won't get drenched in the rain or snow. Chapter 20, Practicing Driving. Inside the car. Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Song Wan. Previously, she appeared languid and charming in the passenger seat, but now, with both hands gripping the steering wheel and her gaze intense, she seemed different. The seatbelt had become a constraint. Her posture resembled someone feeding a steering wheel. Something feels off? Song Wan was still getting used to the car and hadn't started it yet, merely familiarizing herself with the gas pedal, brake, and gear shift. You might want to adjust your seat. It's a bit too far forward right now. This position could get quite uncomfortable over time, Lin Yi suggested delicately, pointing at the steering wheel. Following his gesture, Song Wan glanced down, her cheeks flushing deeper. While it might not be a matter of comfort, her posture was indeed less than graceful, especially with the seatbelt awkwardly positioned. Silently, she adjusted the seat, grateful for the electric mechanism that prevented her from making any drastic movements. The sandalwood fragrance in the car intensified, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Yes, that's much better. Lin Yi, an experienced driver, expressed his approval of Song Wan's adjusted position. Ready to start the engine. Song Wan focused intently, pressing the ignition button, and the vehicle roared to life. Shift gears? It's in D, right? Very astute, Song teacher. Just grasp the gear lever. There's a button underneath it. Press and push forward. Perfect, Lin Yi praised, and Song Wan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The ambience in the car growing increasingly warm and inviting. It was undoubtedly more comforting than driving lessons at school, with Franklin's encouraging words echoing in the background. The navigator became increasingly responsive under Song Wan's guidance. She even managed to engage Lin Yi in conversation while driving. Oh no, I just realized the car is low on fuel. There's a gas station ahead. Let me fill it up. Song Wan glanced at the fuel gauge, her expression slightly embarrassed. Lin Yi, however, remained calm and waved her off. You didn't drive this much. I've been using it lately. I'll just fill it up at the station ahead. You can handle it next time. Hesitating, Song Wan remarked, okay, I'll fill it up next time. I've earned about 4,000 this month from work, so I can manage. Song teacher, you're impressive. Indeed, our Ngu town is renowned for its academic prodigies. As the car pulled into the gas station, Lin stepped out to refuel, filling up with 92 octane. Upon exiting, the cold air outside made Lin instinctively shrink his neck. Truly, the interior of the car felt far more comfortable, especially in this rather dreary winter chill. Click. Hey handsome, want to complete the change? Sure. At noon, they found themselves at a street-side eatery. Song Wan eagerly pulled Lin toward the popular restaurant near their school, where they were greeted by familiar faces and quickly placed their orders. Let us taste the best dishes around our school. Song, the teacher, has arrived. Ah, Annie. I brought a friend for lunch today. All right, Annie will get cooking. The older lady even winked at Song Wan, leaving one to wonder at her peculiar antics. Song Wan's fair and delicate face flushed crimson throughout the morning and showed no signs of fading. All right then, let us savor the flavors. By the way, what does your school reopen after the new year? It should be after the Lantern Festival, right? Lin was busy peeling garlic. There's no choice. I simply adore garlic. Upon hearing Lin speak, Song Wan instinctively nodded. It's the day after the Lantern Festival. You'll return to Rongsheng on that same day? Exactly. I'm headed back to make some money. Haha. However, I should be returning more frequently this year, as I have already arranged some matters and set them in motion, leaving me with little to worry about. Perhaps I can come back once a month? It's nice to visit home often. It's certainly better than drifting alone outside. I assent it. That's indeed a good plan. Lin uncle and the others will have something to look forward to. Where do you plan to settle down? Rongsheng? Buying a house in Rongsheng is a must, and I'll need to get one here as well. As for where to settle, it could be anywhere. It all depends on future circumstances. Having finished peeling a head of garlic, the hostess had already brought out a considerable amount of dishes. After all, we're still young, so there's no rush. True enough. When you return to Onel next year, do remember to let me know. I'll treat you to a meal. Song Wan sampled a dish, and the familiar taste lifted her spirits, causing her ponytail to bounce cheerfully. Don't worry, that's easy to arrange. If you ever head to Rongsheng, just let me know, and I'll lend a hand. After all, I've spent 4 or 5 years in Rongsheng, so I know my way around. Lin popped open a can of cola, relishing the refreshing taste that invigorated him. This is what I need, absolutely revitalizing. Yes, their essay training session in Rongsheng this year, though I wasn't T-selected. I heard there might be another after the new year, but I'm unsure about the arrangements. If I do go, I'll definitely seek your assistance. Deal. Let us eat quickly. Afterward, I'll take you for a spin. While your driving skills are fresh, we should practice to ingrain them in your muscle memory. After the new year, Uncle Song will help you buy a car, making it easier to handle. Then I'll count on you, Coach Lin. No need to be polite. Just treat me to a meal. Rest assured, I'll ensure you're well fed. Hurry and eat. As dusk approached, the two returned to the entrance of Onel Community. Song Wan joyfully leapt from the driver's seat, reflecting on the day's fruitful endeavors. Thank you, Coach Lin. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. Of course. Would you like me to bring breakfast? No need. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow morning. All right. Watching Song Wan cheerfully head home, Lin got back into the car, smoothly reversing out of the community. The security guard, who had been chatting with him that morning, emerged from the security office, a cigarette dangling from his lips. These youngsters sure know how to enjoy themselves. Huh. Hey, old son, keeping watch, are you? How about a couple of games tonight? Get out of here. Who do you want to play chess with, you bunch of stinky players in this freezing winter? Huh. Just wait until I practiced hard this winter. Next year, you'll surely bow to my skills. The elderly man with graying hair boasted, only to be playfully thumped on the back by an older woman with a bag of groceries, chasing him back into the community, leaving behind the sound of old son's raucous laughter. Girl, how did your driving practice go today? Is Xiao Lin's car to your liking? Seeing his daughter return home with a smile, Song's father felt a wave of relief as he instinctively glanced at the time. Excellent. He smiled back. Returning home at this hour is just perfect. Chapter 21. The first day of the new year. Happy New Year, brother. Red envelopes. On the first day of the new year, the entire Lin family rose early, preparing to visit Qinwei County to pay their New Year's respects. Lin's father, the second son of the family, had an elder brother residing in Qinwei, who was also Lin Yi and Lin Wanwan's uncle. They made this journey every year without fail. After sending off his exuberant younger sister, Lin Yi began his morning routine, planning to set off for Qinwei after breakfast. In previous years, they typically drove a Chevrolet or his Cadillac, but this year they had a new vehicle. Consequently, Lin's father was in high spirits. Why? Don't ask. It's a new year, so one ought to be cheerful. Lin's mother had already adorned herself with a bracelet gifted by her eldest son, and Lin Wanwan sported a shiny new ring on her delicate finger. Lin's father was busy cooking on the second floor, while the three women patiently awaited their meals. Can you handle driving for an hour? If not, let your father take over. He is familiar with the route. Lin's mother expressed concern as she noticed her eldest son stifling a yawn. Lin's father merely smirked, choosing to remain silent. At this moment, the best response was to remain calm and unflappable. It's nothing. I just woke up early. After breakfast, it's a simple drive. The highway takes less than an hour, quite manageable. It won't even take an hour, just about 40 minutes, Lin's father chimed in, his mood buoyant as he anticipated meeting his elder brother. At least their relationship was quite amicable. As for the next generation, well, the younger ones will have their own fortunes. Old Lin is too lazy to meddle. Of course, the primary reason for his indifference was straightforward. It all stemmed from when Lin Yi first went to university. In his first year, during the winter, he fell ill and thought to call his sister, who was a nurse in Rongsheng, to seek her help. Reasonable enough, right? After a day of trying to reach her, nobody picked up. By the time he recovered, cared for by his dorm mates, she still hadn't replied to a single message. That year, when they went to Qinwei for New Year, she even scolded him for calling, claiming it earned her a reprimand from the head nurse. What could Lin Yi say? Well done. From that moment on, he ceased all contact with his so-called sister, blocking her on all platforms and even doing the same with his uncle's family. Naturally, Lin's father was displeased, but he remained silent. It was New Year's, after all, and there was no need to bring negativity. Lin Yi also refrained from adding to his father's burdens, being quite understanding. As for the yearly pilgrimage to Qinwei, if they were going, then they would go. What was there to fear? After eating, they would return. A minor detail. How would he not give his father face? All right, just bring 4 boxes of drinks. We'll go, have a meal, and come home. Lin's father clapped his hands, satisfied as he placed the 4 boxes in the trunk. The head of the family and Lin Wanwan settled into the car as Lin's father stepped outside for a smoke to refresh himself. Is this all? Didn't he bring more? Lin's father waved his hand dismissively. What more do we need? Isn't this enough? It's sufficient. Lin's father chuckled. Although he had never voiced it, he certainly remembered it in his heart. Going every year was normal and entirely reasonable. One couldn't simply stop going. That would be a laughingstock, wouldn't it? It was better to keep it this way. All right, I'll heed your words. Whatever you say goes. No more chatter. Let us drive. With that, Lincoln started, and the family of 4 headed towards the Ring Road Highway, enveloped in warmth and laughter. Notably, the car's sound insulation was excellent, rendering the engine's roar nearly imperceptible. Indeed, the only downside of expensive items is their cost. This car that the son purchased truly was excellent. The more he looked at it, the more he appreciated it. Old Lin, with a joyful smile, fondled the car's interior decorations, proudly displaying them to the head of the family seated in the back. Lin's mother remained expressionless. After enduring this peculiar behavior for some time, she had initially responded with a few words, but now she could not be bothered to reply. By the way, son, how is that girl from the Song family doing with her driving lessons? Suddenly, Lin's mother recalled a topic that piqued her interest, directing her attention toward her eldest son, who was diligently driving. Lin Yi, a seasoned driver, was not easily distracted by such trivial matters. Not bad. She is indeed a quick learner, just as we expected from our school's top student. Lin's mother's expression soured, rolling her eyes, and she ceased her inquiries. After all, a good beginning was all that mattered. The rest depended on fate. If the two were not compatible, no matchmaking would suffice. Old Lin chuckled silently, giving his eldest son a thumbs up. As the car cruised down the highway, a blind box suddenly appeared before him. Yes, the blind box was right in front. All he had to do was drive past it to collect it. Ding! Congratulations on collecting Blind Box 1. This was a new feature acquired from the system update on New Year's Eve. In the future, as he drove, there would be a chance for blind boxes to appear. Once he came into contact with a blind box, he could initiate the collection process. When he had leisure time, he could open the refreshed blind boxes at will. According to the system, these blind boxes contained various items, and what one could obtain depended entirely on luck. This was splendid. The system was finally becoming less monotonous. Initially, he earned money by driving, then there was the achievement feature, and now the blind boxes. His system was indeed progressing impressively. 50 kilometers or 100 miles was hardly a considerable distance in today's society. During times of low traffic on the highway, one could arrive in as little as 40 minutes. Given that it was the new year, the small towns in the area were naturally not crowded. When the car came to a steady stop in the parking lot of an old residential community, it was just past 9 o'clock. Did we arrive early this year? Old Lin mused as he glanced at his phone. In previous years, they usually arrived around 10, 8, and left immediately. This year, he was unsure why they had come earlier. An early arrival is fine. It only happens once a year. Indeed, you are right, Old Lin exclaimed, hopping out of the car to open the trunk. Lin Yi took the car keys, trailing behind his younger sister, each of them carrying 2 boxes of drinks. Lagging at the back. Sister, did you bring food? Our aunt's cooking skills. Don't worry, brother. It's all in the car. After we eat, we'll come back to enjoy some. I brought all the usual tasty snacks from the supermarket. His sister, Lin Wanwan, was quite clever, and it was evident that this annual routine had become second nature to the siblings. The food was often unappetizing and insufficient in quantity. Over time, they had learned to bring their own provisions to avoid any mishaps, as they found themselves relying on this strategy year after year. Well done. Chapter 22, New Year 1. Uncle Aunt 2. Hey, that's right. E and Wanwan are becoming increasingly sensible. Uncle smiled warmly at the two, his words imbued with a sense of closeness. Aunt, who was also their aunt, led Lin Wanwan home. Oh, and there was his sister, Lin Yi, carrying the items, followed leisurely behind. His younger brother joined him, holding the drinks he had taken from Lin Wanwan. Brother, how's it going this year? Any luck in love? Lin Yi blinked and looked at his cousin. His cousin puffed out his chest. Finding a partner is easy, you just have to grasp the opportunity. Impressive. Don't let his cousin's seemingly lackluster performance fool you. He had a handsome face and had been dating since elementary school. While Lin Yi was preoccupied with thoughts of how to sneak in extra computer time, his cousin was already in relationships. As he grew older, he became quite adept. Changing partners yearly, he was practically a pro. Although he hadn't attended university, his focus was entirely on romance, which was understandable. Now he worked in a real estate company, having started dating a colleague last year with remarkable efficiency. Bro, your car looks pretty cool. Not bad, just average. I heard Uncle got you one too. He is civic, and I chose a red one. Observing his cousin S expression, Lin, he would have given him a thumbs up if he had an extra hand. A red Civic, mind you, not just any red model. Uncle's family was of modest means, but could afford to buy a car for their children. His cousin's sister had also bought her own car, a Chevrolet Cruze, and Lin, he had seen her driving around the city last year. Being able to buy cars for both children indicated that their circumstances were not too shabby. Upon returning home, the entire family gathered in the living room, chatting and laughing, munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts. Aunt busied herself in the kitchen, while Lin Yi's mother joined her to help. They couldn't just sit idly, could they? That wouldn't be proper. Little brother, your son is quite capable, truly impressive. At our age, we were still clueless about making money. Ha ha. It's just a small endeavor, nothing grand. It's his sister who has a stable job, reliable income. I even thought about having him take an exam for a government position, but he didn't listen. Well, it's fine. The younger generation will have their own fortunes. He is doing quite well, much better than that rascal. Uncle glanced at his youngest son, rolling his eyes with a smile. Lin Yi's father sipped his tea, mentioning, he hasn't even started dating yet. I'm worried too. At least your son is worry-free. Lin, he was keenly aware of his father and uncle exchanging compliments. As for who was sincere, it was reasonable to assume both were. His father had quite a talent for dodging responsibility, no matter what was said. If it involved Lin Yi, old Lin would swiftly divert the conversation. By the way, how's the girl-ass wedding arrangements going? At this, Uncle smiled broadly. They plan to marry this year a local girl from Chengdu, a teacher with a stable position, quite decent, haha. We all have to attend. Of course. How can we not go to our child's wedding? Lin Yi's father chuckled. Throughout the conversation, Lin Yi remained silent, sipping tea, cracking seeds, and occasionally lighting a cigarette. A wedding? Who is getting married? I didn't hear anything. Will I go? Of course, but Lin Yi had his own thoughts while he would attend. He intended to put on a grand show. It was unnecessary for him to avoid attending his cousin's wedding to dodge gossip. However, quietly proving a point to his parents was not a problem. Lin Yi was already contemplating which car to buy in Chengdu after the new year. With over $3 million in savings, he felt that a Cadillac Escalade was within reach. However, that vehicle was evidently not as eye-catching as some others. With nothing else to do, Lin Yi decided to open a blind box. He had collected one on the way, but hadn't had the chance to open it yet. So it was the perfect opportunity to test his luck and see if this first blind box might yield a delightful surprise. Ding, congratulations. Host has received a 30-day workout pass. One day of practice counts as 30 days. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before realizing the utility of this item. However, he would need to wait until he arrived in Chengdu to use it. After all, why let good resources go to waste? He planned to hit the gym at the local fitness center for a day. He figured that a month of training would surely enhance his physique. The morning passed in mutual flattery. Brother, I heard you're planning to start a company in Chengdu this year. If you need help, let Xiaoqiu assist you. At least she has family and will be easier to work with, right? After dinner, his sister shamelessly approached him, immediately offering her assistance. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce her. His cousin is named Lin Jia, and his younger cousin is Lin Xiao. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, saying, Sister, those were mere trifles. If I need help later, I'll surely call on Xiaoqiu. The company is not even open yet. There is no immediate need for extra hands. Even when it does open, it will merely be an investment company, serving as a legitimate avenue for his own finances. But to think of sending a high school dropout to an investment firm? Good heavens, have you lost your senses? What were you thinking? Lin Yi it. In his previous life, this sister and their aunt had caused quite a stir, but he had employed a clever tactic that led to his cousin's dismissal. It was all within the bounds of normal procedures, with no faults to be found. As for this time, don't even think about it. You won't be going. Their conversation was neither too loud nor too soft, just audible enough for others to overhear. Lin Dad raised an eyebrow and stood up. Big brother, we should take our leave. We still have 2 more families to visit and pay New Year greetings. Time is of the essence. No problem. I want to see you off since I've been drinking, but drive safely on your way. All right, I'll message you when we're home. In the Navigator, the familial laughter and joy continued unabated, completely unaffected by the events of the morning and noon. Why would they be affected? They certainly were not the ones causing the ruckus. Lin's father was well aware of the hierarchy. He knew clearly which mattered more, his own son or someone else's. So, when your sister gets married, we must attend. Let us not give anyone a reason to criticize, their mother admonished from the back seat. Glancing at her eldest son, who was driving, Lin Dad also turned to look at his eldest. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there when it's time. I'll come back early to pick you up, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Given his mental maturity, he was no less wise than his parents. Hearing this, the couple felt a surge of relief. It was settled. Their son was not only capable of earning money, but had also grown more mature. Only with a stable and mature mindset could one better manage their wealth. The older couple now felt reassured about their son. The 1 million in Lin Yi's bank account was not an endpoint, but merely the beginning of his journey. 1 million is significant, yet they were not without resources themselves. However, compared to Lin Yi's current situation, it was invaluable. At the very least, he was far more mature and reliable than that fellow who bought a red Civic. Chapter 23. New Year in Kinwei, at a certain residential community. Sister, it seems my cousin has no intention of including me. No worries, don't take it to heart, humph. What he can accomplish, I can surely match. Lin Xiao declared with the stubborn confidence unique to youth. Their parents had gone to rest after drinking at noon, leaving just the two siblings in the living room. Lin Jiao looked at her brother in this state and smiled gently. All right then, work hard and make a name for yourself. Let us show them our family can truly hold its head high this year. Lin Jiao was quite dissatisfied with Lin Yi's response. Wasn't it because she had chosen not to intervene back then? What now? Are they no longer relatives? Now that you've become successful, you can't lend a hand? Setting aside the facts, isn't Lin Yi in the wrong? Of course. These two, and even Lin Yi's uncle's family, were only vaguely aware that Lin Yi had traded his 20,000 Cadillac for a 30,000 Navigator. Beyond that, they knew little. They were aware of Lin Dad's fishing gear, Lin Mom's gold bracelet, and younger sister Lin Wanwan's gold ring, all of which were quite visible. However, no one in the Lin family spoke of deeper matters. Lin Wanwan, the girl, was incredibly tight-lipped, regardless of how Lin Jia tried to subtly pry for information. Wanwan always appeared blissfully clueless, which was more important, a biological brother or a cousin. Even this studious Lin Wanwan must know. You can question the emotional intelligence of a top student, but you cannot doubt their intellect. At the very least, her brother was generous enough to buy her a ring and a car when she got into college, but this sister? In Lishan, at a Jiajia supermarket. The family returned home in the evening, the sky darkening. Their parents were cooking on the second floor while Lin Yi and Lin Wanwan busied themselves at the door on the ground floor. The staff hired by the Lin family also had to take a holiday for the new year, not returning until the 6th day. So Lin Yi and his sister were on duty until the 5th. Brother, today Jiajia's sister only asked me a million questions, and I didn't even manage to say a single relevant word. The little girl propped her head up with her hands at the cashier, glancing towards Lin Yi, who was sitting on a small stool at the door, seeking affirmation. Well, what clever trick could the little girl have? She simply wanted to express her admiration. Lin Yi took out his phone, found his little sister, and sent her a red envelope of 200. Thank you, big brother. Long live big brother. Lin Wanwan bounced with joy, her head shaking merrily, resembling a little madcap. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. This sister of his was a bit silly. You're so ecstatic over a 200 yuan transfer. Wait until I buy you a car when you get into college, and you might go absolutely bonkers. That's different. I'm still young now, and 200 is a lot. When I'm in college, if you buy me a car, I'll be all grown up and want to go crazy. The little girl had many reasons ready, speaking without pause. No wonder she was the intellectual pride of the Lin family. Of course, dinner's ready. You two stop laughing and come eat. Old Lin called from the corner of the stairs on the second floor, waving to the siblings. Coming. I can already smell the beef. Lin exclaimed. And rice noodles, haha. Old Lin observed the hilariously cheerful siblings and chuckled. You know, you really can't deny the joy of having your own children, haha. At 9 that evening, in Lin Yi's bedroom on the 3rd floor, a message suddenly arrived on WeChat. Songwan, I'm back utterly exhausted. Went there and back in one day, and I have more arrangements tomorrow. Lin Yi, your phrasing is rather unrefined, not befitting your elegant persona as teacher Song. Song, Rolzai Ziang is much farther than Kinwei. Tomorrow, I have to head to Niejiang as well. Lin Yi, teacher Song should practice driving diligently, aiming to swap places with Uncle Song by next New Year, so he doesn't wear himself out. Song, withdraw, I require rest now. Lin Yi, understood. After chatting with teacher Song for a while over WeChat, Lin Yi tossed his phone aside, comfortably sprawling out on his bed and drifting into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, the family would visit relatives on Lin Mom's side. They had to go, thankfully, as their relatives were not numerous, allowing them to complete visits on the 1st and 2nd days. As for teacher Song's side, they would have to make the trip by the 5th day. Sometimes, having too many relatives could be burdensome. The older generation often said that having many relatives means more support, but in these times, if they're not a hindrance, that's already a blessing. In Lin Dad and Lin Mom's bedroom. Old Lin, if your brother brings up sending Lin Xiao over again, remember to decline. Rest assured, I'm not foolish. It's not easy for Yi to have saved up such a sum. Although we may not know how much hardship the child has endured, as parents, can we not guess? We VE saved up 1 million, but we're already in our 40s, and our family savings barely exceed 100,000. For our son to save this fortune at 20, He must have faced considerable struggles. Lin Dad's eyes were slightly red, as a father and a man. His empathy was naturally stronger. Of course, Lin Mom felt the same way. Our son is capable, and our daughter is clever. Our family's good days are still ahead, she said, patting old Lin on the back with a smile. Indeed, I might not be particularly capable, but my children are outstanding. Old Lin felt a swell of pride. However, to speak candidly, old Lin's skills are quite commendable. Our old Lin is indeed a person of considerable talent. Hey, hey, hey. The sound of old Lin's silly laughter echoed within the confines of the bedroom. For 2 consecutive days, the Lin family, comprising 4 members, joyfully roamed around Lishan in their car. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Yi filled up the tank once more, treating their vehicle to a hearty meal. The following days saw them not entirely opening the store. The Lin family indulged in barbecues and hot pots, while also enjoying the fireworks, taking the opportunity of the new year to relax for a few days. It was not until the 6th day that they officially resumed business operations. With the firecracker sounds fading, the Jiajia Le supermarket finally opened its doors. The owner, Mr. Lin, cheerfully presented 4 red envelopes, distributing them to each of his employees. This was an annual tradition. Mr. Lin is quite generous. Thank you, boss. The employees were all familiar faces, longtime staff members of the supermarket, some having worked there for at least 3 years, while others had been there for as long as 5. The bond formed was akin to that of close neighbors, even surpassing that of some relatives. Lin Yi and Lin Wanwan had already begun arranging the essential boxes of beverages for visiting during the new year at the entrance, diligently working side by side. Lin Yi need not worry about work, and Lin Wanwan need not concern herself with studies. For these two, their greatest strengths lay in earning money and learning. Occasionally engaging in physical labor even aided Lin, the academic prodigy, in studying more efficiently, effectively making Lin Yi's productivity soar. On the 8th day, Lin Yi was sitting outside his family's supermarket on a portable stool, guarding a stack of beverage boxes that resembled a small mountain, casually scrolling through his phone. Letting time slip by, it wasn't that he lacked the urgency to earn money. Rather, the current 300,000 seemed insignificant compared to the million awaiting him. With the festive season upon them, Lin Yi decided to take a break. A mere few thousand yuan was not worth his attention. He had already received precise information from his elder brother regarding the reward system. For luxury cars priced between 1 million and 1.5 million yuan, a reward of 5,000 yuan would be granted for every kilometer driven. Covering 100 kilometers in a day could yield 50,000. Why toil away now when he could wait and potentially have the car's price in a single day? He was a patient hunter, and the expansive horizons of Chengdu awaited him, full of opportunities. A sleek black Honda Accord smoothly parked at the supermarket entrance, and, as the driver's window rolled down, a radiant face emerged. Coach Lin, come on, let us check out the results of Teacher Song's recent training. Her slightly playful, alluring voice prompted Lin Yi to lift his gaze. Wow, Teacher Song bought a new car. Lin Yi chuckled, impressed by the girl's resourcefulness in acquiring a new vehicle. Let's go for a ride, Coach Lin. Wait. Lin Yi waved his hand, turning to head back into the supermarket. Before he could take a step, his father, mother, and sister had already emerged. Go on. Let us see if any restaurants are open for lunch. If not, we can always return home to eat. Lin Yi's mother cheerfully waved at Teacher Song, who blushed slightly and quickly turned off the engine, stepping out of the car. Teacher Song, caught up in her excitement, nearly overlooked the matter at hand. After a while, as Lin Yi led Teacher Song away from the car, 7 people stood at the entrance of Jiajialo. Looks like Yi has a promising prospect. One person joked. Haha, who can say for sure? But Wanwan is indeed a fine girl. If that rascal can prove himself, it will be splendid. Lin Yi's father grinned widely, clearly in good spirits. What a wonderful match for these young folks. Indeed, the boss's wife is right, Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The 7 of them laughed heartily, watching as the Accord vanished from sight before returning to their respective tasks within the supermarket. Inside the car, Teacher Song's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, enhanced by the warm breeze. Truly, Franklin was treated to a delightful sight. To speak frankly, his old classmate had blossomed beautifully. Coach Lin, stop staring. Teacher Song playfully admonished as they arrived at a honey snow-ice city, parking the car. She lifted her fair chin, signaling Lin Yi to hurry and buy the milk tea. All right, Teacher Song, just a moment. What would you like? Jasmine green tea, 3-part sugar, hot, please. Thank you. Lin Yi cheerfully hopped out of the passenger seat and dashed towards the shop. Teacher Song rolled down the window, taking a deep breath repeatedly, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face. The pink hue on her cheeks gradually faded as she realized she was still in Lishan, not Chengdu. It felt absurd. All right, don't rush. Lin Yi turned to see her window roll up again, and in that brief moment, she felt akin to Lin Wan. Here, your jasmine green tea. Here, my lemon water. Lin Yi returned to the car, handing the green tea to Teacher Song while savoring his cup of lemon water. Chilled and refreshing. Winter calls for something cool. Aren't you afraid of a stomachache? Teacher Song glanced at the frosted lemon water, shivering slightly. At times, she envied boys. They seemed to have certain advantages over girls. Oh, come on. At this robust age. How could a mere stomachache defeat me? Let us go, Teacher Song. Show me your driving skills. Let us see how well this Accord matches your style. Lunch is on me. It can't be for nothing. No problem, Wanda Plaza. All right, let us go. Teacher Song, invigorated, focused intently on driving from Angwatown towards Wanda Plaza. During the festive season, the roads were still relatively clear, a friendly scenario for a novice with a new vehicle. Lin Yi relished the leisurely experience of sitting in the passenger seat, enjoying the perks of not having to drive. If only someone could drive for him while he earned money. Now, that would be ideal. At Wanda Plaza, Haidi Lao was the perfect choice for a winter feast. What else could compare to hot pot during the cold season? Although slightly pricier than other hot pot restaurants, Haidi Lao's service was exceptional. Lin Yi delighted in dining at Haidi Lao. How was my driving? Quite impressive. As expected of our former academic star. You learn quickly, Lin Yi praised, giving a thumbs up. Some might claim that female drivers are inferior, but not every female driver fits that stereotype. At least his old classmate's skills were commendable. Driving an automatic was certainly more relaxing than a manual. Teacher Song smiled, expressing her fondness for automatic vehicles. The car from driving school was such a wreck. Having a car makes everything so much easier. If you all plan to attend training after the new year, will it be organized by the school? Or will you teachers drive yourselves? As he mixed the sesame sauce, Lin Yi poured himself a cup of sour plum juice, savoring the delightful flavor. Teacher Song continued with her jasmine green tea, sipping slowly as girls often do. Unfortunately, the complimentary sour plum juice at Haidi Lao was quite delightful. If we drive ourselves, whether it's a few teachers together or whatnot, the school will reimburse us. Our school is rather generous. After circling Angwatown, Lin Yi felt that Teacher Song was ready to take on the world. It must be said, the nature of academic prodigies is indeed beyond ordinary logic. By the banks of the Data River, Lin Yi and Song once stepped out of the car to stretch their limbs after a long morning of driving and riding. Fatigued from the journey, they found themselves basking in the sunlight, where Lin Yi, in a moment of reverie, fancied he beheld a charming little bear before him. Adorably, Song Wan donned a short oatmeal-colored teddy coat that gently hugged her waist at its narrowest point. Underneath, she wore a form-fitting black turtleneck that exquisitely accentuated the graceful contours of her upper body, her collarbones, bust, and the delicate curve of her waist. Everything was perfectly in harmony. Her lower half was clad in thick, pressure-fitting leggings of a matching hue, which not only showcased her long legs but also sculpted her posterior to perfection. A pair of Martin boots adorned her feet, enhancing the fluidity of her leg lines. Particularly in this moment, the sunlight cascaded upon Song Wan, enveloping her in a soft, warm glow as if the sun had taken a special liking to her. Click. Lin Yi lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, pondering why English teachers were often noted for their stylishness. What are you mumbling about, Coach Lin? Song Wan approached, hands on her hips, tilting her head with a furrowed brow directed at him. Lin Yi grinned, just complimenting your beauty. Franklin's motto is to speak freely, and it's undeniable that this girl is quite striking. He believed his words to be accurate. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had failed to recognize such allure. Tut-tut. He even wondered whom she had married. He could have kept his guard up otherwise. What? You claim I'm being lustful? What's wrong with that? Is it a problem? Lin Yi, a college graduate with $1 million in savings and a future billionaire thanks to the Franklin system, can't admire beauty? Nonsense. I've been reborn with a system. Should I not indulge a little? As long as I stay within the bounds of the law, a plethora of good times await me. I merely fancy a girl I like. What is the issue? Song Wan's expression remained composed, yet the slight upturn of her lips betrayed a hint of joy within. This year's new year had unexpectedly revealed to her an old classmate she found appealing, a delightful surprise for her. As for whether it was a matter of wealth, that was unlikely. After all the Song family knew was that Lin Yi had simply changed his car. But regarding that new vehicle, priced around $300,000, the Song family could certainly afford such a change. Otherwise, why would they have spent nearly $20,000 on a Honda Accord for Song Wan? In truth, both families were of similar standing. The Lin family operated a supermarket, accumulating wealth somewhat more readily than the Song family, whose patriarch worked for the local government, making matters in their small town of Ang more convenient. To put it accurately, the two families could be deemed well-matched. Otherwise, Lin's mother and Song's mother would frequently chat and meet. Ultimately, A fundamental compatibility in social standing was the most reliable foundation. With a gentle kick, Song Won nudged Lin Yi. I'm leaving. It's chilly after your smoke. With a cheerful smile, she swiftly returned to the car. Lin Yi glanced at a cigarette, tossed it to the ground, and followed her inside. Indeed, the passenger seat was far more comfortable. Once in the car, he fastened his seatbelt and settled into the passenger seat with a sigh of contentment. Truth be told, riding was indeed more pleasurable than driving. Song Won, focused on the road, paid no heed to Lin Yi's musings as she drove toward Angwu Town. After 15, you're heading to Rongshan? Don't worry. Coach Lin will regularly return to assess your driving skills. Song Won. A blush crept onto Song Won's cheeks, her heart fluttering with excitement. For some reason, the prospect of frequent encounters lifted her spirits. After all, the distance from Rongshan to Lushan wasn't significant. A drive lasted merely about an hour, making it quite convenient. If you need me to bring anything back, just let me know, Song teacher. I'll gather it for you on my return. Lin Yi tilted his head toward her, beaming. Truly, this girl was beautiful and possessed a certain gentleness, quite a rare find in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. The subtle fragrance wafting through the car was utterly captivating. All right, I'll message you on WeChat. I'll ensure I complete my tasks. At the Jiajialu supermarket, Lin Yi disembarked, watching as Song Won drove away, his smile softening further. Brother. Suddenly, someone leaped out and slapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, shattering the moment. With a sigh, Lin Yi turned to his naive sister. What are you doing? You startled me. He rolled his eyes and swiftly grabbed Lin Wan's ear, leading her into the supermarket. Hey, that hurts. I'm not squeezing hard. Brother, I'm going to report you to sister-in-law. Nonsense. How would I know you had a sister-in-law? I have Song teacher's WeChat. Even if you have a golden ticket today, it won't help. Just wait until I give you a good beating. Lin Yi's parents, oblivious to their daughter's pleas for help, remained indifferent. Old Lin, what do you think? I sense there's potential here. Lin Yi's father lit a cigarette, confidently watching his eldest son's retreating figure. Lin Yi's mother chuckled. Good. Tonight, I'll make you a feast. Tomorrow, you can go fishing. Lin Yi's father was elated. Really? More valuable than gold. Perfect. It's been a while since I fished with old Song. I reckon the fishing king of Angwu Town could use an apprentice. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Yi's father's eyes as he formulated an elaborate plan. Lin Yi's mother, puzzled, glanced at old Lin. When did you get that nickname? Old Lin's face flushed. What do you know? Your identity is something you create for yourself when you step outside, he stubbornly proclaimed. Lin Yi's mother rolled her eyes, realizing, I leave it to you, go investigate. Besides, they're old acquaintances. Isn't it perfectly normal to get together for fishing? Exactly. It takes an open-minded family head. Lin Yi's mother ignored her son's flattery, as she too had a few ideas brewing. I remember that Wan's mother enjoys cultivating flowers and plants. Old Lin, do you think we should sell some flowers and plants at our supermarket? She turned to old Lin, seemingly seeking his approval. Absolutely. People have been asking about it. We can't dismiss this opportunity just because it seems troublesome. Our son and daughter will need to spend money in the future. Then it's settled. Chapter 26. The supportive efforts of the Lin family boss Lin remarked that it was merely a trivial matter, without delving into the extraordinary talent of his eldest son in amassing wealth, a skill that left him, as a father, feeling quite overwhelmed. Let us simply say that the savings he, old Lin, has accumulated throughout his lifetime are undoubtedly more than sufficient. Why do I refer to his eldest son's financial acumen as extraordinary? Well, after leaving Lushan, his son sent old Lin a screenshot and transferred 200,000 yuan into his bank account. The screenshot revealed a total deposit of 2 million yuan. As for the source of the 200,000, it was merely the result of some casual driving these past few days. The car displaying the system rewards had already been cashed out, but Lin Yi did not disclose the balance. This alone was quite astonishing, as too much of a good thing can be overwhelming. Upon passing the town government while driving by the Jiajialu supermarket, the vehicle suddenly slowed. It was not old Lin's intention. It was simply rush hour, and traffic had become congested. Old Lin? Hey, Director Song. What a coincidence. How did you come here? Oh, just walking. It's nearby. Need a lift? Director Song chuckled, as this was a common occurrence between old acquaintances. He casually opened the passenger door and hopped in. Wow. Director Song, you're quite nimble. What are you saying? Am I old? Director Song scoffed, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to old Lin before lighting his own. I see you have a load of flowers and plants in the back. Planning to sell them at the supermarket? Last time you mentioned you found it too troublesome. Director Song inquired, his curiosity piqued. Well, with E graduating and starting work, my wife and I thought we might earn a little extra. After all, weddings, buying houses, who doesn't need to spend money? In this day and age, Earning money is quite challenging. Old Lin feigned a sense of pressure, but alas, his acting skills were lacking. Director Song rolled his eyes. Are you trying to fool me? Haven't your eldest and youngest already bought their houses? Your eldest son and daughter each have their own place in a nice neighborhood. What are you worried about? Besides, is he causing you any concern? She graduated quietly and switched to a new car, clearly indicating her career is thriving. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? Just ask around. Who in Angwu Town doesn't teen know that Lin's supermarket is missing a successor? Director Song was nearly exasperated, relieved that Lin's family only had one daughter. If it had been a son, he would have surely confronted him. In this day and age, do you think it's easy for a family to produce a prodigy? If only every family had a son as capable as Ma's, those fathers would be laughing in their sleep. Not to mention Lin's son. Director Song was on the verge of saying, if you don't want it, just give it to me. Boss Lin clicked his tongue. Lost a successor? That's quite an apt description. You see, what does it mean to gain an advantage and then act coy? This is it. Director Song grunted. In a couple of days, I'll come by your place to buy some flowers and plants. Remember to give me a discount. Rest assured, I will definitely offer a discount. Not a fractured one. I hope. Don't slander me, Lin. As they drove back, the two of them chatted away until they reached the supermarket. Boss Lin dropped Director Song off, saying, all right, we're almost at your place, so I won't take you any further. Sounds good. Director Song cheerfully made his way home, completely oblivious to anything amiss. Old Lin, why did you take Director Song back? If I did, wouldn't that imply I had ulterior motives? This is just fine. I can't let Director Song be on guard. After all, Boss Lin had weathered many storms. Such trivial matters were easily navigable for him. It made sense. Let us get going. With their son gone to Rongsheng and their daughter in school, it was just the two of them at home. Rather than idling about, they might as well find something productive to do, especially since this was a significant affair. In Angwu community, the Song household. As Director Song entered, he swiftly changed his shoes, removed his down jacket, and hung up his bag. The delightful aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air, incredibly enticing. One must admit, his wife's culinary skills were exceptional. With 2 teachers and a civil servant in the family, Director Song's life was the envy of many. Is our daughter back? Is she still accustomed to driving? Passing through the foyer, Director Song spotted his daughter, a beautifully blossoming young lady, quietly tidying up the table. Dad, you're home early today? Song Wan glanced up, realizing her father's legs weren't that swift. Driving was fine, just a bit of traffic, but I practiced for a while. I ran into Old Lin on the way. He had a truck full of flowers and plants and kindly gave me a ride for a stretch. But I regrettably didn't get dropped off at home. Director Song plopped down on the sofa, still harboring a tinge of disappointment. Is Lin's family going to sell greenery? Perfect. My workspace at school could use some sprucing up. I'll make time to buy some. Song Wan expressed her excitement, as she had recently felt her workspace lack some vibrancy. Great idea. Mom should go too. We need to add some flowers and plants at home. As father and daughter chatted, Song Ma emerged from the kitchen with a plate of dishes, smiling. Old Song has no objections. Buying some flowers and plants won't cost much. If the 2 women in the house like it, just go ahead and buy. Chapter 27. The Lin family supportive endeavors. That very evening, Song Ma and Song Wan made their way to Jiajia supermarket. They didn't even wait for the next day. It was quite fortuitous, as Old Lin and his wife had efficiently organized the supermarket, arranging the flowers and plants neatly. Oh, Wan is here. Aunt Li, you were just in time. Let us see if there's anything you like. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Lin resumed arranging the flowers, leaving his wife to engage in conversation with Song Wan and her mother. Old Lin expressed considerable trust in his wife's conversational skills. Old Song mentioned he saw greenery here today. Since Wan's school workspace seems a bit dull, we thought we'd come over after dinner. The 2 mothers appeared to have a good rapport, linking arms and enthusiastically discussing the flowers and plants. Is there anything you like, Wan? Old Lin grinned as he observed Song Wan, appreciating her more and more. As they spoke, he casually handed her a pot of peace lily, also known as Pingyu. This is the peace lily. It symbolizes smooth sailing, making it quite suitable for a workspace, and it's compact too. It can bloom beautiful white flowers that resemble flames. It loves warmth and humidity, and just needs to be shielded from direct sunlight. Look at the leaves. They're slightly drooping, which means it's time for watering. No worries about it dying. Boss Lin began explaining to Song Wan about the charming plant in her hands. Song Wan found herself utterly captivated by such a delightful and interesting plant. It typically blooms in spring and summer. This one was brought out from the greenhouse, and it's blooming as usual. She pointed at the petite flowers, her eyes sparkling with joy. Uncle, I want this one. Great. Wait a moment. I'll also get you a pot of peperomia. Boss Lin was elated, not waiting for Song Wan to decline before diving back into the flowers. Before long, he returned with a pot of peperomia. Look at these verdant leaves. Aren't they adorable? Songwon's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. So cute. Take it. It's easy to care for. Just water it when the surface soil is dry, and you can mist the leaves when the air is dry. It's hassle-free. Thank you, uncle. No need to be polite, my dear. I'll get you a bag. Not many customers received such attentive service from Boss Lin, and Songwon was certainly among the fortunate few. After all, it was the cabbage that his pig adored, and moreover, the quality of this cabbage was indeed commendable. Attempting to whisk away someone else's cabbage in its entirety was, however, no small feat while the two sows continued their chatter. Songwon had already settled herself on a small stool, engaging in conversation with Boss Lin at the entrance of the supermarket. Wan, being a teacher must be quite challenging, right? I often hear stories of students reducing their teachers to tears. You certainly shouldn't lower yourself to the level of those unruly students. It would be detrimental to your health. Uncle, rest assured, I am an English teacher, not a homeroom teacher, so I seldom lose my temper, Songwon replied, her smile radiating a youthful charm, completely devoid of any domineering aura. She resembled a neighborly little sister, dressed in a casual and cozy outfit, exuding a vibrant youthfulness. That's good to hear. Wan is also in her senior year at your school. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to seek her out. Old Lin gestured grandly, almost as if he were summoning the heavens. Songwon blinked in surprise and burst into laughter, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Old Lin couldn't help but marvel at how discerning his pig was. Indeed, it was impressive. No wonder it was his offspring. All right, Uncle, you can be at ease. By the way, Uncle Lin, is Lin Yi planning to open an investment company in Rongqing this year? Yes, indeed. That lad has such intentions. Once the company is established, he can minimize his income tax, and managing company accounts can save some expenses. He mentioned that an investment firm doesn't require constant supervision once it's up and running. He even said he would return when the opportunity arises. Haha. Old Lin eagerly shared all his son's plans. Although Rongqing was not far, Songwon's work as a teacher at Lishan High School still made it somewhat distant. Ideally, it would be best if Lin Yi could return to Lishan or manage both locations. Of course, Songwon also had the opportunity to travel to Rongqing, but the bureaucratic process for teachers to transfer positions was quite cumbersome. Being freshly graduated, Lin Yi was still young, and this was the prime age for a man to venture forth. Compared to Lushan, opportunities in Rongqing were undoubtedly more abundant. Songwon instinctively spoke up to his system. Old Lin grinned broadly at the thought. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Who would have thought that at my age, I might still witness a budding romance? Delightful. Don't ask how he knew. His wife watched dramas daily, and he had absorbed quite a bit from them. Old Lin, how was your conversation with Wan? Excellent. I find this daughter-in-law quite agreeable. Old Lin promptly relayed the details of his chat with Songwon to the head of the household, who was in high spirits and began humming a cheerful tune while continuing his tasks. As for the flowers that the Song mother-daughter duo had requested, they had more than recouped their expenses. One could even say they had made a significant profit. How delightful. Mom, did Aunt Wang give us a discount? Songwon asked, glancing at the 2 bags of flowers and plants, which totaled nearly 9 pots, and realizing they had spent less than 100 yuan. Was that even possible? At that moment, Songma snapped back to reality, smacking her thigh in realization that she had been so engrossed in chatting with Aunt Wang that she forgot to transfer more money to them, lest they suffer a loss. Songwon smiled faintly, opting for silence. Never mind, we're almost home. Next time we go shopping, we'll send more over. It's freezing outside, so we won't bother going ourselves. Looking at the nearby community, Songma sighed with a bittersweet smile. Following her mother, Songwon carried a bag of flowers and plants as they made their way home. The two of them merely presumed that certain individuals had offered them a discounted price out of familiarity. Yet, none of that mattered. According to Boss Lin's philosophy, as long as they succeeded in the end, the Song family could certainly afford all the flowers and plants they desired, in comparison to a well-educated and sensible daughter-in-law. Trivial sums of money were inconsequential. Not to mention, this daughter-in-law held a stable teaching position. Goodness, old Lin really gave you a discount? Ha! Director Song exclaimed as he opened the door, witnessing the bounty in the hands of the mother and daughter, and upon hearing the price, he was instantly amazed. Boss Lin is quite generous. Chapter 28. The Range Rover in Rongqing. At the Jingxiawa Garden Community, Lin Yi flopped heavily onto his bed, instinctively reaching for the air conditioner remote to turn on the heat, then comfortably adjusting his position on the bed. Ah, blissful comfort. Although his home was quite nice, one could not simply languish at home every day. Lin Yi was wise enough not to succumb to complacency in his hometown. Fast forward a day. Back to Rongqing's Jingxiawa Garden Community, Franklin remarked to himself. After all, this was Lin Yi's little abode in Rongqing. Opening the system, he mused. Today is a day of rest. Tomorrow, I must procure a new mode of transportation. Lin Yi felt a slight sense of busyness. Host, Lin H, 24. Vehicle bound to the host. Lincoln Nautilus. Mileage, 500 kilometers. Total rewards, 1. 47 million yuan. Total mileage accrued, 100, 030, 005. 000. Lottery chances, 0. Blind boxes, 0. Skills, proficient driving, constitution, energetic. What a pity. He hadn't encountered any blind boxes on his way back. Their appearance was indeed rare. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, gazing at the empty blind box section with a tinge of regret. After all, returning to Rongsheng was no small feat. And not securing even one blind box was disappointing. His bank card balance stood at 3,400,000, a source of comfort. Gazing at his bank balance, Lin Yi felt all his fatigue dissipate. After all, money can indeed cure many ills. A vehicle priced at 1 million yields 5,000 per kilometer in rewards. Should he consider a 2 million or even 3 million vehicle? Lin Yi pondered, somewhat indecisive. Ultimately, he decided against that tempting notion. Jumping straight to the top, such rapid ascension could lead to trouble. Managing affairs back home would also be tricky. It was better to tread carefully, advancing step by step. Transitioning from a 30,000 yuan vehicle to one over 100,000 was manageable, but jumping from 30,000 to 300,000 was considerably more complex. Thus, that was the decision made. Lin Yi was not one to be excessively troubled. Having settled on his plan, he began his evening routine in preparation for rest. The following day, at the entrance of the Land Rover dealership, Lin Yi stepped out of a taxi, gazing up at the facade of the dealership, and strode inside with purpose. Indeed, this time he intended to switch to a Land Rover. Of course, he had no plans to sell his Lincoln. He would keep it. Welcome to the Land Rover dealership. Do you have an appointment with a sales representative? Upon entering, a tall, elegant saleswoman clad in professional attire and black stockings greeted him with a warm smile and friendly demeanor. Perhaps it was the recent festive season, but with the new month arriving, everyone was eager to boost their sales performance. Lin Yi towered over the saleswoman, and with just a glance, he noticed her strikingly white complexion. No, I'm here to check out the Range Rover, specifically the 30 L6 Shenchi Edition, the 5-seater model. Lin Yi's target was the Range Rover Shenchi Edition. Please follow me. The saleswoman, driven by her professional instincts, felt a surge of hope upon witnessing Lin Yi's decisiveness. If things went well, she might just finalize this sale today. A sleek black Range Rover exhibition model appeared before Lin Yi, and almost instinctively, a smile crept onto his lips. The Range Rover, a dream vehicle for countless men, was about to become a reality for Lin Yi. Sir, this vehicle measures 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height, providing an ample interior space. Please step inside. I will show you around. The salesperson opened the driver's door and invited Lin Yi to enter. Once Lin Yi settled into the driver's seat, the salesperson took his place in the passenger seat. The interior space? Vast, undeniably vast. Luxurious, extravagant. Yet, there lies a minor flaw. There are no triangular armrests. How wonderful it would be to have an additional pair of those. Franklin was a candid and forthright individual, always speaking his mind. Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes brightened slightly, though he maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to expound on the vehicle with utmost professionalism. However, Lin Yi was not paying attention. Having arrived at the Land Rover dealership, he was resolute in his decision to purchase. One must seize the joy in life. Only the Range Rover can truly ease the heart. In his previous life, although he possessed a respectable Cadillac, he had never owned a Range Rover. Now, with the assistance of his affluent system, he had transitioned from a Cadillac to a Land Rover in less than 6 months. How could he not be elated? They say youth is exuberant. The Range Rover, indeed, suits you perfectly, sir. The salesperson's voice had taken on a slightly dulcet tone, almost melodious, and Lin Yi felt a small card slip into his palm. Well then, he had not anticipated such treatment. Could it truly be due to the commission from a Range Rover? Or perhaps this woman had taken a liking to him. I wish to test drive the 30T 6-cylinder model, Lin Yi stated solemnly, looking at the salesperson. Please hold on a moment. I will arrange that for you. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi returned to the dealership accompanied by the salesperson. Do not misunderstand. It was merely a test drive. The sensations of the Range Rover and the Cadillac were entirely distinct. Yet Lin Yi found himself thoroughly enamored. He completely disregarded the salesperson's slight air of disappointment, feeling a tad guilty as he was not one to indulge in leftovers, and politely declined. Let us finalize the paperwork. I could take it home today, correct? Absolutely. The salesperson's expression of disappointment vanished, replaced by excitement. While she might not savor the exquisite rewards of this sale, earning some commission was certainly better than leaving empty-handed. 2 hours later, A brand new, black Land Rover Range Rover departed with a thunderous roar. As for the license plates, they were procured without delay. The speed at which this could happen depended on the vehicle purchased. The dealership offered expedited services for a nominal fee. However, within the vehicle, Lin Yi could hear none of the engine's powerful growl. The soundproofing was impeccably executed, truly befitting a luxury vehicle priced over $1 million. The driving experience was exhilarating, and the cost, merely a reduction in his savings to $2 million. Yet from this moment forth, for every kilometer driven, 5,000 yuan would be credited to him. With that thought, this vehicle felt like an unearned gift. Hey, old four, what is up? Nothing much, just planning to hit the gym tomorrow and lift some weights. I was hoping you could join me, buddy. Lin Yi chatted on the phone while driving, finding it remarkably convenient. The interior was sufficiently quiet, making phone calls utterly stress-free. Laughter erupted from the speakers. Sure thing. Let's give it a go. After all, you've got nothing else to do. So I'll personally attend to you for the day. Chapter 29, The Unlucky Scholar. At the gym, a black Land Rover Range Rover smoothly parked in a space. Despite its substantial size, it moved with exceptional grace under the driver's command. Wow, boss. We have such prestigious clientele at our gym. I hope a wealthy woman steps out and takes a liking to me, the chubby guy exclaimed, astonished, before closing his eyes, hands clasped in prayer. Jinggong rolled his eyes, wishing he could slap the foolish chubby guy. Good grief, how did I not know you were like this back in college? Did the society whip you into longing? Ugh. But honestly, I, Jinggong, believe I could endure such hardships. Upon seeing who emerged from the Land Rover, Jinggong's jaw nearly hit the floor, and he quickly slapped his companion. Stop your rambling, old four. What's going on? Is that rich lady yours? The chubby guy, still dazed, blinked in confusion. Jinggong remained silent, pondering if Sue's Haiqiang truly intended to pursue a wealthy woman. Look at old four's car. Jinggong pointed at Lin Yi, who was approaching them. Wow, old four. Hand over the car keys. I want to take a ride. Sue's Haiqiang, in stark contrast to his physique, sprang in front of Lin Yi, his eyes wide with excitement. He didn't even bother to confirm if the car belonged to Lin Yi. Here, take the keys. I just picked it up yesterday, and came by to let you guys have a look. Lin Yi tossed the keys, hands on his hips, grinning triumphantly. Jinggong pulled Lin Yi into a bear hug, dragging the chubby guy towards the Range Rover. Workout. We can discuss that later. Of course, if Lin Yi hadn't acquired a 30-day workout pass recently, he wouldn't be so eager to visit. Well, like a bride meeting her in-laws. The news of his new car would eventually reach them. An hour later, the trio returned to the gym, where Jinggong and Sue's Haiqiang were brimming with excitement, pulling Lin Yi towards the workout area. Wow, you truly are impressive. You actually bought a Range Rover worth over $1 million? Incredible. Did you just switch cars? Boss, you're doing well. Your 3 gyms are undoubtedly worth more than my Range Rover. Lin Yi retorted with a roll of his eyes. Well, none of that is mine. If it were, would I still be driving a Chevrolet? Jinggong lamented enviously. Indeed, while the gym would eventually be his, he was currently driving a Chevrolet. The chubby guy lagged behind, grumbling, you two are enough. I'm still here without a car. Do you want me to slip laxatives into your lunch? Jinggong and Lin Yi fell silent. They knew better than to cross a chef and expect good fortune. Lin Yi discreetly utilized his daily workout pass and began exercising under the guidance of Jinggong and Sue's Haiqiang. How shall I put it? Although they all studied the same major in college, it must be said that Jinggong and the chubby guy were exceptionally proficient in fitness. By the end of the day, Lin Yi had a vivid understanding of what it meant to feel sore all over. Old four, you really need to work on your fitness. Your body requires some serious attention. But I must say, your recovery speed is commendable, truly gifted. Jinggong assessed Lin Yi's physical state, while Franklin felt too fatigued to respond. Thank goodness he had obtained an energetic physique recently. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted. Are you coming back tomorrow? No. Lin Yi quickly refused. He had come today solely to use the system's daily workout pass. There was no way he could come every day. He was looking forward to driving to earn money. At the very least, he planned to save up to buy a small apartment. As a person from Huaxia, who could resist the allure of owning property? However, the housing prices in Rongsheng were quite steep, with the area he desired averaging around 50,000 per square meter. With his current assets, he was not yet able to afford it. Thus, he had to work hard driving. After all, living in rented accommodations indefinitely was not a viable option. Jinggong and the chubby guy felt somewhat disappointed, wishing they could have given Lin Yi a thorough workout. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at them, fully aware of their ulterior motives. Whereas old 3, has he returned? Lao San is not here. He was supposed to return in the past couple of days. But I heard he has encountered some issues and will be delayed for a while longer. Jinggong smacked his lips, lamenting that it was a pity Lao San couldn't join them today. Otherwise, a gathering of the 4 brothers would have been quite delightful. What happened? Shouldn't we give him a call? That's a reasonable thought. I'll inquire further. Jingong found Lao Si's suggestion commendable and promptly fished out his phone to dial a number. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 minutes, the call was finally answered. Lao Da. Jingong activated the speakerphone, and the voice of Lao San, Wang Chong, emerged from the receiver. Sounding somewhat fatigued. What is the matter, Lao San? Spill it out. Su's Haiqiang, evidently anxious, interjected, clearly worried about Lao San's well-being. Is there something you can't discuss? Well, if I tell you, don't laugh at me. The trio sensed a hint of something amiss and instinctively reassured him. Rest assured. On the other end, Lao San sighed, darn it. I was visiting my hometown for the new year, and I fell while going to the bathroom at night, breaking my leg. Damn. A resounding burst of laughter akin to the clanging of weights erupted from a three. Not laughing? That's utterly impossible. Lin Yi inquired, did you fall in? Get lost. You're the one who fell in. I slipped after finishing in the bathroom. The floor was too slippery. Wang Chang's image as a studious scholar took a hit. Can't this wait for 3 months? What else can I do? You three can pick me up? I'm fine now. I could even manage in a wheelchair. But getting me on a high-speed train in this state would be quite the ordeal. Wang Chong expressed his disdain. I'm anxious too. School less starting. And I have matters to attend to. I was thinking of asking for leave from the instructor in the next couple of days. Toothache. With a swift motion, Jingong ended the call and turned to Lin Yi and Su's Haiqiang. So, shall we go fetch the eldest son? His postgraduate application ISNTEZ. And any delays could impact him. After all, Wang Chong's circumstances were not the most favorable. And any setbacks during the application period could jeopardize his future prospects at the university. I'm on board. I can drive over. The Lincoln is too small. But thankfully, I just bought the Range Rover yesterday. It should be no trouble fitting Lao San in. I follow the boss's orders. Chapter 30, A Journey at a Whim. Lao San is located beneath Yuchen, and the roads might be difficult to navigate. Jingong looked towards Lin Yi, reminding him. Don't worry, the chassis can be elevated, and it has all the necessary features. As for bumps along the way, that's trivial. Besides, trust in our skills. Lin Yi grinned, confident in his abilities, which were system-given. Jingong gave a thumbs up, impressive. I'll take Fatty to grab some snacks and drinks. We'll set off tonight to collect our son. Agreed. It's less than 4 hours, over 30 kilometers, no problem. We can head out now and still have time for a late-night snack. The trunk is stocked with a tent. We can find somewhere to stay tonight. Leaving safety concerns to Lao Da. Lin Yi glanced at the map. Fantastic. Today's earnings should start at 150,000. Perfect. Plus, with Lao San's family in Onlintown, the journey will be a bit longer, allowing for more profit. Let us also pick up some gifts to bring along. It's only polite to visit with a present. Despite Jingong's robust physique, he occasionally had a delicate side, albeit rarely. Jingong informed his parents, as it was only proper to notify them about his trip, especially since they lived in Rongcheng. Not saying a word would be inconsiderate if they couldn't find him. 10 minutes later, the Land Rover was on the move, stocked with food and drinks, and Lin even filled the tank. There was no denying that they were all men, and their efficiency was impressive. Jingong, with his large frame, occupied the front passenger seat, while Fatty comfortably settled in the back. If it were a 7-seater, bringing Lao Wang along would have been even more convenient, but the current space was ample. Am I really sitting comfortably? Su's Haiqiang marveled from the back, his size typically making most vehicles feel cramped. It seems Fatty is suited for luxury cars, haha. Lin Yi teased as he drove. I may not be able to drive, but riding in your luxury vehicle is no issue. Same here. Jingong chimed in, chewing on a Snickers bar. The trio had been busy all day and hadn't eaten dinner yet, merely snacking to tide them over until they reached Onlintown for a late-night meal. There's an ashtray in the car. You two can smoke if you wish. It'll help dissipate the new car smell. With that, Lin Yi lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly before exhaling. You know, this really does perk one up. No need for you to worry. Just focus on driving. Exactly. I'll just hold the ashtray while I smoke, haha. The camaraderie among the three was evident. Lin Yi's words and actions merely conveyed that they could be more relaxed without feeling constrained. Of course, Fatty and Jingong understood this well, and the more they grasped it, the more cautious they became while smoking. Communication among men sometimes requires little. Damn, I almost forgot to call Lao Wang. I hung up on him in my haste. Jingong pulled out his phone, intending to scroll through some yoga pant pictures, when he noticed the missed calls and slapped himself on the forehead. Awkward. Hey, what on earth happened? You just hung up suddenly. I tried calling several times. Wang Chong's voice boomed on the other end, clearly displeased with the abrupt disconnection. Jingong chuckled. We're en route to Onlintown now. I estimate we'll arrive around 9. You'd better prepare some late-night snacks. Your 3 godfathers are starting on their way to pick you up. There was a brief silence on the line, and soon Wang Chong's laughter echoed from the receiver. All right, Your godfather will prepare something. Is Lao Si driving? Jingong remarked. Buddy, you're quite precious, you know. Wang Chong was left puzzled. What are you talking about? Well, Lao Si is driving a new car. Okay, the roads are tricky, and we need to be cautious with Lao Si's Lincoln. The Range Rover is a brand new vehicle worth over $1 million. We just picked it up yesterday, and now we're using it to fetch you. The Lincoln has become an old car now. Jingong jested, and once again, a silence fell over Wang Chong on the other end. Wow, Lao Si, did you find yourself a wealthy lady? Wang Chong's voice cracked, almost in disbelief. Franklin, who was driving, grinned widely. Son, Dad has struck it rich, but I didn't find a wealthy lady, haha. Just wait for your godfathers to come pick you up. Haha, great. I'll have my old man prepare food and a place for you to sleep. A makeshift bed will do, right? No problem. In Yechin, in a modest house within Onlin town, Wang Chong was seated in his bedroom, wheeling around in his chair after concluding the call. Suddenly, his eyes glistened with emotion. Darn it. Once he regained his composure, he beamed brightly and left the room. Firstly, his postgraduate studies would not be delayed, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, remaining at the university was virtually assured. His only concern was the potential issues arising during his time recovering at home, but now, that was no longer a worry. His brothers were on their way. Secondly, he felt a twinge of sentimentality towards his friends, yet he felt grateful. Dad, Mom, Sis, let us prepare some late-night snacks. A few friends are on their way and should arrive around 9. They're driving to pick me up for Rongsheng. Wang's parents and little sister, who were tidying up some crafts, paused in surprise. They had heard Wang Chong's side of the conversation, but were unaware of its content. Wang Dad blinked, then revealed a broad, toothy grin, laughing heartily. All right, let us prepare, for my son has proven his mettle, not only in his abilities, but also in his reliable friendships. Observing the ever-enthusiastic and hopeful Wang Ba, who has spent years laboring in the fields, he immediately sets about his tasks upon hearing his son's words. Life unfolds with the preparation of meals and the setting of the bedding. Wang Ma, gently pushing Wang Chang's wheelchair, smiles down and remarks, "It's wonderful that your friends have come. Your father was just saying he intended to find someone from the village to deliver you here, which saves him the trouble. Mom, this time there's absolutely no issue. Once I arrive in Rongsheng, I'll let you know, so rest assured," Wang Chong replies with a smile, glancing at his little sister beside him, extending his hand to ruffle her hair. "Be good at home, and don't make Mom and Dad upset." "Understood, big brother." She chirps. "Well, since you have these friends, Mom will be at ease in Rongsheng, but remember to change your dressings." "You needn't worry. How could I possibly forget to change my dressings?" Chapter 31, 1,700,000. At 9 o'clock, at the entrance of Onlin Town. "Hey, we've arrived. Look, the archway." Jean Gang pointed out the archway outside, waking up the recently dozing fatty in the back seat. "Well, when you're in the car, you sleep, right? Besides, the atmosphere in a Range Rover is incredibly comfortable. What is the point of staying awake?" Fatty protested. "Huh, we're here." His voice still carried a hint of drowsiness. The two in the front rolled their eyes. "This lazy fatty always sleeps too much." "We've arrived." The third brother said to go to the large courtyard at the very back of the town, where a red iron gate awaits us. Jean Gang checked his phone, then turned to report to the driver. Lin Yi, with his usual composure, signaled Inoka with his right hand, only to be handed a cigarette by Jean Gang. "Old Fourth, you've worked hard. Have a smoke, huh?" "Sure, it's all thanks to our leader. Old Second is just a meat cushion." "Exactly. Fatty's role is still to be the meat cushion. Get lost." Fatty's hand quickly emerged, snapping a cigarette into Lin Yi's mouth, while he huffed and looked at Jean Gang. "See, Sue's usefulness is still considerable." As the Range Rover ventured deeper, Onlin Town, while not particularly large, was certainly not small either. Fortunately, as night fell, the streets were relatively empty, making driving easier despite some bumps along the way. Thankfully, the vehicle was capable of off-road driving, so navigating the rough patches posed no significant issue. After another 20 minutes, the occupants finally spotted their target, a slightly hunched middle-aged man pushing a wheelchair standing at the entrance. Behind him stood a modestly dressed, somewhat plump woman. While they did not recognize the couple, they were well acquainted with the unfortunate soul in the wheelchair. Under the illumination of the LED laser headlights, the three could see clearly. The car came to a halt, and the Land Rover's doors swung open as the three men jumped out, shouting, "Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie." After exchanging pleasantries with remarkable efficiency, they rushed to Wang Chang's side. "Hey, isn't this our dormitory's academic genius? How come you've been wheeled in after the new year?" "Ha ha ha, old Wang. You've given me enough leverage to last a lifetime." "Indeed, our academic genius has only developed his intellect." Wang Chong rolled his eyes at these three miscreants. "Enough chit-chat. Let Old Fourth drive the car inside. Can't leave it out here." Wang Chong smacked his lips as Jean Gang pushed him around the Range Rover. Wow, old fourth. You're not looking for sugar mama, are you? Clearly, the academic genius's tongue could be just as sharp. As for Wang Chang's parents and sister, they had retreated inside, not wanting to disrupt the jovial reunion. Moreover, the four young men could chat outside for a while without any worry of the cold. How did you manage to fall, and not on your mouth? Lin Yi grumbled at Wang Chong. Laughter erupted among the group as Lin Yi drove the car into the courtyard, while Jean Gang and Sue's Haikyong darted to the trunk to retrieve gifts. Come on, if you're coming, just come. No need to bring anything. Wang Chong instinctively blurted out the familiar phrase. Get lost, the three retorted in unison, pushing the unfortunate academic genius toward the house. As expected, another round of the same old phrases followed. Wang Ba and Wang Ma, along with Wang Chong, shared a late-night snack before the couple retired to their bedroom. As for his sister, she was too young and soon succumbed to slumber. Wang Chang's bedroom was quite spacious. Besides the bed, there was a large bedding area, sufficient for all four of them to lie down comfortably. Hey, not bad, this space is great. With a thud, Fatty plopped down onto the bedding, making a muffled sound, but Sue's Haikyong felt no pain. The other three were unfazed. The layer of fat provided ample cushioning. Old third, enjoy the big bed by yourself, haha. We three will share. Jean Gang grinned at Wang Chong, who lay on the bed. Comparatively, their living conditions were lacking, but the atmosphere was lively. What is wrong with young men sleeping on a cool bed? No problem at all. Can't you show some respect for the patient? No. Wang Chong fell silent, feeling both anger and helplessness. Though his three roommates had their flaws at times, it must be said that their character was above reproach. Typical college roommates might offer a cursory inquiry via text if they heard someone had broken a leg, but these three drove all night to fetch him, ensuring his studies were not disrupted. How could one not be moved by such loyalty? The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke full of energy. Glancing at his system, he grinned widely. 5,000 soft sister coins per kilometer. I drove 340 kilometers yesterday, huh? 1,700,000 received. This Range Rover was a windfall. He smiled at the thought of returning home today, assured of another 1,700,000. Splendid. He knew he was right to switch cars. Once he returned to Rongqing today, he would be able to purchase a house. Marvelous. Who would dare claim that his old driver system wasn't TA's system for the wealthy? Comfortably enjoying a cigarette, he felt at ease. Up so early, little Lin? How did you sleep last night? Uncle, good morning. I slept well, huh? Wang Chang's father approached the courtyard, surprised to see Lin Yi awake and cheerfully smoking. He hadn't expected this young man to rise so early. Thank for your hard work, little Lin. You still have to take Chang's back to Rongqing today. Lin Yi handed a cigarette to Wang Chang's father, and upon hearing his gratitude, he quickly shook his head. No need for all that, uncle. The bond between us four brothers is as solid as iron. When our brother needs us, how can we not come? Besides, old third is preparing for his graduate studies. We can't delay his learning. I've heard that after completing his Master S, old third might secure a position at Rhonda. Wow, that LL give us all some prestige when we go out together. Franklin beamed with pride. Who would dare say that Lin Yi was merely wealthy and had nothing else? He would immediately showcase his brilliant old third. Uncle Wang grinned broadly. All right, I'll prepare breakfast for you all, so you can taste my cooking. All right then, thank you. Uncle Wang. Wang Ba, hunched but swift-footed, turned and entered the kitchen with a spring in his step. Lin Yi squatted on the concrete steps, continuing to smoke, gazing at the blue sky of Yuchen and relishing the fresh air. Chapter 32, A Quick Return. At the archway of Onlin Town, Wang Ba Wang Ma and Wang Chang's younger sister, along with their family of three, arrived here in an electric tricycle, bidding farewell to Lin Yi and his companions as they embarked on their journey back to Rongqing. Uncle, it's time to go. We'll talk when we get there. Right. Mom and Dad, little sister, let's head home. It's quite chilly. The Wang family exchanged cheerful nods until the luxurious Range Rover vanished from their sight, before they mounted their tricycle and prepared to leave. Goodness, old Wang, was that Range Rover here to pick up your little Chong? Seems like he's doing well out there. Once the Range Rover disappeared, a notorious idler from Onlin Town, who had been lurking, dared to approach old Wang and even offered him a cigarette. Respect your elders, he remarked. Old Wang chuckled. I don't quite grasp the allure of luxury cars, but that was just a friend of Chang's. I heard he broke his leg and couldn't attend school, so he drove over last night. The idler gave a thumbs up. Impressive. A vehicle worth $1 to $1.5 million, and that's the caliber of friends our little Chong has. After exchanging pleasantries, Uncle Wang hopped onto the tricycle with his family and departed. Brother, that car doesn't even belong to the Wang family. Why act so subservient? A scarred-faced thin monkey glared at the idler. Smack! The thin monkey received a slap as the idler fumed. Who do you think you are? Driving a car worth over $1 million at such a young age? Do you think we can afford to offend you? Just because it's not from the Wong family. You think you can be disrespectful? Old Wong's son is destined to be a university professor. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Scram. The Range Rover cruised along the bumpy country road, yet the unevenness did not disrupt the serenity within the vehicle. Well, see, I must say, on the first day of freshman orientation, I knew you were no ordinary fish in the pond. Wong Chong sat firmly in the back seat, mumbling to himself. What nonsense! You didn't say that back then. The hefty one beside Wong Chong immediately countered, quick to retort. You'll pay for it when my leg recovers. If you have the guts, let us see you try now. Up front, Jean Gang and Lin Yi exchanged amused glances as they drove, reveling in the jovial atmosphere. By the way, old Wong, can you manage in the school dormitory? If not, why don't you join us at the gym? We don't have a dedicated dorm for staff. Jean Gang turned to Wong Chong with an invitation. Brothers, your place is too far. Let old Wong stay with me for a while. It's much closer to the school. Old Wong, when we get back, you should register this car in the school system tomorrow, and I'll drive you to and from school. Lin Yi grumbled, expressing his frustration with the school's security system. Ha ha, it's a Range Rover. Who would believe you if you said you weren't a socialite? I was driving a Lincoln back in the day. That's no different. Speaking of which, where's your Lincoln? It's at the Jingxiawa garden. Damn landlord. The trio erupted in a chorus of playful curses filled with envy. Stop cursing, old San. Am I going or not? Usually it's just me. The two of us living together would be perfect. Of course, old C invited you. How could I not be considerate? Just wait till tonight when I get back at you. At noon, in the gym, the three disembarked from the car, retrieving a wheelchair for someone, then proceeded to assist that person into the chair before heading to the gym. What are we doing? Eating. Besides, if you take someone away, you must bring them back, right? So we might as well have a meal here. Let us go to the back. We want to try the hefty one's cooking today. Let's just grab something quick. Are you two leaving right after eating? Yes, we'll leave right after. I have spare daily necessities at my place. Olsen, won't have to buy anything. Just pack up and move in. We'll head to school later. I'm curious to see how the security will stop us. The idler remarked. Sue's Haiqiang, pushing Wong Chong's wheelchair, had already vanished, with only the faint sounds of Wong Chong's curses lingering. Jean Gang and Lin Yi exchanged glances and instinctively quickened their pace. Damn, is that gluttonous fatso starving? Grandma, don't let old San fall. In a flurry of chaos, an hour later, Lin Yi pushed Wong Chong out of the dreaded gym. Effortlessly placing Wong Chong into the car and stowing the wheelchair in the trunk, Lin Yi settled back into the driver's seat, feeling a bit more at ease. Old C, your life-saving grace shall not go unreturned. Third brother is willing to offer himself. Wong Chong gazed at Lin Yi with exaggerated emotion, only to receive a light shove from Franklin. Get lost. Don't think just because you're in Rongcheng, you can do as you please. I only fancy charming girls. Lin Yi grumbled while Wong Chong flashed a goofy grin. Thankfully, he and T agreed to join Jean Gang and Sue's Haiqiang at the gym. Otherwise, he feared he might not have made it back in one piece. Is there anything left at school? Let us take it all to our neighborhood. Yes, yes. Let us walk. Tonight, I'll treat you to take out. You better order a bucket of cola. No problem. 2 buckets. Deal. At the entrance of Ronda University. Sir, please record the license plate. The old man appeared with a puzzled expression. Are you a student here? Here, that's my card. Lin, he chuckled. Reaching into the passenger seat and handing it over, you see a graduate student. The old man inspected the card and then glanced at Wong Chong. What's going on here? Lin, he fell silent, thinking, why are you judging people based on appearances? He broke his leg. I just brought him back from Yuchen to ensure he doesn't miss school. You see, I'll be picking him up every day. Lin, he spoke rapidly, articulating clearly. The old man chuckled. All right, no problem. Just wait. Within 3 minutes, the old man reappeared, cheerful, having lifted the barrier. Go ahead, drive slowly, and be safe. Rest assured, I've been driving for 4 years at this university. Lin, he rolled up the window and drove straight to the graduate dormitory area with old San. Currently, there were no roommates in the dormitory, but given Wong Chong's circumstances, it was better for him to stay with someone familiar rather than with a stranger. So he decided to stay with him for a couple of months. It's good to be a student here. This is quite advantageous. Wong Chong beamed as he retrieved his card, lighting a cigarette with a click. What are you worried about, Boss Lin? Can't we get in now? Hey, I'll just switch to a better car later. Chapter 33, Buying a House. At 9 in the evening, in the main bedroom of Jingxiawa Garden, Lin Yi lay on the bed, contemplating the somewhat altered system interface. Hey buddy, why does this look different from before? Everything is to better serve the host. The system has optimized the personal interface. Oh, you're right. It does seem more convenient. The experienced driver system sincerely serves the host. Host. Age, 24 years. Vehicles bound to the host. Land Rover Range Rover. Mileage, 6240 kilometers. Host savings, 7 million. Total illuminated mileage, 100030005000. Lottery chances, 0. Blind box, 0. Skills proficient driving. Physical condition, energetic. The cumulative rewards were gone, replaced by savings, which was quite satisfactory, saving him the trouble of calculating. Lin Yi smacked his lips, preparing to rest, as he had to get up early tomorrow to take his roommate to school. Little did he know, at his age, freshly graduated from university, he was already responsible for taking a child to school. Ding! A message arrived on his phone. Song, why haven't you been in touch these days? Were you kidnapped in Rongshan? Lin Yi grinned, realizing he had left his attractive acquaintance hanging. Lin, not really. I just returned from Yuchin, where I went to help our dormitory's top student who broke his leg. We didn't want to affect the start of the semester, so we went to fetch him together. I just got back today. Can you believe it? I've already graduated. Song took 3 minutes to compose her reply. Song, laughing cat JPG. Song, then you should rest early. Remember to get up and take your roommate to school tomorrow, Coach Lin. Lin, rest assured, Teacher Song. It is my duty as a foster father. Far away in Lushan, Teacher Song lay on her bed, swinging her long, fair legs with great delight. She had long heard of the chaotic relationships among boys, but did not foresee it to be this tumultuous. Her willow-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Every conversation with Lin brought her immense joy. Suddenly, Teacher Song exited her chat with Lin and opened the school group. Within, she spotted Song Won's name, alongside several other teachers, all set to attend training in Rongshan for a week come March. Though termed as training, it seemed rather futile. However, this time, Miss Song was not averse to it. On the contrary, she looked forward to it. The following day, the Range Rover exited the beautiful garden community as Lin hurriedly drove towards the school. Hey, let me know when you're sure you're fine, and I'll come and pick you up. Don't worry, I'll adhere to normal working hours. Usually, I'm done by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Today, I'm just going to meet with my academic advisor. By the way, can you manage the wheelchair on your own? Wang Chong grinned proudly and extended his hands. No problem. This wheelchair is quite manageable. All right then, I have something to attend to, but I'll come find you once I'm done. The Range Rover arrived at the base of the teaching building, and Lin huffed and puffed as he assisted Wang Chong into the wheelchair. Once everything was set, they drove off. Wang Chong didn't rush to move, but calmly took out his phone and made a call. Before long, a vibrant and lively girl appeared. A smile crept on a Wang Chong's face. Scholar, what a dog. Lin was oblivious to the betrayal of their single-dog alliance. He was now en route to a real estate center in Rongshan. Yes, buying a house. Of course, his modest funds were insufficient for a luxurious abode in Chengdu, but he had no intention of leaving the vicinity of Rongda anytime soon. Hence, he planned to acquire a place near the university. That morning, he had spotted a duplex totaling 280 square meters, which, while not a sprawling flat, was still quite decent. Most importantly, it was ready for immediate occupancy, which was quite pleasant. It was merely a 10-minute drive to Rongda, or at most, half an hour's walk. Besides, this was just a temporary purchase. He wasn't planning to confine himself to just this one house for life. At the Rongda sales office, in a small office, they said 3,500,000. All new furniture and decor. 280 square meters, plus 2 parking spaces. It was initially meant for my child's wedding, but they settled abroad, and my spouse and I are relocating overseas. If you're sure, we can sign a contract today. Lin looked at the elderly couple, clearly not too shy about negotiating. 3 million. Pay today. Impossible. How can the bargaining be so drastic? 3,450,000. Lin silently shook his head. 3,500,000. But I don't fancy the furniture and decor, so I'll need to replace them regardless. Whether you throw in extras or not is the same to me. And 2 parking spaces. 3,400,000. I'm not in a hurry, nor am I rushing into marriage. If needed, I can wait longer. 3,350,000. Let us skip the 5,000 reductions. I see you two seem rather anxious. One price, 3,200,000. If that works, I can pay today. If not, I'll continue searching. Deal. By the way, remember to include those parking spaces. In truth, the housing prices here weren't exceedingly high. It was merely the larger area that made it so. Plus, since it was a furnished, renovated property, the landlord had priced it higher, which Lin understood. However, that did mean he would yield to their every demand. Since they were in a hurry, he would ensure to spend less. On the 18th and 19th floors, one at the top and one just below it, it was acceptable he would reside there for now. In the future, he would have a place to settle in Rongshan. Lin murmured to himself as he strolled around the room, taking in the light luxury decor. He suspected the couple's child was indeed in a bind abroad. But that was not his concern. After all, this place was purchased with his hard-earned money, and that was sufficient. Glimpsing at his phone, it was 3 o'clock. Time to pick up Wang Chong from school. Let us find a cleaner to tidy up, and that should be sufficient for settling in. How nice it is to have money. One can do as one pleases. Lin glanced at his rapidly dwindling wallet, which had boasted over 5 million that morning, now reduced to just over 200. All right, I'll need to take more drives in the coming days to earn back what I've spent. I haven't forgotten my plan to establish an investment firm in Rongqing this year. Chapter 34. Someone has betrayed the organization. Third, you bastard. In a certain area of Rongda, Lin's anguished voice echoed. He had been quite pleased with his recent purchase of a small home. But upon arriving at Rongda, intending to surprise Wang Chong, he was met with an unexpected shock. His friend was dating. What the hell? This scoundrel had found a lovely girl to push his wheelchair. Was this appropriate? Initially, the happy couple strolled through Rongda Park, blissfully pushing the wheelchair. Who would have thought they would be interrupted? The girl glanced down at Wang Chong, and then at the furious Lin, perplexed. Wang Chong shook his head, chuckling, good buddy. Didn't I tell you? Someone came to pick me up from Yechun yesterday. It was Fourth who drove, and First and Second followed along. This is Fourth. Ha! Push me over, will you? I'm the injured one, and Fourth one bully me. Ha ha ha. I have betrayed our single dog alliance. Wang Chong grinned mischievously, and the girl pushing the wheelchair laughed along, turning to seek out Lin. Lin silently watched the two lovebirds approach him, a grin plastered on their faces. Resembling a married couple, he quietly picked up his phone to summon help. Hey! The bastard Third has found a partner and is now flaunting it in front of me at Rongda Park, requesting backup. Second, get the car ready. Let us go meet our sister-in-law. On the other end, the urgent voice of First echoed, and with a click, the call ended. Lin fell into silence, realizing he would have to address someone as sister-in-law. Damn! Fourth, did you call First and the others? Ha! Let us all have dinner together tonight, and I'll introduce you. Third cheerfully approached Lin, extending an invitation for dinner. I think you should introduce them first. Third, I might just toss you into the lake, Lin retorted, rolling his eyes, clearly irked by the rapid progression of his friend's relationship. Poor Lin, still a single dog. Hello, I'm Xiao Wei, currently Wang Chong's girlfriend. And hopefully, I will remain so. The girl exuded vitality, instantly fostering a sense of kinship. Lin clicked his tongue. Wang Chong is quite fortunate. I'm Lin from Franklin. A billionaire. Dormitory Fourth. Mind you, I still have to call you sister-in-law. Giggles ensued. The young lady chuckled, for it was her first encounter with such a refreshingly unconventional introduction. Wei, cease your laughter. Indeed, our dear C has modest means. I nearly forgot to mention that this rascal purchased a Lincoln Navigator last year and has just acquired a Range Rover. The day he came to pick me up was, fortuitously, the very day after his new purchase. To be frank, Wang Chong can only boast of his romantic endeavors at this point. As for wealth, goodness, he feels as though he ought to report someone for cheating. Xiao Wei blinked, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration for her junior. Sister-in-law has praised us. Shall we push our third brother to the school gate? Let us share a meal together. Our eldest and second brothers will also join. Xiao Wei turned to Wang Chong, who nodded gently. After all, they were all companions, destined to become acquainted sooner or later. Did you not mention a trip to the gym? How fortuitous. As our eldest family owns a fitness center, King Kong Gym, which is not far from our school. Although I, Wang Chong, may be quite ordinary, alas. My companions are remarkably formidable. Wang Lao-san took pride in this. Not at all. You are, in my eyes, the most exceptional. Lin, he slowed his pace. Not wishing to endure any romantic overtures, he lit a cigarette, exclaiming in frustration, this is absurd, truly. How shameless can one be? He had never encountered such brazen audacity before. At the Rongda night market, in a private room on the second floor of a spicy rabbit head restaurant. Indulging in rabbit delicacies was perfectly normal in Rongqing. Lin Yi launched an assault on the rabbit head, having been preoccupied with contract signings during lunchtime, leaving him quite famished. The eldest and second brothers were relentlessly teasing the third. Eldest brother King Kong even remembered to toss a gym membership card to his sister-in-law as a bribe. All she needed to do was watch someone get ridiculed. Darn it. Third brother, seeing you single is even more painful than witnessing fourth brother's purchase of a Range Rover. Their hearts ached with sympathy. Eldest, second, why must we endure such suffering? Some find success in romance, while others thrive in business. Some are unfortunate in both realms. This referred to King Kong and Sue's Haikyong. The third brother remained silent, merely chuckling foolishly. What could he do? A few jests would not harm him. Wang Swiba simply shrugged it off. While the two lamented, Wang Chong turned to Lin Yi. Fourth brother, did you not say you were out for business today? How'd it go? Was it smooth sailing? Was it about the company? Lin Yi set down the rabbit head, took a moist tissue to wipe his mouth and fingers, and lit a cigarette. Everyone stand back. Franklin is about to show off. This familiar scene made the eldest, second, and third brother's eyelids twitch. Get lost, third brother. What nonsense are you asking? Damn it. How could I let fourth brother have the chance to show off? Third brother, I will have your head. Xiao Weiwei gazed at the commotion among the three, bewildered. With a thud, a red book was tossed onto the table. The boastful Wang finally spoke. Though he had not mentioned company matters. I bought a duplex over at Chinda. 280 square meters, I believe. I went house hunting during the day. His tone was nonchalant, as if the moon were casting its light over the great river. Xiao Weiwei tugged at the corners of her mouth. She seemed to understand why the trio was in such a state. However, to be fair, she believed that Wang Chong was correct. His roommates indeed possessed some remarkable skills. Especially fourth brother, who seemed to have an uncanny knack. A wave of emptiness enveloped the private room as Xiao Weiwei clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. All right, to be fair, I can now comprehend the state of these three, yet that does not hinder my amusement. Those three had only brought this upon themselves, especially King Kong and Su's Haiqiang, who had been shot down once by Wang Chong and then again by Lin Yi, with Wang Chong still playing the accomplice. Wang Chong clicked his tongue in admiration. He was thoroughly impressed. I am in complete agreement. So am I. Hey, my dear sons, there is no need for such formality. As your adoptive father, I shall not forget you. Lin Yi laughed heartily, relishing the moment. The gloom of consuming dog food had lifted. He felt liberated. 280 square meters cannot come cheap, I imagine. At that moment, Xiao Weiwei spoke up. The three turned to her, incredulously. Are you all right? Chapter 35. Song 1 arrives. I say, Boss Lin, what are you up to this early in the morning? On a March morning, within a residence in the Jingxiu Garden community, preparations were already underway. Wang Chong leaned on his crutch, peering curiously at Lin Yi, who was adeptly changing his shoes at the entrance, having already tucked the car keys into his pocket. Without glancing up, he replied, Today I have friends coming to Rongcheng. Their school is conducting training at Rongda, and I must go pick them up. Father is too busy to look after you today. You can manage on your own with that crutch. With that, Lin Yi hurriedly departed. Old Fourth definitely has something going on. Friends? They certainly cannot be male. Wang Chang's phone had somehow dialed a number, and he did not have to wait long before someone answered. Third brother? Old Fourth seemed off. He mentioned having friends coming for training. Yet he was up and ready by 5 this morning, looking quite sharp. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Hold on. Fatty and I will come pick you up. We will coincidentally meet at Rhonda today, haha. As expected of the eldest. Of course. The academic swiftly hung up, beginning to prepare himself. After being caught off guard last time, Wang Chang's intuition told him that an opportunity was at hand. Perhaps he could even snag a meal? Wonderful. At the G5 Jinkin Expressway exit, right? The vehicle your school arranged is truly remarkable. Just got off the highway and already broke down. That is quite impressive. Inside the car, Lin Yi nearly burst out laughing upon hearing the girl on the other end lamenting softly. Is it not permitted for teachers to drive themselves? All right. What, are you picking anyone else up? No need. The school has arranged a vehicle for us, and they are en route. Some colleagues are even planning to take the subway for a stroll. As long as we can meet at Rhonda this afternoon, that is sufficient. All right. Just find a sheltered spot and wait for me. Okay. Lin Yi hung up, and the Range Rover sped down the street. In this weather, being stranded midway was truly a disaster. As for the person who had captured Franklin's attention, well, that was naturally the object of his affections. Ms. Song, someone is here to pick you up? How about you ride with my friend? They should be arriving soon. It's an Audi Q5, fairly easy to identify. A freckled young man approached Song Wan, his face somewhat elongated. If one did not know better, they might think he was a walking shoe insole. Song Wan instinctively took a step back, raising her delicate hand to gently shake her head. No need, my friend will be here shortly. The corners of her windbreaker fluttered slightly, clearly conveying her rejection. It was evident that this shoe insole was one of Song Wan's admirers and a colleague from their school. Other teachers were either enjoying the spectacle, waiting for their rides, or swearing in frustration. In such cold weather, even the most refined individuals could not help but express their displeasure. The training team sent by Lushan High School consisted of 6 members, traveling in an old GL8 that the school had somehow procured, lurching its way toward Rongqing. It was fortunate they did not break down on the highway. Even so, the journey was enough to test anyone's patience. Given her already sour mood, how could Teacher Song maintain a cheerful demeanor? What a ridiculous situation. Logically, her spirits should be high, but with transportation issues and an unwelcome suitor, who could possibly remain in good spirits? The insole tugged at the corner of its mouth, feigning elegance as it took a step back. Teacher Song, should you need anything in Chengdu, do not hesitate to reach out. We are colleagues, after all, and it is only right to lend a hand while away from home. My friend has some connections in Chengdu. A sleek black Audi Q5 came to a halt beside the insole, and a portly man adorned in gold and silver stepped out, his rotund belly and greasy visage on full display. Old Chien, come on, what is this? Is this beauty waiting for a ride as well? Why not join us? The greasy man patted the insole's shoulder and then turned his gaze to Songwon, clad in a long, khaki trench coat. Songwon exuded an air of both fierceness and beauty. The coat's belt perfectly accentuated her figure and high waistline, complementing her intellectual demeanor with exquisite elegance. Hey, old dang, move your decrepit Q5. If you scratch my car, you won't be able to afford the repairs. Just as Songwon's delicate features began to falter, a familiar voice reached her ears. Suddenly, the Santorini Black Range Rover stormed in with a commanding presence, screeching to a halt right in front of the Q5. To be fair, the Audi Q5 was indeed commendable, but when placed alongside the Range Rover, the comparison was rather brutal. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Lin Yi, who looked decidedly displeased as he unleashed a tirade upon the greasy man and the insole. After venting his frustrations, Lin Yi exited the vehicle and stood protectively in front of Songwon, shielding her from view. You two, are you waiting for me to treat you to dinner? Hey, let us go. Haha, I'm the vice president of Tianxiang Construction Company. Let us grab a drink sometime. The insole attempted to interject, but the greasy man seized him by the arm and thrust a business card into Lin Yi's face. This was someone he could not afford to offend. How old is this guy? In his 30s, nearly 40, and he is driving a Q5. And this young chap, look at that Range Rover. Foolishness. You don't want to make enemies in Chengdu. To be precise, no one wishes to offend someone more powerful without just cause. Lin Yi scoffed dismissively at the two, ignoring them entirely as he took Songwon's arm and headed straight for the Range Rover. Songwon obediently followed, slipping into the passenger seat as Lin Yi closed the door, pulling her away from the onlookers who were left in stunned silence. Once the growl of the Range Rover echoed and the black beast whisked away their colleagues, the group finally began to speak. Has this girl found a wealthy suitor in Chengdu? Stop your nonsense. They are classmates. They even met during the new year. Wait, isn't that the one who drives a Lincoln? Why concern yourself with how many cars he has in Chengdu? Look, the insole's friend has already slinked away. The crowd then noticed that the black Q5 had departed, having taken the insole with it. Well, that Q5 isn't exactly cheap, is it? What a car, so impressive. The Range Rover starts at $1 million. Haha, I'll just take the subway. Coach Lin, when did you get a new car? This car. It must not be inexpensive, right? Teacher Song had now regained her composure, resembling the state she was in while practicing driving with Lin Yi during the new year. Her willow-shaped eyes scrutinized Lin Yi's face intently. Franklin grinned. Oh, it's just a minor issue. I was fortunate enough to make a profit after the new year, just in time to buy a car for tax purposes. Chapter 36. Achieving a 10 million deposit. Impressive. Just a tad impressive. While driving, Lin Yi casually raised his right hand, making a minuscule gesture, then returned it to the gear lever. This isn't an automatic? Indeed. Then why do you have your hand on the gear lever? Songwon queried with genuine curiosity, confusion etched on her face. Shouldn't it be on the steering wheel? Just a habit, purely a habit. How can I explain it to him? Touching the thigh of the passenger seat? That's something from a past life. It shouldn't carry over to this one. Besides, he hasn't done that in this lifetime. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yi noticed that beneath Songwon's trench coat was a beige knit dress, the hem brushing her knees, revealing a glimpse of black leggings that clung to her slender calves. Unbeknownst to Songwon, she continued to curiously gaze around the car. This is quite spacious. Yes, indeed. I bought it for its size. By the way, where are we headed? To Chengdu University, as the school has arranged accommodation in their dorms. All right, I'll take you to eat first, and then I'll drop you at Chengdu University. I have a place there, so you can stay. Oh, and you can use that Nautilus for transportation over the next few days. At least you won't have to worry about the rain or snow. Lin Yi laid out his plans clearly, opening the armrest compartment to reveal the keys to the Lincoln. Is that convenient? Come on now. How can I drive 2 cars alone? Then thank you, Boss Lin. Let us go. First stop is dinner. As they approached Chengdu University, the Range Rover passed through the school gates, leaving Songwon momentarily astonished. Wait, logically speaking, isn't this considered an off-campus vehicle? Yes. But my roommate is a graduate student at Chengdu University. Haha, it's registered in his name. Songwon blinked in disbelief. You have a genius in your dorm? Absolutely. He is pursuing a graduate program and directly entering the workforce upon graduation. Quite impressive indeed. Songwon curled up in the passenger seat with a soft sigh. Honestly, there's a distinct difference between top scholars and the rest. Having enjoyed a hearty lunch, she mused about how wonderful it would be to catch a nap. What time do you all meet in the afternoon? 3 o'clock. Then we'll head to the dorm. The girl shifted her position in the seat, seeking a more comfortable posture, feeling warm and enveloped. Then let us catch some sleep in the car. I'll turn on the ventilation for you. Sound good, thank you. Coach Lin, up ahead is the parking lot of the teaching and research building. I'll stop there. All right. Song Won's voice grew softer, and by the time Lin Yi parked the car, she had already drifted into slumber. Having risen early that morning, at around 5, to prepare and then head to school, she had endured a long journey filled with delays. It was quite remarkable that she had managed to stay awake until now. She truly resembled a little cat. Lin Yi smiled, carefully taking Song Won's trench coat from the back seat and draping it over her, before settling into a comfortable position in the driver's seat, ready to explore the system. Earlier on the road, he had fortuitously encountered 2 blind boxes, which he had collected, and now was the perfect moment to open them. Host, age, 24. Register vehicles, Range Rover Vogue. Mileage, 8010 kilometers. Host savings, 35 million. Total mileage accumulated, 10030005000800. Lottery chances, 1. Blind boxes, 2. Skills, proficient driving. Physique, energetic. In the months since returning from Lushan to Chengdu, Lin Yi had not been idle, managing to accumulate 8,000 kilometers, successfully crossing the 10 million mark in savings. With 1 lottery chance and 2 blind boxes, both of which he had acquired today, Lin Yi pondered the coincidence. The last blind box had also come while transporting Song Won. Could it be a pattern? With a few questions swirling in his mind, he decided to give it a try, starting with a lottery draw. The gentle scent of sandalwood filled the car, and Lin Yi felt at ease as he initiated the draw. Skill, Master Chef. From today onward, you shall be the household chef. Of course, your culinary skills extend beyond mere cooking. The abstract explanation of the skill left Lin Yi with his eyes closed, embracing the newfound talent. Wow, what a twist. 3 minutes later, Lin Yi, with a toothpick in his mouth, muttered a curse under his breath. What an absurdity. There's proper cooking, and then there's improper cooking. He casually opened 2 blind boxes, and in an instant, 2 lines of text materialized. Monetary reward, 100,000 yuan. 5 equity in Rongding law firm. Whether the money is significant or not is a matter for another day, but Lin Yi found himself quite intrigued by this law firm. He swiftly took out his phone to conduct a search. The convenience of the internet is indeed remarkable, allowing access to most of the information one seeks. A premier law firm in Rongsheng, and indeed in the entire southwestern region, that surely promises substantial earnings. Lin Yi felt a wave of satisfaction as he opened the glove compartment again, discovering that all the equity information regarding Rongding law firm was neatly organized within. The system operates efficiently, as expected. In a corner of the teaching and research building, 3 individuals peeked out like thieves. Wang Chang, Su Haiqiang, and Jingdong. That must be Old Four's car. There's no mistaking it. Rhonda has its fair share of luxury vehicles, but this Range Rover is the only one. If nothing else, just look at the license plate. Did you knock your head when you fell? Third brother? Get lost. Your brain wouldn't compete with mine, even if it hadn't been knocked. Hey, don't bicker. I see someone in the car. It's been parked for quite a while. Why is the old forgotten out? Should we call him? Second brother mused while stroking his chin. Suddenly, a sharp smack reverberated as Su Haiqiang received a punch on both shoulders, his face a mask of confusion. Why are you hitting me? Don't delay Old 4's good fortune. What if he is busy in the car? But it looks like the car hasn't moved at all. There are definitely 2 people in there. You can't be mistaken. They're a girl with long hair. The trio continued their whispered discussions, seemingly oblivious to the cold weather, growing increasingly animated. At a little past 2, the car door suddenly swung open, revealing a tall and curvaceous silhouette as a girl stepped out from the passenger seat, leaving the 3 men momentarily speechless. Holy cow, Old 4 is silently handling big business. Just last week, when he struck it rich, I could still comfort myself that I could find a partner soon. Now, how can I continue to deceive myself? Su Haiqiang felt a wave of existential dread wash over him. In this day and age, is it really so difficult to fool oneself? Are ordinary people even allowed to live? I heard that Rhonda has been hosting teachers from other schools for training lately. It's possible that the girl getting out of Old 4's car is one of them. A teacher that beautiful? Have you never seen an English teacher? Chapter 37, The Leaky Franklin. Lin Yi, it seems someone is here. Huh? What nonsense is this? Are there paparazzi? It can't be. Just as Lin Yi stepped out of the car, he froze, following Song Won's pointed finger to see the 3 furtive characters strutting out from their corner. Chest puffed out. They're my sons, no worries. Song Won paused, then recalled the complicated relationships within the boys' dormitory. Ah, I see. Roommates. Aren't you 3 cold? Not at all, not at all. He. We just wanted to see our sister-in-law. So, of course, we aren't cold. Get lost. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and playfully scolded them, tossing a few packs of cigarettes their way. The trio gleefully pocketed them, and each snatched a cigarette from Lin Yi. What can one do? Once it's in your hands, it's yours, and once it's yours, it tastes all the sweeter. Song Wan stood behind Lin, clad in a trench coat, observing the lively group of graduates with a smile playing on her lips. You know, this is quite lively. How about we go out for dinner tonight, Miss Song? Jingong leaned in, casting a sidelong glance at Song Wan, extending the invitation. Song Wan blinked, glancing at Lin Yi. Her intentions clear. Wang Chong leaned on his cane beside Su Zhaiqiang, the two whispering to each other. I told you, these two are definitely up to something. Let us summarize. It's a period of ambiguity. Truly the academic elite. Lin Yi glanced at the three rascals, then at Teacher Song, saying, Teacher Song, should we finish up early today? We'll be done in no time. It'll be quick. Then, how about I take you to Chinda Community tonight? I just bought a house there, and we can celebrate the housewarming. What? Damn it, I think you've gone too far, Lin Yi. Exactly. How can you chase someone out like that? That's just inappropriate. I'm game. Wang Lao-san raised his hand, laughing in agreement. Get lost. You filthy old third. Jingong and the fatty erupted in a chorus of curses. Only Song Wan looked a bit bewildered. Wang Chong, with his cane, had somehow arrived at Song Wan's side. Your boss Lin is quite the enigma. He bought this Range Rover and also secured a house for you two in Rongcheng. The Chinda Community, right near Rongda, a duplex of 280 square meters, exquisitely decorated. The other day, we all saw his property deed. Exactly. Old Four is quite impressive. This is true. Academically, third brother reigns supreme in our dormitory. Physically, we dominate. And as for weight, Fatty takes the crown, but when it comes to making money, the three of us combined can't rival him. Jingong gazed at Lin Yi with envious eyes. Damn, if given the chance, he would gladly trade places with Lin Yi. Truly, during our university days, we were perhaps too detached from society to realize, but now that we've graduated for over half a year, can't we all see the reality? The world is indeed superficial, only throwing flattery at the wealthy. Does a Range Rover count as flattery? How about a 300 square meter duplex? Who would have thought Coach Lin had such clout in Rongcheng? Song Wan stepped forward, her willow-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Yi. A successful man exudes a compelling allure, especially when one has already developed feelings for him before knowing of his accomplishments. Sometimes, the allure of success lies not merely in wealth, but in the inherent charm of the person. No worries, Teacher Song. I was just planning to take you to see it tonight. You're referring to the accommodation in Chinda Community, right? Yes, indeed. Where else would it be? I'm living with third brother in Jingxiu Garden, and it's not even my own place, just a rental, Lin Yi declared proudly. Wang Chong and the others fell silent. This is indeed ridiculous. Song Wan's eyes curved in delight. The occasionally goofy Lin Yi wasn't so bad after all. Moreover, the car is also in Chinda. You'll definitely need to drive over. As for the bedding and such, everything is ready. I dedicated a day recently to procure several sets from a tour, so rest assured, Lin Yi's words carried a hint of grandeur. He was turning a perfectly good home into a budget hotel. The five of them stood around the car, chatting and laughing, and Song Wan found it quite pleasant. Compared to her colleagues from this training session, she felt much more at ease with Lin Yi's crowd. Teacher Song is here. Good afternoon, Teacher Song. Shall we check out the dormitory after we finish? Teacher Song. Before long, all the high school teachers attending the training had arrived at Rongda, each greeting Song Wan enthusiastically, especially upon spotting that familiar black Range Rover. Little did they expect that this car would even make its way into Rongda. After all, the Q5 that delivers shoe insoles certainly couldn't get through. I'm not going. I have classmates in Rongcheng, and I'm going to visit them these days. Song Wan elegantly shook her head in refusal. Since she wasn't having the school reimburse her, she could go wherever she pleased. Besides, could the dormitory provided by Rongda compare to the duplex offered by Coach Lin? Indeed, she intended to stay there. Where one stays doesn't matter. Lin isn't around, and their families have been friends for decades. The group fell silent. They simply couldn't compare. It's true, he has connections in Rongcheng. How can you compete? Actually, they too had acquaintances, but they weren't substantial. What does substantial mean? Well, that Range Rover behind us is an example. Old Four, that shoelace delivery guy has been looking at our sister-in-law strangely. Should I call the gym folks tonight to deal with him? Giant squinted his eyes, exuding an aura of danger as he fixated intently on the shoe insert. Even when discovered by the insert, he maintained his imposing demeanor, his robust physique adding to his formidable presence. Lin Yi shook his head and proceeded to recount the incident of fetching Song Wan. Huh. How dare the Q5 compare itself to our old Fourth's Range Rover? It's utterly laughable. Besides, the Q5 isn't even in the same league as the shoe insert. Ha ha ha, indeed. It's merely a hapless creature inviting a beating. The group of giants showed no mercy, while Song Wan stifled her laughter, awaiting the commencement of their gathering. The shoe insert's face was as dark as night, resembling someone scorched by flames. There was truly no remedy for this. Old Fourth, I must admit, your classmate is quite stunning. A high school English teacher at that. What remarkable luck you have. Giant raised his thumb in admiration. Earning money? I respect that. I never expected Old Fourth to possess such skill in finding a partner. It's infuriatingly flawless. You and Old Second should hurry to find someone too. At least start dating. The gym is conveniently close to Roan University, and you two could enjoy a youthful romance. Lin Yi lit a cigarette, glancing at the imposing duo with amusement. Chapter 38, A Small Gathering. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Black Range Rover exited Roan University, its interior filled to capacity with 5 individuals. Miss Song occupied the front passenger seat, while the remaining 3 squeezed into the back. Goodness, I can't join you two again. You'll crush my legs. The studious one grumbled from the central rear seat, flanked by Giant on one side and the chubby one on the other, resembling a pair of bodyguards. Who could withstand that? What are we having for dinner? Hot pot. Obviously. What else is there to contemplate? In this dreadful weather of Rome City, nothing else is palatable. True enough. Let's stop by the supermarket and grab 10 to 8 pounds of beef and lamb, then some leafy greens for a quick dip. Sound delightful. We can't just have meat. We need some belly fillers. Is our boss Lin a man who neglects his stomach? Exactly. Without alcohol, shouldn't we indulge a little more? Lin Yi sighed, focusing on driving. You see, Miss Song, this is what we mean by poor choices in friends. You 3 are truly uncouth. My friend is visiting from out of town, and here you 3 are, ready to butcher me. Especially you, Old Third. Just wait. Tonight, I'll toss your crutch into the river. Lin Yi maneuvered to overtake, while simultaneously venting his frustrations. Miss Song was in stitches, her laughter a delightful flutter in the passenger seat. Otherwise, Lin Yi would certainly have been at a disadvantage. Why do I say this? A long-legged beauty. Who could resist? Upon reaching the 18th floor, Lin Yi pointed to 1801 and declared, "We arrived. Let's hurry in and prepare for the hot pot." He placed their belongings in the hallway before opening the door. 2 households per floor, quite nice. And it's a duplex too. We can explore that later. The prices for these apartments surely aren't cheap. Old Fourth seems to have spent over 3 million. Miss Song's mouth fell open in surprise. Clearly, she was astonished. It wasn't that she was unaware of the housing prices in Rome City, but rather, she was taken aback by someone's ability to earn, including the car. He must have made at least 5 million, right? I truly wonder how he manages. Giant scratched his head. If I had Old Fourth brains and skills, my father would wake up laughing in his dreams every day. Any father would be thrilled. Wang Chong and the chubby one began preparing the hot pot, while Giant wandered aimlessly, occasionally causing more chaos than assistance. Miss Song, let me show you upstairs. You can choose any bedroom you like. The utilities are all set, and a week's stay is more than sufficient. The car is parked in the basement. You must have seen it when we arrived. Lin Yi walked beside Miss Song, taking the lead as they ascended the stairs. All right, I'll be relying on Coach Lin this time. No need for formality. Our bond is strong. By the way, where did you leave your suitcase? Downstairs in the foyer, right by the entrance. Don't worry. I'm not foolish enough to forget it. Giant helped carry it up. Indeed, Old Fourth is quite strong. After this week, I'll take you to the gym nearby. It's very close to Roan University. Sounds perfect. I'll follow your lead. Miss Song clasped her hands behind her back, her steps light and her tone cheerful. Old Fourth and Miss Song, dinner is ready. Shortly after, the chubby one's voice echoed from downstairs, indicating the food was prepared. Coach Lin, your university roommates are quite accomplished. Of course. Our dorm is renowned for not harboring idlers. Lin Yi replied proudly. Their dorm was filled with elites. Downstairs, the 5 gathered around a large table, comfortably spread out. The spaciousness of the room was a blessing, allowing them to feast without feeling cramped. After a hearty meal, they each found their own spot to relax, while the chubby one cheerfully washed the dishes. He simply enjoyed doing such tasks. As the clock approached 8, the 5 finally made their way to the elevator heading down to the parking garage. Beside the Range Rover with a Lincoln Nautilus, both vehicles impressively sizable. Miss Song, the Lincoln's fuel tank is full. You can drive it for the week. Miss Song stood by the Lincoln, tilting her head, hands tucked in her trench coat pockets. Smiling as she nodded, drive slowly and let me know when you get home. Absolutely. The rear window rolled down, revealing Giant. You two look like a couple. It's dizzying for us, single dogs. Maybe I should haul you both to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a spontaneous wedding. After this cheeky remark, Giant promptly rolled up the window, leaving Miss Song blushing. Lin Yi chuckled and scolded him lightly before exchanging a few more words with Miss Song before driving off. As for her safety, please, what era are we in? Besides, it's a straightforward journey from the basement to home. What danger could there possibly be? Old Fourth, if you got your eye on her, you better act swiftly. This classmate of yours appears to be quite popular. Who knows how many unseen suitors are lurking? Giant puffed on a cigarette from the back seat, imparting his wisdom. Don't be fooled by his lack of a partner. When it comes to theoretical knowledge, he is unparalleled. Oldest brother was right. These days, good women are rarer than money. The chubby one nodded in agreement. Goodness, in our dorm of 4, 3 of us are brainstorming ideas for you. Rest assured, we're confident in our abilities. There is no way we'll let her slip away. Franklin appeared remarkably composed, exuding confidence. Look at that. I knew Old Fourth had a weakness for beautiful girls. Giant erupted in laughter. Of course, who doesn't start with that desire? But Old Fourth's luck is truly remarkable. He even has a childhood sweetheart. The chubby one lamented. I've missed out on that treasure. Sue's Haikyong smacked his lips, feeling both envious and wistful. Who wouldn't cherish a childhood sweetheart? In the Jinxiu Garden community, Lin Yi assisted his injured friend back to their rental apartment, unceremoniously dropping Wang Chong before engaging in conversation with Miss Song. Wang Chong rolled his eyes, grumbling as he pulled out his phone to chat with his own partner. Humph. Who doesn't have a partner? Who do you think you are? Oh, right. He had forgotten that the other 2 in their dorm were indeed still single. How unfortunate. Lin, Miss Song, we've arrived home safely. What about you? Song, receive Coach Lin. Thank you for your hard work today. I'll be at Rome University early tomorrow. After training in the evening, dinner is on me. Chapter 39, Mingzhu Investment. Early morning, 8 o'clock, Rome City Teaching Research Building. A sleek black Lincoln glided in smoothly before coming to a precise halt. A charming young lady emerged from the driver's seat, gracefully stepping out with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Clad in a tailored blazer, a knitted top, and smart trousers, complemented by a pair of loafers, she exuded an aura of competence and elegance. Her high ponytail accentuated her striking appearance, making her stand out as the most radiant presence in the crowd. Wait, is that Teacher Song? How did she manage to drive in here? Isn't it against the rules for outside vehicles to enter Rome University? Song-won beamed a bright smile, replying, Classmates, I've been busy these past few days and have lent my car to her. She was quite familiar with driving this navigator, having practiced extensively with it. The onlookers were left agape, wondering how this woman had such connections in Rome City to borrow a car worth over 300,000. Is the universe not operating on reason? As for how the car gained entry, well, Old 3 does indeed have some connections at Rome University. Ahem. It's just that Wang Chong now has 2 more cars under his name, even if neither is of any relation to him. Yet, that doesn't hinder him from lending a helping hand to his future siblings-in-law. It's all trivial matters. Wang's influence can only make a modest impression in certain circles at Rome University. One must admit, the graduate school candidates certainly possess some skills. How enviable it is to accompany Song Wan from Lushan. Before long, a Range Rover boldly drove in, parking beside the Lincoln. Lin Yi and Wang Chong descended, chatting and laughing, with Wang Chong's signature weapon still in tow. Sister-in-law, wait for me at noon. Third brother will take you to enjoy the culinary delights of Rome University. Wang Chong hobbled over, leaning on his crutches, a bag of books in hand, greeting Song Wan. A hint of blush crept onto her cheeks as she cast a glance at him. What could Lin Yi do? It's not as if he could expect her to decline such an offering. Why refuse an opportunity presented on a silver platter? Teacher Song, just let Old 3 take you out for lunch. His girlfriend will be there, making it easier for you all to chat. In the evening, the eldest and second brothers will come to pick you up from school and will head straight to the rooftop of the Jinggang Gym, where there is a sunroom for a barbecue. Lindsay cheerfully handed Song Wan a warm cup of milk tea from the back seat, having arranged the day for her quite thoroughly. All right, Song Wan responded softly, dismissing the sister-in-law remarks she had overheard, focusing instead on the well-planned outing by her coach, Lin. Let us go. Old 3, keep an eye on Teacher Song. If anything happens, I'll hold you accountable. Is it appropriate to speak to someone injured like that? Lin Yi chuckled, turning to Song Wan. I have matters to attend to today and need to handle some company affairs. I'll meet you at the gym tonight. After saying this, he hopped back into the car. The Range Rover's engine roared to life as it departed from the research building. Wang Chong lingered beside the Lincoln, watching the elegant vehicle drive away, unable to suppress his admiration. No matter how many times he saw it, the Range Rover was undeniably stunning. I think it's a bit too large. Parking might be a hassle, Song Wan remarked, patting the Lincoln, appreciating its convenience. Though she mused that her little Accord was the most practical option, Teacher Song was certainly aware of the value of these cars and properties. Yet her connection with Lin Yi transcended mere material possessions. When they first met in Lushan, she was completely unaware of his background. Sister-in-law, You are truly unaware of your fortune. If I were a woman, I would definitely compete with you. Wang Chong chuckled, realizing he had successfully led her to this point. All right, sister-in-law, I'll see you at noon. Okay, third brother. Wang Chong laughed heartily, hands on his hips. What are you grinning about, little Wang? Hurry up and lend a hand. Even with a limp, you're so carefree. The older gentleman, Wang Chong's mentor, chuckled upon seeing him in this state. Resilience in the face of adversity. Once Wang Chong departed, his colleagues from Lushan Middle School gathered around, excluding the onlookers. Last night, he had received a lesson from his older brother, realizing the weight of certain individuals' influence. The notorious Black Tiger and White Lu Zhe. Truly formidable. On another front, Franklin, feeling the sting of financial scrutiny, transferred $1 million to the company account, sighing as he exited the situation. Although the money remained in his possession, he felt as if something significant had slipped away. Oh well, at least it's a stepping stone. I'll continue driving to earn more. 1 million ISNT insurmountable. A few more days on the road should remedy that. Lin Yi entered his car, glancing down at his company documents and card, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At just 24, achieving this level of success was commendable. Contentment is key. In his previous life, he had nothing at this age. Mingzhu investment. In just one day, he had accomplished so much. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was past 5. By the time he reached the gym, it would be 6, time to leave. He refrained from questioning why he didn't check the time. After all, he hadn't purchased a watch. How much money did he currently have? Better to focus on pressing matters. A watch wouldn't fly away, and he could store it at the shop for a while. Starting the engine and accelerating, he sped towards the gym, wondering if his friends had prepared the meat for their gathering. Lin Yi felt his stomach grumble. He was genuinely hungry. To be frank, he disliked dealing with this group of cap-wearing individuals. They were a handful. Once the company was properly arranged, he intended to hire someone to manage affairs while he preferred to drive for leisure. At the top of the Jinggang gym, Jin Gang and Su's Haiqiang were working diligently, perspiration streaming down their faces in the March heat. Songwan, she asked the sister-in-law, how could she work? Xiao Waiwei, she is also a sister-in-law. As for Wang Chong, let us not burden the injured one. Given his current condition, he needs to rest for a month or so before fully recovering. Waiwei, you're quite impressive. Being a graduate student. I, on the other hand, didn't pass the exam and ended up securing a teaching position at Lishan. Song Wan was happily conversing with Xiao Waiwei, and the two young women were forming a friendship. Wans, we all aspire to take the exam now, but we're still struggling to pass. Xiao Waiwei sighed in exasperation. She had realized that their roommate's boyfriend possessed a certain level of competence. Who could secure a stable job without effort? Compared to graduate school, this path truly bore no comparison. Of course, her boyfriend was an exception. The gap between scholars was palpable. Chapter 40, Barbecue Gathering. You all are quite speedy. The food is nearly cooked already? Lin Yi dashed up to the rooftop, inhaling the savory aroma wafting through the air, his stomach growling. He was hungry. Haha, old four, have you gone to war? Why are you so ravenous at this hour? Jin Gang laughed, handing Lin Yi a freshly grilled skewer. Lin Yi eagerly bit into half of it, exclaiming, these bureaucrats. I registered a company and paid the fees. Yet they all treat me like a grandmaster. What nonsense! He vented, clearly unimpressed with certain individuals. In this day and age, it was all too common. His father had to treat these ingrates to meals every few days, while their superiors remained amicable, but the subordinates were a different story. Jin Gang shared his sentiments, and the two began to vent their frustrations about certain people, both of whom were business-minded. Wang Chong shook his head and turned to Xiao Waiwei, relieved that he would be working at the school in the future, thus avoiding having to deal with that group of people. The hefty fellow snickered. Old three. You are rather naive. How good can a school be? Wang Chong rolled his eyes, while Xiao Waiwei and Song Wan stifled their laughter. Once my investment company gathers enough people, I won't be bothered with these trivial matters anymore. Lin Yi, with a snap of his fingers, lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Having something to eat in his stomach, he felt no urgency to continue eating. A little sustenance was sufficient for a moment's digestion. You old four, running an investment company is all well and good, but us in the real industry encounter little devils every day. Jin Gang grumbled from beside the barbecue grill. By the way, old four, how much are you investing? Lin Yi flashed a grin and held up a finger. 1 million? Good heavens, you Lin actually have money. Jin Gang and the hefty fellow expressed their astonishment. Wang Chong scrutinized for a moment before spitting. What you mean is 10 million. Damn. To be fair, a top student is indeed a top student. Their observational skills are remarkable. Grandma, a top student. I swear, I think you've latched onto a rich woman. Rich women don't have that kind of money, damn it. Each of the three chimed in with playful curses, yet they all wore broad smiles. Happiness was genuine happiness, with the bond among the four of them. What could possibly dampen their spirits? If one were to rise, the others would undoubtedly benefit greatly. Xiao Weiwei appeared somewhat dazed, while Song Wan gazed at Lin Yi with a smile, her willow-like eyes sparkling like the stars. Wang Chong nudged his companion, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Look at our old four and his allure. Xiao Weiwei turned to Song Wan, a smile playing on her lips. Exceptional people always attract attention. You, Wang Chong, are quite impressive too. If I hadn't T-acted first, I doubt I would have had my turn. Wang Chong grinned broadly, feeling more elated than if he had just earned 10 million. After all, he was still somewhat better off than the other two single fellows. Jin Gang and Su's Haiqiang, not deaf, shot a fierce glare at the limping one, cursing as they continued to grill meat. Boss, that damn Wang isn't any good. Once his leg gets better, we ought to teach him a lesson. 2 lessons. Let us crush him. Wang Chong chuckled indifferently, as did Xiao Weiwei. When Wang Chong recovers, he would return to school, and whether certain individuals could confidently walk through the door remained to be seen. What fuss over nothing? Teacher Song, don't mention this to Uncle Lin and the others when you get back. I fear it might frighten them. Rest assured, Teacher Song isn't foolish. Once you return, you can tell Uncle and Aunt yourself. Right, Teacher Song is exceptionally wise. Come, let us eat barbecue. Lin Yi squatted beside Song Wan, offering her a skewer. He then looked around, plopping down on the ground without any airs of a millionaire, appearing rather simple-minded. Song Wan tilted her head to glance at Lin Yi, continuing to eat her skewers. Both had thoughts brewing in their hearts, yet neither was inclined to voice them just yet. Moreover, having only just started dating, the ambiguous phase was quite significant. Teacher Song, drive slowly. Let me know when we arrive at the community. Understood. Weiwei is staying with me these days, so you can rest easy. After dinner, down at the gym, Lin Yi sat in a Lincoln alongside 2 lovely ladies, Song Wan and Xiao Weiwei. The progression of friendship between the 2 girls was surprisingly rapid and delightful. In the span of a meal, they had grown quite close. Well then, I can rest easy. Her man is under my watch, so I have no concerns about her safety, Lin Yi said, throwing an arm around Wang Chang's neck. Wang Chong rolled his eyes, unsure if it was due to being choked or irritation, but no one paid him any mind. The 2 girls, just getting to know each other, had little time to spare for Wang Chong. When Song Wan drove away, Lin Yi prepared to return to the Jingxiu community with Wang Chong. Old 3 and his wife are indeed lively. Old 3 has been taken away by Old 4, and Old 3's wife is with Old 4's wife. Haha. Jin Gang squatted on the curb, smoking, watching as the Range Rover and Lincoln departed. Su's Haiqiang sat on the curb, undeterred by the cold, muttering, well, we can't possibly mock them, can we? 2 single dogs. You should curse yourself instead of dragging me into it. 2 poor fellows. Then just call me a single dog. I can't withstand the attack of a poor fellow. Su's Haiqiang grumbled, while Jin Gang remained unfazed. What could he do? He was well aware of his own worth. Having a gym was already fortunate. Had he not had some backing in Rongcheng, he'd be worse off than his second brother. Now, with his second brother Su's Haiqiang still able to come around to support him, he, the dormitory leader, could wake up laughing in his sleep. Let us go, hefty fellow. 3 new trainees are coming to the gym tomorrow. They're all looking to shed pounds with our meal plans. I need to make the most of tonight. After finishing a cigarette, Jin Gang stood, steadying himself against Su's Haiqiang's shoulder. Let us go. These 3 new trainees are wealthy, huh? I might make a commission of 10,000 this month. Absolutely. With full attendance, it's definitely feasible. Do I have full attendance? Of course, after all, I'm a small boss. I must have some privileges. Chapter 41. The Aspiring Franklin. Wan, tell me, how did you meet Old 4? How else could we have met? We're both from Lishan. We were classmates as children, but not in college. He came to Rongcheng while I went to Yuchin, and we hardly met each year until last year during the New Year. The 2 girls lay in the large bathtub on the 2nd floor, giggling and whispering. Their dorm was filled with remarkable individuals, all gathered together. Xiao Weiwei was luxuriating in the bath, rubbing her soft skin, her face flushed. If Wang Chong were to witness this scene, one could imagine his leg would miraculously heal. Indeed, the whole dorm is quite interesting. The eldest runs a gym, and the second has remarkable culinary skills. I ate so much barbecue tonight, I wonder if I'll gain weight tomorrow. Song Wan mused, touching her belly with a hint of worry. Xiao Weiwei giggled. Don't worry, I see Lin Yi wouldn't mind you at all. Get away. Teacher, Song blushed, swatting away the pervert's hands, then retaliating fiercely. The 2 girls frolicked in the bathtub for over an hour before finally emerging and collapsing back onto the bed. Your Lin Yi is truly impressive. Just graduated and already running an investment company. Teacher Song is bound to become a wealthy woman. Song Wan rolled her eyes playfully. Whether we can even be together is still up for debate. You can fool a fool with that talk, but do you think we're all oblivious? It's just a matter of breaking through the thin veil. Besides, such an exceptional young man is hard to come by. It's not as if you could find one, even if you searched high and low. Just like our Wang Chong. Luckily, I acted quickly. Xiao Weiwei lay on the bed, dramatically gesturing as if to emphasize her point. Haha, didn't he expect it was you chasing after him, Weiwei? In our hometown, we say it's impossible to get a sound out of a stubborn stick unless someone takes the initiative. Xiao Weiwei wore a proud expression. Although she was now a graduate student, the distinction between admissions and actual studies was a world apart. Impressive. Teacher Song gave a thumbs up, expressing her admiration for Xiao Weiwei, while simultaneously a seed took root in her heart. However, it wasn't yet time to rush things. That is indeed a necessity. Back then, those who shared my admiration for Wang Chong now regret it deeply, slapping their thighs in remorse. If it weren't for their reluctance to show their true feelings or their perception of Wang Chang's modest family circumstances, they would never have granted me this opportunity. Xiao Weiwei proudly lifted her head, resembling an indignant little fox. Unbeknownst to her, a certain academic in the splendid community remained entirely oblivious. Enough about me. Tell me about your family, Lin Yi. He seems to be on an extraordinary roll, Xiao Weiwei exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Song Wan's delicate form. Her curiosity palpable, much like a playful kitten. Song Wan pondered for a moment, chuckling softly. The situation with Lin's family is quite straightforward. His parents run a modest supermarket in Angwatown, Lushan, and their circumstances are rather decent. However, I'm not entirely sure about Lin Yi's transformation. He never seemed so formidable before. Not just Xiao Weiwei. Even Song Wan found herself equally intrigued. Who wouldn't be curious? The two sisters' hushed conversations lingered until nearly midnight before they hurriedly succumbed to slumber. The following day, in the splendid community, Lin Yi did not escort Wang Chong to school today. After all, he was merely a godfather, not a biological father. Most importantly, Lin Yi was short on funds and needed to drive to earn money. This was paramount. With 10 million transferred to the company account, though the money still belonged to him, Lin Yi felt a sense of discomfort. It felt more appropriate to earn and pocket the money himself. As for Mingzhu Investment Company, what investment could possibly be more vital than investing in his own money-making tool? In 5 days, Song Wan would return from Rongcheng, and during these 5 days, he needed to drive diligently. When Song Wan returned, he would take her home, just in time for a visit. Certain matters must be arranged gradually. Disclosing everything to his parents all at once would be inappropriate and could startle the elderly couple, creating discomfort for everyone involved. As for when to replace his money-making vehicle, it would be best to wait until the first half of the year had passed. Changing cars too frequently would be unseemly. Once he accumulated more vehicles in the future, no one would remember this incident, and only then would he find relief. Driving just 500 kilometers a day for 5 consecutive days would total to 500 kilometers, yielding a profit of 12.5 million. Goodness, earning over 10 million in just 5 days, a little fatigue was a small price to pay. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, rising to begin his preparations. From today, he would become an unfeeling money-making machine. As for vehicle depreciation, was that even a concern? Cold. Hard cash was the most reliable. Hello, Director Lin. There will be a shareholders meeting at the end of this month. Could you please confirm your availability? Having just finished brushing his teeth, and while partaking of breakfast, Lin Yi received a phone call. Rongding? Yes. I won't be attending. Perhaps next time. I have matters to attend to this month, and will be unavailable. Understood, Director Lin. Please do not hesitate to call if you need anything. All right. Lin Yi hung up, returning to his meal. He had almost forgotten about the Rongding law firm. He had been rather busy lately, so forgetting was somewhat understandable. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi rushed out the door. He would have to visit the law firm eventually. Ideally, one would never require the services of a law firm in their lifetime, yet receiving annual dividends was quite pleasing. However, what if something arose? It was prudent to familiarize himself with the place. Lin Yi was no fool. In this era of established laws, law firms, lawyers, and legal frameworks were the best weapons. In the past century, he would not have considered such things. But times were changing, and Lin Yi could not afford to be out of touch with the world. Hello, why is Teacher Song calling? Oh, understood. Tonight, you and T be having dinner. Take the third brother's wife out shopping instead. That sounds fine, no issue at all. Third brother? If he's not agreeable, I might just toss his crutch aside. At a young age, why burden oneself with so many trivial matters? Rest assured, Teacher Song, Lin Yi will take care of your third brother. While driving and conversing with Teacher Song, Lin Yi felt quite pleased, though he noticed he was receiving an excessive number of calls today. On the final day of training, that evening, at Chinda Community, everyone gathered in the lavish residence purchased by Boss Lin for a celebration. Well, it could be considered a farewell, as Teacher Song would be leaving Rongcheng the next day. Not to mention, Xiao Weiwei was feeling a twinge of sadness at the impending separation. Don't worry, Weiwei, I will often visit Rongshan. Besides, you can always come to Lishan to see me. Even though I work in Lishan, your schedule as a graduate student is quite flexible. The train ride from Rongshan to Lushan is not far at all. Just let me know in advance, and I will pick you up from the station. Song Wan, exuding the warmth of an older sister, held Xiao Weiwei's little hand, chatting with her on the sofa. Meanwhile, the gentlemen were busy with their own affairs. Lin Yi had stepped into the restroom to assess his recent accomplishments. Exhausted, exceedingly so, yet, whenever he glanced at his system panel, he questioned, what does it mean to be tired? The real fatigue stemmed from the lack of funds. Host, age, 24. Vehicles owned, Land Rover Range Rover. Mileage, 11,000 kilometers. Host savings, 24 million. Total mileage points accumulated, 100, 030, 005, 000, 800, 010, 000. Lottery chances, 1. Mystery boxes, 0. Skills, proficient driver, culinary expert. Physique, energetic. As Lin Yi relieved himself, he observed his recent accumulation, a grin spreading across his face akin to that of a husky. Exhilarating, it was truly exhilarating. Coupled with the 10 million in the company account, his savings had now reached an impressive 24 million. He wondered, was there anyone else who could rival him? He had even unlocked a mileage point, granting him a lottery opportunity. However, he had no intention of claiming it immediately. This particular matter could wait until tomorrow when he returned home with Song Wan. Perhaps he could encounter a few mystery boxes along the way, which would be perfect for padding out his collection. After all, he had been driving fervently for several days and had yet to come across a single mystery box. How peculiar. Fourth brother, dinner is ready. Have you taken up residence in the restroom? Jingong's booming voice echoed, loud enough for Lin Yi to hear from the two-story loft. He hurried down, greeted by a table laden with a sumptuous feast. Indeed, today's meal was neither hot pot nor skewers. It was an exquisite banquet prepared by Chef Su. Second brother, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You could easily make a fortune running a restaurant. Lin Yi inhaled the mouth-watering aroma of the dishes, his hunger intensifying. Our gym's weight loss meals and diet plans have gained significant popularity. The old man used to visit often, but now he hardly shows up anymore, Jingong remarked, smacking his lips. Eat. As the injured party, need proper nourishment. Despite Wang Chang's limp, he was still spry. One merely had to observe the spread laid out before him. Even with his leg issue, he could still manage quite well when it mattered. If his instructor asked him to move something, the limp would be forgotten. As dinner commenced, the delightful flavors of the feast overshadowed the bittersweet atmosphere of farewell. Teacher Song, I happen to be returning home tomorrow. Would you care to join me? As Lin Yi spoke, he glanced at Song Wan with a playful smile, his mouth still full of food. Song Wan, momentarily dazed, had remnants of her meal lingering at the corners of her mouth, a stray bean sprout dangling adorably. Indeed, I have been away for over a month. It is high time I paid a visit. My sister Wan Wan is nearing her college entrance examinations, and as her elder brother, I must check on her academic progress. Lin Yi chuckled heartily, casually munching on a piece of preserved meat. Song, the ever-capable teacher, swiftly grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. The others exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in the sweetness of their ship. Who doesn't he enjoy indulging in such delightful pairings? As the clock approached 9, the room was left immaculate, with only Lin Yi and Song Wan remaining. Teacher Song, you should stay on the second floor tonight. I'll be on the first. We can head back home first thing in the morning. Would you like me to inform your school? Lin Yi lounged on the sofa in his slippers, exuding an air of lazy comfort after a satisfying meal. Song Wan's earlobes flushed slightly as she pretended to be engrossed in her phone, giving a nonchalant hum in response. Well, it's true that Song Wan had never spent a night alone with a man in her entire life, even though it was a duplex, with one person upstairs and another downstairs. Observing Song Wan's innocent demeanor, Lin Yi found himself devoid of the imposing aura she had initially possessed. His thoughts shifting in a different direction, he sighed theatrically to capture her attention, then remarked, "Look at this predicament. Had I known that one day I would be cohabitating with Teacher Song under the same roof, I wouldn't have bothered with this duplex. I would have opted for a cozy one-bedroom apartment instead." He lamented, slapping his thigh in a dramatic display of regret that elicited a laugh from Song Wan. "It's all right, Coach Lin. There are advantages to a duplex. I won't be locking my door tonight. If you wish to offer guidance to your students, feel free to come upstairs anytime. I'll first take a shower and change into my pajamas, then I'll come down to keep you company." Song Wan was not one to be outdone. She had already discerned that Lin Yi, despite his mischievous intentions, lacked the courage to act upon them. With a sudden shift in demeanor, She embraced her role as the confident heroine and headed upstairs to shower without hesitation. Lin Yi stood there, bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Wait, ISNT, it's supposed to be the other way around? Don't women usually take longer to decide? And what did she mean by leaving the door unlocked? He was utterly perplexed. This felt all too surreal, reminiscent of scenarios crafted by novelists who never provided solutions to such dilemmas. Beast or less than beast? He mused. Neither term was particularly flattering. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Yi began to ponder this philosophically intricate conundrum. Something felt off, very off indeed. He barely took a few puffs before the cigarette burned to ashes. This was clearly a test of will. He clicked his tongue, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. If he were to declare that Song Wan was his girlfriend, he could easily head to the bathroom without hesitation. But therein lay the crux of the issue. Chapter 43. Less than a beast time slipped by, and suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lin Yi looked up to see Teacher Song, now clad in oatmeal-colored knit pajamas that exuded an air of relaxation. One might mistake her for being at home. With a cheeky grin, Lin Yi approached the staircase and teased, Well, look who has all dressed for comfort. Humph. Song Wan descended, her long hair cascading down as droplets of water splashed onto Lin Yi's face. Coach Lin, I truly did leave the door open for you tonight. As she made her way to the expansive balcony, she shot him a playful glare before grabbing a hairdryer to dry her hair. Lin Yi felt a surge of restlessness, as if he were sitting atop a bed of embers. Casually, Song Wan glanced at him, shaking her head with a bemused smile. She knew all too well that he lacked the audacity to act. If he did possess that bravery, she wouldn't have come over in the first place. Her willingness to stay for a week was a testament to her trust in him. To betray that trust would be an unforgivable offense. Teacher Song, you should go rest. Coach Lin won't be available in the middle of the night to guide you. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Lin Yi strolled around the living room, hands behind his back, before plopping down on the sofa. He figured he should at least wait for Song Wan to finish her hair. It would be rude to leave her alone in his home. An hour later, as Song Wan finally finished drying her hair, she approached Lin Yi, who was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. With a light-hearted step, she plopped down right in front of him, catching him off guard. He was in the midst of an exhilarating game when suddenly, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by the slight tremor of the sofa. When he looked up, the first thing that caught his eye was a curvaceous silhouette. Even in sleepwear, her figure was undeniably captivating. Song Wan was busy tying her hair up, blissfully unaware of Lin Yi's dazed gaze. However, as she moved, her pajama top shifted, revealing a delicate waistline against her fair skin, forming a perfect S-curve that left Lin Yi utterly entranced. Damn, he thought. At this age, how could I withstand such temptation? He promptly pushed himself upright, scrambling to the far corner of the sofa. This was not over yet. He quickly lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply. Yes, he had lived 2 lives without fault, but this body was merely in its 20s. To put it bluntly, he was at the age where desire was uncontainable. Was this really an appropriate method of temptation? Song Wan tilted her head, noticing Lin Yi's sudden shift in demeanor, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Coach Lin, have you never had a girlfriend? Let's not even go there. I'm more focused on making money than on romance. Lin Yi retorted, pouting defiantly. The current Lin Yi was a far cry from the one he had been before. He had never experienced a relationship. You could argue that he lacked experience in dating, but you could never say he was incapable of making money. In this day and age, young people often found themselves chasing after fleeting romances, only to realize their folly when life dealt them harsh lessons. If life dared to challenge him, well, he would simply turn the tables. What was so great about love? If he were to fall, it better be for a grand cause. Song Wan nodded nonchalantly. Right. Yet, the smile dancing in her eyes was unmistakable. Having gleaned another piece of information, she declared, I'm off to rest now. We have to head home early tomorrow. Coach Lin, you should also get some sleep. If you can't, feel free to come find me. I'll be leaving the door open for you. With a flick of her ponytail, she ascended the stairs with a light step, leaving Lin Yi alone on the sofa, smoking slowly. Being too young was equally detrimental. He felt utterly out of control. He nearly faced humiliation. The following day, at 7 o'clock, Song Wanlin and Lin Yi appeared punctually in the living room on the first floor, with Lin Yi carrying breakfast. Red oil wontons or clear broth wontons? Which one would you prefer, Teacher Song? He waved the wontons in his hand, essentially dumplings, glancing at the still drowsy Song Wan. Probably the clear broth ones, right? It's too early for spicy food, she replied, her voice soft and slightly playful, exuding an endearing charm. It was undeniably delightful. All right, I'll set in your bowl. Go wash up now. Okay. After finishing breakfast, Song Wan's earlobes began to blush again. It wasn't that she was overly concerned, but rather that the scene from breakfast had stirred a faint memory. In her haze during the meal, she couldn't recall, but now that her stomach was full, it struck her. Was it that just like the everyday routine she shared with her parents at home? Change your clothes, and then we'll head back to Lishan. If we hurry, we might even snag a free lunch at home. Lin Yi busily tidied up the trash while chattering to Song Wan. She stood absent-mindedly at the staircase corner, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Sounds good. When Song Wan descended the stairs, Lin Yi found himself captivated again. Goodness, you've been in Chengdu for a week. And your suitcase is filled with clothes? Song Wan huffed, uninterested in engaging with Lin Yi, and pulled her suitcase towards the exit. Lin Yi smacked his lips and took the suitcase from her, marveling at how stunning she still looked. She donned a charcoal gray wool blend suit, layered over a gray-purple acetate satin slip dress, paired with pointed ankle boots and what appeared to be sheer black leggings. Absolutely eye-catching. A subtle scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, intoxicating. It's evident that you ladies truly know how to dress. Us men just wear whatever we have. As Lin Yi wheeled the suitcase ahead, Song Wan followed closely, casually shutting the door behind them, resembling a couple setting off on a journey. Song Wan blinked at the young man before her, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Though Lin Yi wasn't particularly skilled in fashion, his tall stature and well-defined physique certainly compensated, and some accessories added to his appeal. The key to the Land Rover Range Rover was rather impressive too. Chapter 44. The correct method of acquiring blind boxes. Coach Lin, it's not even 3 months since the new year, and you've already switched to a new car? Are Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin okay with that? Settling into the passenger seat, a faint sandalwood aroma enveloped Lin Yi. Not a problem. Both of them adapt to new things quite well. We can keep the 10 million investment in the company under wraps for now. The familiar click of the ignition and the smooth exit of the Range Rover from its parking spot brought him joy. Teacher Song, you better not let anything slip. Rest assured my lips are sealed. She shot him a playful glare, making herself comfortable in the passenger seat. This car is indeed more comfortable than my little Accord. But parking is not as convenient. She still held a fondness for her Accord. What do you know, young lady? Bigger is better, Lin Yi proclaimed proudly. Just look at the view from the Range Rover. It's wonderful to sit high above everything. On the road, no one dared to cut him off, and he felt the quality of the drivers around him had improved. Song Wan pulled out her phone, scrolling through videos, uninterested in conversing with him. As Lin Yi drove onto the elevated expressway, he suddenly spotted a blind box right in his lane. Perfect. Normally, I wouldn't encounter one of these. The notification chimed. Blind box acquired. Lin Yi felt elated and turned on the music, praising the sound system of the Range Rover. The drive was smooth, and there were no interruptions on the highway. Song Wan sensed something was amiss, pondering how he seemed to encounter only courteous drivers. An image of a puzzled English teacher formed in her mind. Just wait until we switch this car to a navigator in the parking garage. Nowadays, everyone's so reckless. Lin Yi chuckled, fully aware as a seasoned driver. Goodness, are there even any decent people left these days? Song Wan, not naive, quickly figured out, while others drove cars worth tens of thousands, her vehicle could buy a house in Lishan. How fortunate. With that feature, we could drive home without worry. If you get tired, just take a nap. I'll keep an eye on the road, she added, not wanting to bicker. Thank you, Teacher Song, for your immense kindness. The sleek black Range Rover rolled into Angwu town, not attracting much attention since the vehicle was overly rare. Occasionally, luxury cars passed through their town. Lin Yi was in high spirits, having collected 3 blind boxes along the way. What a stroke of luck. If he had been driving his usual car, he probably wouldn't have seen any. I'll drop you off first, then I'll head home. I plan to stay in my hometown for about a week before returning to Chengdu. I'll definitely come to visit you. Song Wan had already donned her coat, ready to disembark, aware that the warmth of the car would soon fade. All right, remember to make an appointment in advance. Your work keeps you quite busy. She flashed a charming look at Lin Yi, her long lashes fluttering like autumn leaves. Franklin, having lived 2 lives, silently nodded, focused on driving. In his previous life, he had recognized the beauty of the English teacher, never imagining he'd have one sitting beside him in the passenger seat in this life. At Angwu Community, an elderly gentleman was leisurely strolling outside, smoking a cigarette. Lin Yi, upon exiting, tossed him a cigarette as a greeting. Song Wan stepped out from the passenger side. Heading over to Lin Yi, he was quick to grab her suitcase. The old man's eyes brightened. Teacher Song's back from training. How come you're riding in this young lad's car? The old man and his wife were somewhat of a similar breed. Indeed, I had some business in Chengdu, and new Teacher Song was returning home today, so I offered her a ride. Franklin provided the explanation, while Song Wan smiled brightly, greeting the old man as she pulled her suitcase into the community without a word to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi didn't mind. The old man winked at him. This lad has a promising future. I believe in you. Our community's teacher song is quite the catch. Countless matchmakers have tried to set her up. Lin Yi smirked, nodding silently. Well, it seems teacher song is quite popular. You're not doing too badly yourself. You got a Range Rover now? What happened to that car from last year? Did you sell it? Come on, that car was new. Selling it would be a waste. I'll keep it for when we need it. You're doing great, haha. The security guard, well-versed in the local scene, recognized a Range Rover. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Yi drove off, heading home. At the Jialuja supermarket, Lin Yi's father squatted outside, smoking, and felt content seeing 2 of the 4 parking spots filled. Lin Yi's mother was at the register, occasionally glancing toward her husband. Just as Lin Yi's father finished his cigarette and prepared to rise, a black Range Rover abruptly mounted the curb and parked in a spot, leaving him momentarily stunned. What the heck? How is this Range Rover being driven like that? Since when did Angwutown have such a vehicle? He instinctively muttered, quickly looking up at the Range Rover. Bang! His eldest son, grinning widely, stepped out from the vehicle. What the heck? Son, where on earth did you procure that large basket? Lin Yi smirked, tossing a car key to old Lin. The key tracing an elegant arc before landing accurately in old Lin's hand. The company has turned a profit again. Let's purchase a luxury car for tax deductions. If you fancy it, take it for a spin. Next time, I shall bring back a Lincoln for you. But I digress. I must scavenge for some food. I'm quite famished. Before old Lin could fully register the situation, Lin Yi had already vanished. Old Lin glanced at the car key and then lifted his gaze to the vehicle, cautiously pressing the unlock button. The Range Rover's lights flickered to life. Hey, Grandma, can I actually drive a Range Rover now? Ha ha ha. Elated, old Lin stepped forward without a second thought. As for the journey, hadn't his son just assured him that it was all in order? With confidence, he decided to drive. As he opened the car door, old Lin turned back toward the supermarket and wondered, what about fuel? Full tank. Go ahead and enjoy. Lin Yi emerged from the store, nonchalantly clutching a loaf of bread, with Lin Ma following closely behind. Cashier, whoever wants to collect can do so, he exclaimed. Mom, are you not going to sit for a bit? Right. Dear, come here, let's go for a ride. Lin Ma's lips curled into a slight smile as she instinctively glanced at her eldest son. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, nudging his mother towards the car. I'll keep an eye on the supermarket. Hurry up and remember to cook for me at noon. Chapter 45, Homecoming. After finishing his bread, Lin Yi pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Taking a deep breath, he mused, the air back home is truly delightful. He savored the moment, reflecting that his hometown was wonderful, and if it could embrace both spirit and body, it would be even better. Oh, you mean him? It can accommodate. Others may not know. As the clock approached 11, the Range Rover returned to its designated parking spot at the family supermarket. Old Lin drove with utmost caution, avoiding any abrupt maneuvers. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Yi noticed that his parents appeared at least 5 or 6 years younger, brimming with vitality. Indeed, while others fretted over their sons' marriages, old Lin was unconcerned. What was there to worry about? His son had graduated and conquered life's greatest challenges, leaving only the matter of finding a bride. The future daughter-in-law was temporarily residing at the Song family, so what cause for concern remained? Naturally, Lin Ma shared the same sentiment. At the checkout, Lin Yi was busy processing transactions, having promised to oversee the supermarket at home. Old Lin, take over for our son. I'll prepare a meal. He is looking a bit thin. Lin Ma scampered off with a cheerful demeanor. Old Lin tilted his head to his eldest son, muttering to himself, Thin? How'd I not notice? Lin Yi chuckled. Don't worry about that. Just hurry along. I need to use the restroom. All right, you handle your business. Why did you return from Rongcheng at such an hour? Wang and the others are training in Rongcheng, and today the school insisted on their return. So I took the opportunity to bring that girl back. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively as he rushed towards a corner on the first floor. His casual remark prompted old Lin to beam with pride. Well done, old Lin. Now everything is set for our child. I always knew Lin Yi was capable. Goodness. A Range Rover? That must be worth over $1 million. It seems his romantic prospects are looking up too. When the wedding banquet happens, remember to invite our old neighbors. Old Lin's grin stretched from ear to ear, nodding enthusiastically. As for the money, he would ensure to round it off, generously offering fresh cilantro as a finishing touch. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the family of 3 devoured beef rice bowls with fervor. Lin Ma's beef was renowned in Angwutown, and had it not been for their supermarket, they might have opened a restaurant. Old Lin and Lin Yi were engrossed in their meal, leaving no room for hesitation. Son, I heard you brought back the girl from the Song family today? Lin Yi nodded, mumbling affirmatively, then resumed his vigorous eating. With his current savings, he had no concerns over food or attire. However, he lacked enthusiasm in those areas. When it came to food, he still favored his mother's cooking. As for hobbies, buying cars was his only passion, and it was indeed a legitimate endeavor. Wonderful. Quite splendid. The two elders exchanged knowing glances, grinning like proud parents. By the way, old Lin, could you pick up more flowers and plants tomorrow? There's not much left, and surprisingly, many people around here seem to enjoy them. Sure, I'll head out early. Lin Yi interjected. When do we start selling those? Never you mind. Fine, I won't pry. I'll just keep eating. Lin Yi, still single, focused on his meal. After all, it was rare to be home. One must savor the food, right? By the way, in June, will you drive back again? Suddenly, old Lin beamed at his eldest son, while Lin Ma rolled her eyes but wore an expectant expression. What is up? Your cousin. Isn't she getting married? Did you forget? Old Lin exclaimed, rolling his eyes at his son, who was indeed quite forgetful. Oh, you did have to remind me. I'll drive this car back and we'll show off. Lin, he chuckled. What are you talking about? We're family. We'll support her. Old Lin replied, his tone jovial. Lin Ma watched the duo, thoroughly amused by their antics. This pair was indeed quite entertaining. That evening, at the Song residence in Ang community, Director Song returned home with a bag, humming a cheerful tune. His eyes immediately fell upon his eldest daughter. You're back. How was it in Rongqing? Did you face any difficulties? Song Wan, dressed in home attire, looked soft and lovely. Dad, don't worry. Your daughter can handle herself just fine, she said with a playful pout. Difficulties? Well, almost. But Lin Yi came to my rescue. This afternoon, upon arriving at school, all the teachers in the first-year cohort became aware of her situation in Rongqing. The Shu In Seoul? It filed a report and transferred to the neighboring building. That black tiger wasn't exaggerating. Of course, the Shu In Seoul was unaware of Lin Yi's true capabilities. But he dared not gamble against him. Even if Lin Yi wasn't inherently ruthless, his financial prowess could easily crush any opposition. Song Wan was indeed beautiful, and her family had a fair amount of influence, but she was certainly not the most advantageous match for the Shu In Seoul, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Song Wan's future career would likely proceed smoothly. This was logical and entirely reasonable. I heard that young man from the Lin family changed cars again. Honestly, I believe he is a good kid, mused old Song, glancing at his daughter. Song Wan smiled as she settled beside her father, whispering something in his ear, which set old Song at ease. Very good indeed. A fine prospect. Ha ha. He is truly one of our own from Angwu Town. While his peers were still muddling through life, Lin Yi was already demonstrating remarkable capability. Old Song clapped his thigh in delight. Knowing how he earned his living reassured him greatly. Well, the more I see of this young man, the more I like him. Of course, the old saying is about the mother-in-law, but having known each other for a lifetime, he felt that Lin Yi would make a suitable match rather than let his daughter be courted by someone else. After all, that Shu In Seoul had once sought trouble with him at the highway entrance, and it was Lin Yi who had resolved the issue promptly. Miss Song chuckled lightly, instinctively beginning to lament her woes while subtly trying to enhance Lin Yi's impression of her. However, to her surprise, old Song's demeanor immediately turned frosty. That Su fellow? Very well, grandmother. Chapter 46. The Capability of Director Song. It is I, Song Shuen. Indeed, his name is Su Maowen. What? Did he not harass your niece? Song Shuen, or rather, Father Song, promptly retrieved his phone to make some calls. The person on the other end erupted in fury. Damn his ancestors. Just wait. I'll call old Wang and have that rascal sent off to the village below. Well then, did we not endure any grievances? Rest assured, there are classmates of Wan in Rongsheng to help out. Goodness, he even drives an Audi, the audacity. If I find out, I'll make sure to deal with him. Ah, don't worry, I'll hang up. No need for concern. All right, let us plan for a drink sometime. What does it mean to be a Brahmin? There you have it. Although the Song family may not wield substantial influence, how long have they been in Lushan? Goodness, they've even caused trouble for his daughter. What connections would they not leverage against him? Does he truly believe that Song Shuen, this town director, is merely a figurehead? Even if there's little room for progress, he is certainly not someone that a mere schoolteacher can bully. Old Song doesn't get angry. Does he think all those years as director have been for naught? Miss Song swayed her long legs, humming softly. Joyful, regardless of where she goes, she is always the most adored. As for the insoles, she deserves it. Young lady, remember to thank little Lin. My Miss Song began to act coy. Father Song, with a cheerful expression, lit a cigarette, watching the mother-daughter duo with great delight. Indeed, there is also the fact that Lin Yi is assisting in Rongsheng. He believes this young man has considerable potential. The following day, at Lushan High School, a black Accord cheerfully entered the campus, and Miss Song stepped down with her long legs, ready to embrace a beautiful day at work. However, her mood unconsciously soured. Only 2 classes today? That is no problem. Teacher Wan is coming. Yes, let us go together. Come on, Wan. You didn't TC yesterday because you weren't on duty, haha. Last night, the insoles on duty were scolded by the principal and had to go down today. This year's teacher evaluation. No, it seems he won't have anything to do with it for the next year or two. Haha. Miss Song's spirits lifted considerably. She still believed in old Song's capabilities. After all, they're all locals. Who would he have some connections? Although not a Brahmin. The insole's actions were indeed somewhat oppressive. Deservedly so. The teachers walking with Song Wan towards the teaching building were taken aback by Miss Song's reaction. They quickly suppressed their astonishment. This girl is not to be underestimated. At the very least, she is not someone that the insoles can afford to offend. If you genuinely pursue a girl and cannot win her over, gracefully retreat, and no one will criticize you. But that fellow, pretending to be grand in Rongsheng, is just a bloated, greasy man, and to make matters worse, he made lewd remarks, tisk tisk. Greasy men in Rongsheng are hard to come by. How could a new teacher not handle this? After being belittled by Song teacher's friend in Rongsheng, returning to Lushan only to be hammered by Song teacher's family, tisk tisk. Wan, I've heard you have a boyfriend? Miss Song's face flushed crimson. The nearby teachers chuckled. Teacher Wan, will you bring him to our school for us to see? I need to prepare for class. Hey, you're an English teacher. I'm also an English teacher. We know each other's classes too. Well, sometimes being too familiar could be a drawback. Lushan High School, after school hours. Generally, not many parents come to pick up their children from this school, as it operates on a boarding system, and being a public school, the number of luxury vehicles is even fewer. Originally, Lin Wan would have been boarding as well, but since Lin Yi returned, the family requested a leave for her to come home for dinner today, and she would be brought back tomorrow. Lin's parents run a supermarket, so Lin Yi had to drive himself. A Range Rover, still a Range Rover. The family car was not in use. Sometimes, when picking up children, one must be cautious. If you come from a good background, wealthy, or influential, your child is less likely to encounter trouble at school. Additionally, some teachers may give extra attention. Despite the bluntness of this statement, it is undeniably true. Today, Lin Yi drove over in the Range Rover. What if he had come in a humble vehicle? Respect the attire before the person, a timeless principle. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang as Lin Yi got out of the car, leaning against the door, smoking while waiting. His naive sister already knew someone was here to pick her up, and it wouldn't be long before she would come skipping out. However, instead of his sister Wan, it was teacher Wan who appeared first. Steamed fish head and a Volkswagen Sagittar. Most vehicles were below or around 100,000 yuan. Streaming out of the school. Naturally, the conspicuous Range Rover parked right at the school's entrance stood out. A black Accord caught Lin Yi's eye, honking its horn. Lin Yi chuckled, waving, as the sleek Accord smoothly pulled up beside him. The front passenger window rolled down, revealing the charming visage of Song Wan. ISNT this Lin the big boss. What brings you to our school today? Lin Yi rolled his eyes, teasing, what are you playing at teacher Song? You can't possibly not know that my sister Wan is studying here? I'm just back to take this silly girl home for a good meal. Miss Song giggled as she stepped out of the car, her beige trench coat accentuating her tall figure. Then I'll keep you company while you wait. There's no rush to go home. My mom even said I should invite you over for a meal as a thank you. Miss Song naturally stood beside Lin Yi, and the sight of them together drew attention from others in the school. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. It was evident to anyone that Miss Song is the most beautiful teacher in the school, without exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be foolish suitors like the insoles pursuing her. It's well known that with a crowd, there will always be a few fools. It's entirely normal and reasonable. At this moment, with Director Song having dealt with the insoles at school, it only added to Miss Song's stature. Now with Lin Yi arriving in his car, it served as a blow to some suitors within the school. It's not just the car that's impressive. Generally, who in a regular family would spend over $1 million on a vehicle? Many male teachers in their 20s at the school, tisk tisk. It seems Miss Song is quite popular. Chapter 47, All Friends. Teacher Song has always been popular. Teacher Song was clearly in a good mood, flipping her high ponytail with pride. What could Lin Yi say? She was merely stating the truth. Brother. Before long, Lin Wan joyfully appeared at the school gate, thrilled that her brother had returned home for dinner that night. Sister Wan. Miss Lin was not oblivious. She spotted teacher Wan immediately and was well aware of the recent events in their family. Faced with her brother, who would inevitably become her future sister-in-law, Lin Wan was quite astute. Why did their supermarket stock so many flowers and plants? Why did her father frequently take Director Song fishing? It's not that the academic achiever didn't understand. It's just that she was too lazy to think. Wan. Miss Song smiled brightly and waved at Lin Wan. Let us go home. Mom has made delicious food. Got it. Teacher Wan, come over for dinner. Song Wan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook her head. No. My family must have prepared everything. I won't be going today. Come on. No. Coach Lin, you should hurry and take Wan back. I'll leave first. A faint blush crept up Song's neck as she nimbly darted in her car, swiftly starting the engine and driving away. Lin Wan felt a tinge of regret and turned to look at her older brother. How foolish not to cooperate. Observing his younger sister's sudden disdain, Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion. Lin Wan sighed. Brother, where's our car? The silly girl was still searching for the vehicle, spinning around in circles. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and pressed the car key, illuminating the headlights of the Range Rover behind them. Lin Wan was momentarily stunned. Brother, this car is ugly. A vein throbbed on Lin Yi's forehead. Grandma, get lost. Get in the car. This car is not ugly. Lin Yi grumbled as he opened the door and tossed his naive sister inside before speeding off. Brother, you really struck it rich. This is a Range Rover? Over $1 million? So cool. It's much more handsome than our family's car. The little girl cheered inside the vehicle, clearly elated. There's always a sense of competition, even among students. Lin Wan was not merely a diligent student. Her family owned a supermarket, so over time, she had encountered all sorts of people. Brother, don't worry. After I finish my college entrance exams, I definitely won't ask for something this expensive. Lin Yi reached over and patted his sister's head. Be good. Take a nap if you're sleepy. What are you dreaming about? You want this? Mom will tear you apart. Huh. Lin Wan huffed and puffed, resembling a lively maggot in the passenger seat. At the Jia Lu supermarket on the second floor, after hearing their eldest son speak, Lin Dad and Lin Mom burst into laughter. Silly girl. By then, your dad will buy you something similar. Are you really counting on your brother's car? Even if you sold your dad, you could get it back. Ha ha. Old Lin shook his head, holding a glass of wine. Lin Mom was even more outrageous. Gasping for breath. You're right. I'll tear you apart. Lin Wan huffed a couple of times. I saw Teacher Song and was planning to invite her over for dinner. My brother is so foolish. He doesn't even know to cooperate. Otherwise, we could have had Teacher Song over tonight. Franklin, engrossed in his meal, was momentarily stunned, looking up at his seemingly frozen parents. What is up? Both parents sighed in unison. Nothing, just eat. People aren't omnipotent, dear partner. I'm already quite content. The rest will take our time. Right, Wan. You did well today. I'll reward you with a chicken leg. Not only will Dad buy you a car, but also a phone and a tablet. The couple's concern and affection for their daughter began to soar, just out of sheer fondness for their eldest. With a foolish son, what could they do? Just cool off. Once Lin Yi finished his meal and went upstairs, Lin Wan began studying, leaving Lin Dad and Lin Mom exchanging glances. Relying solely on our son won't do. He only knows how to make money, without any other skills. Old Lin grumbled, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his son's speed. Lin Mom rolled her eyes. At least our son only has this little issue to trouble you. Is it like the Leaf family across the street, whose son is into gambling? That would drive you mad. Old Lin smacked his lips, pulling out a cigarette to light. You're right. Having something to worry about is fine. It allows us to help. At least we can help our silly son find a daughter-in-law. Ha ha. That is how it should be. If our son is good at making money, then he should just focus on that. We'll help him find a daughter-in-law. Lin Mom placed her phone in front of Old Lin. Look, there's a new opening at Wanda. I was thinking of taking Wan and her mother out for a stroll this weekend. Sound good? I'll take Old Song fishing on Friday. The couple had their own plans, strategizing for their son to win over the charming young lady. With clearly defined roles, they could progress more quickly. At the Ngu community, Song's family. Old Song, this weekend, I'm going out shopping with Lin Yi's mom. You can manage a meal at home. The director of Song, lounging on the sofa watching the news, looked up at his wife. Sure, go ahead, there's nothing pressing. Old Lin said he has taken me fishing on Friday. Hee. The director of Song chuckled at his wife. Song Mom shot him a glance. Go ahead. Just don't catch a cold. Rest assured, that kid Lin Yi has prepared a full set of gear for his dad. Tents, heaters, everything, haha. We want tea get cold. Old Song laughed heartily. Seated in a corner of the sofa, Song Wan raised her head to glance at her parents. Feeling that they had been acting strangely lately, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why, there was a slight awkwardness. Dad, have you been getting along well with Uncle Lin lately? The director of Song took a sip of tea, feeling comfortable, then lit a cigarette. We're all old friends. How could our relationship be bad? No. I mean, you've been going out a lot recently. That is quite normal. Your mother and I have friends too. We can't have none. The director of Song chuckled. Of course, it may also be that their eldest son is no longer a worry for them. Old Lin's condition has improved significantly, and he has more time now, so we've been socializing more. With no housing worries, leisure and luscious secured, and with Lin Yi now driving a Range Rover. Even buying a house in Chengdu shouldn't be a problem. Old Lin is naturally at ease. Daughter, your father's right. Chapter 48, The Lottery. Look, the mindset of doing business is sharp. Even directors are included. Song Wan rolled her eyes and strode back to her room. For some reason, she felt an odd sensation. As if someone was watching her. It was peculiar, but not unwelcome. As the instigator of this attention, Franklin was in his room, meditating. En autre chance, un. Blind boxes, 3. Skills, proficient driver and master chef. Physique, energetic. 1 lottery draw, 3 blind boxes. Profiting handsomely. Franklin washed his hands and face, then calmly lit a cigarette and began his work. The familiar aquamarine vortex appeared, and the reward from the lottery emerged. Wanda Plaza, Lushan, 2. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This reward was substantial, indeed. The annual rental income from a Wanda Plaza in a prefecture-level city could serve as a starting point for a small goal. No wonder it was said that earning a small target was so simple. Coupled with various other earnings, hey, come New Year, one could expect to profit handsomely. Huaxia coin, 100,000. Huaxia coin, 500,000. Huaxia coin, 200,000. Compared to the rewards from the lottery, the blind boxes felt somewhat crude. However, 80,000 Huaxia coins were certainly not shabby. After all, it was cash. Do you understand the value of cash? In a couple of years, he would be the cash king of Lushan. In the future, he would have to take Song Wan out more. This venture was quite profitable, truly not slow at all. Lin Yi mused. This teacher song was indeed a lucky charm. He wondered just how much the year-end bonus would amount to. He was eagerly anticipating it. Who would see like a bit of pocket money? The next day, at the Jia Lu supermarket entrance, Lin Yi and old Lin stood outside the supermarket, smoking and arranging beverages, both sharing a light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, a black Magotan appeared in their line of sight and headed straight for their supermarket. Goodness gracious! Does one need to purchase gifts even when driving a Magotan? Old Lin muttered quietly, clicking his tongue. Lin Yi, unaware, shrugged his shoulders and replied, why not? After all, we're making money. Indeed, he chuckled. Once the Magotan was parked, a middle-aged man in a black suit quickly descended, carrying 2 boxes and heading straight for Lin Yi. Old Lin scratched his head, stepping back a couple of paces, while Lin Ma stood at the supermarket entrance, her face brimming with curiosity. Director Lin? Lin Yi was taken aback, staring at the man, who he did not recognize. Director Lin, I am from Wanda. Today, the boss asked me to deliver a card to you, along with 2 boxes of bird's nest. Please accept them. If you have time to visit Wanda, feel free to contact me. The middle-aged man dropped off the 2 boxes and presented his business card. Lin Yi took it and glanced at it, astonished. The manager of Lushan, Wanda, personally handling this matter seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? Thank you very much, Manager Wang. I appreciate your effort in making this trip. You're too kind, Director Lin. It is my duty. I would like to meet someone as accomplished as you, Wun Ti. Lin Yi smiled, offering him a cigarette. And the two stood at the entrance, chatting while sharing a smoke until Manager Wang swiftly departed in the Magotan. Having achieved his objective, he needed to return promptly, understanding the importance of not causing trouble. Why did he make such a trip? Youth, indeed, and the significance he placed on it. Just as Lin's parents were about to approach, they suddenly noticed Lin Yi on the phone. Old Lin and Lin Ma, curious, crept closer to investigate the bird's nest. Director Lin, I am from Rongding Economic Law Firm. Your contract at Lushan Wanda has been sent to Chengdu today. I have verified everything, and it is all in order. When shall I deliver it to you? Goodness gracious. Lin Yi aged it. His season system was truly efficient. Please hold on to it for now. I have matters to attend to in Lushan and won't be back for about a week. Understood, Director Lin. Should you need anything, just let me know. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up, Lin Yi's parents eagerly pulled him upstairs. Lin Wan? The poor child left early for school to attend morning self-study. On the second floor, Lin Ma asked, Son, what is going on? Her eyes blinked with curiosity. This was seemingly the first time they had seen their son working in Lushan. Old Lin? Just like old Lin, Lin Yi remarked, pulling out a Wanda prepaid card and glancing at it with a smirk. Goodness, it's a 30,000 yuan card. Here, Mom, this is a prepaid card for Wanda. It contains 30,000 yuan. Buy whatever you want, and don't think about cashing it out. That is not how it works. Furthermore, in a certain sense, your son is now one of the shareholders of Wanda, albeit with a minor stake of only 2%. Lin Yi winked at his mother, his tone light and cheerful. Lin Ma took the card, feeling it over repeatedly. What was the sensation? Satisfaction. Nothing but satisfaction. Old Lin clicked his tongue, giving his eldest son a thumbs up. Better than your father. What you say? No matter how great, I'm still your son. Ha ha. This year I'll burn more incense at our ancestral grave to make them happy. Old Lin chuckled joyfully, clapping his hands. Son, can we talk about this? Let us not, to avoid complications. You know we have many old neighbors in Angwu Town. Old Lin, quick-wit, made a decisive call. Lin Ma, bemused yet smiling, replied, all right. We want to mention it. Let us keep a low profile and amass our wealth. Exactly. Nothing beats quietly accumulating wealth. Lin Yi didn't mind much, but indeed, there were matters that needed to be kept confidential to avoid trouble. His father was right. What if someone came knocking to borrow money? There was no need for that. Although their family was doing well and attracting attention, they had not reached an absurd level. Wanda, however, was different. No matter how small the share, it still made him a director. The annual dividends could be astronomical figures, certainly astronomical for the majority of ordinary people. Discretion was the key. Just keep the card safe. It's a benefit. Mainly, your son's stake isn't large. Otherwise, the funds would be more substantial, haha. Lin Ma playfully swatted her son, grinning as she headed downstairs, full of energy. Old Lin shared a similar sentiment, filled with hope. Surely, the locals would know about Wanda? That was impossible. Chapter 49. Role-playing Juju Supermarket began its points redemption activity, a promotional event for their store. Eggs, laundry detergent, soap dishes, basins, brooms, anything could be exchanged. A nice perk for customers. Although their eldest son was now making a decent amount of money, it did not mean that the old couple intended to rest. Idleness breeds trouble. It was better to stay busy. 300 points, what to exchange for? Laundry detergent. A lively voice emerged, familiar to Lin Yi. He looked up to see Teacher Song, her head tilted, looking quite serious. What is going on with this cashier? Hurry up. Their essay line behind. Lin Yi chuckled. All right, I'll get it for you. Miss Song took 2 bags of laundry detergent and, tossing her ponytail, headed outside. Hey, do you need a receipt? No need. Son, hurry out and see off your classmates. Old Lin, appearing from nowhere, playfully nudged Lin and cheerfully started ringing up the next customer. Didn't you say you didn't need a receipt? Is this cashier new? Doesn't he understand anything? Teacher Song tried to suppress her laughter, teasing Lin Yi. He rolled his eyes, reaching into Song Wan's bag to pull out a packet of chips, tearing it open right before her eyes, and began shoving it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Hey, how can you be like this? Teacher Song had taken a liking to the role-playing, but Lin Yi could hardly be bothered. Role-playing? You should see where you're playing it. Who plays seriously with you? Lin Yi enjoys the unserious stuff. He shoved the chips towards her, gently lifting her chin. Crunch, crunch. Teacher Song instinctively started chewing, looking adorably dazed, much like a little squirrel eating. Haha, Teacher Song, are we still playing? A blush crept up her slender neck as she huffed, stepping on Lin Yi's foot, and quickly darted away. She ran so fast. She could have broken 3 seconds in a 100-meter dash. Having amused the girl, Lin Yi was in high spirits. His right index and middle fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other. You know, Teacher Song truly has a solid foundation. No wonder so many are pursuing her. It seems Lin Yi, need to step up my game. He mumbled softly, hands in pockets, returning to the supermarket to continue his tasks. Did you send Wan off? I didn't. She dashed off on her own with those long legs of hers. No need for me to escort her. Lin Yi grabbed a toothpick from the cashier's desk to pick his teeth. Old Lin sighed, this little rascal, when will I get to hold my first grandchild? A granddaughter will be fine too. Such a pity. Indeed, it was fortunate their family did not rely solely on Lin Yi to handle everything. No one is perfect. One can only say that perfection is unattainable. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat disdained by his father, after finishing with his teeth, grabbed a small stool and went outside the supermarket to sit and smoke. He had nothing to do, after all. Drive? Why the rush? Take your time. After all, there are over 20 million in savings. No matter how anxious he is, how can one expect others to survive? There are moments to relax. And moments to be tense? Let's not forget that. Lin Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, sat on a small stool observing the passersby, occasionally greeting familiar faces with joviality. Look at us. Our lives resemble that of a foolish young heir from a landlord's family, Old Lin remarked, munching on sunflower seeds while glancing at Lin Yi, who was grinning like a fool outside the door. Smack! A hand landed on Old Lin's back, causing him to yelp. What was that for? You're the foolish one. My son is quite clever. He would go around blabbering nonsense. Lin Ma retorted, shaking her hand dismissively, still feeling the sting. This family is anything but a source of peace. Friday, 8 p.m. Old Lin was busily loading his belongings into the car, while Xiao Lin leaned against the supermarket door frame, gnawing on chicken feet, showing no intention of helping. It wasn't that he didn't want to, when he did go over. He was shooed away for being bothersome. Lin Wan sat on the stool, snacking on sunflower seeds, while Lin Ma was playing the role of cashier inside the supermarket. At this hour, your father should be taking the Chevrolet out. Why must it always be the fancy car? At his age, he still behaves like a child. Lin Ma commented, having appeared out of nowhere to express her frustration to the siblings. Oh, just let him be. He can drive whatever he likes. Can an old man go out and show his face? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid he'll bring back a car smelling of fish? He can wash the car tomorrow. Besides, do you really think old Lin can catch any fish? They're hardly longer than his fingers. He is merely going to feed the fish, Lin Yi muttered under his breath. Lin Ma couldn't help but chuckle. recalling how old Lin had only caught a big fish once after he changed his fishing rod. Since then, there had been no other catches. Recently, many old customers had inquired why we stopped selling fish. Huh, the few fish your father caught wouldn't even suffice for a meal for the neighbor's dog. This was the mother-in-law speaking about her husband, a rather scathing remark. Thankfully, old Lin had already left to drive away. Otherwise, he would have argued back, likely invoking a labor dispute in the process. In the Sichuan Chongqing region, such situations are quite common and easily understood. In the Angle community, the security guard chuckled. Old Lin, good heavens, how did you manage to let your son drive out the big one? Is he going for some wild fishing? Clearly, this security guard was a native of Angle Town and was well acquainted with old Lin, who owned the supermarket. Old Lin hopped out of the car, casually taking a cigarette from the guard and lighting it. My son worries about me driving other cars. He says this one is good for off-roading, with adjustable height, making it convenient for fishing. I'm just an amateur. It feels like a waste to drive this. Old Lin lamented. Before he could even take a puff, old Lin began boasting. The security guard turned away, shaking his head, thinking, what a load of nonsense. He muttered a few curses under his breath. Show off your son, will you? When old Lin saw the guard retreating to his booth, he grinned broadly. Old Lin, here I am, haha. Tonight, we shall have a grand time. Not long after, old Lin spotted Director Song, laden with bags, and his daughter, Song, assisting him. Good weekend, Uncle Lin. Indeed, Director Song. Our girl is becoming more beautiful by the day. Thanks to you, ha. Old Lin, now with ulterior motives, began to flatter Director Song, though the latter remained slightly cautious at first, noticing the shift in language from you to we. However, the latter part of old Lin's compliment effectively dispelled any wariness. Look at you. How could you say otherwise? Our Lin, he is quite handsome as well. The two stood at the entrance of the community, laughing heartily, while Song Wan's lips curled in a subtle smile. She instinctively took a couple of steps back, leaving her father's belongings behind. Dad, Uncle, I'll head back first. Old Song and old Lin cheerfully acknowledged her, resuming their task of loading the car. The security guard, hiding in his booth, watched the two bumbling men, shaking his head with amusement. If these two were to become in-laws, he would have a front-row seat to the entertainment. The guard, munching on sunflower seeds, felt content and in good spirits. He now relied on the gossip and spectacle to brighten his days. At the Song household, has your father left? Yes, he left. He was so happy chatting with Uncle Lin. The two were laughing heartily at the community entrance. I suppose fishing brought him joy? Song Wan declared as she flopped onto the sofa, updating her mother. Song Ma poured her daughter a glass of water and sat beside her. Dear, tomorrow I'll be going to Wanda with Aunt Wan to shop for a bit. You'll need to prepare something to eat at home. If not, go out for a meal. Song Wan blinked in surprise. Wait, why are my parents suddenly so busy? Is this normal? And why do I feel abandoned all of a sudden? Has anyone checked on me? Oh, I see. Her mind was momentarily foggy, merely nodding along with her mother's words. Satisfied, Song Ma patted her daughter's head, humming a tune as she walked toward her bedroom, feeling quite pleased. How wonderful. I won't have to serve anyone at home tomorrow. Left alone, Song Wan began to ponder the oddities in her household. Something fell off. Everything seemed to be changing, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. The next morning, Song Ma left with her bag, skipping breakfast. Lin Ma is waiting for you at the community entrance, she noted. This time, it was not the Range Rover, but Lin's Chevrolet. Apart from this car, Lin Ma only drove a van. Let's go, Aunt. We've not gone shopping together in years. Today, I plan to shop until I drop. Song Ma exclaimed as she settled into the passenger seat, visibly excited. Lin Ma chuckled, stepping on the gas and heading straight for Wanda. Initially, she thought Wanda's prices were a bit steep, but with a stroke of luck, someone had come to provide financial assistance just the day before. Look at that. Her eldest son had become a shareholder. Surely, this small sum was nothing. Moreover, it was said to be a benefit, a welfare benefit. What about Wan Wan? Left her at home. She's not coming today. When we arrive at Wanda, I'll have Lenny call Wan Wan out for a meal. Sure, let those two youngsters spend some time together. The two women shared a silent understanding about their intentions for their children. At Jiajia's supermarket, Lin Yi received a call from his mother and nodded repeatedly, assuring her, I understand. Don't worry, Mom. I'll go find Song Wan soon. Dad? He's back. He's sleeping upstairs. Don't worry. We've got staff at the supermarket. I'll finish my meal with Song Wan and return to the store. All right, sound good. After hanging up, Lin Yi prepared to head out. His father had spent the night fishing and had returned with a bountiful catch. Director Song had also been similarly successful, but for now, both were at home catching up on sleep. Keep an eye on the supermarket. I'll be out for a bit and will return in the afternoon. With that, Lin Yi drove away. The staff had been with him for many years. They could handle things smoothly without any issues. As he got in the car, he glanced at the fuel gauge, deciding to head to Sinopec. The tank was over half full. He wondered where his father had taken Director Song for night fishing last night. Those two old men sure knew how to stir up trouble. If only my system could allow others to assist with driving, alas. After refueling, Lin Yi arrived at the familiar entrance of the community and began to make a phone call. Today, the security guard on duty had changed. It was not the amiable elder anymore, but rather a young fellow, which was quite fortunate as it spared him from navigating through several years of convoluted paths. Hey, Teacher Song, come down. I'll take you to lunch and bring back a portion for Uncle Song as well. Who brought me here? My mother and yours. Click. The call ended abruptly. Lin Yi pouted, lighting a cigarette for himself, pondering over which words might have displeased Teacher Song. Perhaps she was simply in a hurry to come down. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Teacher Song appeared in his line of sight, clad in a familiar trench coat. Teacher Song was often seen in either a suit or a trench coat. Wouldn't it be nice if she donned a down jacket once in a while? Song Wan shot Lin an exasperated glance, urging him to drive, as she had a preference for this attire. All right, your wish is my command, Lin Yi exclaimed with a grin. He glanced down at his waist, noticing a delicate hand had retreated. Teacher Song is merely a teacher, not old. Understood? Understood, understood. Lin Yi responded with renewed vigor. His speed in replying to Song Wan noticeably quickened. Where shall we dine? Let us find a place in Angwu Town. I need to stop by the bookstore to buy some supplementary materials. I initially thought of driving myself, but it seems Coach Lin is offering his services. Song Wan's mood inexplicably brightened as she settled comfortably in the car, directing Lin Yi towards the bookstore. There was a faint hint of a fishy smell in the vehicle. That's to be expected. Our fathers went fishing yesterday. If there were no fishy odor, it would mean they returned empty-handed, haha, after we purchased the books. I'll get the car washed. All right, I'll accompany you. It's still not time for lunch. Perfect timing to wash the car. Sounds good. My childhood friend owns a car wash. We can conveniently stop by. Lin Yi grinned. Intrigued, Song Wan inquired about this childhood friend she had never heard of. Lin Yi, with one hand on the steering wheel, stroked his chin, explaining that he had just returned this year and hadn't visited during the new year, having heard that his friend had been in Shanghai for several years. Apparently, he lost some money there, but managed to return without completely depleting his funds. It was only last night that Lin Yi learned of this. Chapter 51. Neo Ji, Old Neo as Premium Car Washington. As they approached, Lin Yi lifted his gaze to the sign, his lips twitching with amusement. No wonder he lost money in Shanghai. Everyone their lives a bourgeois lifestyle? While this guy is trying to cultivate a rural existence, who would not suffer losses? Song Wan stifled a laugh, evidently sharing some unspoken thoughts about his naming abilities. Pull the car in here. A lean man waved at them from a distance. Although Lin Yi had not seen Neo Ji in a long time, he could recognize him at a glance. Lowering the window, he called out, Old Neo. Damn it, Lin. Get lost. You're no good. Lin Yi grumbled as he drove into the car wash, with the girl in the passenger seat laughing like a gander. Being from Sichuan, Song Wan clearly understood more of the humor. Laughing, she exited the car. What the hell? Is it you, Lin? You're not a decent person. An ISNT, that Song Wan? Goodness. Our high school S-Bell. Neo Ji exclaimed, smacking Lin Yi on the back. Get lost, get lost. Teacher Song is not my girlfriend. Today is just a coincidence. Our mothers went shopping, and our fathers went night fishing. They're all busy, so we decided to have a meal together. There is a bit of a fishy smell in the car. I was thinking about your call yesterday, so I thought I'd come by to let you wash it. Lin Yi rubbed his back, noting it wasn't too painful. Song Wan shot him a sidelong glance, but still smiled at Neo Ji. Long time no see, Neo Ji. I heard you went to Shanghai. Did you find a partner? Neo Ji, initially cheerful, felt his spirits dampen at her words. Come on, Song Bell, don't flatter me. That place is not for ordinary folks to make a name for themselves. As for finding a partner, I nearly lost everything there and barely managed to return. Let us go upstairs. I'll treat you to tea and a chat. Neo Ji urged, pulling Lin Yi along as he glanced at the workers who had begun washing the car. Make sure to clean my buddy's car well. He is a big spender and will be back often. Without waiting for the two young men to respond, the trio headed straight to the second floor. A big spender? Well, somewhat. And you have a tea room too? Tisk tisk. I see you picked up some bourgeois flair from Shanghai. Lin Yi strolled around Neo Ji's tea room as if he were at home. You can't tell me you don't have a tea spot with a Range Rover? I really don't. My investment company just got set up. Before Lin Yi could speak, Song Wan took a sip of tea that Neo Ji had handed her and chimed in. Neo Ji cursed inwardly, feeling like a pawn in their flirtation. How do you know Song Bell? Not long ago, she was in Chengdu for training, and I was her host. How could she not know? This time, before Song Wan could respond, Lin Yi plopped down and began sipping tea. Neo Ji paused in his action of tearing open a cigarette, realizing the two were quite the pair. If you two can't get it together, just leave. Don't clutter my space. Neo Ji, having reached his limit, finally spoke up. Lin Yi and Song Wan exchanged bewildered glances. Niuji leaned back in his chair resigned. Whatever, do as you please. After a moment of self-soothing akin to Kong Yuji, Niuji adjusted his mindset, and the three began sipping tea and smoking. Meanwhile, Song Wan settled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. You just graduated and have already made quite the splash, old Nio. Still in Chengdu, I admire your tenacity. I went to Shanghai with my father S100,000, made 100,000 profit, lost half, and returned in disgrace. Niuji lamented. He raised his cup in a toast to Lin Yi. Regardless of the year, capable individuals always earn respect. Just the car downstairs alone was a mark of status Nio Ji couldn't reach. His father could afford a Maybach, but how long had he toiled in Lishan? As for Niuji, a BMW X3, which, while decent in Angwatown, was still nothing compared to Lin Yi's vehicle. Most graduates had no cars. And even if they did, it was merely a modest 10,000 yuan model. Even Song Wan's Accord was not something an ordinary family would splurge on. Lin Yi humbly waved his hand, attributing his fortune to luck. Hearing Lin Yi's modesty, Song Wan smiled quietly on the sofa, recognizing how much her old classmate had matured. In contrast, others might have been eager to flaunt their advantages. A mature and composed demeanor. You're just trying to fool me, but I don't mind. Hee. You're hiding even greater talents. Don't say anything. Song Bell doesn't need to say much, and I'll figure out myself. Niuji boasted, leisurely pouring another cup of tea for Song Wan. Thank you. Boss Nio, no need for pleasantries. In front of your boss Lin, I'm merely a minor character. Niuji chuckled, fully aware that even a fool couldn't make money in Shanghai. Even if one lost, at least they returned intact, bringing back the capital and nearly 50,000 in profit. That's real skill. Song Wan pressed her lips together, sensing the playful banter, but she was unfazed. She already had feelings for Lin Yi and was aware he reciprocated, but no one had made a move to clarify things. But why should they? Not in a hurry. Teacher Song still wishes to spend more time with Coach Lin. You're absolutely right. Niuji coughed slightly and returned to the tea table, while Lin Yi chuckled heartily. Old Nio, how are you? Get lost. That won't do. Are you staying for lunch with Song, the campus beauty? That's not happening. I have to head home to deliver lunch to my two fathers. They spent the whole night fishing yesterday. Lin Yi clicked his tongue in surprise, primarily because he was unaware of when the relationship between the two families had progressed so rapidly. Ridiculous. Then let us meet tonight at my place. There's a balcony on the third floor, just the three of us. Shall we have hot pot? Niuji looked at Lin Yi. He genuinely wanted to gather with his good friend. Lin Yi shrugged. I have no objections. Lin Yi will pick me up. Got it. For some reason, Niuji suddenly felt reluctant to treat. Damn it. Fine, considering that the lady lounging on the sofa might one day become his brother's wife. Old Nio, will endure. Just let me know when you two are getting married, and I'll haul you both to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 52, Gathering of Childhood Friends. At 5 o'clock in the evening, at Old Nio's premium car wash, the sleek black Range Rover smoothly parked in the designated area at the entrance, and a lovely couple stepped out of the vehicle. Franklin's attire remained quite casual. However, Teacher Song had changed into a new outfit. She wore a beige, short V-neck knitted cardigan over a delicate camisole, with the cardigan buttoned up, subtly revealing the camisole underneath. The lower half featured a satin skirt, rendering her appearance much more gentle. Cold? Not at all. Women are the most resilient beings against the cold, bar none, indeed bar none. Niuji was already waiting for the two of them at the entrance, eagerly waving as the Range Rover parked. Come on. I've got everything ready. Let's go have a warm meal. It's still quite damp and chilly around here in Sichuan. We can't withstand it without some spicy food. Niuji ushered the pair, and neither Lin Yi nor Song Wan hesitated, following Niuji upstairs. It wasn't entirely empty-handed, since they weren't planning on drinking tonight. Song Wan had bought a bucket of cola and a bucket of Sprite. Certainly not empty-handed, and they were rather heavy too. On the third floor, in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, the hot pot was already set up, accompanied by a variety of vegetables. Nio Boss was remarkably efficient, I must say. Come. I specifically ordered the finest beef and lamb. Tonight, the three of us shall enjoy a hearty meal. Niuji remained as enthusiastic as ever, reminiscent of his old self. And after so many years apart, he seemed even more exuberant. All right, let us eat. Tonight is all about indulging, haha. I didn't come empty-handed. Song Wan lifted the Sprite and cola in her hands, smiling brightly. Niuji rolled his eyes. Come on, sister. It's my little brother who didn't prepare drinks for you. Blame me. His playful demeanor made Song Wan giggle, while Lin Yi gave Niuji a disdainful kick and settled himself in a spot. You two can eat or not. If not, I will. After all, the pot is already boiling. He gleefully tossed in a box of beef and a box of lamb, then got up to prepare the sesame sauce. How could there be hot pot without sesame sauce? Lin Yi particularly enjoyed this aspect, and he also liked to add a couple of noodles for a quick dip after finishing the hot pot. Delicious. Come on, Sister Song, take a seat. Lin Yi, you blind fool, don't know how to serve? But I know. Niuji was quite attentive, but someone saw right through him. Want my best friend's contact information? Niuji nodded vigorously, the speed and frequency akin to an electric motor. I'll invite you to the class reunion during the new year. Thank you, Campus Beauty Song. You're beautiful and kind-hearted, with a bright future ahead. The sweet words flowed as effortlessly as if they were free. Franklin rolled his eyes. Damn it. Old Neo was becoming increasingly shameless, nearly sacrificing his dignity for a potential wife. Not like him, Lin Yi. Hurry up and eat. You two have your sesame sauce ready. Lin Yi pressed 2 small bowls into their hands, urging them. Coach Lin, you're impressive. Not as impressive as Teacher Song. Niuji rolled his eyes. What the hell? The two of them were playing a role reversal. This was pure bullying. Wait, where did this coach-teacher relationship come from? Niuji asked, puzzled. Last year, Coach Lin taught me how to drive. ISNT Song want a teacher? Niuji understood. So what about me? Old Neo, of course. Neo boss is fine too. Niuji lowered his head to eat meat. These two were something else. By the way, what about Old Chow and Old Song? Those two haven't returned. Things are tough here in Sichuan. One S in Shenzhen and the other S in Kyoto. Tisk tisk. It seems we'll have to wait until the new year. Indeed, Old Chow's business in Shenzhen is quite thriving. Though not large, it's certainly not lacking. He can earn a couple of $100,000 a year, and his family supports him. Otherwise, just freshly graduated, it's tough for them all. Old Song is in politics in Kyoto. Tisk tisk, he'll be remarkable in the future. These two are both childhood friends of theirs, and Song-won listened intently, finding it quite appetizing. This is definitely a good meal. They're also curious about you. It seems there's no need to worry now, haha. Among the three of us, it looks like only Old Chow and I are at the bottom. Niuji felt moderately full, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Though he said this, one shouldn't underestimate them. At the very least, individuals who have just graduated from university and earn a couple of $100,000 a year are not to be trifled with. Coach Lin, your childhood friends are quite capable. Song-won poured Lin Yi a cup of cola, her willow-like eyes blinking curiously, resembling an inquisitive puppet. Of course, they're all capable. Moreover, how could Lin Yi's childhood friends be anything less than exceptional? Franklin puffed up his chest, tried to appear impressive. Niuji chuckled and nodded, while Song-won spat playfully, too lazy to engage with this pretentious person. However, to be fair, Song-won acknowledged Lin Yi's abilities. There are cars that some people can never afford in their lifetime, and now one is parked downstairs. I said, Old Lin, what happened to your Cadillac? Sold it. Traded it for a Lincoln Navigator, then made a little profit and swapped it for a Range Rover. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, It's been so long since I've driven my Bath Emperor. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. When I have money in the future, I'll buy a Cadillac Escalade. Niuji was left speechless. Damn it. Starting with luxury cars worth millions? Lin Yi, what is an Escalade? Campus Beauty Song. That is also a luxury car worth millions. It's not much different from the Range Rover Coach Lin is currently driving. The car of the President of the United States, tisk tisk. Niuji looked on with envy. Damn, how could he not be envious? Campus Beauty Song. You must hold on tightly to our Old Lin's golden thigh. No matter the topic, Niuji could always link it back to Song-won. Others might not see it, but he could. Playing matchmaker for these two wouldn't be such a bad idea. I thought Coach Lin would scale new heights in the future, However, Coach Lin, just take your time. It's always good to be steady. A slight blush appeared on Song-won's charming face, though it was unclear whether from the heat or otherwise. Rest assured, Teacher Song. Lin Yi is not one to rush. When the time comes, the bride price for you will definitely be there. Chapter 53, Night Talk of the Song Family. Song-won's face flushed as she drove away accompanied by Lin Yi. At the ground floor of the car wash, Niuji lit a cigarette, watching the departing Range Rover, a smirk playing on his lips. If you two end up together, I'll undoubtedly be the first to take credit. Niuji smacked his lips, grinning foolishly. Boss, are we off work? After work, the day dragged on a bit longer than usual. You two can rest at home tomorrow morning and arrive here before 1 in the afternoon. Don't worry, there won't be any deductions from your pay. With cheerful expressions, the two car wash employees rode off on their little electric scooters, leaving Niuji alone. Niuji's car wash establishment occupies 3 floors. He resides on the top floor, while the second floor serves as a reception area for customers, providing them with a comfortable space to unwind. He has done quite well in this regard. Welcome back. Did you send Song's niece home? Rest assured, I watched her enter her residential complex. That's good to hear. You worked hard all day. Go get some rest. We'll be closing soon. All right then. After seeing Song-won off, Lin Yi finally returned home, exchanged a few words with his parents, and then headed upstairs to his bedroom. Having reunited with his childhood friends today, Lin Yi felt a surge of happiness. He pondered when Lao Chao and the others would return at the end of the year, realizing it had been 2 years since he last saw them. Tisk. Lying on his bed, he fiddled with his phone, muttering to himself. Song, have you reached home? Lin, yes, I'm home, don't worry. Song, are you planning to head back to Rongqing soon? Lin, probably Monday. There's still quite a few matters I need to attend to over there. I'll return in a month or so. What matters need your attention? That's simple. I've spent this past week doing nothing but lounging at home, barely earning any money. If I had driven 100 kilometers a day, I could have made over 350,000 this week. He sighed, feeling rather lethargic. Franklin had only managed to scrape together just about $1 million this week. Thus, he needed to return to Rongsheng to earn some money. Who would ever complain about having too much money in their hands, after all? Song, all right. I have an appointment tomorrow. My best friend is coming to see me, so I won't be able to treat you to dinner. Lin, no problem. You can make it up to me next time I'm back. Song, sounds good. After their conversation, Lin Yi plugged his phone to charge, found a comfortable position, and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Ang community, Song Wan was in her bedroom, chatting with her best friend. Yes, she too had a close friend, someone she had known since childhood. They met several times a month, going out for strolls and shopping, and they had plans to visit Wanda together the next day. Occasional light laughter echoed from Song Wan's room, revealing her current state of delight. In the living room, Song's mother was busy organizing her various bags, most of which she had purchased herself, with a couple of items bought with Lin's mother's money. Of course, she had also bought a few things for Lin's mother. Director Song sat on the sofa, occasionally glancing at the pile of bags, surprised by how much his wife had managed to acquire on her outing. Hey, stop staring. I bought you clothes. She rolled her eyes at him as she tossed 2 bags onto the sofa, and Director Song grinned widely, his smile brightening his face. Oh my, what did you buy me this time? I hardly need more clothes after a year. Song's mother instinctively raised her left hand, retorting, you should be grateful. Director Song shrugged, obediently sitting on the sofa, maintaining his smile. It was no big deal to be teased. Once she finished tidying up, she returned to the sofa and glanced at Director Song. Do you know about Wanda, Englishan? Director Song nodded, chuckling as he lit a cigarette. How could I not know? The initial investments for Wanda were handled by my old boss himself. The son of the Lin family is one of the shareholders of our Wanda, Englishan. Not just you. I only found out when Lin's aunt pulled out her card to pay today. Right after she finished her purchase, the manager of Wanda approached us. I truly did not expect such a remarkable figure to emerge from our Angwa town. Song's mother sipped her tea, reflecting on her seemingly ordinary life as a teacher. Yet her husband's position as a director had broadened her horizons. Director Song chuckled, so what? If my daughter doesn't tea like him, he is not going to amount to anything. Yes, I know you think highly of your capabilities, Director Song, she said with a smile, patting his shoulder as if to placate a child. By the way, should we tell Wan? No need. We're not entirely sure about their relationship now. Let the 2 youngsters figure it out. Director Song understood, well, that as long as they didn't cross any boundaries, it was all fine. Of course, if their daughter did end up with Lin's son, they would support it. After all, they had been friends for many years. Knowing one another well was better than sending their precious daughter far away. Even if she settled in Rongsheng, it wouldn't be difficult for the old couple to visit. That is true, but I'm becoming increasingly curious about Lin Yi. Song's mother chuckled softly. Having watched him grow up, she couldn't help but acknowledge that she never anticipated he would achieve so much. Director Song took a gentle puff from his cigarette, remarking, everyone has their own opportunities. If they seize them, they can turn their lives around in just 2 or 3 years. If they don't, who knows? Are you suggesting Lin Yi still has over a year to develop? Director Song shook his head. I can't see it, but I know this kid is remarkably steady. If his business was still in its infancy, he wouldn't be able to afford to take a week off. Both politics and business are paths to tread, but I have rarely seen young people navigate both smoothly. Chapter 54. Song's best friend the next day, at 9 o'clock. Song Wan bid her parents farewell and set out with her little bag in hand. Today was the day she had arranged with her best friend to go shopping. It was her turn to enjoy a day out after her father had gone night fishing with friends and her mother had spent the previous day shopping. Wan, that outfit of yours never fails to impress. And why are you only just leaving? We agreed on 8:30 as she stepped out of her residential complex. A charming girl rushed towards her, aiming straight for Song Wan's chest. Indeed, this girl was a bit on the shorter side, wearing a floral V-neck dress overlaid with a denim jacket, complemented by a pair of Mary Jane shoes and a woven handbag. She looked utterly adorable. Song Wan embraced the little potato affectionately, a smile of fondness illuminating her face. You're not late, Sudodo. The little girl wriggled free from someone's grasp, looking displeased. Every time we go out, people think you're my sister. That's perfectly normal. Now, let us get going. It's freezing. Songwon led Su Do Do to the roadside where their car was parked, bypassing the underground garage altogether. Once inside the car, they turned on the heater for a moment before setting off. In March, the mornings and evenings in Rongsheng can still be quite chilly, but it isn't unbearable. However, one must definitely wear a coat when heading out. The two young ladies chatted animatedly inside the car, their voices lively as they headed towards Wanda. Su Do Do, a classmate, confidant, and roommate of Songwon from elementary school through university, shares an extraordinary bond with her. After graduating from college, Songwon swiftly entered the bureaucratic realm, while Su Do Do was still preparing for her second attempt at the entrance examinations. Indeed, she too aspired to become a teacher and secure a stable position. For young women like them, this was an exceptionally favorable choice, particularly in second- and third-tier cities or small towns. Securing a government job not only enhances one's prospects in the marriage market, but also ensures a reliable livelihood. Though it may not lead to wealth, it certainly prevents hunger. How is your preparation for the second attempt going? Su Do Do inquired. Rest assured, I'm fully committed this time. I only missed the first by a single point. She gritted her teeth, visibly dissatisfied with her previous results. Her capabilities were commendable, yet fortune had eluded her, which naturally provoked frustration. I'll be waiting for you at Lishan High School. Our institution is hiring teachers this year. I know. That insufferable shoe sole got dragged off by Uncle Song to the village below. Su Do Do chuckled, well versed in the affairs concerning Songwon. Oh, Songwon. He initiated the troubles first. If it weren't for Lin Yi backing me up in Chengdu last time, I would have been in real trouble. Mentioning the shoe sole inevitably led to thoughts of greasy men. Fortunately, Songwon had a dashing prince who appeared just in time. To be fair, when Lin Yi drove in at that moment, Songwon's heart skipped a beat before she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She couldn't quite articulate why, but it seemed certain that with Lin Yi's presence, she felt safe. Su Do Do observed Songwon's softened expression and began to tease her. Oh, our campus belle seems to be experiencing a flutter of romance. Is it because our Land Rover prince came to the rescue? Su Do Do appeared to know more than she let on. What does a child know? You should find someone you find appealing first. I think Lin Yi is quite good, truly. Songwon, wishing to dismiss the adorable pest, shot her a sidelong glance as she parked the car. Go get the milk tea. All right. Su Do Do hopped out of the car, making a beeline for the milk tea shop, obedient as ever. As for Su Do Do's earlier remarks, Songwon chose not to refute them. To be honest, among her peers, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the most exceptional she had encountered. Let us go, driver. Su Do Do sprang into the car, clutching 2 cups of milk tea tightly as she began to direct. You should go get your driver's license, Dodo. What will you do for work in the future? Su Do Do swung her short legs. Don't worry. Once I succeed in my second attempt, I'll naturally go for my license. I'll teach you then. Don't even think about it. You barely drive after getting your license. You only practiced with Lin Yi during the new year. Su Do Do sipped her milk tea and swung her slender legs, clad in white stockings, playfully kicking in the passenger seat. This girl had a penchant for stockings, enough to fill an entire wardrobe. We've arrived. Get out. All right. At Jiajialu Community, Lin Yi, looking somewhat constipated, sent his parents off in their car, watching them leave in haste. Grandma, my cousin is truly a troublesome ancestor. He played with someone's daughter and got himself into a mess. He deserves it. Lin Yi stood outside the supermarket, smoking with a look of admiration. Truly, he could hardly believe he was related to such a troublesome cousin. Just moments ago, his uncle had called, reporting that Lin Yi's cousin had stirred up trouble, and now their family was facing a blockade. Fortunately, no report had been filed yet, and they were discussing solutions. What kind of solution? Mostly monetary compensation. Lin Yi had no intention of getting involved. He left it to his cousin's sister. For the time being, it seemed the only option was to make his future cousin-in-law suffer a bit. In his previous life, he had never even heard of such a situation. Regardless, Lin Yi felt indifferent. It was none of his concern. As for lending money, that was his father's business, not his. After all, they were brothers. It was inevitable that some money would be lent. Of course, if it were his cousin's sister, he would certainly join in the commotion. For now, it seemed their return to Chengdu would be delayed by a couple of days. It's tough for everyone. Guarding the supermarket for a couple of days, isn't so bad, he mused, settling down with a stool in front of the supermarket. He had little interest in the happenings in Qinwei. He would find out sooner or later. Chapter 55. The Troublemaking Cousin in Qinwei. Before arriving at his elder brother's home, Lin Yi's mother, seated in the passenger seat, began discussing matters with Lin Yi's father. What should we do about this? Look at that troublesome child, always up to no good. And yet, his sister wants to push him into our company. If he actually gets in, I swear we'll be in deep trouble. Lin Yi's mother harbored a deep resentment towards the children of the Lin family in Qinwei. Had her son been sick years ago, that so-called sister would have lent a helping hand. Now that their family was in dire straits, she would undoubtedly assist. Unfortunately, to put it bluntly, the only reason she was taking advantage of the situation was out of respect for her husband. Don't worry. Your husband isn't foolish enough to harm his own son. As for how to handle this, he's grown up. He must resolve his own mess. Marry her. Either pay up or marry her. Even paying carries the risk of being held accountable later. If he truly wants to resolve this, he'll need to spend a considerable sum to marry a wife. Coincidentally, the eldest son is getting married this year, and the second son is too. Double happiness. Old Lin's mind raced with ideas, and he quickly came up with a plan. As for how much it would cost, well, what did that matter to their family? Years ago, he had gone to Lushan alone, and everything in Qinwei had been inherited by his elder brother. Most of their father's wealth had gone to him as well. He had no grievances. However, to be fair, don't expect him to contribute much this time. How much would he contribute? What does contribute even mean? A loan. The kind where a promissory note must be prepared. At most, 10,000, nothing more. To say that they're also preparing for a wedding and they don't have any money. Old Lin shrugged decisively. Lin Yi's mother nodded in satisfaction. That's good. It's great to see you're growing up. Just make sure you're clear in your own mind. Don't be fooled by how much money our son can earn now. Regardless of how much he makes, I, as his father, must prepare money for him. Our son is precious. The Chevrolet came to a smooth stop. Old Lin stepped out of the car with his wife, and as expected, no one was waiting for them. They figured their family was all up there, sighing. This car isn't as comfortable as the Range Rover. He chuckled. Enough of that. Wipe that smile off your face. If word gets out about the Range Rover, our family will suffer a huge loss. Lin Yi's mother rolled her eyes, pulling out her phone to send a WeChat message to her eldest son. Unless something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be heading back today. Old Lin patted his face, adopting a grim expression as he walked ahead. Lin Yi's mother smiled contentedly. This expression was perfect. Everything would be just fine. At Lin Yi's uncle's house upstairs. Upon opening the door, one was greeted by a haze of smoke. The air was thick with the scent of secondhand smoke, creating a palpable atmosphere. A group of individuals was seated on the sofa. Lin Yi's uncle, aunt, cousin sister, and cousin brother. Opposite them sat another group, comprising a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a weeping girl, her eyes red and reminiscent of Lin Yi's cousin's age. Old Lin tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, this was not in their village. Otherwise, their reputation would have been tarnished. Of course, someone's reputation was already in shambles. The second brother had arrived. Lin Yi's uncle's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot as he forced a smile while glancing at Old Lin, while others began to greet Old Lin and Lin Ma, including Lin Xiao. However, at that moment, this rascal appeared to have gained some weight, even seeming slightly puffy in certain areas. It seemed he had been beaten up. Well then, since your family's brother has arrived, let us discuss how to handle this. Your son has forcefully taken advantage of my family member and now intends to shirk responsibility? Do you think we are easy prey? If you don't believe me, I can ensure this scoundrel spends a couple of years behind bars. The middle-aged man stood up, revealing a solid iron rod. Lin Ba Gu Set Inwa Li. Realizing he hadn't noticed it upon entering. Had he known, he would have brought something for self-defense. Lin Ma quietly stepped back a couple of paces, feeling the danger present. Had she known, she would have retrieved some tools from the car. Unquestionably, the couple's thoughts were remarkably aligned. Hey, Oh Wang, why escalate this? Let us discuss this amicably. Here, have a cigarette. Lin Yi's uncle feigned a smile as he stood to offer a cigarette to the man named Old Wang. But he did not accept it. I simply ask you, shall this be handled publicly or privately? The man grunted, returned to his seat, and lit a cigarette for himself, clearly intending to humiliate Lin Yi's uncle. Privately, of course. Lin Yi's uncle sighed, feeling exasperated. At times, having a son seemed less preferable than not having one at all. Let us arrange a marriage, my brother Old Wang. Let the two children wed. Nonsense. Your son has taken liberties with my daughter and plans to bear no responsibility? I'll smash that scoundrel's head. Old Wang cursed vehemently, raising the baseball bat to point at Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao recoiled, retreating into the corner of the sofa. You worthless thing. Spitting, daring to act, yet refusing to take responsibility. Old Wang berated Lin Xiao without any hesitation, wishing he could beat him to death, if only there were no consequences. Lin Yi's uncle exhaled in relief. At least they were talking it out. Just as Lin Ba had anticipated, a marriage would be the best resolution. No one seemed to care about the opinions of the involved parties anymore. Their sentiments were irrelevant now. Even if there was no affection, feelings could develop over time. A house, a 120 square meter apartment, a car worth 200,000, and a bride price of 500,000. Anything below that was off the table. Don't say we're selling our daughter. Your scoundrel son didn't follow the proper procedures. Even if he didn't, it doesn't matter. But he should have taken advantage of my daughter, and then expect no consequences. The iron rod struck the ground with a heavy thud, shattering a piece of the tiled floor. The intimidation was palpable. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, their heads spinning. Lin Ba and Lin Ma, however, seemed relatively unfazed, even relieved, though they acknowledged that the demands were indeed exorbitant. However, considering the situation from another angle, if it were their daughter, would they simply pay? Absolutely not. They wouldn't be so generous as to send her off without ensuring her safety. It appeared that Lin Yi's uncle had made some significant strides before their arrival. As for the demands made, Old Wang, you're asking for too much. We're just an ordinary family. When your son took advantage of my daughter, didn't he think of the consequences? If he lacked the ability, he shouldn't have acted so brazenly. Why was he so cowardly during the act? Old Wang, enraged, smashed the bat onto the coffee table, destroying yet another piece of furniture. 20,000. Fine, we'll proceed with this arrangement. Prepare for the wedding. If you're unprepared, let your son brace himself for the repercussions. At Lin Yi's uncle's house, Lin Ba and the eldest brother stood on the balcony smoking, while Lin Ma and the other women tidied up the house, and Lin Xiu retreated to his bedroom. Lin Ma expressed indifference, having long recognized that this child had gone astray. Look, didn't this just lead to a major incident? Brother, you must help me. There was a sliding door on the balcony that could separate it from the living room. Lin Ba furrowed his brow. Speak up, but brother, you know the situation here. Our funds are mostly tied up in goods. Lin Yi's uncle silently nodded. The apartment, the 120 square meter space, and the 200,000 car were manageable. The house was already prepared, though not fully paid for, but at least there was something. The car could be financed if necessary, but the bride price of 500,000 was quite excessive. The house and car consumed too much money, and the eldest brother couldn't possibly scrape together that much in short term. You must help your uncle. Help your nephew. After speaking, he took a deep drag from a cigarette, almost finishing a third of it, nearly becoming lightheaded. 5,000, brother. The most I can muster is 5,000. Lin Ba looked up at his elder brother, having choked on the smoke from overindulgence in his earlier inhalations. He resumed, smoking leisurely. The pleasure of a good smoke. Without further ado, had his elder brother's daughter pulled his son up even a little back in the day, he would have prepared at least 20,000. There was no other choice. Not to mention that his elder brother had a tendency to show favoritism afterward. Although he had prepared 10,000, why spend more if he could get away with less? Donde ist, brother? In this situation, at least 20,000. He would even have to borrow from others. Lin Yi's uncle furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. Lin Ba fell silent. Well, when it came to his own child, it was understandable that he wasn't being wise. They would simply maintain a relationship as distant relatives in the future. 8,000, that is all I can offer, brother. You. Ultimately, the amount was settled at 10,000, and Lin Ba resolutely left with a legally binding IOU. They departed that very evening, having no intention of staying. Leave? Don't stay. The two of us would rather stay in a hotel than remain here. In the car, Lin Ba sighed, 10,000 lent out, and now we're being criticized for being petty. Fortunately, I forgot the IOU. Otherwise, that 10,000 would have gone down the drain. In the future, let us just consider ourselves ordinary relatives. I'm truly disappointed. I never anticipated that my elder brother would become increasingly oblivious with age. Lin Ma gently nodded, all right? Whatever you say, whether we need it or not, although our family could use that 10,000 if it gives you peace of mind. Let us just pretend we don't need it. No need to stress. Lin Ma placed her hand on Lin Ba's resting on the gear shift, her tone soft. In our region, when women don't explode with anger, what's this Chuan Yu mother dragon? I'm afraid I don't recognize it. Absolutely not. How dare we disregard our family's money? My son earns so much yet has a splurge on a watch. Wouldn't 10,000 be better spent on a watch for him? Old Lin grumbled, clearly displeased. Lin Ma shook her head and chuckled, feeling relieved to see her husband's current state. When that rascal gets married, I'll be driving my son's Range Rover. Mark my words. Old Lin. I reckon Lin Xiu probably won't even hold a wedding banquet. Old Lin fell silent for a moment, feeling a pang of discomfort. Then let us wait for Lin Jia's wedding. I'll make sure to show my face. Whatever you say, didn't you tell your son? I did mention it, but I had my reservations and planned to inform him to switch to the Voyager once I returned. And now, Grandma, just take the Range Rover. Lin's father grumbled, truly exasperated. He never anticipated that this trip to Qianwei would leave him so frustrated. In a certain neighborhood in Qianwei, Uncle Lin tightly grasped a bank card, his expression grave as he sat on the sofa, smoking. He was neither foolish nor naive. Fully aware that he had seriously offended his younger brother with such an exorbitant demand. How could he not be severe? If his brother's son were already married, that might be acceptable, but now he was still single. To be fair, eventually, the child would get married, wouldn't he? This time, he had truly committed a grave mistake. Uncle Lin sighed, while the woman beside him remained silent. She had no solutions either. Even if they had offended someone, the money still needed to be borrowed. Moreover, they had to seek additional funds, as the existing amount was simply insufficient. Old Wang's demands were exceedingly harsh. Furthermore, they still needed to prepare for the wedding banquet. Indeed, they were still planning to host this wedding feast. In Lushan, at the Jijielu supermarket, Franklin listened eagerly to the tales of this venture from his parents, grinning widely. Utterly astounded, he audaciously asked for 200,000. Their family owned a supermarket and had some savings, but truly, this request was outrageous. Dad, consider this. He directly asked for 500,000, so that's a blessing in disguise. Lin's father rolled his eyes. Get lost. I'm already furious over 20. You want me to fork over 50? That's his son, not my child. Besides, my son isn't this incompetent. Lin Yi chuckled, unexpectedly receiving a compliment. How delightful. All right, you need not worry. 10 or 8,000 is a trivial matter. Not to mention, our Wanda and Lushan can recover that for you. By the time the year-end dividends roll in, I'll convert it all to cash for you to hold. Lin's father chuckled, and so did Lin's mother. The unpleasant mood from Qianwei dissipated significantly. After all, who could resist having such a remarkable son? And he was exceptionally capable. Suddenly, a phone rang. Lin's father was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, the caller ID clearly displaying Uncle Lin's name. Old Lin answered and quietly switched to speaker mode. Since he has no shame, neither will I spare someone's dignity in front of the younger generation. Second brother, Xiao Qiu is getting married at the end of next month. Remember to come. Well, the first thing he says is this. Old Lin responded affirmatively a couple of times. But the conversation seemed to linger, prompting Lin's father to decisively hang up the phone and glance at his wife. He had misjudged. They truly intended to host a grand affair. Lin's mother was speechless. Was this a plan to recoup some funds? Chapter 57, The Symposium. Since they were throwing a wedding, it was only right for them to attend, especially since they had been invited. Lin's mother was indifferent. Now that they had extended an invitation, they would go. After all, it was merely a supermarket issue, and with employees on duty, it wouldn't hinder their profit-making. Fine, then we shall go. Oldest, are you coming? Old Lin turned to his eldest son with a smile. Of course. You two stay home and wait for me. We'll head over a day in advance. I can arrive by morning. Lin, he was eager to see his extraordinarily capable yet frustrating cousin. What a remarkable talent indeed. To be fair, he sometimes felt sympathy for his uncle. But it served him right. Drive your car. Rest assured, we won't embarrass ourselves. Laughter erupted as they teased about the Range Rover. When did it become a car to be ashamed of? What would outsiders think? Are you heading back to Rongqing tomorrow? Indeed. It's time to return. Drive safely, and let me know once you arrive. Don't worry. The next day, in Rongqing, at the Jingxiawa Garden Community, Lin Yi expertly opened the door and flopped onto the sofa, relishing the comfort. Finally back in his own little nest. What a relief. He slept until noon, awakening to a feast of takeout. As he ate, he contemplated how much he could earn by the next time he returned home. In 30 days, even calculating at a modest 100 kilometers a day, the potential earnings could be astronomical. A month's guarantee of 15 million in pure profit. What a comforting thought. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi wasted no time. He grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. True, without Song Wan, there would be no blind box. But securing a minimum was still feasible. At the very least, he could achieve some mileage milestones, right? Just drive and be done with it. In one day, he managed to cover 500 kilometers. Rongqing's third ring road would soon witness yet another familiar sight. Typically, Lin Yi drove with abandon along this route. Unless he was away from Rongqing, his daily earnings journey would invariably take place on the third ring. Convenient, with minimal traffic, the surface smooth and flowing. He was quite skilled at it. At the King Kong gym, the Range Rover was parked steadily, and Lin Yi stepped out with flair, having earned a staggering 250 to 600,000 that day. How could he not be carefree and happy? Not to mention, even earning this in a single day was exhilarating. Hey, our boss Lin has returned. The youngest finally returned from Lushan, after a week apart. Who knows if he missed us? King Kong and Fatty lounged at the gym entrance, smoking, and immediately began their playful banter upon seeing him. After all, who didn't he know he had driven Song back to Lushan? They all pretended to enjoy the single life. Yet why did he find a girlfriend? A refined woman. A gentle teacher. Goodness. This was even more outrageous than Wang Chong. Lin Yi chose to ignore their envious remarks, while you two are busy discussing yoga pants. Why not speak up? Dad's hungry. Prepare the meal. King Kong and Fatty followed Lin Yi, grumbling, but they obediently went to prepare food. After all, they couldn't neglect their eldest son when he was hungry, could they? On the third floor, in the sunroom, 5 people gathered for a meal. And there were 2 new additions, Wang Chong and his girlfriend, Xiao Weiwei. This pair had recently developed a fondness for Fatty's cooking, frequently dropping by for meals. Fatty was amused. He didn't mind at all, as it merely meant tossing in a bit more meat and vegetables. What trouble could that be? Old Fourth in a couple of days. My sister-in-law, and I will accompany her advisor to Lushan for a symposium. Is there anything you need me to bring back? After they had eaten their fill, Wang Chong ambled over to Lin Yi, leaning on his cane. Franklin was taken aback. Wait, buddy, you look like that, and your advisor still takes you out? They truly don't see you as disabled. Get lost. Wang Chong rolled his eyes, raising his cane as if to poke him, reminiscent of an elderly lady. Xiao Weiwei, King Kong, and Fatty merely watched, amused, and even offered suggestions. Poke his toes. Huh. Yes, poke him. Go for it, Wang Chong. Lin Yi, grumbling, ultimately snatched the cane from Wang Chong and lightly tapped him on the backside, claiming victory. Old Fourth, you bully the disabled. Wang Chong felt no shame at all, promptly preparing to take the moral high ground and lecture. How are you going? Wang Chong was momentarily puzzled, scratching his head. By car, of course. Can't you drive yourselves? Of course not. Isn't this merely a matter of personal ability? Wang Chong rolled his eyes, grumbling if one could drive, who would willingly ride along? Isn't that just a pointless question? A car key was tossed into Wang Chang's hand, the key to the Lincoln. Holding the keys, I embarked on my voyage aboard the Navigator, but can your legs manage it? Allow me. Miss Xiao Weiwei, with her exuberance, unhesitatingly seized the car keys from Wang Chang's grasp. All set. Keep an eye on this disabled individual. Rest assured, I shall ensure the tank is filled before I return it to you. No worries. You two can drive it for the next few days without any issues. Old Wang is aware of where I parked it, right in the underground garage of Chinda. When the time comes, having the car will make it convenient for you both to visit Lushan. Xiao Weiwei's cheeks flushed, evidently embarrassed by the mention of the couple. Is Wan still at Lushan High School? Immediately, she thought of her dear friend and turned to Lin inquiringly. Lin, he pulled out a cigarette, and just as he placed it between his lips, Wang Chong eagerly approached to light it for him. Since we've borrowed the car, what's wrong with being a little sycophantic? It's not an issue at all. Well done, old 3. Wang Chong puffed out his chest proudly, provoking laughter from everyone around. Just at Lushan High School. If you're free later, you can go visit her. Xiao Weiwei nodded enthusiastically. Don't worry, this seminar will take a good half-month. I will definitely have time to see Wan. It's all part of our advisor's work. It doesn't concern us too much. Wang Chong chimed in with a grin, then turned to Lin Yi and the others, saying, we're merely tagging along to earn some travel expenses. Cough, cough. The 3 suddenly realized. Well, Rhonda, cough, cough. Money isn't an issue. Impressive. Old 3 is living the good life. Indeed, it seems he is about to surpass us in wealth. The chubby one smacked his lips, feeling a tinge of envy. Wang Chong huffed. Don't be ridiculous. The boss is far wealthier than you. Chapter 58 AMGG 63. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Lin Yi alighted from the taxi, gazing at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store before him, feeling a flicker of excitement. No man can resist the allure of a G-Class. No one. His purpose for coming was to purchase the AMG G63, not the G500. If it were the G500, well, the price wouldn't suffice, and he might as well drive his Range Rover. The G63, priced over $2.5 million, is genuinely valuable. The system had informed him that for every kilometer driven in a vehicle priced at $2 million, a reward of 10,000 yuan would be granted. For a car priced at $1 million, it was merely 5,000 yuan. Now, 10,000 was just within reach. Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. How may I assist you? The uniformed saleswoman with her radiant beauty, long hair, and stockings greeted him. However, Lin Yi at this moment felt indifferent towards such encounters. Of course, if it were Miss Song with her long legs clad in stockings, cough, cough. By the way, is there any stock of the AMG G63? Yes, sir. There is. Please follow me. I'll show you. The saleswoman swayed enticingly as she led the way, her curves astonishing. Lin Yi remained composed, even lighting a cigarette. He was here for women, but for the car. When it comes to making money, women can wait. With its AMG cascading grille, geometric multi-beam headlights, and 22-inch AMG forged wheels, the dual 12. 3-inch high-definition screens, Designo premium leather wrapping, and Burmester high-end 3D surround sound system, the meticulously tuned 4. 0-liter V8 twin-turbo engine, capable of unleashing an astounding 585 horsepower and 850 newton-meters of peak torque, paired with the AMG SpeedShift TCT 9-speed transmission that accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.5 seconds. While the saleswoman continued her pitch, Lin Yi produced a bank card and posed a question. The saleswoman promptly fell silent. "Please go ahead, sir." Lin Yi gently tapped the sleek black G63. "If I pay now, can I take it home today?" "Certainly. In 2 hours, I guarantee you could drive it away." The saleswoman responded without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, the bank card was in her hands, and the transaction was completed. The saleswoman blushed, and Lin Yi, maintaining his silence, instinctively took a step back. "Wait, is this woman a bit off? Best to keep my distance. Good grief." 2 hours later, a sleek black G-Class emerged from the 4S store, already adorned with license plates. Money can solve 99 problems. The remaining one must be dealt with gold. Getting a license plate doesn't require gold. It's simple. The sound system within resonated with deep bass, and the multimedia music was crystal clear, even surpassing that of his Range Rover. It's understandable. After all, there's a million yuan difference. With a roar of the V8 engine, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as the black G-Class shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the third ring road of Rongsheng. New cars. How could they not take a spin around the ring road? It's all about making money. It's imperative. Lin Yi glanced at the system, then shifted his focus elsewhere. The most crucial task for him today was to maximize the price of this vehicle. Host, Lin Yi. Age, 24. Registered vehicle, AMG G63. Mileage, 12,000 km. Host savings, 27, 5 million. Cumulative mileage points, 10003005000800010000. Draw chances, 0. Blind boxes, 0. Skills, proficient driver, culinary master. Physique, energetic. At 8 in the evening, Lin Yi returned home, feeling quite fatigued, casually tossing the car keys aside and collapsing onto the sofa, adopting a state of utter relaxation. 500 kilometers in a day, 5 million spent. I must admit, this extravagant system of mine is quite impressive. Earning the equivalent of 2 G63s in a single day is truly dizzying. From this day forth, my designated vehicle will be this G63. Naturally, it's best to keep this car out of the sight of acquaintances for the time being. Maintaining a low profile is key. For someone my age, owning a Range Rover is already commendable. Bringing out a more expensive vehicle isn't wise. Moreover, I am a reborn individual with a mature mindset. I can clearly discern these matters. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, and Lin Yi picked it up. "Hello, it's me, old 3. Why you sound so exhausted? What have you been up to?" "I drove all day. What do you expect? I'm nearly worn out. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm about to sleep." "Haha, it's nothing serious. Just wanted to inform you that there has been a change of plans. The seminar has been moved up. I'm heading to Lushan with your sister-in-law in your navigator." "All right, just don't let that disabled person drive. Be safe. It's only about a 40-minute drive on the highway." "Got it." With a click, the call ended. Inside the navigator, it wasn't just the two of them. There were also 2 middle-aged men in the back seat, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. They were indeed the mentors of Xiao Weiwei and Wang Chong. These two had urgent matters in Lushan and had to set off early. Fortunately, they were lucky, having a capable graduate student assisting them. "Hey, Xiao Wang, you got some clout in Rongsheng, huh?" "Ha! Today, we're riding on your coattails." The speaker was Wang Chong's advisor, and it was evident they shared a good rapport. "Advisor, you flatter me. It's only right, after all. You're the one treating me to food and funding." "Cut it out. Don't say that outside. And don't stuff yourself at the conference. Save some for me." "Haha, old son, your advisor is no good. Why way? Eat to your heart's content. No need to save for him. You two quit it. Enough of your meddling. These 2 children are now a family. We shouldn't let our old squabbles affect their relationship. Rest assured it won't. Get lost." The atmosphere inside the car was quite pleasant, despite the gentle rain outside. It hardly impeded their driving. The rain was light, and by the time it intensified, they would likely have reached their destination. "Xiao Wang, your classmate is quite impressive. He just lent you a car worth over 300,000 without a second thought. Old C is capable and wealthy. Within just 6 months after graduation, he has swapped cars, acquiring a new Range Rover, and even purchased a duplex in Archingdu. Returning to our dormitory's most boastful remarks, when will it be that I can achieve the same status as old C?" Dai Yuan remained silent. Beside him, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Wang, you can forget about that for this lifetime." "Ha!" Instructor Wang Chong finally spoke up. "Xiao Wang, even if we are destined for mediocrity, your girlfriend's instructor is equally unremarkable. At least we have each other for companionship." Chapter 59. The First Investment of Mingzhu Investment Company. The trio, having organized their belongings, collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath and taking a moment to rest. They had ceased renting at Jingxiahua Garden and, having enlisted the help of the sturdy Su Zhaiqiang, moved all the essential items over. Although it might not have seemed like much on a daily basis, the sheer volume of belongings became apparent only when it was time to move. It took 2 trips with a Range Rover to complete the task, and they even managed to conduct a thorough cleaning of the new apartment. Could one not be exhausted? This place might be a financial burden, but Lin Yi's side is certainly not lacking. Old C, let's order takeout. Judging by Fatty's exhaustion, cooking is out of the question. Jean Gang rolled over on the lazy sofa, admitting he felt a bit fatigued too. It's mainly due to the cleaning. Ordering takeout is fine. Old C, why go through all this trouble to buy such a large place? It's exhausting. Su Zhaiqiang stood up to light a cigarette, grumbling. He was genuinely tired, having cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. As a somewhat amateur chef, he couldn't overlook the maintenance of the kitchen. I'll never buy something this large again. Around 100 square meters is just right. Just drop it. Even if you sold all that excess fat, it wouldn't be enough to buy Old C's place. Jean Gang rolled his eyes at the overweight man who retorted. Lin Yi, cigarette dangling from his mouth, listened to their banter while furiously navigating his phone, ordering all manner of delicious food and opting for the quickest delivery. By the way, you're not buying any furniture or appliances, right? Suddenly, Fatty recalled a pertinent question and turned to Lin Yi. No need. Everything is already here. Why waste money? I might not even stay here long. I'll buy new furniture when I get a new house later. After placing the takeout order, Franklin collapsed on the sofa, speaking instinctively. Get lost. Enough with the pretentiousness. Old C, you've gone too far with that comment. This time, Jean Gang and Fatty united in their disapproval. Lin Yi huffed, extracting a lighter to light another cigarette. I heard, that you plan to open a new gym? Have you chosen a location? What about staff and funding? How are those preparations coming along? Jean Gang appeared momentarily stunned, then blankly responded, I'm planning to open one right below your apartment. It's a prime location, not far from Rongda. Only a few wealthy individuals can afford to buy in this area. My family will provide 50 for a basic gym setup. That shouldn't be a problem. It's all about being straightforward. Besides, we're all friends. There's nothing we can't say. What about Fatty? He'll come too. However, he'll handle the meal prep for the 4 gyms, and he makes a decent amount each month. Jean Gang chuckled, wrapping an arm around Fatty. Although Su Zhaiqiang earned money for his family, they were all better off with his contributions. Truly a win-win. They were all familiar faces, which made it even better. Lin Yi grinned. Do you need investment? To establish a standard high-quality gym? I'm broke. The old man only gave me this much. I plan to wait 3 years before replacing my car. Jean Gang shrugged, feeling quite destitute. Su Zhaiqiang nudged Jean Gang, you fool. Old C means he's willing to invest a little. Does he need to spell out for you? How embarrassing. Fatty scoffed, then politely snatched the cigarette from Lin Yi's mouth, tossing it aside. Swiftly, he produced a new cigarette, placing it in Lin Yi's mouth and igniting it. Boss Lin, what do you think of my skills? Not only Lin Yi, but even Jean Gang was taken aback. Good heavens. You truly don't intend to act like a human anymore, do you? You just lit that. Get lost. Lin Yi and Jean Gang kicked Fatty away, once again uniting in their discussions. After all, Lin Yi was now running an investment company. He ought to have some serious business, right? While he was unfamiliar with investing in others, investing in Jean Gang's gym posed no issues. After all, the Jean family had 3 successful gym ventures already. It was a clear-cut investment with minimal risk. The only concern was the time it would take to recoup the investment. But Lin Yi wasn't worried about that. Even if he broke even, how much profit could he make? He could easily accelerate his earnings. How do you plan on managing the gym? I'm thinking of starting with 500,000. Old Heir can contribute his expertise for a 10% stake, and then that's it. Jean Gang was straightforward in his approach. Of course, Su Zhaiqiang had no objections either. He couldn't produce cash, but he could offer his skills. Lin Yi took a thoughtful puff. I'll give you 500,000 for a 30% stake. Old Heir 10%, and you'll retain 60%. Will there be losses? Yes, but does it matter? Not really. The investment company is essentially a way to launder money. Investing is unavoidable. That won't do. We're brothers. How can I give you 30%? Jean Gang slapped his thigh, clearly disagreeing. I'll give you 40%. Fine, you're the boss. So it's your call. Once the gym is up and running, I'll invest more next time. Lin Yi didn't press Jean Gang further. As long as he could proceed, he would consider additional investments. He simply had the funds to do so. Then it's settled. Agreed. I have no objections. The 3 exchanged smiles, their laughter echoing in the room. Lin Yi, quick on his feet, although his investment firm was just a shell. was adept at handling the necessary processes. The house was equipped with a printer, and his company's official seal was readily available, making things quite convenient. Printing contracts, signing, and sealing. Within less than 10 minutes, the entire process was completed. 3 minutes later, Jean Gang received the 500,000 transfer from Mingzhu Investment Company. Damn, old C. The name of your company is quite appealing. I never would have thought. Let us just call our Jean Gang number 4. Jean Gang smacked his lips, feeling awkward, while old Air stifled a laugh. The name doesn't matter. In my opinion, calling it Jean Gang Gym is best. After all, those two characters have a bit of recognition in the fitness community, don't they? Lin Yi chimed in while helping Fatty unpack the takeout. He genuinely believed that. After all, Jean Gang Gym already had 3 locations in Chengdu. Adding another would be beneficial. You have a way with words, old C. Fatty just loves to make fun of me. Enough with that. Your naming skills are terrible. No one can fault me for that. You're ridiculous, Fatty. You've truly lost it. I'm cutting your wages. I'll go ask Grandpa for a raise. Chapter 60. Father Jin's Guidance. Father, that's basically the situation. Old C invested 500,000 for a 40% stake. Jean Gang gazed down, respectfully reporting to his father. Jean Ba lit a cigarette, stating, well, not bad. It's a good sign that you didn't settle for a mere 30% from the start. Accepting 40% is acceptable. This gym may earn less initially, but the real profits lie ahead. Moreover, subsequent investors in your gym will surely not overlook you. You're fortunate, having made such a good friend in college. In this day and age, my son, nothing is more valuable than cash. Your friend is quite adept at investment, undoubtedly possessing a substantial amount of cash. There are many individuals in our Rongsheng who would readily part with their money, but in our family, we have only known one such person across 2 generations. Do not let money cloud your judgment. Be prudent. Jean Gang chuckled and nodded, reassuring, rest assured, Lao Si is a good person. I'm certainly eager to foster a closer relationship with him. Young individuals who can afford cars, houses, and companies through their own efforts are not uncommon. But encountering someone so young in such a position is indeed rare. Jean Ba had a profound impression of Lin Yi. The Range Rover alone cost over $1 million. And even a bargain apartment in the upscale complex would still be over $3 million. With an investment company account injected with $10 million, to be frank, Lin Yi's current worth exceeds that of old Jean. His foolish son. Perhaps the foolish are indeed blessed. All right, off you go. Got it. I'm heading back now. Jean Gang, undeterred, cheerfully departed. After bidding his mother farewell, he hopped into his Chevrolet and drove off, with a hefty fellow still waiting inside. Where to? To our brother's new base. Haha. Let us go. The hefty fellow pressed the accelerator, and they sped towards the China complex. The apartment had already been rented, which was straightforward. What remained was merely the renovation and the arrival of equipment, both of which they needed to oversee. To be precise, it was Jean Gang who had to pay closer attention. The hefty fellow was rather busy. The following day, a sleek black G-Class exited the complex. The new security guard, quite astute, waved at Lin Yi. Lin Yi grinned and, rolling down the window, tossed a box of Zonghua cigarettes, which fell perfectly into the guard's hands. Thank you, Brother Xia. Lin Yi gestured before the vehicle drove away. Maintaining good relations with the security guards in 1S community is never a loss. It was merely a box of cigarettes. His trunk had a whole case. It's not about being a wealthy socialite. Such gestures certainly foster goodwill. Interestingly, Jean Gang and Su's Haiqiang's gym was not only the ground floor business of this complex, but also conveniently located near its entrance. The two were outside the storefront, supervising the workers setting up the sign. Whoa, a G-Class. I didn't know this neighborhood had such a vehicle. I swear it looks like 8G63. Goodness. There's so many wealthy people in this world. Why can't I be one of them? Jean Gang gazed longingly at the departing G-Class. Boss, that thing must be more expensive than Lao Si's Range Rover. Indeed, it's absurdly pricey. Over $2 million, no less. It's an AMG. I can't even fathom how much money they have. A single vehicle could purchase a home in Rongsheng. It's worth more than our gym. The two brothers lamented for a while, before happily returning inside to oversee the renovations. Regardless of how impressive others' G-Class vehicles may be, nothing compares to their own modest business. They resolved to focus on their enterprise rather than covet what others possess. At Lushan High School, teacher Song Wan exited joyfully, spotting a familiar vehicle, a Lincoln Aviator with an identical license plate. She froze momentarily before breaking into a smile upon seeing the two individuals stepping out of the car. Wei Wei, Wan. The two girls embraced each other. Although their last visit to Rongsheng was brief, they had forged a strong friendship. Old Three stood awkwardly to the side, waiting for the two to finish their reunion. Leaning on his cane, Wang Chong lit a cigarette. One must admit, Lao C's choice of partner, a high school English teacher, is quite commendable. After finishing a cigarette, teacher Song approached Wang Chong, somewhat shyly calling out, "Third brother." "Third brother, I got a bit too excited earlier." Wang Chong sighed. "You could have done without the latter part." Xiao Wei shot Wang Chong a glare. "You're lucky I didn't leave you behind. Wang, let us go. I'll treat you to dinner. Wait for me. I'll go get my car. The director isn't here, so I can leave early without clocking in." Teacher Song beamed. "Who wouldn't relish an early departure? All right, you go ahead. We'll wait for you." Xiao Wei watched as Song Wan returned to the school, while she and Wang Chong lingered at the entrance. "Your roommate Lao Si is quite capable." "Huh, you don't need to tell me. In our dorm, no one surpasses Lao Si in skill. We certainly benefited from his success. Without him, how could we have driven over here? Plus, we strengthened our ties with the counselor." Wang Chong remarked with a nostalgic sigh. "You mentioned last time that the boss is running a gym, and Lao Si and Lao Air have invested. What about you? Did you not get involved?" Xiao Wei inquired, puzzled. Wang Chong shrugged nonchalantly. "I have no money. Lao Air invested his skills, and Lao Si put in cash. I have neither skills nor money. Would I dare show my face? I didn't mean it like that. I just thought you might feel uneasy." Xiao Wei rolled her eyes and playfully punched him. Wang Chong shook his head, chuckling. "There's no need for any unease. Everyone has their strengths. They want to forget me. Lao Si even mentioned that once I finish my Master S degree, I can help out at his company. By then, it will be directly related to my field of study. I want to have to abandon my university job. I can continue working with Lao Si's company. With a stable position and a good income, I might end up making my fortune even before Lauda and Lao Air." Wang Chong beamed with pride. Xiao Wei gave a thumbs up, now unconcerned. She had been worried before, but not anymore. One must admit, her partner's capabilities and luck are quite commendable. As for Lin Yi's investment company, she wasn't entirely sure just how impressive it was, but she could tell it was undoubtedly profitable. That alone sufficed. Before long, a black Accord exited the school, and the passenger window rolled down to reveal teacher Song's radiant smile. Wait, let us go. I'm taking you to Wanda for a feast." "Sounds great." Chapter 61, Deposits Exceeding 100 Million. The weather in Rongqing grew increasingly warm with the passage of time. As Lin Yi drove the G-Class onto the third ring road to earn money, he began to notice a rising frequency of figures clad in black and white. In the Jin Gang gym on the third floor of the complex, Jin Gang, Su Haiqiang, Wang Chong, and Lin Yi sat together, engaged in lively conversation, sipping tea, and smoking. Suddenly, they all settled down. The gym had been renovated, and now they were merely awaiting the arrival of the equipment, allowing them a moment of respite. "This past period has been exhausting. I've been running back and forth 3 or 4 times a day. Thankfully, with Lauda's Chevrolet, otherwise, I would have worn myself thin riding a shared bike." Jin Gang and the hefty fellow began to vent their frustrations before Wang Chong and Lin Yi. Overseeing the renovations was no simple task, though it was true that the hefty fellow had borne the brunt of the work. Wang Chong had discarded his cane, feeling youthful and healing quickly. Given his current state, as long as he wasn't running, he had no significant issues. Don't mention it. We spent over half a month in lesson with our instructor, and it was exhausting. This seminar truly consumes time. Wang Chong shrugged off the fatigue. "Sure, it's tiring, but it's lucrative. I earn $100 every day upon waking, plus allowances for accommodation and meals. This life isn't so bad. It would be even better if I could earn 1,000 or 800 a day." He seemed to relish the situation, embodying that classic type of person who benefits and then feigns innocence. "Do you think your mentors earn such a hefty salary?" the stout fellow inquired curiously, glancing at Wang Chong. Wang Chong nodded in affirmation, stating, "While it may not be 1,000 or 800, 500 to 600 a day is certainly within reach." "Damn it, goodness gracious." The remaining 3 erupted in exclamations. "That is truly not a small sum. Indeed, it is quite substantial. It is evident that among the 4 of them, there will be such a prodigy. The academic overachiever is utterly unreasonable. While I toiled daily outside, the 3 of you at least have moments to rest." Although Franklin appeared to be reveling in his fortune, he still began to put on airs. "Why is he so full of himself?" "Ahem, it's simply because he has earned a considerable amount. In a month, he managed to drive 9,000 kilometers in his G-Class, accumulating a staggering 9 million. A fair exchange indeed. 1 kilometer equals 10,000, thus 9,000 kilometers yield 9 million. He even took the time for maintenance. There's no choice. The most expensive car in their household certainly requires regular upkeep. Host, age, 24. Registered vehicle, AMG G63. Mileage, 21,500 kilometers. Host savings, 120 million. Accumulated mileage, 100 030 005 000 800 010 000 200 000. Lottery chances, 1. Blind box, 0. Skills, proficient driver and culinary expert. Physical condition, energetic. One glance at his system interface reveals that his savings have officially surpassed a modest goal. Achieving a small target each month, all thanks to the G-class, is certainly cause for celebration. If deposited in a certain bank, a personal life assistant would be at your service, preferably a strikingly beautiful one. Do not underestimate the significance of 100 million in savings. Indeed, any request you have, the bank is likely to accommodate. A personal assistant would resolve all your daily concerns, such as the grandeur of this configuration. As for the lottery, well, Lin Yi has no immediate plans for that. Primarily, he is somewhat skeptical of his luck. It has been a month, and he has yet to see a single blind box emerge. Lin Yi is now quite certain that the blind box is contingent upon his teacher, Mr. Song. By the way, I need to make a trip back to Lishan tomorrow. My uncle's son is getting married, and I must make an appearance. Go ahead then, they encouraged. Just a heads up to the three of you. I've left the keys to the Lincoln here. Whoever has an urgent need may take it. Lin Yi grabbed an apple and began to munch on it while tossing the Lincoln keys onto the table. The three did not decline, as having a vehicle was indeed more convenient. With 2 cars among them, they would manage just fine. All right, Lin boss is generous. Enough chatter. Let us hurry and indulge in hot pot. I'm famished. Lin Yi kicked the gesterish stout fellow, rubbing his stomach as he noted the time, nearing 7 in the evening. Missing a meal was simply intolerable. All right then, make yourself comfortable, the stout fellow cheerfully replied. Rising to embrace the muscular companion, boss, you wouldn't want the disabled third brother to lend a hand, would you? The muscular companion grumbled, but followed along. Wang Chong reclined comfortably on the small sofa, lighting a cigarette, savoring the moment. This legwork truly allows me to relish life. Shall I renew your subscription? You can take your leave. Lin Yi shrugged, observing the antics of his friend. Look at this guy, always seeking attention. Time indeed flies, in the blink of an eye. It was already the wedding of his troublemaking cousin. How time passes. He had heard from his father that his uncle had even withdrawn funds meant for a coffin. What an exemplary cousin. No words needed. He was eager to drive his Range Rover to Kinwei. Alas, he had borrowed 100,000 from their family, and who knows if he can repay it. However, if his father truly desired it, Lin Yi had ways. After all, he was one of the shareholders of Rongding law firm, and such trivial matters were no cause for concern. With the legal tools in hand, he would protect all his rights. Lin Yi was well aware of this principle. The 4 brothers thoroughly enjoyed their hot pot, and by the time it was past 9, the muscular companion and the others were off to the gym on the 3rd floor for rest. Unlike them, Lin Yi had a nest to return to, opting to sleep in his own abode rather than roughing it with the 3 rascals. Indeed, he intended to forego the G-class the following day. Too much of a good thing is unnecessary. The next day, the sun rose at 8 o'clock, awakening Lin Yi, who groggily began his morning routine. He could not afford to waste time. His parents were still waiting in Lushan, and perhaps his younger sister was there as well. After all, they were family, and he could not simply vanish. Furthermore, the treatment he received as an academic overachiever at school was, well, unexplainable. It wouldn't do to let the teachers down, especially if they were counting on him to help ease his sister's nerves. Half an hour later, with a piece of bread in his mouth, Lin Yi grabbed the keys to the Range Rover and stepped out, still on the phone with his father. Hey, Dad, I'm just about to set off. I should arrive in about an hour. All right, take your time. I won't rush you. Is my sister coming along? Oh, indeed, I was right. She is coming. All right, you 3, get ready at home and wait for me. After hanging up, he continued munching on his bread. He was not mistaken. His brilliant sister was already preparing for the trip. It is said that it's difficult to request leave before the college entrance examination. Yet here she was, almost escorted out by her homeroom teacher. Chapter 62, Summer Vacation Plans. Lishan, Jiajia Le Supermarket. Around 9:30 in the morning, a black Range Rover appeared at the entrance of Jiajia Le Supermarket. His sister, Lin Wan, had been waiting eagerly outside. Upon seeing her brother's car, she recognized the license plate. Dad, Mom, Big Brother has arrived. We can go now. The girl's voice was bright and melodious, akin to a bird's song, filled with joy and excitement. Do not question why she was so elated. First and foremost, it was certainly not because she was going to Kinwei to see cousins or attend a wedding. The most significant reason was that Lin Wan remembered how, when her brother had fallen ill, none of those rascals from Kinwei offered a helping hand. Now, she, Lin Wan, was eager to witness the spectacle. When her brother was alone in Chengdu, suffering, none of those sons and daughters had lifted a finger to assist. Now, they had the audacity to ask for money. Is it so wrong for Lin Wan, being younger, to enjoy the show? As the Range Rover came to a halt and the engine was turned off, Lin Yi exited the vehicle, and Lin Wanwan joyfully rushed over. Brother, how are your studies lately? Lin Yi chuckled, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. I ranked first in our class and third in the grade during the last assessment. The young girl puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. Keep up the good work. Once the college entrance examination is over, I'll take you on a road trip. Really? Indeed, it's absolutely true. Your brother isn't short on cash. But you must perform well, otherwise, how can I take you on a road trip? All right, don't worry. I'll make sure to ace it. The young girl's expression was resolute, as if she were preparing for a grand endeavor. Though she was still quite young, and perhaps unaware of the convenience and benefits that owning a car could bring, the thought of a road trip was immensely encouraging for her. What are you two whispering about? Their mother, Lin Ma, emerged with bags in hand, curiously observing the two siblings. Lin Wanwan giggled. Brother said if I study hard for the college entrance exam, he'll take me on a road trip during the summer vacation. Well, that's wonderful. Listen to your brother, and study hard. It's no problem for him to take you, his little tag-along, on a road trip. Lin Ma affectionately patted the young girl's head. Indeed, it feels quite nice. Before long, old Lin emerged as well. Seeing his daughter's head, he felt an irresistible urge to pat it too. Lin Wanwan stuck out her tongue, rolling her eyes, and obediently endured the affectionate gesture. Ah, such peculiar habits they have in their household. The young lady Lin Wanwan has protested on numerous occasions. Yet her protests have proven futile. Nevertheless, it is quite comfortable. The young girl hummed softly as she boarded the vehicle, effortlessly retrieving a bottle of beverage from the Range Rover's built-in refrigerator and popping it open, a moment of sheer bliss. Brother, your car is truly convenient. Lin's father occupied the passenger seat. Although he had driven the Range Rover a few times before, each sighting still stirred a sense of longing within him. Lin's mother followed suit, taking out a bottle for herself, declaring that upon their return, she would fill this little refrigerator to the brim. Thank you, Mom. Franklin chuckled. Old Lin rolled his eyes at the exuberant child, envious. Once Wanwan finishes her college entrance examinations, perhaps the whole family should embark on a self-driving trip together, let's say to Dolly. After all, the supermarket has staff to oversee operations, so it won't hinder their earnings. As a Range Rover roared to life, Lin Yi casually remarked, but it struck a chord with Lin's mother. To be fair, those who frequently run supermarkets know that while such ventures may yield profits, they can also anchor one firmly to the confines of the supermarket, rendering escape nearly impossible. Eventually, their family's supermarket flourished, employing staff, and as Lin Yi approached his wedding day, his parents were solely focused on saving money for him to marry, becoming even more reluctant to venture out. However, circumstances soon changed, lo and behold. Fortune smiled upon them, and within a year, their son's earnings began to rival the entirety of his parents' lifetime income. With a click, old Lin lit a cigarette, lowered the window, his eyes slightly reddened. All right, let us heed our son's words. This time, as a family, we shall set out on a self-driving adventure to Dolly. I've lived my entire life without taking your mother on a trip, but this time I shall bask in the glory of your achievements, my son. Old Lin exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, seemingly releasing years of pent-up frustration. Aspiration for a successful offspring. Now it has come to fruition. Lin Yi beamed. All right. Once my little sister completes her exams, I'll drive us four on a self-guided journey. All expenses on me. Was Lin Yi delighted? Certainly. Money for him now was merely a matter of pressing the accelerator. With wealth comes the opportunity to engage in more meaningful pursuits. Lin's mother bore no objections. In their household, major decisions were made by old Lin, while the minor ones fell under her jurisdiction. Now that their son had risen to prominence, everything he said was considered law. Hooray! Lin's mother smiled at Lin Wanwan beside her. You must neglect your studies, or else you won't be able to enjoy our journey. Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes. Mom, don't worry. Your daughter will surely bring home a degree from Rongda. Very good. In this regard, the other three occupants of the vehicle felt entirely at ease. There was no need to fret about Tsinghua or Peking University. They held no obsession with such institutions. Moreover, how could Rongda be lacking? Not to mention that it was conveniently close to home, with Lin Yi operating a company in Rongcheng. The likes of Tsinghua and Peking University were best left to the prodigies to contend with. Their Wanwan was simply an ordinary girl, content to live a joyful life. Before long, Lin Yi was driving, while the other three began contemplating what to pack for their self-driving excursion to Dolly. It was understandable. Neither his parents nor Lin Wanwan had ever indulged in such leisure before. The trio commenced their lively discussion. I heard it can be quite chilly there in the mornings and evenings during summer. We must bring jackets and umbrellas and raincoats, just in case it rains. I also researched that the sun can be quite harsh there. We should definitely bring sunscreen and wear protective clothing. Oh, and don't forget about the mosquitoes and other pesky insects. Fear not. With our young Lin Yi overseeing, our accommodations shall surely be satisfactory. Ha, indeed. My brother is quite capable. By the way, son, if we go, should we take one car or two? Old Lin pondered, glancing at his eldest son. To be fair, he thought the Range Rover was quite splendid. Let us not dismiss its off-road capabilities. This vehicle could surely handle any terrain. Chapter 63. Relatives and Financial Matters. Wait and see. My company has recently made a short-term investment that promises substantial returns. Who knows? I might even buy a car for tax deductions. Ahem. Lin Yi adjusted his grip on the steering wheel and cleared his throat. This was merely preparatory work for the arrival of his G-Class vehicle. Indeed, preparatory work. After speaking, he tossed his phone to his father. Father, take a look. See how much I've earned. Lin Yi had not pooled all his assets. Rather, he had extracted a single bank card with 20 million within it. Behind him, Lin's mother and sister were momentarily stunned, primarily due to the astonishing speed of his success. Purchasing a luxury car for tax benefits. Heavens. And now another one? Just how much had her son earned this year? 2 million? No, 20 million? Old Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, howled, his voice cracking. Could one not be astonished? Previously, he had mentioned that their eldest son's earnings within a year were closing in on what he, Old Lin, had earned over a lifetime. Now, it appeared that he would never amass such wealth. Brother, I am your beloved sister. The younger sister had already begun to express her excitement, while Old Lin's hands trembled slightly as he handed the phone to his wife. Look at our remarkable son. He is truly impressive. Ha 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 ha. Although Old Lin's emotions were still somewhat heightened and his hands quivered, he was genuinely joyous. After all, who could blame him for having such an exceptional son? He himself might never have achieved such success. Old Lin grinned. Had Lin Yi not been driving, he would have given his son a hearty pat on the back. Lin's mother and sister in the back seat counted the digits repeatedly, verging on disbelief. It was not 2 million, but rather 20 million, a completely different realm. Wonderful, splendid. Lin's mother was at a loss for words. Her eyes slightly reddened as she kept repeating her praises. Lin Wan, ever straightforward, chimed in, brother, I promise to study hard. You must take me on that self-driving adventure. Rest assured, haha. Lin Yi felt elated. With wealth, chasing after women and frivolities seemed trivial. He had had his fill of such pursuits in a previous life. In this life, he aimed to earn his modest fortune steadily, allowing his family to enjoy a comfortable existence. He believed in the adage that money is meant to be shown off to women, not spent on them. Driving was no easy feat, and in this era, earning money was a challenge. As they arrived at a certain neighborhood, the family of 4 disembarked, all wearing cheerful expressions. To an outsider, there seemed to be no fault in their demeanor, especially given that Lin Yi's younger brother was getting married in a couple of days. Lin Yi opened the trunk, only to find it empty. He looked at his parents, puzzled. What did you bring? We came empty-handed. Your father borrowed money. What's wrong with coming empty-handed? Brother, Mom and Dad are not mistaken. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up, realizing that this uncle had offended his parents quite severely in the past. Quite well. They had saved a few drinks for their supermarket. Let us go. The family of 4 laughed and chatted as they entered the neighborhood, noting that there was no one there to greet them, presumably busy with preparations. Quite all right. At Uncle Lin's house. Coming quickly. Aunt Lin exclaimed as she opened the door. Upon seeing the family of 4, she broke into a smile. Regardless of how the marriage came to be, it was still a joyous occasion. One could not appear mournful, could they? Alas, the 4 individuals stood there with empty hands. Well, family matters are best understood by one's own kin. Aunt Lin, ever cheerful, welcomed them inside. Cousins were tidying up within the house, while Uncle Lin was busy on a phone call on the balcony. Lin Yi, accompanied by his sister, called out and settled into a corner of the sofa. Need help? With what? If you don't call me, I wouldn't even notice, he said. Hey, brother, how is it going? Lin Xia asked. What do you mean? How is it going? We're here to help. Aren't we? You can go if you want. I'm not going. I'm too petty, and I hold grudges. Lin Xia chuckled like a husky, giving a thumbs up. Enjoy yourself. I'll book a hotel. Better than letting them prepare a place for us. Ugh. I want to sleep well tonight. Brother, will we even be able to sleep tonight? You and Mom will surely sleep, but I'll likely be kept awake by Dad. However, later tonight, we'll definitely be able to return. Brother, don't let them borrow your car. I doubt my cousin's Civic is sufficient. Isn't there's still a van? I couldn't care less about such trivial matters. No lending cars or wives. Uncle, did my brother drive here? In a Lincoln? Can I take it for a spin? I need to pick up a classmate. The younger cousin approached Uncle Lin with a sheepish grin. Uncle Lin chuckled, yes. He drove here, but not in a Lincoln. Lin Xiao's expression changed, and he turned to leave. Then I'll take my Civic. Your Chevrolet won't do. Sure. Go ahead, just drive carefully and stay safe, Uncle Lin replied, still smiling. Aunt Lin scolded. What kind of talk is that, you little brat? No worries, sister-in-law. Lin Yi truly didn't arrive in a Lincoln. Lin Yi and Lin Wan exchanged glances, a fleeting look of dissatisfaction passing between them. Indeed, a worthless person remains worthless. Before the siblings could converse further, their cousin Lin Jia approached. Hey, little brother, how could you not drive a nice car for your brother's wedding? Look at this. And you're blaming him for it. Lin Yi could muster a polite smile for his younger cousin Lin Xiao, but for his older cousin, not a chance. Is the car yours? He retorted coldly. Given the presence of the adults, he was disinclined to engage with this arrogant figure. Damn it, and nurse bought with money. And you think you're something special? After confronting Lin Jia, Lin Yi stood up and walked away, with Lin Wan eagerly trailing behind. She only recognizes her brother. Even if he has no money, he is still her brother. Who cares for those who aren't close to her? To put it bluntly, once the older generation passes, she and her brother could go their separate ways from these insufferable relatives. Lin Jia's expression darkened, resentment flickering in her eyes. Naturally, their conversation had been whispered, unnoticed by others. Lin Yi remained oblivious. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter to him. Chapter 64. Insufferable Relatives 2. Inside the Range Rover. Lin Wan climbed into the passenger seat while Lin Yi took the driver's seat. Brother, where are we headed? To book a hotel. Do you really expect them to secure accommodations for us? Even if they did, who knows what the place will be like? They only reserve for other relatives. And trust me, they'll surely suggest we sleep at their home tonight. Lin Yi started the engine, driving towards the hotel he had found online. Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Who knows where Lin Xiao took his Civic? Wherever he wishes. He thinks he is too good for our dad's Chevrolet. The young girl spat in annoyance. We don't mind him, yet he has the audacity to look down on us. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, we'll see what car Lin Xiao uses to pick up his new bride. With that bride of his, trouble is bound to arise. Lin Yi arrived at the finest hotel nearby, Jinjiang. In the realm of Qinwei, it was indeed respectable. 2 double rooms, please, with 4 room keys. Certainly, sir. May I see your identification? Lin Yi opened his phone to present the ID photo. Will this suffice? Absolutely. The siblings took their room keys and left. With that settled, they planned to return home. The wedding of these insufferable relatives would be over by the end of the day, and they could finally head back. Despite the charm of Qinwei, the presence of such peculiar relatives was off-putting. It would be best to avoid visiting in the future. A vibrant red Civic came into view, surrounded by 5 individuals. Among them was his cousin Lin Xiao, alongside 4 others Lin Yi did not recognize. Brother, Lin Xiao is here. Let him be. What can he do? Strong-arm me? Don't be ridiculous. Smash my car? Ha! What a way to ruin a celebration. Lin Yi scoffed, parking his vehicle confidently beside the Civic, under the astonished gaze of the 5 onlookers. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. What the heck? Didn't you say you weren't driving a Lincoln? The others were equally astonished. Who wouldn't recognize such a luxury vehicle? Brother? As Lin Xiao spotted Lin Yi and Lin Wan stepping out of the car, he hurried over. Brother, is this car yours? His face was filled with eagerness. Lin Wan dismissed him, walking away. Lin Yi maintained his stoic demeanor, having clearly observed how Lin Xiao had spoken to their father. Yes, but I want to lend it. He replied curtly, disregarding any notion of saving face. Damn it, who cares about that? Lin Xiao's expression darkened further. After taking a few steps, Lin Yi turned back. The car has a 360-degree camera. I installed it myself. Don't even think about causing trouble. This car costs over $1.5 million. It's worth more than your wedding. Tomorrow is your big day. You wouldn't want to be burdened with issues, would you? Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself. We're relatives. Damn blood ties. Your sister, who was nearly on her deathbed, didn't utter a word. You dare blame me for calling her to endure the nurse's scolding. You're no saint either. Get lost. In front of Uncle Lin, he had given them a semblance of respect, but once the older generation passed, he had no intention of maintaining any familial ties. Lin Yi spat, lit a cigarette, his expression icy. Not satisfied? Looking at his cousin's disgruntled face, Lin Yi chuckled. If you're not satisfied, keep it to yourself. Want to argue with me? I'll be waiting for you, inching due. I'm only here out of respect for the elder generation. After smoking half the cigarette, Lin Yi discarded it and turned away, leaving Lin Xiao standing there dazed, along with his 4 classmates who were merely spectators. Now, he remembers their relatives? Where was that sentiment earlier? Did he only realize it when he hit a wall? Finished. Utter nonsense. As they turned the corner, Lin Wan gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Brother, you're the best. Franklin raised his head, snorting proudly. Of course, who wouldn't he be proud to be your brother? Let us go upstairs. Once we get through this day, it'll be easier. As for Lin Jia's wedding at the end of June, we'll see if we even attend. Brother, We definitely should go, at the very least, to partake in the wedding feast. I heard Lin Yi found a local from Chengdu. At that time, I will accompany my parents to Chengdu to visit you. By then, I will have completed my examinations, and once we finish our business, we can embark on a self-driving adventure. Lin Wanwan exclaimed with delight, her spirits soaring. She was utterly unfazed by the recent quarrel. There was simply no need for concern. Lin Wanwan was confident that Lin Xiu would not cause any trouble for her elder brother. It was not that she looked down upon the two of them. Rather, the confidence derived from the numbers in her bank account was far more substantial. Brother, do you think Lin Xiu will tell her parents? Let her. Can our father really punish me? Besides, how did that brat just speak to our father? If our father finds out, he might even commend me. Lin Yi snorted disdainfully. Showing no fear at all, Lin Yi was indeed rather unyielding. Let her be. Whatever happens, happens. What does it matter about relatives? This is not the last century. Even if it were, what purpose do such relatives serve? It would be better to sever ties early. As evening fell, Lin Yi was not surprised that Lin Xiu said nothing. What could she possibly say? How could she muster the courage to speak? Their grandmother had spoiled them all. However, Lin Yi seemed to be aware of the tension. For Lin Yi detected a flicker of resentment in her gaze. As Lin Xiu's elder sister, it was normal for her to side with Lin Xiu. But if she couldn't discern the situation, well, how amusing. Which hospital was it again? Lin Yi began to contemplate. Since you harbor hatred, I certainly cannot wait for you to seek revenge, can I? That's simply one do. Second brother, why don't you rest at home tonight? The men will stay together, and Wan can accompany her aunt and sister. After dinner, Uncle Lin looked at Lin's father with a smile. Just as Lin's father was about to respond, Lin Wanwan interjected, Dad, my brother has already booked a hotel nearby. It's not far, and I've never stayed in a hotel before. He, take me along. What reaction would a doting father exhibit in the presence of his daughter? All right, your parents will take you. Chapter 65, The Vehicle for the Self-Driving Tour. Nothing is more important than one's beloved daughter. There is no fault to be found wherever you go. Uncle Lin's family saw that their chances were slim and promptly rose to bid farewell. It wouldn't do to keep them against their will, after all. Moreover, while their generation maintained a good relationship, the younger generation was not as harmonious. As for whom to blame, everyone was well aware. The LED headlights of the Range Rover pierced the darkness, illuminating their group. Aside from Lin Xiu and Lin Yi, Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin were genuinely taken aback. No, they truly did not recognize this as a Lincoln, did they? Something was amiss. Second brother, what is this? Oh, he has made some investments and earned a bit for tax purposes. It's a company car, Lin's father responded cheerfully, then quickly ushered his family into the vehicle. Come over early tomorrow morning. There is no need to stay here. The hotel booked by our son will surely be more convenient than staying at someone else's home. What kind of car is that? What is wrong with you all? Aunt Lin looked at her husband with surprise, as she did not recognize the Range Rover. The Range Rover. It must cost over $1 million. I was thinking of borrowing a car from my cousin, but he wouldn't lend it to me, humph. Wait, your second brother's family is doing so well now. Back when we borrowed money. Shut it. Are you trying to ruin our family's relationships? Uncle Lin's expression darkened as he turned to his foolish wife, scolding her. If your second brother had merely changed to a car worth $30,000, that would be one thing, just a little jealousy. But this is a $100,000 car. Just how big of a business do you think they're running? Do you want to offend them? If we can't be relatives anymore, we'll only gain enemies. And that's just foolish. Your second uncle's children are all impressive. They look down on us. You be quiet. When your brother Lin Yi fell ill and called you, what did you do? Get lost. Tomorrow, Xiao Qiu is getting married. Don't cause any trouble. Uncle Lin turned to his daughter, exasperated. If you had even considered him a relative, a cousin, you wouldn't have acted this way. He was only trying to protect his daughter back then. What else could he do? The situation has already escalated. The family of four returned upstairs, their spirits dampened. Relatives, all struggling together. And then suddenly someone becomes wealthy. Don't even mention relatives. Everyone feels the same. When I was poor, you had to accompany me in my poverty. If I became rich first, I would certainly hold my head high when meeting my less fortunate cousins. At the hotel, I'll share a room with the E. And Wan. You can share a room with your mother. Our two rooms are right next to each other. Haha, quite convenient. Remember to wake up early tomorrow. We should rise around 4, as we need to head to that neighborhood, and we'll be busy all morning. Old Lin stood at the door of his room, planning for the next day. Got it. When not a wedding convoy, this is early enough. Indeed, the lot was filled with Audi A6s. Old Lin chuckled, not intending to dwell on it. He was quite aware of his elder brother's situation. His connections couldn't stretch this far, so they had to rent the car. Quite ostentatious. In the hotel room, the two of them took turns showering and then lay in bed, ready to rest. When you get married, how do you plan to manage? That is still a long way off. I don't even have a partner yet. But I suppose I would rent a car from a rental company, right? Of course, if I had money then, I would buy a few at once, ha. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, towel in hand, drying his hair as he replied. Old Lin grunted, you better not cause any trouble. Don't waste money. Don't worry, I'm just joking. I'll make sure not to embarrass you. Your son has invested in a few companies, so borrowing from them will be no trouble. Old Lin chuckled. He genuinely felt proud of his son's achievements. Worry? What is there to worry about? They're a couple that dreams sweetly every night. I heard from your sister that you had a spat with that Lin Xiao. Yeah. He had the audacity to ask to borrow my car. How could I be pleased about that? His father wrecked one of his cars. And then he borrowed someone else's to crash again. He drives his own Civic carefully. How could I entrust him with my car? What if he totaled it? Who would pay for it? I'm only looking out for him. Franklin stated with righteous indignation. Sometimes, having a more expensive car is quite beneficial. It makes others think twice before asking to borrow it. Exactly right. Old Lin supported his son's decision. Let us sleep. We have to rise early tomorrow. Wan will surely be too sleepy to open her eyes, so I'll keep her company in the car. All right. Old Lin understood the implication. Knowing his son still had some grievances against certain individuals, but the child has grown up. As a parent, there's not much to say. To put it bluntly, his son might be somewhat petty, but the things that his elder brother's child did were certainly deserving of some harsh words. At 4:30, the family of four yawned as they exited the hotel. Old Lin and Lin Ma still appeared a bit dazed, while Lin Wan, the silly girl, was already fast asleep in the car. Lin Yi is in high spirits. That's good. A yawn was all it took to regain some semblance of vitality. Youth indeed has its advantages. But just take a look at your silly daughter, already snoring away. Lin Dad and Lin Mom were engaged in their usual banter, while Lin Wan, in the background, was letting out soft snores. Mom, there's water in the fridge, but it's not cold. It's warm. Why not take some out to drink? Old Lin perked up. It's not for cooling? Well, it can heat as well. After all, it's worth the price. Well then, a sip of warm water in the early morning feels quite comforting. Lin Mom took a gulp of hot water, and her spirits noticeably lifted. I must say, I now understand why everyone craves luxury cars. You truly get what you pay for, and when the time comes for convenience, it is indeed a blessing. Lin Mom let out a satisfied sigh, feeling at ease. At 4 or 5 in the morning, where else could you find warm water? Your mother is right. I think we should take this Range Rover for our summer road trip. Chapter 66, The Task, in Kinwei. Lin Dad had been completely captivated by the Range Rover. It was simply perfect, capable of climbing mountains and crossing rivers, providing a comfortable drive with impeccable support. There was no comparison to his Chevrolet, which cost merely a little over 100,000. How impressive. Downstairs in the community, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Despite it still being before 5, well, it was a wedding, and one had to put on a show. Additionally, there was a convoy to consider. 6 cars, all Audi A6s, which were quite decent. In this day and age, Audis are still quite useful. However, Lin Yi had no intention of purchasing one. A Lincoln for 300,000 to 400,000 was perfectly fine, while anything approaching $1 million was the only hard truth. Of course, his own $1 million Range Rover was certainly turning heads. Though the relationship between the two families wasn't particularly strong, having a relative arrive in a luxury car was undeniably impressive. As soon as the car came to a halt, people immediately gathered around. Lin Yi's uncle grinned broadly, ushering Lin Dad and Lin Mom upstairs. Lin Yi remained seated, for he had a task at hand, keeping an eye on his sister, who was blissfully asleep in the car. He was quite content to avoid going upstairs. Encountering them so early in the morning would only aggravate him. Unfamiliar with Kinwei, despite the crowd below, no one approached him, partly due to the lack of acquaintances, and partly due to the prestige of the Range Rover. Sometimes, luxury vehicles serve as excellent social tools. Among equals, they can showcase strength while simultaneously allowing one to bypass unnecessary social interactions, like the present moment. Lin Yi relished the tranquility, which suited him perfectly. By around 9 in the morning, nearing 10, the main wedding party had already descended from the building, yet Lin Yi still did not budge. The car remained parked, and his mere presence was commendable enough. He had no desire to partake in the commotion. Furthermore, he doubted his cousin's bride would be particularly charming. It was best to limit interactions with relatives from Kinwei. Brother, I'm awake. The sweet, sleepy voice of his sister broke through as she rubbed her eyes and crawled up from the back seat. Upon seeing her older brother, she felt a surge of joy. The car's fridge contained warm water, which she took a sip of, slowly regaining her composure, estimating they would soon head to a restaurant for a meal. Oh good. The little girl, still half asleep, began to tidy herself up, drinking water, washing her face, and wrapping herself in her coat. By the time she hopped out of the car, she was brimming with energy. Brother, did you see the new bride? No, I didn't go upstairs to join the excitement. She can't possibly be more beautiful than our Wan Wan. The little girl giggled with delight. Our parents have settled on a car. We'll take this one for our road trip. Lin Yi kicked the tire lightly. Lin Wan Wan raised her hands in agreement. This car is so comfortable for sleeping. But, brother, do you mean we'll drive another one too? Of course, we should have a backup in case one breaks down, he replied. Is it that Navigator? That car is quite good too. As long as we can go out and have fun, I'm not picky. The little girl's goal was clear. As long as they could travel, the type of car didn't matter to her. She was just someone who enjoyed sleeping in the vehicle. Lin Yi winked at his sister. However, he truly wasn't sure what vehicle they would take. Do as you wish, he chuckled. Hey, I noticed there's a vendor selling buns nearby. I'm starving. Want to grab a bun? Yes, who knows what kind of lunch we'll have. Regarding meals at their uncle and aunt S. Lin Yi and Lin Wan Wan were in full agreement. Don't expect to eat well or fill up. Even for this wedding, neither sibling held such expectations. Better to fill their stomachs to a reasonable extent first. By 3 in the afternoon, a black Range Rover was cruising down the road, with 4 passengers sitting in silence. Why is that? Lin Yi, driving, had no time for chatter, while Lin Wan Wan had already eaten buns and chatted at the banquet, feeling somewhat satisfied. Old Lin and Lin Mom were merely filled with soda. I thought with all those A6s in front, we might at least enjoy a decent meal at noon. But it seems the wedding convoy was merely a ruse. Lin Mom was stifling her frustration. Not just her, but every guest at the banquet left with forced smiles. Lin Dad clicked his tongue, sighing. His elder brother seemed to be regressing with age. Well, once we get home, we can eat something ourselves. We certainly need to eat something. Over 10 people at a table, and with cold dishes, only 10 plates. Whose family could possibly eat their fill? To be fair, they were indeed a bit stingy. Dad, Mom, just open the fridge. There are some buns Wan Wan bought this morning. I had her buy a few extra and put them in to keep warm. Lin Yi expertly maneuvered the car, lightly tapping the steering wheel, and confidently drove up the earthen embankment before smoothly returning to the main road. On narrow roads, if it were a sedan, well, they'd be in for a wait. It had to be this vehicle. Lin Mom, quick on the draw, immediately opened the fridge and pulled out 2 steaming buns, tossing one to old Lin. Son, you made the right choice with this car. No mistakes at all. Lin Mom was utterly enamored with the vehicle. Old Lin chuckled, eagerly devouring the bun. Regardless, the matter of Lin Xiao's wedding was now behind them. Indeed, you get what you pay for. As the family sat in the car, their bellies filled. Everyone's spirits lifted, making the journey home feel far more secure and joyful. Lin Dad, Lin Mom, and Lin Wan Wan began discussing what to pack for their upcoming summer trip. This would be their first family vacation together. Son, do you think we should take 2 cars? Of course. We can't rely on just one. If something goes wrong, what would happen to the whole family? Lin Dad wholeheartedly agreed. That makes sense. If necessary, I can drive your Lincoln too. 2 cars are safer. And though it may be a hassle, safety is paramount. Right, Son's logic is sound. Lin Mom was now fully supportive of Franklin's decision. No need to drive that. Dad, just take the Range Rover. By mid-year, I need to sort out tax issues. If things go awry, we might need to buy a car for tax deductions. Lin Yi chuckled, preparing for the appearance of the Big G in Rongsheng. You see, this investment company was worth it, wasn't it? It's inevitable. The elderly couple instinctively began to voice something. But upon recalling the string of zeros in their bank account, they fell silent. All right, buying a car is at least something we could drive. Paying taxes is a different matter altogether. Chapter 67, the follow-up to the Insole story. The next day, at 5 in the afternoon, outside the gates of Lishan High School, a black Range Rover came to a halt at the school gate, and Lin Yi stepped out, awaiting the emergence of a certain teacher from within the institution. Well, since he was already here in Lushan, it would be rather inappropriate not to meet with Teacher Song, wouldn't it? He certainly hadn't forgotten. He still had lingering thoughts about her physique, cough cough. Hey, who do you think you are? No parking allowed at the school gate. Just as Lin Yi lit a cigarette, barely having the chance to take a puff, a half-grown lad with a buzz cut emerged from the security booth. To be frank, Lin Yi was taken aback. Seriously, dude, where did you come from? Is this the kind of person the school hires as security? Let us set aside the parking issue for a moment. Aren't you just spewing nonsense? Those here to pick up teachers can park for a while. Though Lin Yi felt irritated, he had no intention of getting into a spat with such an individual. After all, how much could this security guard possibly earn in a month? And how much did Lin Yi himself make? He knew very well not to clash with someone of such low status. In fact, he even offered the lad a cigarette. Smack! Franklin was genuinely stunned this time. The cigarette was knocked out of his hand with a slap. Don't try to be friendly. I told you, no parking at the school gate. The dimwit security guard wielded a baton in one hand, striking a rather imposing pose with the other on his hip. As for why, Lin Yi was clueless. Nor did he wish to know. His car was parked within the lines. Your word alone doesn't hold weight. Don't you dare put on airs. Do you believe I would smash your car? Lin Yi chuckled, making a gesture as if to invite him closer. My car isn't expensive, just a Range Rover. Fully paid at $1.5 million. Go ahead and smash it, ha ha ha. Lin Yi was nearly beside himself with laughter. How dare you, a mere nobody, come out here acting tough? I'm offering you a chance, and you refuse? The security guard stood there, momentarily dazed. He walked to the front of the car and glanced at the dazzling Range Rover emblem. Despite his foolishness, he now understood the situation. He was somewhat nearsighted and had only heard vague descriptions of the vehicle from his cousin back in the village. However, he had never been told its worth. You. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, recognizing the guard's sudden shift in demeanor. The boy had lost his bravado. What do you mean, you? If you want to smash it, then do it. If not, then tell me who the hell sent you to bother me. At this moment, could anyone expect Lin Yi to retain his composure? By my grandmother. If I don't clarify this matter today, I'll reverse my name. With that, Lin Yi opened the trunk and pulled out a socket wrench. I'm the one driving. Keeping repair tools in the trunk is perfectly reasonable, right? Of course, if you think that's not enough. I also have Jack in here. The lad truly looked frightened, instinctively stepping back. Lin Yi, what is going on here? Teacher Song emerged, her shoes clicking against the pavement, quickly spotting the two men facing off, one wielding a wrench and the other a baton. She hurried to Lin Yi's side for a closer look. This person 1T let me park at the school gate. I offer him a cigarette, and he slapped my hand. I want to know what kind of people your school hires. Lin Yi grinned at Song-won, who frowned and turned to face the security guard. Don't know him. New recruit. The aura of the authoritative woman radiated, appearing quite impressive. The lad gulped. Yes. Whose path are you following? The school's security roster has long been depleted. Are you a temp? The guard then spat out a name, Shu In-sol. This security guard was a relative of Shu In-sol's village, specifically his sister's son. He had been aimlessly wandering in the village. But since Shu In-sol had connections with the school, he sent the lad there. Although a temp, he still earned over $2,000 a month. The guard was internally grateful to Shu In-sol, naturally harboring resentment towards Lin Yi. So, when they crossed paths today, he recognized the car vaguely. As for Lin Yi, he felt similarly. Unfortunately, he was rather dim-witted. Song-won couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. I can't believe Shu In-sol, who has gone to the countryside, would still cause me such annoyance. She promptly pulled out her phone to make a call. All right, Teacher Song, let me handle this. Each one of them deserves a good reckoning. I've seen enough. Lin Yi was deeply displeased, decidedly so. He pulled out his phone to make a call. By my grandmother, ever since I struck it rich, I've adhered to the principle of making a profit through good relations. But by my grandmother, Shu In-sol's fixation on that girl is one thing. But I certainly didn't anticipate this turning into a soap opera for me. What? Do they really think I'm easy to bully? The guard felt a twinge of fear. He had initially been bold, intending to irritate Lin Yi. But now it seemed he had stirred up a bigger mess than he could handle. Manager Wong, it's me. Director Lin? Indeed, I'm calling a manager from Wanda. Lin Yi had few resources in Lushan, aside from a handful of childhood friends, so he had to resort to this. Song-won blinked, intrigued by Lin Yi's title. Director Lin? What's going on? The guard retreated further, trembling as he picked up his phone to call for help. He realized he had inadvertently provoked someone influential. Can Manager Wong lend a hand? If it's inconvenient, I'll have to call people from Rongding over. Lin, he spoke with a smile. On the other end, Manager Wong was taken aback. Not only was Lin Yi a shareholder, but he also had connections with one of the most renowned law firms in the Southwest. Director Lin, allow me to be bold and ask, are you associated with Rongding? Just like my relationship with Wanda in Lushan. In half an hour, you can rest assured. I will resolve this matter for you within that time frame. And while you're at it, please mention that Shu In-sol's relative is involved. I will ensure everything is handled smoothly for you. Money talks. It's never just words. Haha. I appreciate your effort, Manager Wong. I'll remember this incident well. By the way, when you come over, I'd like to introduce you to a friend. I'm only in Lushan for a short while, and I may need your assistance with this friend in the future. Director Lin, don't worry. I'm already on my way. Using a sledgehammer to swat a fly? That's precisely what it is. If you're going to do it thoroughly. Chapter 68. Continuation of the Shu In-sol plot. Don't worry. I assure you it will be handled efficiently. Lin, he was genuinely irritated. If he didn't rectify this situation with Shu In-sol today, he'd write his name backward. All of them could perish. Initially hoping his future father-in-law would handle matters smoothly, he thought getting rid of that nuisance would ease his mind. But today, no matter what monsters lurked within Lushan High School, anyone associated with Shu In-sol would be uprooted. Did they truly believe money held no value? Song-won tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, akin to stars in the night sky. Admittedly, Lin Yi had been quite domineering impressive, and even more alluring. In this day and age, having director after one's surname indicates a status beyond the ordinary. It seems our director Lin has concealed quite a bit. Lin, he rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that sooner or later she would find out. Teacher Song should first keep an eye on that bumbling fool who had clumsily slapped his hand. The fool stood beneath the security office, nervously dialing phone numbers one after another, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. A useful connection is worth its weight in gold. A useless one is worthless, no matter how many you have. Song-won turned her gaze towards the seemingly daft temporary worker, her anger simmering within. Tonight was supposed to be a dinner date with her coach, Lin, and this person had audaciously interrupted their plans. Could she possibly be pleased about it? What a blowhard. If only old Song were here. He would have dealt with this situation without hesitation. This nonsense had been indulged for far too long, while the Song family couldn't claim to be Brahmins. With Director Song's connections, they could surely reach the Kshatriya class. It was worth noting that the Lin family had previously been considered a lowly Shudra. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was the present. Not half an hour passed, nor even 20 minutes, when Manager Wong had already arrived at the school gate. A black BMW 7 Series, appearing rather understated, marked a departure from the usual Magotan. For Manager Wong, such a change was perfectly reasonable. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your assistance, Wong said, smiling at Lin Yi, who waved his left hand in response. Rest assured, I will handle this matter well. It seemed that this year, at the Lushan shareholders meeting, Lin would need to speak well of Manager Wong. Wong grinned widely, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Of course, should you ever require legal consultation from Rongding, feel free to seek my assistance. I am more than willing to facilitate. Such generosity, Mr. Lin. Wong then turned to Song Wan with a cheerful demeanor, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, several individuals who appeared to hold significant positions in the school emerged, anxiously scanning the area as if searching for someone. Upon spotting Manager Wong, they instinctively rushed over. This is my friend, Song Wan. She currently teaches at this school, and I hope that if she ever requires your assistance, you will extend your support. Rest assured, I understand. Wong promptly produced a business card to hand to Song Wan, who hesitated and looked to Lin Yi. Coach Lin, is it all right to accept? Lin Yi rolled his eyes, encouraging her to take it, asserting that it was better to approach Manager Wong than to burden old Song with such matters, which would only complicate things further. Indeed, Mr. Lin is right. Wong chimed in, chuckling. Thank you, Manager Wong. You're too kind, Ms. Song. The casual conversation among the three left the school officials utterly astonished. They were aware of Song Wan's father and the recent incident involving the shoe insole, but they never expected that this young woman had connections on both sides. Goodness, was this really a teacher? She seemed almost ethereal. If Mr. Lin has matters to attend to, perhaps it would be prudent for him and Ms. Song to leave now. There are many people here, and we wouldn't want to impede their important business. The rest shall be handled by me. I assure you, Mr. Lin will receive a satisfactory result tonight. Safe travels, Mr. Lin. Manager Wong watched as Lin Yi and Song Wan climbed into a Range Rover. And once it disappeared from view, his mood noticeably brightened. He had acquired what he desired, and now it was time for the exchange. As he turned his attention back to the school's officials, his demeanor shifted significantly. After all, he was somewhat of a business mogul, at least within the confines of Lushan. Principal, you are aware of the situation, I presume? Absolutely. Manager Wong was quite clear over the phone. It was evident that while he presented himself as Manager Wong in the presence of Lin Yi and Song Wan, he expected to be addressed as Manager Wong by others. The security incident requires proper handling, and as for the shoe insole matter, there is no need for your esteemed institution to intervene. I have already engaged someone to address it. Our Northwest region needs fresh blood, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Manager Wong speaks wisely. While one may be involved in politics and the other in business, these worlds are inextricably intertwined. Furthermore, a high school principal need not necessarily be a politician. They too require new energy. I await your updates, Principal. And regarding Ms. Song Wan, I trust you all have noticed her presence at the school. It will be best if nothing untoward occurs. That Mr. Lin is not just any Mr. Lin. He is the Lin of Wanda, and also the Lin of Rongding. I trust you are all familiar with Rongding's reputation throughout Sichuan and even the Southwest. It is in your best interest to avoid entanglements with them. Once you do, disentangling yourself will not be a simple task. Manager Wong, or rather, Manager Wong added with a smile before turning to leave. As for the security guard, please. What makes him worthy of my attention? Why should he even be on my radar? Had he not foolishly provoked someone he should not have, he would never have had the opportunity to come near me. The bewildered school leaders were left to gather themselves, each casting a glare at the bumbling fool. Though they might behave deferentially towards someone of Manager Wong's stature, facing this imbecile their frustration was palpable. It was a stark contrast, perfectly natural. Big fish eat small fish. And now it was time for them to feast on the shrimp. Stop dawdling and enter the school. You can't remain here any longer. The principal said with a forced smile, his teeth gritted in frustration, as though he wished to devour the very person before him. The school relied on donations from various sectors, and this year, well, it was going to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 69. The Mission of Lin's Parents. At a small eatery specializing in spicy boiled chicken, Lin Yi and Song Wan hurriedly parked their car and dashed inside, knowing that if they arrived too late, there would be little left to eat. Time was of the essence. Once a clay pot was placed before them, they leisurely popped open a can of soda and took a refreshing sip. It was customary to quench one's thirst before a meal. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to introduce yourself to this young lady? Song Wan teased, placing a skewer of chicken before Lin Yi, before selecting one for herself as well. What shall I say? Perhaps I am Franklin Lin, a billionaire? Or should I mention our shares in Wandalushan? Does that truly matter to Teacher Song? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, lowering his head to begin his meal, already well acquainted with Song Wan's character. She was an ordinary girl with simple aspirations. Since learning of Lin's wealth, she had never made any unreasonable demands. Was that not sufficient? Quite enough, he mused, reflecting on how the girl from the first chapter would have likely been angling for cars and houses by now. After finishing her skewer of potatoes, Song Wan reached for a piece of chicken breast and suddenly turned to Lin Yi. Wait a moment. I felt from the very start that your self-introduction was rather unconventional. You can't possibly have that much savings, can you? Song Wan instinctively lowered her voice and leaned in closer, her curiosity evident. The delightful scent of sandalwood wafted around Lin Yi, creating an atmosphere of ease and relaxation. What do you think, Teacher Song? Lin Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on the delicate features of her face, mere inches from his own, causing an involuntary flutter in his heart. Goodness, she was so close. It seemed that Song Wan also realized how easily this proximity could lead to misinterpretations. A faint blush crept up her pale neck as she hastily retreated to her original position. Teacher Song has come to understand, though she never anticipated that among her friends there would be a billionaire. Sometimes, a rhetorical question serves as the best answer, akin to silence itself. Today, Coach Lin graciously treated us. No objections there. Lin Yi took a sip of Coke, the spicy red oil in the bobo chicken truly igniting his palate. He feared that tomorrow's work might slightly affect Teacher Song, so Coach Lin preemptively offered his apologies. Lin Yi glanced at Song Wan, who was intently devouring the bobo chicken with her head bowed, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Miss Song didn't even lift her head. It's all right. After I reported Old Song last time, things have changed a bit. Since it's already like this, it might be better to embrace a more thorough transformation. I said, surely, no one can bully me, right? Miss Song raised her gaze to Lin Yi, her willow-like eyes sparkling with mockery. Franklin rolled his eyes. To be fair, I don't believe your school leaders lack intelligence. A dimwit wouldn't be able to hold the position of a high school principal. Ah, that's true. Well then, there's no problem at all. By the way, did you return from attending a relative's wedding in Kinway? Wasn't it supposed to be in June? Why has it changed to April? Miss Song inquired casually. Lin Yi fell silent before elaborating. Family matters should remain private. Yet this was not about their family. With one hand clutching bobo chicken and the other holding a can of Sprite, Song Wan's lips slightly parted, a hint of red oil glistening above her delicate mouth. Her eyes reflecting disbelief. Quite fitting for commemoration. Snap! Lin Yi looked contentedly at his phone gallery, contemplating the purchase of a camera to capture and preserve some moments of Teacher Song, which he thought would be delightful. Don't forget to send me the photos. Deal. See, Teacher Song isn't stingy at all. Are you coming back next month? In May? Not certain yet, but I'll definitely return in early June. Wan has to take the college entrance examination, and as her older brother, I must be there. After all, it's a significant moment. Additionally, this summer, our family plans to embark on a road trip. By the way, Teacher Song, you have a summer vacation too, right? Would you like to join us? Lin Yi formally extended the invitation. A slight blush crept onto Miss Song's face, the reason for which remained ambiguous. Was it the spice or something else? I plan to travel with Dodo. Teacher Song blinked, indirectly declining. That seemed reasonable. Lin Yi didn't mind, considering they currently didn't share an intimate relationship. And it was their family South summer road trip, which was entirely reasonable. Lin Yi was not one to rush. Had he been impatient, he would have long traded in his Rolls Royce, driving recklessly to earn money. However, that kind of life was not what he desired. Becoming a slave to a system and wealth rendered rebirth meaningless. He had attained a preliminary level of financial freedom and now preferred to relish each day rather than be enslaved by life. Thus, in pursuing Song Wan, he believed he needed to wait for the right moment, a suitable opportunity. Haste makes waste. He relished his current state, and he was certain that the esteemed teacher Song felt similarly. Both preferred a natural progression. At Angle Community, Lin Yi parked and escorted teacher Song to the entrance of the neighborhood. You should head back quickly. It's still a bit chilly. Once I receive news from that side, I'll let you know. Don't worry. I believe the insoles will completely vanish from teacher Song's sight this time. All right. Then I'll rely on you, Director Lin. Song Won chuckled softly, shouldering her small bag as she turned to leave. Drive slowly on your way back. And let me know when you've arrived home. Rest assured, in the security office, an elderly man puffed on a cigarette. His ears perked up as he overheard the exchange between the two. Tisk tisk, today, youth have quite the array of nicknames, huh? I never imagined I'd witness this. Clearly, the security guard was intrigued by the appellations exchanged between Lin Yi and Song Won. I wonder what new tricks this couple will come up with in the future. At home Jiao's supermarket, Lin Yi's parents beamed with satisfaction as they observed the familiar Range Rover pulling into the parking space. This child knows how to get serious now. Old Lin, I have a feeling we're not far from cradling grandchildren. I share that premonition. It looks like I'll have to take old Song fishing more often. This time, I'll support you, for the sake of our future grandchildren. By the way, let us buy some flowers and green plants to hide away. We have quite a few flower buyers around here. Hide the pretty ones, and bring them out when Aunt Lee visits. Consider it done. Clearly, everyone has their own mission. Chapter 70, The Lottery Again. On the third floor of Home Jiao's supermarket, after finishing the interrogation from his parents, Lin Yi finally returned to his bedroom and flopped onto his bed. Ah, the comfort of a bed. One of humanity's greatest inventions. Lin Yi rolled over in bed, and his phone rang. Director Lin. Manager Wang, what is up? Director Lin, the matter has been taken care of. Our Lushan High School still has dedicated teachers willing to sacrifice their youth for the cause of national education. I assure you, miss, Song will no longer encounter those she wishes to avoid here. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang. You're too kind, Director Lin. I won't disturb your rest any longer. All right, let us grab a drink together when the opportunity arises. I'll be waiting for your invitation, Director Lin. See, the issue is resolved. Are the 2 shares insignificant? Not all. They're quite sufficient. Now, Lin Yi is more eager for the rewards bestowed by his system. Not for money, but for more convenient tools for living. By the way, it's time for the lottery. Nearly forgot. Lin Yi gently slapped himself on the forehead, sprang up from the bed like a carp, and energetically dashed towards the bathroom. Today, he had encountered Lady Luck. He must seize the opportunity to draw. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Yi's expression was solemn as he gently tapped on his accumulated lottery chance. The familiar aquamarine whirlpool appeared, and Lin Yi awaited the reward of this draw with quiet anticipation. To be frank, he was quite excited. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes widened. What did he see? Grandma. Double yolk egg. 7-year lease on Miao Grass Mountain. Oh, long would you. He lit a cigarette in silence, taking a deep drag. Physique, those who know understand. The mountain lease? To be fair, this is even better. With the lease, he could at least build a small villa on the mountain without much trouble. Can I undertake minor construction on the mountain? In principle, no. Understood, I see. The Chinese language is profound and extensive, and Lin Yi felt that his system had a certain understanding of this as well. Host, Lin Yi. Age, 24. Vehicles owned, AMG G63. Mileage, 22,000 kilometers. Host savings, 127 million. Total mileage accumulated, 1000505001000020000000. Lottery chances, 0. Blind boxes, 0. Skills, proficient driver, culinary expert. Physique, energetic. How delightful. Indeed, rebirth coupled with a cheat is the best, the simplest mode of existence. A brand new watch appeared on Lin Yi's wrist, the long Odysseus. In his past life, he was somewhat of a figure, so he naturally recognized this watch. Its official price hovers around 300,000, but there is something quite peculiar about it. It's nearly impossible to purchase at retail price. The 300,000 price is merely a theoretical threshold. Its true value lies in the market, in the real rules of the game, in its scarcity and premium capability in the secondary market. As the inaugural mass-produced steel case sports watch from Lang, the Odysseus does not possess the ostentation of the Nautilus or the Royal Oak. However, every facet and line of its design is imbued with a distinctly German precision, reflecting Lang's high expectations for the Odysseus. The brand maintains an exceptionally rigorous control over the allocation of this timepiece. To procure one typically must be a significant VIP client of Lang, having cultivated brand loyalty before even qualifying for the waiting list. Simply waltzing into a store to make a purchase? Absolutely inconceivable. Lin Yi was quite taken with this watch and immediately adorned his wrist with it. As for the thatched hill, he would revisit it when the time allowed. For now, he needed a rest. Although not fatigued, it was essential to take care of his youthful and vigorous body to avoid future regrets. 3 days later, Lin Yi returned to his community in Rongcheng, ready to resume his driving endeavors for profit. However, before that, he had a few items to procure: a camera, specifically one suitable for portrait photography. A camera? Yes, purely to capture the more aesthetically pleasing images of Teacher Song. With summer approaching, it was imperative to have the camera ready to avoid missing out on some beautiful scenes. He pondered whether Teacher Song liked wearing stockings, a question he dared not to pose directly, opting to wait instead. Lin Yi licked his lips. He had a penchant for stockings. Well, perhaps that was not entirely accurate. If he were to sum it up with a perfect term, he would simply say that he had a pure fondness for allure. It is human nature, after all. Yet, if he could have a girlfriend brimming with charm, Lin Yi believed his future would undoubtedly be more delightful. After getting ready, he returned to his usual morning routine, restoring the unique mark of a man's daily awakening to its normal state. Hang in there, brother. I won't let you suffer, Lin Yi grinned, acknowledging that it was only a matter of time. Whistling a little tune, he descended the stairs. To be honest, since his rebirth, aside from purchasing cars and houses, he had not indulged in other luxury items. Even a lang on his wrist was a gift from the system. Of course, if he were to buy it himself, it would not be an easy task. Affordability does not equate to ease, especially given the high invisible threshold for this watch. While he could certainly afford a luxury watch in the million yuan range, the one he possessed was a far better deal courtesy of the system. As for the camera, yes, he had already decided which model to buy. He had owned one in his previous life, and acquiring another in this one would be quite pleasant. The Hasselblad X2D 100C. He had even established contact with the store. Although this camera was difficult to obtain, his luck seemed to be favorable. The official price of the Hasselblad X2D 100C typically ranges from 55,000 to 58,000 Chinese yuan, but to fully exploit the camera's potential, lenses are indispensable. For portraits, his first choice would be the XCD 80mm f/19, renowned as the portrait lens emperor, priced between 42,000 and 45,000. He also ordered the XCD 38mm f/25, a wide-angle lens valued at around 30,000. Not exorbitant, especially for Lin Yi at this point. The entire set would tally approximately 130,000, which coincidentally matched the cost of his cousin's new Civic. At the Hasselblad store, he was greeted by a male employee of medium height, who brightened at the sight of a prominent customer. The deposit of 30,000 had been received the previous night, ensuring a successful transaction. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Guided by the salesperson, Lin Yi walked steadily into a designated reception area. Of course, there was a spending threshold, but that was not a concern. "Please swipe your card." "Thank you for your patronage." Hasselblad eagerly anticipated to return. Lin Yi waved goodbye as he left with his camera box. As for a return visit, that would depend on the circumstances. Currently, he had no immediate need. His priority was to hit the road and earn money. With a month to go, he needed to work diligently, as June would bring a flurry of activity, and his summer would be quite busy. Yet, he relished this feeling, which he valued even more than wealth. Old 4, the equipment has arrived. We're almost ready. We just need to pick an auspicious day for the grand opening. Let's celebrate at the storefront tonight. Old 3 is bringing his wife. At around 3 in the afternoon, while Lin Yi was raking in profits on the Rongcheng Ring Expressway, he received a call from his boss, King Kong. "What time are you coming?" "Let me check the time. I should be able to make it. Around 6, okay? I'm driving, so I'll chat with you later, and I'll be there punctually at 6. Drive safely. OJBK. After hanging up, Lin Yi continued to drive his G-Class. Focused on making money, he decided against the third ring. It was rather dull. Starting today, he would be circling the ring road, which measured 85 kilometers per lap. If traffic cooperated, he could complete a circuit in an hour. Arriving by 6, he had time for 2 laps, totaling 170 kilometers, equating to 1.7 million Chinese yuan. At King Kong's gym, on the 3rd floor in a small office, King Kong ended the call and turned to the overweight man seated on the sofa. "Old 4 is driving. He should arrive tonight. I'm counting on you, the chef, to prepare tonight's feast." "Huh? Old 4 is driving? That is strange. I didn't see the Range Rover or Navigator leave today." Su's Haiqiang was puzzled. King Kong shrugged. "I'm not sure, but Old 4 isn't short on cash. Perhaps he bought something else?" The overweight man distorted his face, almost crawling in envy. "I'm so envious. Damn." Unfortunately, Old 4 played bigger games and earned more than they did. Moreover, Old 4's intellect was beyond their reach, leading to laughter. "True, we can at least take a break. It seems Old 4 is always driving. He has it tough." Su's Haiqiang lit a cigarette, feeling a twinge of sympathy for old 4. I should get him an ergonomic back support, he chuckled. That thing is less comfortable than the Range Rover seats. Forget it. Let us just prepare a nice meal for old 4. Absolutely, let's go buy fresh ingredients. Despite being merely college roommates for 4 years, their shared experiences fostered a deep bond. At the very least, while Lin Yi was thriving, they could only admire him without jealousy or curses. Such individuals are plentiful in this world, especially among your peers. Half of them wish you to remain poor and struggling, accompanying them in misery. Yet when you rise, they will appear as successful figures, urging you to follow suit. Such individuals are truly revolting. All right, back to the point. Why wait? Let us go. We're almost there. Are you sure you don't want to bring anything? Wang Chong questioned, shaking 2 bottles of beverages in his hands. 1 Pepsi and 1 Coca-Cola. Isn't this enough? Summer Waiwei teased, patting her boyfriend's head, her face adorned with an expression of disbelief. Strange, you didn't get waterlogged, did you? Get out of here. If I really brought something, I'd be the one with water in my head. Wang Chong retorted. He knew better than to bring anything. For the sake of his future happiness, he absolutely would not. Summer Waiwei, unfamiliar with the dynamics of male friendships, expressed her desire to study the matter further if the opportunity arose. I'll follow your lead. Let us go. By the way, do you have any plans for the summer break? What plans can there be for laboring? Graduate student life is tough. All I do is research. Upon graduation, everything will fall into place. Your imminent employment is quite commendable, while I remain in uncertainty regarding my own situation. Xiao Waiwei holds a profound admiration for her boyfriend. It is rare to find someone of his caliber. At least she does not possess such capabilities. There are still several years ahead, so why the rush? To be fair, the one who should be anxious is me, as the housing prices in Rongsheng are utterly outrageous. Wang Chong clicked his tongue, somewhat wistful, acknowledging the stark reality of big cities, where even the air seems to come with a price tag. In this isn't even Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. Those cities are even more absurd. The school offers benefits, so what is the hurry? To marry you, of course. Wanga may not be eloquent, yet each expression manages to strike a chord with someone's heart. After all, one must possess certain skills these days to navigate the complexities of dating. Skills, modeling, and finances, any one of these can liberate one from the shackles of singlehood. As the pair exchanged banter, they arrived at the gym's entrance, a 3-story structure. Its sign boldly extending from the 3rd floor, exuding an air of opulence. However, I must admit, it is indeed eye-catching. The gym opened by the boss is truly impressive. Old 4 is also willing to invest, quite remarkable. You all share a dormitory, making it evident that there are no ordinary individuals among you. Xiao Waiwei chuckled, confident in her boyfriend's circle of friends, which far exceeds the caliber of their university dormitory. Indeed, who could possibly cohabitate with a top student like me? Wang Chong was adamant that no ivory could emerge from a dog's mouth. Xiao Waiwei wished she could kick him twice. Where are we? Rongsheng. Your words carry a significant ambiguity. Wang Chong pulled Xiao Waiwei into the establishment, navigating effortlessly to the 3rd floor. Initially, he believed that after university, opportunities for gatherings would be scarce. However, Wang Chong realized that the individuals in this dormitory were exceptionally talented, each hiding their abilities beneath the surface. One possessed excellent culinary skills. A university student not studying finance is not a good chef. Another, a local from Rongsheng with 3 gyms at home, certainly does not come from humble beginnings. The most outrageous of all, while Lin's demeanor did not suggest a wealthy heir, the family-owned supermarket provided substantial backing. Not to mention his own remarkable talents that could make anyone envious. So, it appears that Wang is simply the honest one among them. Sister-in-law, old 3 has come to help, and there are still 2 dishes left to prepare. As the 2 entered the 3rd floor, they were immediately separated, with the plump one grabbing Wang Chong's arm and dragging him into the kitchen. Do not ask about Jin Gang. He is purely a hindrance in the kitchen. In the kitchen, the chef was directing the studious Wang Chong as he darted about, while outside, Jin Gang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, keenly searching for the figure of his benefactor. Xiao Waiwei sat on the sofa, her long legs crossed, observing Wang Chang's frantic movements in the kitchen. Suddenly, an exclamation of surprise erupted, startling the other 3 on the 3rd floor. Old boss, what on earth are you shouting about? Wang Lao-san nearly dropped the plate he was holding. The plump one rushed out of the kitchen, brandishing a spatula with an oil smudge adorning his face, the cause of which remained a mystery. Jin Gang pointed downstairs, exclaiming that he had just seen old 4 descend from that grand vehicle, accompanied by Xiao Waiwei. They approached just in time to see Lin locking his car. It was anticipated as expected. The 2 most cultured individuals spoke in unison, leaving Jin Gang and the plump one exchanging glances, unsure what commentary to offer. a rather awkward situation. All right, let us drive the grand vehicle later. I must be included. The group began arranging the dishes and setting the table. As footsteps approached, Franklin had reached the corner of the third floor. What a delightful aroma. It must be my second brother's culinary skills. Haha. Before he arrived, his voice preceded him. After a day of driving, with a quick, indifferent meal on the outskirts, Lin was eager for a sumptuous dinner, feeling quite content with the prospect of returning home to a warm meal. Old 2. You will undoubtedly become a caring husband in the future. Get lost. Old boss, you really should learn to keep quiet. Jean Gang and Sue's Haikyong began bickering, while Lin quietly prepared for the meal, acknowledging that their dormitory was composed of remarkably capable individuals. Old 4. Have you changed your car again? Wang Chong adjusted his glasses as he inquired of Lin. Lin nodded calmly. Well, I did Tijuana, but this is for tax deductions. I recently made a small profit, so why not take advantage of the tax benefits? The other 4 rolled their eyes, realizing he had once again shown off. Old 3. You shouldn't have asked. Now Old 4 is showing off again. It's a shame that you, the top student, are always eager to support Old 4's pretentiousness. Suddenly, the two were bickering turned their attention to Wang Chong, wanting to showcase their own flair during the meal. After dining, Xiao Weiwei suddenly turned to Jean Gang. Brother, when is your gym opening? I would like to start working out here. The group paused. Jean Gang and Sue's Haikyong immediately looked at Xiao Weiwei, while Lin stroked his chin, glancing at Wang Chong. Something felt amiss. The official opening is in 3 days. Sister-in-law is welcome to come anytime. I'll get you a 50 discount card. Jean Gang quickly pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Weiwei. He always kept one handy. The plump one looked at Xiao Weiwei. Sister-in-law, what are you planning to work on? Second brother will prepare your meals. Xiao Weiwei, with confidence, replied, my legs and gluts. Suddenly, a sofa cushion flew straight at Wang Chong's face. Old 3, you bastard! Lin shouted, charging forward, filled with envy. Jean Gang and Sue's Haikyong stood in disbelief, watching Old 3's reaction, then glanced at their sister-in-law's demeanor. Old 3, you bastard! This is ridiculous. I'm so envious. One shouted, and they all rushed forward. Xiao Weiwei. Yes, Xiao Weiwei was indeed contemplating the gym's discount card, genuinely intent on working on her legs and gluts. No woman can resist the allure of beauty, and she is no exception. Moreover, the gym is conveniently closer to the school, making it more accessible and, most importantly, safe. It's all familiar faces here, and Xiao Weiwei feels at ease. Wang Chong left the gym in a disheveled state, while Xiao Weiwei was all smiles. Lin clicked his tongue, somewhat envious. They had finally found love, although it seems only one among them had. Old 4, when will you find a girlfriend? You need a safe face for us. I'm eager, but alas, I lack the charm. Who knew Old 3 had such skills? Lin lit a cigarette, taking a puff, lamenting the challenges that each family faces. I envy you all too much. Sue's Haikyong stood on the upper floor, watching Wang Chong's departing figure, murmuring to himself. The plump one also harbored desires for a girlfriend. Moreover, I have effectively shed my single status, as Teacher Song is currently in Lushan. Can I possibly return home every day? Huh, how far is it from Chengdu to Lushan? One could arrive there in the blink of an eye. Jean Gang scoffed dismissively. The boss is absolutely right. You must seize the moment. After chatting for a couple of cigarettes, Lin Yi returned to his community, feeling quite cheerful. For him at this moment, the utmost priority was to diligently drive and earn money over the next month. Today alone, he covered 500 kilometers, 1,000 li, netting 5 million. With 5 million huaxia yuan to soothe his spirit, the dog food from Xiao Weiwei and Wang Chong was utterly insufficient to shake his resolve. 30 days in a month, 5 million a day, that totals to 150 million in a month. Who wouldn't he find that enticing? With a modest goal of 1.5 million a month, he wondered if anyone could rival him. What need have I for a woman? First and foremost, I must earn money. Achieving greatness is paramount. Lin Yi had scarcely reclined on the sofa when his phone rang. Having just retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, he glanced at the phone on the coffee table. The caller ID displayed Zhao Mengshan, one of his childhood friends, currently engaged in business in the Shenzhen area. Though he was not entirely sure of specifics, he had heard that he made a decent profit last year. He answered the call. A rather rugged voice emerged. Old Lin, Mengshan, how are you? I could just kill you. Lin Yi instinctively muted the phone, counting silently for 30 seconds before responding again. A few labored breaths could be heard from the other end. Zhao Mengshan had evidently finished venting. What is up, Lao Chao? What prompted you to call me? Lin Yi, seated comfortably on the carpet with his cola, felt quite elated. A call from an old friend is always a source of joy. The 4 childhood friends met at most once a year, yet their sporadic communications did nothing to diminish their bond. The camaraderie among men is a truly remarkable thing. Borrowing money? That is unlikely. I'll be arriving at Chengdu Airport tomorrow morning at 9. I plan to rest in Chengdu for a day before heading back to Lushan. Are you free? Come pick me up. It's been over a year since we last saw each other. Sure. Send me your flight details, and I'll see you tomorrow. Great. Straightforward as ever. How long are you staying? About a week. It's not ideal to leave the business unattended for too long. I can't help but worry about my employees. All right, Lao Chow, you've got some skills. Just keeping it low-key, dabbling in the cosmetics business. I've set up a stall in Mingtong. Impressive. We'll discuss it in detail tomorrow. Absolutely. You'd better share your insights too. Among our trio, excluding the one in Beijing, the rest of us are all in business. His path is not one we can emulate, truly. Of course, if it were that easy, I'd be in it too. What could possibly yield more profit than what Old Song is currently doing? Lin Yi smirked, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Had it not been for his exceptional luck, he too would have aspired for civil service. In all honesty, should one bear the burden of the people? Life wouldn't be too shabby. After a lengthy conversation, Chao Mengshun ended the call, and Lin Yi proceeded to wash up in preparation for rest. He anticipated an unexpected event, but the prospect of meeting his childhood friend after more than a year and engaging in conversation was indeed delightful. The following day, at the Chengdu airport pickup area, Lin Yi arrived early, reaching there by 8:30. He couldn't afford to arrive after the plane. He wondered if Old Chow had changed much in the past year. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned against the smoking area, patiently waiting. Once the passengers began to emerge, he anticipated that Old Chow would surely come to borrow a lighter from the smoking area, so he made sure to remain there. Time passed, and he glanced at his watch, 9:10. The flight must have landed by now. He decided to wait a bit longer, estimating that it would take Old Chow until around 9:30 to exit. Old Lin. Suddenly, a loud call echoed, and Lin Yi turned to locate the source. A round, buoyant figure, almost spherical yet surprisingly nimble, darted towards him and embraced him. Whoa, have you inflated? Lin Yi stumbled slightly, taken aback by the extreme roundness. Hey, don't ask. Just know it's a comfortable fit. Chao Mengshun released Lin Yi and swiftly pulled out a lighter from his pocket, lighting a cigarette with ease, visibly relieved after the long journey. As for being overweight, he called it maturity and stability. Chao Mengshun patted his rather ample belly, wearing a satisfied expression. Enough chit-chat. Let us get in the car. By the way, you didn't book a hotel, did you? I thought it might be inconvenient for you. Lin Yi chuckled. Who cares about inconveniences when we're both single? Let us go. Cancel the hotel. I'll take you back to my place. Childhood friends indeed think of everything, though perhaps a tad too much. Despite his size, Chao Mengshun's fingers were surprisingly deft, managing to handle the situation with ease. Looking up, Lin Yi exclaimed, "Oh my. A G-Class. I thought you said you had a Range Rover?" Chao Mengshun was taken aback. He knew that his childhood friend was living quite comfortably now. But this was beyond what he expected. Don't just stand there, get in. I did drive the Range Rover. We need to make a proper impression for our buddy Mengshun. Chao Mengshun gave a thumbs up. Dad forgives you. He then gracefully entered the vehicle, taking a moment to admire the AMG G63. No man could resist a G-Class, and Chao Mengshun was no exception. I must say, you've undoubtedly made the best out of our group. He grinned broadly, clearly delighted. You're not doing too shabby yourself, thriving in Shenzhen. I heard from Old Nyo that you even got a 5 Series last year. Oh, it's nothing special. It all depends on who you're comparing it to. My father supported me a bit. In business, you need to maintain a certain image when meeting clients. Chao Mengshun nodded appreciatively, clearly pleased with Lin Yi's compliments. Thinking of settling down in Shenzhen? Still considering. The housing prices there are outrageous. I can't afford it right now. My father's support is helpful, but I also want to earn my own way. Chao Mengshun tapped his belly, a glint of ambition in his eyes. Every young person in their 20s has ambitions, right? Absolutely, I support you in that. Of course, we don't plan to go to Shanghai or Beijing. Those places are far too wild. I'm in awe of how Old Nyo managed to come out of Shanghai unscathed. Chao Mengshun smacked his lips, recalling that while Nyo Ji had returned to Lushan looking like a failure from Shanghai, he still regarded him with respect. However, among us, we do seem to have some gaps compared to you. Lin Yi expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, deftly overtaking a slower vehicle. For me, it's purely luck. As the saying goes, even a pig can fly if it's in the right spot. Don't be modest, that's just talk for others. A pig in the right spot can't buy a Range Rover and a G-Class in less than a year. I also just bought a duplex. That's where we're headed, Lin Yi boasted with a smirk. Chao Mengshun fell silent, thinking to himself, today all expenses are on you. No problem. First, we'll drop off your luggage, and even if I haven't struck it rich, I can't ignore you coming back. By the way, what brings you back? Lin Yi shot a curious glance at Chao Mengshun, intrigued. Don't give me that long time no see nonsense. I'm not buying it. Chapter 74. The Unexpected Surge of Blind Dates. Not a chance, my friend. How old are you? Chao Ming-chun expressed a hint of melancholy, recalling an old adage. One who eats from another's hand cannot afford to be too proud. Lin Yi silently raised his thumb in acknowledgement, recognizing the truth in this sentiment. After all, being the only child in his family and often away from home, it was entirely reasonable for Uncle Chao to harbor such thoughts. Do I know your blind date? Indeed. She's our middle school class monitor, a fierce girl, the violent queen. Haha, I wish you well. Do you know what she does now? No idea. She is a coach at the Lishan boxing gym. Impressive, my friend. Yes, she is quite beautiful. People often say that women from our region are like the mother Tyrannosaurus of Sichuan and Chongqing. To be fair, my blind date is the ultimate evolution of that type. But rest assured, I, Chao Ming-chun, will never let myself down. He patted his chest, or perhaps his belly, motivating himself, exuding a determination to rise. Lin Yi chose not to comment further, grateful that his teacher, Song, was gentle. So, will you still come by when you return to the Jin district? I will, but it won't delay you. I must hurry back. This year, I'll be home for the new year. And then the three of us can enjoy a meal and share some tales. Sounds good. Don't ask why there are three of us. That lady in Kyoto, tisk tisk, works year-round. As for when we might meet again, that's truly up to fate. Wow, my friend, you're in quite a business now. Buying property already. Although they had only graduated from university for 2 years, Chao Ming-chun was astonished, turning to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded earnestly. That's right, my friend. I'm in the business of driving, earning 10,000 Huaxia coins per kilometer. Get lost. Chao Ming-chun grumbled as he opened a fridge, grabbed a can of cola, and began guzzling it as though he were at home. He clearly didn't know how to be polite. He even tossed Lin Yi a can of Sprite. But Lin Yi didn't open it right away, choosing to set it aside to avoid a potential soda shower. Franklin felt somewhat helpless. Look at this world. Even when I speak the truth, no one believes me. Old Lin, where will I stay tonight? On the first floor, choose any room. The bedding is all new, so you can use it comfortably. Lin Yi popped open the can of Sprite, savoring a refreshing sip. As for the second floor, well, aside from Miss Song, Lin Yi preferred to keep it free of visitors. Even the last time Xiao Weiwei came over, she only shared a room with Song Wan. He wanted to maintain some semblance of cleanliness up there. All right, I'll tidy up first. Shall we go out for lunch? Sure. We can eat out for both lunch and dinner. I can still accommodate that request. Good brother. Once I finish my blind date, I'll let you in on the details. Haha. In Huaxia, after finishing school, everyone inevitably faces the issues of blind dating, marriage, and having children. Regardless of age, everyone is treated equally. It's quite peculiar, really. Some families that pressure their children into marriage and parenthood never consider whether their own circumstances can support such costly undertakings. They might even borrow money for it, which is baffling. In the Jinggang Gym, Hall 4, on the 3rd floor. Whereas the 4th. He didn't come today. He said he was going to pick up an old friend and wouldn't be back for meals. Jinggang and Su's Haiqiang were enjoying large bowls of sweet water noodles on the 3rd floor, happily slurping away. Chengdu has an abundance of noodle varieties, and a noodle enthusiast could eat a different dish every day for 10 days without repetition. From spicy pepper noodles to beef, ribs, and chicken, you name it, they have it. How would the 3rd wife do in practice today? Don't tire her out. The 3rd is probably worried and even called me about it. Su's Haiqiang slurped up a noodle, took a swig of cola, and glanced at Jinggang. Jinggang gave a thumbs up. Our sister-in-law excels at this. And though she hasn't opened her studio yet, all the trainers are in place. Our #1 female coach even praised her today. That's great. The 3rd's future happiness is assured. Having spent so much time at the gym, Jinggang knew well the benefits of women training their gluts and legs. The shaping of a perfect silhouette isn't the only goal. The firmness and strength of those muscles are quite remarkable. Jinggang mused, I hope the 3rd can handle it. Haha, the 3rd's physique was somewhat lacking, and in time, if he couldn't keep up, he might seek external help. Jinggang and Su's Haiqiang exchanged knowing glances, chuckling. What can I say? Those who understand, understand. The demands of youth are indeed formidable. The phone rang, and Jinggang glanced down, his demeanor shifting to one of despondence. Su's Haiqiang laughed. Is it the aunties and uncles pressuring you about blind dates again? Absolutely correct. It's outrageous. 3 times in 3 days, twice a week. It's become a regular task now. Then you should go. It's not like you have anything better to do. I can keep an eye on the gym. Go on, and you'll be left as the only single dog here, humph. Jinggang answered the call, and as expected, it was just as they feared. We're of age now. There's no escaping it. At the Shu Juxiang hot pot, Chao Ming-chun devoured his meal with fervor, sweating and grimacing at the spice. Yet he continued to eat without pause, too engrossed to speak. Lin Yi watched in astonishment. You poor child. Have you never had hot pot in the Jin district? Brother, I fear that if you keep this up, you might just down the whole pot. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Yi couldn't hold back. Chow Ming-chun waved him off. Don't mind me, just let me eat. I've lost 10 pounds. And the food in Jin District doesn't suit my taste. It's simply unsatisfactory. Every time I crave something, I instinctively head to Haidai Lao. Soon, I'll be the one getting fished out. Looking at the spherical object before him, Lin Yi fell into silence, finding it hard to articulate his thoughts. To be fair, it's understandable that Uncle Chow worries about him finding a wife. Having a child like him must be quite the challenge. Don't concern yourself. I'm not even 200 pounds anymore. I'm down to 190. Do you believe it? When I return to Lushan, my grandma will still say I've lost weight. Chow Ming-chun declared with conviction. Chapter 75, Designated Driver, Chow Ming-chun. How has the past year in the Jin District been? Exhausting, just plain exhausting. During my toughest times, I went 3 days without sleep, terrified something would go wrong with the shipment. I lost weight during that time. Upon returning to the apartment, the two sat in the living room, where an ashtray sat on the coffee table alongside several boxes of Zonghua cigarettes and a few packs of fine Fuyun Wang. Clearly, this was their preferred pastime. Water is in the fridge. Anyone who is thirsty can help themselves, Chow Ming-chun said with a relaxed expression, though the weight of pressure weighed heavily on him. 50,000 worth of goods. Truly, it was a close call. Had that shipment been lost, he might have had to return like an ox. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Chow Ming-chun smiled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, which was now nearly a third gone. The nails of his right hand, often clutching cigarettes, were stained yellow from the tar. No man stepping into society finds it easy. The omnipresent pressure relentlessly creeps in. If one has a solid foundation at home, life can be somewhat easier, but starting from scratch? That's a hellish ordeal. Lin Yi opened a can of beer and pushed it towards Chow Ming-chun, proclaiming, "A toast to you. Cheers." Chow Ming-chun grinned widely, resembling a jovial Methriya Buddha. The two clinked their beer cans together before each taking a hearty sip. "What about you, Lao Lin? It's been over a year since graduation. Securing a car and house must have been quite the endeavor. Generally speaking, I've managed to get through it." Since honesty seemed futile, Lin Yi found himself drawing from the struggles of his previous life. They clinked their cans once more and took another drink. "Things are looking up now. I've established myself in the cosmetics market in Shenzhen. Over a year, but it hasn't been easy. Look, I can even come back for blind dates now. Haha. Whenever you have time, feel free to visit me in Shenzhen. I'll show you around." The commercial atmosphere there ranks among the best in the country. Chow Ming-chun lit another cigarette, enjoying the blend of smoke and drink. "Rest assured, I will definitely visit when the opportunity arises. I can't just stay in Sichuan forever." Lin Yi chuckled, sharing a cigarette with Chow Ming-chun. He truly intended to explore more in the future, places like the 318 highway, the Duca Road, and embarking on road trips across the nation. He had missed savoring the scenery during his arduous journey in his past life, but now fortune favored him. Money would no longer be a barrier, and he was determined to live life to the fullest. For example, even now, he could easily acquire a luxury car worth millions and start raking in profits. Yet he consciously refrained from doing so. In his previous life, he lived for money. This time, he sought a different path. He planned to take his time, find a partner, marry, have children, care for his parents in their old age, and look after his sister, one step at a time. Lao Nyo had opened a car wash in Lushan, and he intended to drive all of his father's cars there this time. Hee. I'll make sure he washes each one. Chow Ming-chun chuckled at the thought of their childhood friend and his plans. Lin Yi stroked his chin and praised. "Why did I think of that last time? When the new year comes, I'll bring all the cars back for Lao Nyo to wash." Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instantly synced with Chow Ming-chun. "Don't forget to drive my uncle's Chevrolet in the van over there too. That way you'll have 4 cars on your end, and I'll have 5 at my place, perfectly matched." Lin Yi waved his hand lightly. "Oh wait, brother. I have a Lincoln Nautilus as well. We'll each have 5 cars, and let Lao Nyo start washing from dawn until dusk. Afterward, we'll treat him to a meal. You really are something else, Lao Lin." "Nonsense. This wicked idea was your brainchild." They exchanged playful banter and downed 2 more cans of beer. As for getting drunk, that was not the case. They merely felt relaxed. Sometimes, drinking didn't necessarily lead to intoxication. One could be intoxicated by the atmosphere itself, just as they were now. Chow Ming-chun had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa, while Lin Yi remained completely alert. Ever since the system granted him the attribute of being vigorous, his tolerance for alcohol had grown exponentially. Drinking? The last time he downed a bottle and a half of liquor without so much as a hiccup. As for how much it took to get drunk, he didn't feel the need to delve into that matter. Currently, typical drinking gatherings posed no real threat to him. Beer flowed down his throat as easily as water. The following day, at the parking lot of Chinda Community, Lin Yi was smoking when he suddenly spotted a familiar vehicle approaching. The car delivery had finally arrived. Clearly, He had been waiting all morning for this moment. The delivery has finally come. Lin Yi had already informed his father about this before Chao Minshun's arrival, and he was filled with anticipation for the new car. His old sedan could now be temporarily retired. Once his daughter completed her driving lessons and practiced with his car, the Chevrolet would officially be retired. Uncle Lin, I'm here. Xiao Chao, you've lost a bit of weight. Haven't you? Chapter 76, The Brotherhood of the Indestructible. As Lin Yi watched Chao Mingshun leave in a taxi, he happily circled around the Lincoln. Xiao Chao even filled the tank. He adjusted the gear shift, realizing he would need some time to get accustomed to it. Let me figure out how this car works. Lin Yi sat inside, engrossed in understanding the vehicle for an entire hour until he heard a voice call out. Lin, get over here. Do you not know how busy the supermarket is? Hurry up. Lin Ma stood outside, wielding a broom with an expression of fury. The fierce maternal figure of Sichuan reappeared. Lin Yi, startled, quickly donned a compliant smile. Coming. It's just my son delivering the car. I need to figure it out. Hurry up and finish. We can talk later. With a pointed gesture of the broom, Lin Yi dashed away. The people around, including those on the street, paid no mind. This was a perfectly normal occurrence, nothing unusual at all. What was there to be curious about? Anyone who was curious should try it at home. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, a scene was unfolding in Lushan. Even if he did know, he would remain silent. He was well aware of his mother's formidable prowess and had no qualms about making his father endure some hardship. After all, he had given up the car. What more could he ask of Lin Yi? At that moment, Lin Yi was hiding with his friends, the chubby one, the academic, and the academic's wife, safely tucked away in the storage room on the third floor, observing the spectacle. They couldn't be accused of lacking loyalty. This had all been agreed upon with Jin Gang. Xiao Weiwei Henti even had time to change out of her yoga attire before Wang Chong dragged her into the small storage room. Heaven help them. Xiao Weiwei had even kicked Wang Chong in exasperation. The unfortunate lad was still grimacing in pain. Once Xiao Weiwei entered the storage room, her face reddened further, clearly misunderstanding the situation, as Lin Yi and Su's Haiqiang were also present. The three of them were in a uniform stance, squatting closely against the wall, ears perked to listen. Given that the materials used for the partition in the storage room were rather poor, they could hear the conversations outside quite clearly. Xiao Weiwei's curiosity surged, and she obediently squatted in front of the academic, who was momentarily torn between indulging in gossip or focusing on his own partner. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his collarbone, while strands of hair clung to his ears, creating a natural, carefree look. A seductive collarbone glistened with a faint blush, while a light blue yoga outfit gracefully enveloped her exquisite figure, igniting a fervor within Wang Chang's heart. Of course, his reaction went unnoticed by anyone. To be frank, both Lin Yi and Su's Haiqiang were far more engrossed in the gossip outside. The pair, with their backs turned, were utterly absorbed in their conversation. Lin Yi took the lead, followed by the plump one, then Xiao Weiwei, with Wang Chong bringing up the rear. Wang Chong, a devoted husband, willingly relinquished his prime position. As the four settled into their respective roles, a murmur of conversation wafted in from outside. Jin Gang mentioned that the individual in question was akin to a sworn brother, albeit a rather insufferable one, a person of little regard for others, reflecting on his youthful indiscretions. The now wiser Jin Gang would have relished the chance to deliver a swift kick to his past self. Ah, old Jin, your business is truly flourishing, chuckled old Lu. And you, old Lu, are not doing too shabby either. Your father works at the Power Bureau, a veritable iron rice bowl, while we are self-sustaining. Come, sit down. Have a smoke. Still smoking Zhonghua? Well, old Jin, you're really on the rise. The trio in the utility room shot Lin Yi a knowing glance. He turned to them, retracted his neck, and offered a sheepish grin. All right, I suppose I can't blame him. Even smoking won't silence your chatter. Haha. How about treating me to a meal tonight? The moment he spoke, an odd tension filled the air. Not today. I have matters to attend to. And the gym still has a fair bit of work left. Look at you, now that you've struck gold. You won't even treat us to a meal? The four in the utility room sensed an underlying issue, and for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the outside. Don't be ridiculous. Am I really going to skimp on a meal? You just returned from Yuchin. Aren't you going to check on your father? A sigh escaped the person outside, who expressed reluctance to return home, seeking refuge for the night. That's absolutely absurd, Jin Gang exclaimed. There's room on the third floor. Stay here tonight, and help me with some work tomorrow. But I need to buy some things. If you're not treating, I'll take my leave and come back later. Just as the words left his lips, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed through, indicating someone had stood up, soon followed by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. The four in the utility room were momentarily at a loss. What does that Wang fellow mean by all this? If I can't sleep tonight, I swear I'll get you. Xiao Weiwei's voice rang out, laced with a hint of menace. Even Su's Haiqiang instinctively edged closer to Lin Yi, who blinked and shot Wang Chong a look of resignation. In Sichuan province, dating and marrying can be fraught with risks, primarily because most individuals belong to the fiery temperament of the Sichuan Chongqing variety, with the only distinction being their behavior before and after marriage. Clearly, Wang Chong had lost this gamble. The girl had not concealed her spirited nature for long. "Come out, don't be shy," Jean Gang said as he opened the utility room door, ushering everyone out. "Honestly, we weren't laughing. We were just utterly bewildered. Big brother, you must understand that indulging in gossip requires a proper introduction. Otherwise, diving straight into the middle is quite perplexing," Xiao Weiwei chimed in, addressing him as Big Brother directly. "If there's something, Big Brother, if not, then Elder Brother," she added, all in good humor. "Weiwei's right," came the chorus of agreement. "First, I believe this person has quite the audacity. Secondly, he is indeed rather brazen. We, the brothers, know how to help tidy up." Jean Gang rolled his eyes. This were a matter, how to put it, it was hardly something that could be concealed, despite having known that person for years. The developments surrounding him had grown increasingly absurd. Jean Gang opened his mouth, while the plump one offered a cigarette. Wang Chong lit it. And Lin Yi placed the ashtray before Jean Gang. The four worked in seamless harmony, while Xiao Weiwei sat cross-legged on the sofa, her eyes ablaze with the fire of gossip. Unabashedly, she expressed her enthusiasm. "Let us not waste time. Let us get to the juicy bits." In Chapter 77, the topic turned to a man named Su Hung Tao, a former sworn brother from middle school, whose guitar skills had garnered him considerable popularity among female classmates during high school. Despite a seemingly normal school life, he began to show troubling signs upon entering university. Frequent borrowing of money became a pattern, a cycle of loans that he never repaid, affecting not only me, but also his old classmates and even his younger brother. By the time he reached his second year, I had ceased lending him money. From then on, our encounters dwindled to a mere yearly visit during the spring festival, where we would alternate visits to each other's homes on the first day of the new year. After graduating from university last year, he suddenly announced in our group chat that he was in a relationship in Yechun, but I was unclear about the reason for his unexpected visit. Based on my understanding of him, he was the type who only sought out others when he needed something. His father worked at the Power Bureau. His mother was a shop assistant at a mobile phone store, and his brother had just graduated from university this year. By all accounts, their financial situation was above average. However, the prospect of two sons needing to marry could present challenges, but nothing insurmountable. Yet, he was perpetually short on cash, even before the new year. He was still working in Yechun. His sudden return left me puzzled about his intentions. As Jean Gang spoke, he increasingly sensed something amiss, stroking his chin in contemplation. The others, too, fell into deep thought, as people's obsession with gossip often transforms them into makeshift detectives. If it's not gambling, then it must be related to a relationship. Su's Haiqiang remarked astutely. Wang Chong turned to his partner. "I certainly don't spend money like that on dating." Xiao Weiwei shrugged, candidly stating, "Honestly, I'm no vampire. But if you were dating one, perhaps I would apply." In their banter, Xiao Weiwei inadvertently revealed her affectionate nickname for Wang Chong. Jean Gang and the others paused, then quickly dismissed the cloudy gossip from their minds. Oh, little Chong Chong." Su's Haiqiang chimed in, locking gazes with Wang Chong. With a sigh, Wang Chong resigned himself to the situation. He had repeatedly cautioned his partner, and now, thanks to a muddled piece of gossip, he found himself the subject of scrutiny rather than an observer. Shooting a glare at someone, Wang Chong chose to surrender. "All right, tonight I'll drink with old Su. If I can gather any information, I'll let you know. I'm well aware that the money I lent during my freshman year is unlikely to be returned. But I, Jean Gang, shall not stumble into the same pitfall twice." Jean Gang rose, looking earnestly at Lin Yi and the others. "I beseech you, my guardians, rescue me from this predicament." Laughter erupted from the third floor in response, as they could surmise from Jean Gang's demeanor that he had likely been taken advantage of by this person during his freshman year. Alas, the guardians have been summoned. How could the four of us possibly retreat? Alas, my dear friends, my sworn brother aspires to become a phoenix man. The following evening, upon her arrival at the gym after school, Xiao Weiwei overheard this news from Wang Chong. Su's Haiqiang had been holding it in all day. That scoundrel Jean Gang insisted on waiting until everyone was present before divulging the information. At that moment of hearing the gossip, Su's Haiqiang collapsed onto the sofa and lit a cigarette. After a day of anticipation, he could finally engage in the main event. It was too arduous, far too arduous. What does it mean? Lin Yi scratched his head. He understood the connotation of Phoenix Man, but what did it imply to aspire to become one? Wang Chong adjusted his glasses and speculated, "Is it that your sworn brother has found a partner from a well-off family, hence?" Jean Gang gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Basic skills are not to be overlooked. Is it that his partner's family looks down upon him? Thus, he chooses to return to Chengdu, a place with more connections and familiarity, in hopes of proving himself? Jean Gang's eyes widened as he turned to Xiao Waiwei. What's the situation between you two? You can deduce that? Lin Yi remained silent, acknowledging the significant gap between him and the academic achiever, yet grateful for the company of a chubby friend. He exchanged a glance with Su's Haiqiang, both of them quietly diminishing their presence, patiently awaiting the analysis from the trio. They had a profound understanding of their own situations. Xiao Waiwei and Wang Chong shared a knowing smile. Did they truly believe those two were merely dating for superficial reasons? Their relationship was deeply rooted, with an unparalleled level of understanding. However, he had previously borrowed money during his school days, effectively trapping himself within a web of connections. As his sworn brother, he approached me first, intending for me to facilitate some connections, and afterward, he would treat everyone to a meal to mend relationships. Excuse me. Lin Yi raised his hand obediently, drawing the attention of the group. May I inquire if he intends to repay the borrowed money? Jean Gang fell silent. Lin Yi now comprehended. This fellow planned to be unscrupulous. Impressive, he truly was a character. But what about the money he borrowed? It had been spent on pursuing his current partner, the peacock-like lady. Undoubtedly, he possessed a remarkable talent for captivating a woman's heart. Jean Gang remarked in admiration. So, boss, what are you planning to do? Jean Gang rubbed his chin, displaying an awkward smile. This morning, when he asked me to lend him money, I kicked him out and declared that I wanted to sever ties completely. If he dares to come crawling back, I will approach his father and expose all his dealings. Throughout his freshman year, he had borrowed at least 30,000 from me, and now he wants to borrow more, all while attempting to use my goodwill to fill his own pit. It's a miracle I haven't throttled him yet. Jean Gang expressed his indignation. What a pity I wasn't here last night. I arrived a bit late today. Su's Haiqiang clicked his tongue, lamenting the missed spectacle. For not witnessing the grand drama, he felt an immense loss. Chapter 78. Approaching the college entrance examination. As long as you, boss, have firmly decided not to maintain a relationship with him, the rest will be manageable. We shall observe how this individual transforms into a phoenix man. Lin Yi remarked with a shrug and a smile. Truth be told, he was quite curious about this concept of a phoenix man in everyday life, especially regarding this particular individual who aspired to become one. Speaking of which, how affluent must the girlfriend be to compel your friend to go to such lengths? Su's Haiqiang pondered, albeit from a slightly different angle. Wang Chong and Xiao Waiwei nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding gossip. Jean Gang clicked his tongue. I'm not entirely sure, but he frequently mentioned that his father-in-law owns an A8 while drinking last night. Regardless of whether that man will become his father, the A8 cannot compare to the Range Rover owned by Lao Si. Can it? Wang Chong glanced at Lin Yi for clarification, as his knowledge of automobiles was limited and he currently lacked the means to purchase one. Thus he had little interest in the matter. It depends on the configuration. The Huashi is certainly pricier than my Range Rover, and the G-Class is even more expensive. Lin Yi, a bit bashful, appeared somewhat embarrassed, earning a collective eye roll from the group. Get lost. Franklin clicked his tongue. Of course, I wouldn't want to sound like that. Although he was scolded, Franklin expressed indifference, as he was magnanimous. Such a peculiar fellow. I think it would be fine to seek out a wealthy older woman instead. Ultimately, there is little difference between the two paths, and the latter may even offer a higher chance of success with less difficulty in acquiring wealth. Wang Chong reasoned with sheer rationality. Xiao Waiwei felt a bit speechless. Her boyfriend was quite admirable in many ways, yet at times, he could be overly straightforward. He values his pride. All right then, as long as you, boss, have no issues, just let us know if any arise. I am frequently by your side. I shall be in Chengdu for most of this month, returning to Lushan at the end of the month as my sister is preparing for the college entrance examination. You know how it is. Afterward, we plan a family road trip during the summer. Just call if you need anything. The group exchanged their recent plans, and the chubby friend naturally led Wang Chong to the kitchen. Lin Yi strolled downstairs to purchase some cigarettes and beverages to replenish their stock. Meanwhile, Xiao Waiwei held onto the gym's tablet, continuing her study of fitness routines. To be honest, while her dedication to fitness may not have lasted long, the results from last night were quite significant. Wang Chong, you can't mess this up. Today, you nearly delayed class. Reflecting on this, Xiao Waiwei instinctively set down the tablet, pulled out her phone, and opened a shopping app. After a flurry of activity, she received 3 notifications for items awaiting shipment. Various styles and designs of yoga outfits had been ordered. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Waiwei hails from a family of considerable means, although few are aware of this at present. As for whether her family would oppose her dating, well, Xiao Waiwei's parents wholeheartedly approved. as Wang Chang's life experiences were rather impressive, and they respected their daughter's choices. The stark contrast was palpable. For Lin Yi, who toiled hard for financial stability, time seemed to fly by. Within the span of less than a month for him, it was merely a matter of refueling 30 times. By the end of the month, he found himself in Chengdu. Lin Yi flopped onto the sofa, casting a silent gaze at his system interface. A month had passed, and indeed, it felt remarkably swift. Maintaining a daily mileage of 500 kilometers, driving continuously for a month, even with the full of energy attribute, Lin Yi now found it challenging to cope. This endeavor was akin to dining. One could grow weary of even the most delectable dishes if consumed daily, just as with Wang Chang and Xiao Weiwei. No matter how tempting the allure, one could not endure it every day. Host. Age, 24. Registered vehicle, AMG G63. Mileage, 37,000 kilometers. Host savings, 270 million. Total mileage accumulated, 1000, 3000, 5000, 8000, 1000, 3000. Lottery chances 1. Blind box, 0. Skills proficient driver culinary expert. Physical condition, full of energy. Thus concludes Lin Yi's achievements over the past month. Franklin gazed at the rows of data displayed on his system panel, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. How delightful. The fatigue of the month seemed to dissipate in an instant. Money, after all, is the greatest comfort in life. With a click, Lin Yi quietly lit a cigarette and began dialing a number. Hello, the Bentley dealership is at your service, sir. How may I assist you? Certainly. I wish to customize a Bentley Bentayga. How long will it take to acquire the vehicle? I have already finalized my selection on your app, and I would like to inquire about the estimated time frame. Please hold on, sir, while I check for you. Thank you. Sir, given that you have chosen the top-tier configurations, Bentley will expedite the production process for you. You can expect to see your beloved vehicle in Chengdu in approximately 1 month. During this period, should you have any inquiries regarding the vehicle, feel free to reach out to us. Bentley will provide you with the utmost service. Very well. Lin Yi hung up the phone, reinvigorated with a newfound determination. The Bentley Bentayga, fully customized and top of the line, had cost him over 4.8 million. With every possible luxury feature included, he was determined to showcase his grandeur. Upon returning from their family road trip, Lin Yi was confident that his earnings would once again surpass expectations. As for the lottery he had been accumulating, there was no urgency. After returning to Lushan, he would treat his lucky star to a meal, and perhaps then they could discuss the lottery. Ding ding ding. Lin Yi glanced down at his phone. The caller ID displayed Nyoji. Onyo, what is up? ISNTR sister about to take her college entrance examination? I was wondering when you'd be back. There was a crackling sound on the other end, likely due to his busyness today, as the boss had personally joined the car wash crew. I'll be back tomorrow. I must return early. I can't miss Wan's exam. Otherwise, I'd never hear the end of it from her. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. It had been a while since he had seen his silly sister, and it was time to check in on her. All right, let us arrange for the two of us to meet once you're back. The shop is a bit busy today, so I'll hang up for now. Sound good? We'll catch up when you return. Not 5 minutes after hanging up, the phone rang again. Lin Yi smirked. Having just reached the refrigerator, he grabbed a can of cola and hurried back to the coffee table. Was today particularly hectic? Normally, he wouldn't receive more than 3 calls in a day. Chapter 79. Old Lin and Old Song. Buddy, you take this one, and I'll take that one. We're heading to the Jijia supermarket in Angtown, Lushan today. All right. A middle-aged man clad in a chauffeur's vest nodded with a smile. Rest assured, boss, I guarantee a safe arrival. No need to worry. Just drive normally. Understood. Watching the chauffeur climb into the Range Rover and start the engine, Lin Yi followed suit, igniting his G-Class and gradually catching up. Both vehicles needed to return home, as they were the means of transport for this summer South family road trip. Oh man, I'm setting off now. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. And please stew some spare ribs. I'm craving them. Inside the vehicle, as Lin emerged onto the highway, he received a call from his father. Today's return had been planned for quite some time, and even his sister was home, taking a breather before her exams, which allowed her to relax for a couple of days ahead of the important battle next month. The whole family would be gathered, driving from Chengdu to Ang. Lushan wouldn't take long, just over 2 hours. A morning was certainly sufficient. With music playing, Lin Yi's spirits were high. The sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze was pleasant. Such weather was perfect for reuniting with family. Angwu Town, Jiajia's supermarket. Having hung up, Old Lin felt quite pleased and turned to shout into the supermarket. Son, we're having spare ribs today. I'll oversee the supermarket, so you hurry up. At the checkout, Lin Ma swiftly resolved the customer's payment issue, while Lin Ba took over for his wife. Their teamwork seamless and smooth. Got it. I'll take care of it. The fresh ribs just arrived this morning. What good luck for you, son. I'll also check with our eldest daughter to see what she wants. We'll manage everything together. Lin Ma spoke rapidly, dashing upstairs. Is the little boss of the Lin family returning today? Old Lin chuckled. Yes, my sister is about to take her exams. I'm worried, so I'm going back to accompany her. Multitasking was no challenge for old Lin. He chatted leisurely while efficiently completing transactions with remarkable agility. I'll give you 2 sprigs of coriander. Thank you, Boss Lin. Indeed, Jiji's supermarket runs periodic promotions. Those in the know are fortunate, while those unaware must accept that Lin Yi has tea return home. Old Lin. Director Song waved cheerfully at Old Lin outside the supermarket. Old Lin glanced up and casually summoned an employee to take his place before stepping outside to chat with him. What brings you here today, Director Song? Aren't you working? Old Lin accepted a cigarette from Director Song, and the two stood by the supermarket entrance, exchanging pleasantries. Of course, only Director Song could call out to the busy Old Lin. Anyone else would have to wait. ISNT at the exam season? We must prepare wholeheartedly for the students. Old Lin understood. I got it. It's just about providing some water for the students. No worries. For those few days, our supermarket will provide free bottled water to the students taking the exam. However, we want to be able to supervise this time. You need to find someone to manage the water station outside. Old Lin replied with a smile. This had been their family's practice every year. Naturally, it would continue in the future. Helping future in-laws is a trivial matter. How much can bottled water be worth? I'll come. I might as well be here. It's more comfortable for me, and my daughter can volunteer as well. It's perfect. Director Song patted his chest, looking resolute. Old Lin rolled his eyes. Look at you. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were heading into battle. Director Song ignored him and deftly shifted the topic. I see you're in a good mood today. You've started giving away coriander. Huh? Is Lin Yi coming back? One must admit, Director Song's attention to detail was quite impressive. He was clearly an experienced individual. Indeed, Old Lin beamed with pride. Director Song envied Old Lin, remarking, honestly, for you to have a child like Lin Yi, your ancestors must be smiling down. Not particularly. I burned some paper offerings a few days ago, and everything is just fine. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Anglers understand each other well. Hey, you've got 3 parking spots occupied now. Is there enough space? There are only 4 in total. If it's not enough, I'll park the least expensive one on the curb and keep the more valuable ones. Such matters could never confound Old Lin. If there wasn't enough space, then park the expensive ones and leave the cheap ones on the curb. Director Song silently gave Old Lin a thumbs up for his audacious attitude. You've definitely benefited from Lin Yi. Old Lin chuckled, rummaging in his pocket for a cigarette case and offering Director Song another cigarette, having finished the previous one. Old Song, don't think we wouldn't consider you for good fortunes. Would you like to enjoy this feeling too? Director Song, cigarette in mouth, observed the bustling pedestrians, instinctively responding, how would I enjoy it? That's your son, not mine. No, he could be. Old Lin remarked thoughtfully. Director Song paused, turning to regard Old Lin, who feigned calmness and suddenly understood. Haha, you're quite the trickster, Old Lin. Such was the camaraderie, with Director Song even slipping in a curse word. However, he added, well, let us not meddle in the kids' affairs. If these two truly have a mutual interest, I'll wholeheartedly support it. And who could genuinely refuse a son-in-law like Lin Yi? The last time, that insole was transferred to the village below. And just a few days ago, he heard that some unfortunate soul had been sent off to the far northwest to teach. With a little inquiry, and by asking his own daughter, he would soon be enlightened. It can no longer be succinctly summarized merely as a golden son-in-law. Old Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Everything was falling into place. When his eldest son returned, he would regale him with tales of the situation, allowing him to broaden his horizons. His father's support could surely be deemed extraordinary. The entire family, from member strong, was united in their efforts toward a single goal. When hearts align, even the strongest metals can be broken. How fortuitous, for I share the same sentiment. Ha ha ha. Director Song cast a glance at a certain individual and thought, well, with that little brain of yours, Old Lin, we've seen right through you long ago. Chapter 80. Lin Wanwan's earnings today. Well, don't concern yourself with so much. After all, our aim is merely to safeguard the children. Indeed, I observe that these two youngsters harbor mutual feelings. Let us not interfere. For the first time, I find you, Old Song, rather commendable. This isn't the time when I was fishing for 30 pounds and you begged me to be your mentor. Is it? Off you go. I have matters to attend to. Director Song turned and departed. For who doesn't he have work to do? He still needed to visit the next household. Only after Director Song had left the confines of the supermarket did 2 seemingly youthful newcomers from the town swiftly follow behind. Although they were quite curious about why director Song Henti allowed them to accompany him, they weren't foolish. They understood that some questions were best left unasked if they wished to go far in life. Around noon, at approximately 11 o'clock, two black luxury cars, each valued at $1 million, arrived synchronously at the entrance of GIU supermarket, parking impeccably. The Range Rover slid into its spot, while the G-Class halted by the roadside. "Boss, it's done. The money has been transferred. Thank you for your hard work." The boss responded politely, wishing the owner prosperous business. Lin Yi smiled, offering the chauffeur 2 boxes of Zonghua cigarettes. "May your words bring good fortune." Lin Yi believed in reciprocating kindness, extending goodwill even to strangers, as he cherished the cultivation of benevolent connections. The chauffeur retrieved his small electric bike from the trunk, riding off. A local who not only enjoyed a ride, but also earned a tidy sum. "Brother, is this a new car?" The family of 3, having appeared unannounced, chimed in unison. Lin Ma expressed curiosity, genuinely unfamiliar with cars. To her, they were mere modes of transportation. Prior to Lin Yi's purchase of a Lincoln, she had always held this belief. "In a while, we'll take these 2 for a self-driving tour, a Range Rover and a G-Class." "Brother, I want to ride in the G-Class." The younger sister, Lin Wan, had developed some knowledge of cars, primarily since her brother's rise to affluence. Additionally, discussions among classmates occasionally revolved around their respective vehicles, and even some girls joined in. Now, no one dared tease Lin Wan about her modest social standing. There was no pretense to uphold. To be fair, Lin Wan was a natural beauty, blessed with both intelligence and charm. During her high school years, and even in middle school, she had received numerous love letters and had many admirers. However, her heart was solely dedicated to her studies. "All right, you can ride with me on this year's self-driving tour, okay?" Lin Yi extended his hand, and his little sister obediently approached, allowing her elder brother to pat her head. In the blink of an eye, the van had been parked by old Lin at the roadside, leaving 1 parking spot vacant, evidently cleared for the G-Class. Youngest son, drive the car up. It would do for such a fine vehicle to be scratched. Old Lin alighted and looked at his eldest son with a grin. Lin Yi tossed the keys to old Lin, who caught them effortlessly as they arced gracefully through the air. "Thank you for driving it over, old Lin. I've been at it all morning." "All right, haha." Old Lin cheerfully made his way towards the G-Class, reveling in the camaraderie of their playful exchanges. Lin Ma shot old Lin a warning glare. "Be careful. Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver." The family of 4, having concluded their car-related matters, headed straight to the second floor of the supermarket. For Lin, he was truly hungry. Moreover, meals prepared by one's own parents are always the most delectable. Having not tasted home-cooked food for over a month, Franklin felt quite famished. On the second floor. "How much did this car cost? I heard it's over 100, right?" "That's the G500. Your son S is the G63. And the total comes to over 250. Lin Yi was focused on devouring his meal, while the other 3 momentarily froze in astonishment. Old Lin gasped at the pork rib soup, pondering in confusion. "Father is a bit perplexed. Although I don't know how you earned this. You must assure me we haven't done anything wrong." "Exactly, if it comes to that, I'll take the blame," Lin Ma interjected. Lin Yi nearly choked, while Lin Wan stifled her laughter, striving to contain her amusement. Franklin discreetly pulled out his phone, accessing the same banking app as before, noting that his balance had risen from 20 million to 30 million. Furthermore, detailed transaction records were meticulously laid out, showcasing investments and stock dividends clearly. Old Lin sipped his porridge, somewhat bewildered. "Dear, why don't I possess such abilities?" He looked at old Lin with a puzzled expression. Lin Ma shot him a disdainful glance, stuffing a piece of bone into old Lin's mouth. "Just eat your food." "How would I know? As long as our son has such capabilities, it's none of your concern." Goose, goose, goose. Lin Wan could no longer contain herself, finding it immensely difficult to suppress her laughter at the light-hearted banter between her parents. The young girl beamed brighter than anyone else, completely indifferent to her father's feelings. As lunch drew to a close, Lin Wan approached her beloved elder brother. "Brother, this afternoon, Sister Wan invited me to go shopping. She said she wants to help me unwind. Could you take me along? We'd prefer not to let Sister Wan drive. We just want to focus on shopping." Lin Ba and Lin Ma nearly gave their daughter a thumbs up. They were aware of her plans for the day. Going out shopping was perfectly acceptable, as the academic freedom of a top student was relatively higher. Besides, Lin Wan's homeroom teacher had also called home to ensure the child maintained a relaxed mindset. The old couple wholeheartedly supported her. "Sure, no problem. Just let your sister Wan know not to drive. I'll take you to pick her up. By the way, where are you planning to shop?" "Wanda." "No problem. The G-Class is low on windshield washer fluid. I'll go refill it and wait for your message." Lin Yi stood up to replenish his vehicle. Old Lin and Lin Ma turned to their daughter, casting her an encouraging glance. I'll transfer you 500. Have fun and shop well, but don't cause trouble for your brother. I'll give you 500 too. Cheer up. Lin Wanwan's earnings for the day totaled 1,000 Huaxia coins. She was determined to fulfill her mission. Chapter 81. The Fragrance of Song Wan. Xiao Lin, Sister Wanwan. You don't need to come pick me up. My brother is back. He'll drive me to the community to find you this afternoon. Song Wan, you're back quite early. All right, I'll wait for you two at the community. Let us keep in touch. Xiao Lin, Banda Ok. Within Anglo community. Teacher Song turned her gaze towards her spacious wardrobe, filled with an array of garments. Coach Lin was returning quite promptly, and she needed to prepare for the afternoon. Little sister, let us go. At the entrance of a supermarket, Lin Yushu stood by the front of the car, diligently filling the windshield washer fluid to the brim. His father, filled with enthusiasm, insisted on washing the car. As a son, how could he merely stand by and watch? It was the first time he felt that having too many vehicles was somewhat burdensome. Besides the delivery van, there were a total of 4 cars, a Chevrolet, a Navigator, a Range Rover, and a G-Class. Lin Yi, with a sense of practicality, opted for the Chevrolet and the Navigator, as they were relatively smaller. Perhaps next time, you should consider purchasing a few sedans. After all, sedans are far easier to clean. If it weren't for that customized Bentley Bentayga he had already ordered, he would have insisted on making a change. Here she comes, bursting with youthful energy and devoid of any anxiety about the impending college entrance examination. Lin Wanwan appeared blissfully unconcerned. Perhaps this is the stark contrast between high achievers and ordinary individuals. Struggling, the young girl managed to open the rear door of the car, exerting considerable effort to close it afterward. Brother, why does this car seem less comfortable than the Range Rover? She remarked, sticking out her tongue as she settled into the spacious back seat. This vehicle was technically classified as an SUV. Who had ever encountered a more comfortable SUV than a Range Rover? Its primary selling point on the road was the assurance it provided. With a smile, Lin Yi started the car and headed toward Anglo community. The absence of a screaming armrest was a minor disappointment. Franklin mused that perhaps next time they should consider a GLS. The utility of such armrests could be quite significant, especially in off-road scenarios, right? The supermarket was not far from Anglo community. The drive took just a few minutes otherwise. Song Wan and her mother would not have had time to dine before strolling through the supermarket. Good day, sir. It's you again today. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Yi immediately spotted the familiar elderly gentleman and tossed him a pack of cigarettes, which the old man gratefully accepted. This boy was not short on cash, and the old gentleman felt no pressure in accepting it. Rest assured, during this time, no one has come looking for your teacher, Song. The security guard grinned widely, revealing a set of large yellowing teeth. Lin Yi quietly returned to the trunk of the G-Class, pulled out a cigarette, and handed it to the security booth. Throughout this exchange, the old man and the youth shared a knowing glance, conveying unspoken understanding. Leaning against the security booth, Lin Yi smoked while engaging in light conversation with the elderly gentleman, all while awaiting Song Wan's arrival. It had been a while since he last saw Teacher Song, and he felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. Moreover, he believed it was high time he sought an opportunity to break free from his single status. Before long, a striking figure appeared. Sister Wanwan. The first to notice Song was Lin Yi's younger sister, who eagerly opened the door to exit the car. Only then did Lin Yi catch sight of Teacher Song, who graced the late May day in a soft, flowing cotton shirt paired with a satin A-line skirt that fell just above her knees. The hem danced in the breeze, expanding and contracting with each step, as if she were walking on petals. Franklin's discerning gaze even caught a glimpse of her slender calf glistening in the sunlight. Ah, those graceful legs promised a future filled with happiness. Mr. Lin has arrived. I thought you wouldn't come until tomorrow or the day after, Songwan exclaimed, her hands resting gracefully in front of her, a woven bag dangling from her wrist. Her head tilted slightly, and a high ponytail swayed gently in the wind, creating a mesmerizing scene that captivated the heart. A hint of playful teasing danced across her face, primarily overshadowed by surprise and delight. If you could come earlier, why not? Hop in. I'll be your driver this afternoon. Lin Yi instinctively reached for the woven bag from Songwan's hands, noticing a faint blush creeping up her fair neck as she stepped into the G-Class. Lin Wanwan had mentioned this earlier. Otherwise, Songwan would have had to inquire, and it would have been awkward had they entered the wrong vehicle. With the G-Class roaring to life, the symphony of the V8 engine brought him immense joy. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, turning the car towards Wanda. He never understood why, but the sound of the V8 engine always filled him with ease, as if its growl could shatter any discontent from the outside world. Seated in the passenger seat, Songwan began to explore the interior of the car. I never imagined I would one day ride in a G-class. This is all thanks to Coach Lin. Ah, no need for such formality, teacher Song. Whenever you wish to ride, just call me. It's no trouble at all. Lin Yi replied, attempting to lighten the mood. Lin Wan, sitting in the back, observed the exchange between them with a hint of confusion, sensing an oddity, yet unable to pinpoint its nature. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, noting the absence of the familiar sandalwood scent from his memories, replaced instead by a delicate floral fragrance. The scent of gardenias in the morning, enriched with droplets of dew, exuded a creamy, velvety softness that was unforgettable after just one whiff. Teacher Song cast a glance at Lin Wan in the back seat. Wan, what would you like to eat for lunch? It's on me. I'm not picky. Anything is fine, the young girl declared, raising both hands in affirmation. She was determined not to become an obstacle between the two. Having accepted money, she was a woman of her word. The two young women embarked on their conversation, leaving Lin Yi unable to interject. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the car was quite pleasant. Occasionally, he could catch snippets of discussion regarding teacher-student guidance, particularly in English, where Teacher Song clearly exuded expertise. After all, she was an English teacher, wasn't she? Sister Wan, how many points did you score in English during your college entrance exam? Lin Wan curiously inquired, eager to delve into a topic of interest. Casually, Teacher Song brushed her hair back behind her ear. 148 points, Wan. You must work hard. Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. It was utterly ridiculous. Only 2 points deducted from an essay. He felt as though the prevalence of high achievers around him was increasing, with their presence felt everywhere. Thankfully, he was no longer in school. Otherwise, the pressure would have been overwhelming. Chapter 82, what is it called? A professional wingman. At Wanda, after parking the car in the underground garage, the trio took the elevator to the first floor. The two girls intended to grab some milk tea. Shopping without milk tea? Unimaginable. Lin Yi didn't quite comprehend the necessity, but supported the idea. Go ahead, it won't take much time. What would you like? I'll go get it. Lin Wan volunteered, ever mindful of her responsibilities. Having accepted money, she was committed to delivering results. Jasmine green tea. Lemonade, please. Lin Wan jotted down the orders and headed straight for Mig's Bingsheng. When it came to drinks, their preferences were surprisingly aligned. Mig's Bingsheng offered affordable, delicious drinks in generous portions. As for the more extravagant options, Lin Yi politely declined, especially those with milk caps. They only served to irritate the throat. Drinking them felt more like a burden than a pleasure, merely increasing the workload for his throat. Lin Wan pranced ahead, her steps light and joyful, while Lin Yi and Song Wan followed closely behind, their steps in perfect harmony, ensuring that a certain soon-to-be college student remained within their sight without any distractions. I heard from Uncle Song that you're a volunteer this year? The kind that hands out bottled water? Indeed, the school didn't assign us any other tasks. During the college entrance exam, it generally doesn't fall to us new teachers. A fortunate turn of events. Teacher Song replied, her pace quickening as she scanned the surrounding shops, eager to find something she fancied for a little shopping spree. Though she may not possess the lavish wealth of certain individuals, Miss Song's modest treasury is nonetheless quite ample. What expenses does a teacher truly incur? Dining at school is exceedingly affordable, and her accommodation is merely a return home. Her primary monthly expenditure typically consists of fuel. Occasionally, her father provides her with a few fuel cards. Honestly, there are scarcely any additional expenses. With a fluctuating monthly salary of around $3,500, she finds herself quite comfortable, unmarried and childless. This amount is ample for her living needs. I shall take on a role of a parent at the school gate. How amusing. This is indeed a novel experience. If I were to teach the senior class this year, I would undoubtedly have to go as well, but fortunately, that is not necessary now. Miss Song inhaled the fragrance of jasmine green tea, her spirits seemingly uplifted. Indeed, in a certain sense, they're already on holiday. Of course, for them, the salary continues to flow during this time. At Watson's, I plan to purchase some sunscreen. Yes, I've already conferred with Dodo, and we have decided to visit Lijiang this summer. However, the ultraviolet rays there are quite intense, so proper sun protection is essential. Ms. Song's eyes sparkled as she headed straight to Watson's. Following closely was Lin Wan, who mirrored her actions. Sister Wan, we are also going to Lijiang. I want to buy some too. Lin, he was momentarily taken aback. Henty, they just mentioned that the destination was not yet confirmed, so they have settled on this? After muttering a few words, Lin, he followed the two toward Watson's, ready to pay. When it comes to selecting sunscreen or similar products, he felt rather out of his depth. However, when it came to making payments, he was quite adept at that. Sister Wan, didn't you say last time that the destination wasn't decided yet? How come you're planning to go to Lijiang now? Lin Wanwan chattered happily as she linked arms with Song Wan. I've never been to Lijiang. I also want to visit Dali. Since we're in Rongcheng, it's not too far, and I feel a bit uneasy going too far from home. This time, let's choose a place closer. Plus, with you and Dodo, we'll be safe. Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Wanwan, my family plans to drive to Lijiang. We'll definitely pass through Dali on the way. And with 2 cars, there's more than enough space. The most important thing is, if you come with us, it will be absolutely safe. The young girl articulated her thoughts clearly, her words resonating deeply. If her parents were present, they would surely consider adding more funds to the trip. Walking behind the two, Lin Boss had unknowingly begun to wear an expectant smile. To be frank, if given the chance, he would wholeheartedly agree. After all, they could drive 2 cars, one for Lin Yi to take his mother and sister, and the other for himself to accompany Ms. Song and an unnamed woman. Naturally, Lin Wanwan could also ride with him, and Lin Yi had no objections whatsoever. Ms. Song paused, contemplating. Lin Wanwan's suggestion was undeniably enticing. Moreover, it didn't seem to involve any awkward situations. She felt it was feasible. However, she needed to consult Su Dodo and her family. Old Song would be of no help. She would have to see what Song Ma thinks. Yes, she has to wait for her sister to check with the other sister, since it was initially a plan between the 2 of them. Furthermore, merely her consent wouldn't suffice. They must consult Director Lin from Wanda as well. Ms. Song turned to Lin Yi, her smile radiant. Lin Boss's response was almost reflexive. No problem. That would be sufficient. 2 cars could accommodate 10 people. With only 6 presently, there was ample room, even with luggage. I can arrange for someone to install luggage racks on both cars right now. Ms. Song winked at someone. What I say doesn't count. I need to ask my travel companion first. It was intentional. She was undoubtedly being playful. Lin Yi thought to himself. Yet in light of the situation, he decided to temporarily overlook Ms. Song's antics. Sister Wanwan, should we contact them now? We've just arrived at Wanda, and if Dodo agrees, we can buy more things to bring back, plus we can prepare in advance. After my college entrance exams, we can set off. Sister Wanwan, you have no idea how long I've been looking forward to this trip. The young girl looked at Ms. Song with wide, yearning eyes. Her expression a picture of innocence. Lin Boss had made up his mind. He would buy a car for his sister, and a good one at that. Initially, he considered something around 100,000, but no, a car of that price no longer suited his sister. She deserved better. Surely, their parents wouldn't object? All right, sister. It's up to you. Clearly, Ms. Song found it difficult to resist the charms of the delightful young girl, and she promptly took out her phone to make a call. Oh, sound good, Wanwan. Isn't this more convenient than flying? Hee. Is he your childhood sweetheart? I want to meet him too. I wonder if there are other equally charming young men around him. If so, I hope to snag one for myself. Chapter 83. The Lin family supports a major decision. All right, Wanwan, I'll accompany you, and Dodo will surely like it as well. Ms. Song gazed at Lin Wanwan with a hint of fondness. Truth be told, she had always wished for a younger sister, and now it seems she had one. Yay! The young girl leaped with excitement, utterly unfazed by the curious glances of passers-by. Let them think what they will. I don't care. All I know is that my little 1,000 yuan has been well spent. I am a professional at receiving payments for services rendered. Lin Boss, I'll need your help to install the luggage racks. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to prep the Range Rover, and when I return today, I'll sort out the G-Class. Lin Yi signaled with an okay gesture. Wanwan will pay for today as expenses, and I'll reimburse her. With that, Lin Yi pulled out his phone as he headed outside, ready to contact Lao Nyo for arrangements. Although Lao Nyo was operating a car wash, he had recently opened a modification shop, so it was convenient enough. The young girl was even happier, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Sister Wanwan, do you think my brother is handsome? He is, especially when it comes to reimbursement. The two giggled as they delved into Watson's for shopping. When it comes to buying things, girls are experts. Lao Nyo, can you install luggage racks at your modification shop? Who do you think I am? What car are you looking to modify? We'll make sure it's done perfectly. A Range Rover, the one you've seen, and a G63. I'll drive over tonight to drop it off. How long will it take to install? Are you out of your mind? Where did you get a G63 from? The voice on the other end erupted in a roar. Lin Yi calmly muted the phone, waited about 10 seconds, and then turned the volume back up. Did you mute the phone? I knew I shouldn't get too familiar with you. There's no privacy at all. Lin Boss clicked his tongue in annoyance. Lao Nyo, who cares? We had everything done in 2 days after opening the shop. Don't worry, I'll use the best materials for you. Just the most expensive will do. Bye. Lin Yi quietly hung up, ignoring the last few words. Coincidentally, just as he ended the call, the two girls emerged carrying large bags. They seamlessly handed the bags to Lin Yi. Excellent, this is the most important task for me today. Let's go. The trio changed positions, with Lin, Wan, and Ms. Song leading the way while Lin Yi followed behind, carrying the bags. The three of them meandered around the first floor, and soon Lin Yi found himself burdened with 2 additional bags before heading straight to Heidai Lao. Undoubtedly, this establishment offered a more stable choice compared to the other dining options on the 3rd floor. Queuing? No need. Their arrival at just 11 o'clock was perfectly timed for a meal. Just place your orders. Today's treat is on me, Lin Yi declared, taking the tablet from the waiter and handing it to the 2 young ladies, while he settled into the small sofa, finding a comfortable position. Ah, what bliss! Although he had only accompanied the 2 girls for a short while, a sense of fatigue inexplicably weighed on Franklin. He hoped that a hearty lunch would revive his spirits. Meanwhile, at the Jiajiao supermarket, Lin's parents were engrossed in their phones, eagerly following the updates from their daughter regarding the unfolding events. I knew it. Our Wan is quite capable. This sentiment was indeed accurate. The financial support from the couple seemed to be yielding positive results, collecting payments and conducting business quite efficient. Old Lin expressed his approval of his daughter's actions. Should we tidy up a bit? He pondered. Yes, let's do that tonight. With he driving 2 cars, it would be just right. Plus, having Wan's friend along would ease any potential awkwardness. We can't just shove Wan into the big G. She is a lively spirit. After all, as for us, we too have enjoyed our moments of 2-person bliss, and I do have a fondness for this Range Rover, haha. The couple swiftly devised their plans amidst their light banter. Given that their eldest son would have a 3rd wheel present, why not add another to the mix? 2 negatives make a positive. By 7 in the evening, after a bustling day, Franklin dropped off Song Wan and Lin Wan before switching vehicles and driving the Range Rover directly to Old Nio's premium vehicle modification shop. The jovial Nio Ji welcomed him. Old Lin, just drive right in. I've already taken care of the roof rack. Lin Yi signaled an okay from within the car and pressed down on the accelerator. Boom. What on earth are you doing driving this Range Rover? I thought you'd bring the big G. First, let us get this one fitted, then we'll focus on the big G. It's all the same. Lin Yi replied, accepting a cigarette from Nio Ji as they stepped outside the workshop to share a smoke. You've also started a car wash while managing this business? Nio Ji shook his head with a chuckle. Just a little side hustle. The car wash is doing pretty well. Steady income, though not much. I'm thinking of starting a modification shop to cater to affluent customers like you. Get out of here. Haha. Are you planning a road trip? Yes, a family outing. And I'll bring along the campus beauty, along with her friend. The destination is Lijiang, so it's convenient to take them along. Lin Yi's demeanor was serious, almost charitable. Puffed. Nio Ji spat. Stop pretending. We all know what you're after. You're just trying to save face. Lin Yi fell silent. It's true that sometimes one shouldn't spend too much time with acquaintances. There's no dignity to be found. At least Lin Yi had someone he fancied. Tisk. He could fathom why some fellows still hadn't found a suitable partner. Well, being sarcastic was also something Lin Yi excelled at. The 2 of them continued their playful banter, sharing the latest gossip. Although Lin Yi was oblivious to the women's circumstances, he understood that male friendships often function this way, casual and straightforward. By the way, didn't old Chow return recently for a blind date? Any news on that front? Lin Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued. That rascal hurried off to Shenzhen without a moment's rest in Chengdu. Nio Ji pondered for a moment, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Well, it's complicated, but they did indeed hit it off. Lin Yi was intrigued, pressing Nio Ji for details. What do you mean by hit it off? Isn't that good? Nio Ji mimicked a boxer-esque stance, grunting this time, do you get it? It's not just a figurative connection. Literally, they got into a fight. Nio Ji held a cigarette, palms open. What else? To be fair, when Meng Chun returned to Lishan, he mentioned wanting to see you in Chengdu again. But the day he left, he ended up with a black eye. It seems he didn't seek you out. Likely out of embarrassment. Lenny gasped. What happened next? Well, old Chow left, but it appears that girl is a bit of a handful. Rumors say she is heading to Shenzhen to find him. All of them belong to the same social circle in the city, and evidently, the woman who had gone on a date with Chow Meng-chun was also part of that network, which is why Nio Ji was able to learn of this information so swiftly. Franklin scratched his chin. What? A Sichuan mother dragon evolved to its ultimate form? Nio Ji nodded, looking somewhat pained. If all goes as expected, yes. You know, in our area, gentle girls are quite rare. In the future, if you get the chance, do try to find a gentle lady. Don't end up like old Chow, nearly losing his life and being chased to Shenzhen. Tisk. During holidays, we brothers should offer more prayers for old Chow. He returned home for the new year this year, so we'll have to study him closely. Lin Yi reflected on old Nio's words, almost as if advising him. Nio Ji was taken aback, thinking he was about to be scolded. Hey, don't use that condescending tone with me, you fool. Furthermore, people say the contrasts are the most intriguing. Do you think the campus beauty you're pursuing is just some delicate flower from Jiangnan? Yi retorted playfully. Lin Yi paused, contemplating the situation carefully, reflecting on his memories of Song won over the years. This girl seemed to have never been one to resort to physical confrontation. Yi scoffed, "Don't ask me. How would I know? My dad once said that before marrying my mom, she was like a delicate flower, but the very next day after their wedding, he got walloped for being lazy while sweeping." That evening, Lin Yi walked back to his supermarket, feeling that old Nyo's words were somewhat slanderous. After mulling it over for a while and finding no clarity, he decided to let it go. Humming a tune, he headed upstairs, ready for sleep. With less than a week until his sister's college entrance examination, he, Lin Yi, could still afford a couple of days of rest. When the exam day arrived, he, as the older brother, would certainly take on the role of the supportive crew. Not just him, but quite a few others would join the ranks. In families with students preparing for the college entrance exams, who isn't on edge during these days? Divorce? That can wait in line. Lying in bed, Lin Yi instinctively opened the system interface, ready to embark on a blind box lottery. How did he come across this blind box? Well, he had picked it up while accompanying Teacher Song on Wanda Road. As he opened the blind box, 3 million Huaxia coins swiftly entered his bank account. And Franklin remained unfazed. Just 3 million. It hardly captures my interest. Such trivial matters were merely experiences to be had. Lin Yi murmured to himself before diving back into the mileage lottery. Compared to the blind box, the rewards from this lottery were far more bountiful. Physique, divine dragon horse robust. In the realm of PS, gods are as powerful as horses. Do you wish to drive continuously? Without a robust physique, that is utterly impossible. Lin Yi silently installed the entry, and an overwhelming surge of energy seemed to arise from the invisible, miraculously alleviating the backaches and soreness he had experienced from driving recently. The moment he had felt somewhat foggy-headed, he suddenly felt much more invigorated. Next time he participated in a lottery, perhaps he should wait until he awoke from sleep, as this was truly a considerable disruption to his rest. Just as Franklin lay down, he sat up quietly, unable to sleep, utterly incapable of falling asleep. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was just past 9. He thought he might endure a little longer. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Yi gazed out of the bedroom window at the still somewhat bustling street scene. As time pressed forward, Teacher Song felt a flicker of excitement. To be fair, she was quite looking forward to embarking on a trip with Lin Yi. Although they would each be accompanied by a few extra companions, it was not a significant concern. Why rush? There would be time to sort it all out later. At the Song residence, her parents had initially agreed that she would accompany Do on a flight to Jiang during the summer. However, plans had suddenly shifted. Now, both she and Do were set to join Lin Yi's family for a self-driving tour to Yunnan. She contemplated asking her parents for their opinions upon her return. Teacher Song blinked her eyes and looked at Mr. and Mrs. Song, her pretty face adorned with a hint of anticipation and a touch of helplessness. Fearful they might not allow her to go. "Is the entire Lin family going?" they inquired. Indeed. 2 cars, one driven by Uncle Lin and one by Lin Yi. "Will you have companions?" they asked. "Yes, Do will be there, along with Wan and Lin Yi's sister." Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged knowing glances, nodding in tacit agreement. "Go ahead, we trust you to travel with Lin Yi. Your father is correct. Besides, the Lin family will be there as well. You two will be hitching a ride. Make sure to bring plenty of food and drinks. It's quite a distance from here to Jiang." "Understood." Teacher Song leaped with joy and dove into her mother's embrace to celebrate. Director Song took a sip from his thermos, pondering the situation. It's only natural for daughters to eventually marry. However, leaving her in the care of a trusted friend, a child they know well, brings them some comfort. After all, it's only a matter of time before their daughter marries. "Shall I take Wan shopping for clothes tomorrow? I heard we need sun protection, right? The sun there seems rather harsh." Mama Song gently patted her eldest daughter's back. Teacher Song extracted herself from her mother's embrace, smiling mischievously. "Mom, I already bought some today. The sun protection items are packed in Lin Yi's car. As for clothes, I'll sort it out in the next few days when I have the time." The couple had no objections to her plan. "That sounds good. Once you finalize the arrangements and dates, just let us know. Bring plenty of clothes. Lin Yi's car has ample space. It should accommodate everything." "Absolutely. He even installed a luggage rack on the Range Rover today, and on the G-Class as well. So there will definitely be room for more luggage." Chapter 85. A Day in the Life of Cashier Lindong. "The G-Class? That kid bought another car?" Old Song looked at Song Wan in astonishment, unable to comprehend why one would purchase vehicles as if they were mere groceries. "Is that logical? It seems to be a tax evasion strategy. I've done some research on that policy. Indeed, companies can evade taxes by purchasing vehicles," Teacher Song interjected, finding no fault with it. "Sometimes, an individual's fortunes can change dramatically in just 2 to 3 years. Once they do, how much can they earn? To be honest, even those involved could not be certain." "Well, this kid does possess some talent," Director Song mused, feeling a mix of admiration and happiness. Perhaps in the future, as old Lin suggested, he could have a son-in-law and half a son, which seemed entirely reasonable. The next day, Lin Yi arrived punctually at old Nyo's vehicle modification shop in his G-Class, as if heading to work. Old Nyo, this vehicle needs a luggage rack too. While focused on servicing a black Range Rover, Nyoji suddenly looked up, astonished. Damn, you really came. Lin Yi deftly dodged the cloth hurled towards him, maintaining an air of calm nonchalance. Nyoji felt his teeth itch slightly. Truth be told, some individuals were indeed excessive. Got a smoke? Nyoji opened his mouth, and Lin Yi expertly placed a cigarette between his lips and lit it. How's that, boss? Meh, barely acceptable. Rest assured, both vehicles will be modified satisfactorily. By this afternoon, your Range Rover will be ready. As for the G-Class, you could drop by tomorrow afternoon or the day after, Nyoji said as he circled the G-Class, occasionally expressing his admiration with soft clicks of his tongue. Clearly, another man had succumbed to the allure of this vehicle. No man could resist a G-Class. Franklin thought it was quite impressive. I'll crash for lunch here, Lin Yi said, squatting on the steps and sharing a cigarette with Nyoji, unabashedly asking. Nyoji smirked. What could he say? You're quite the character, old Lin. Thanks for the compliment. For lunch, I want meat. Any kind will do, but beef is best. Thank you. You're really something. Nyoji rolled his eyes, spitting out the cigarette, but, in returning to his workshop to continue working, while he feigned disdain. The fact that Lin Yi was treating him to lunch was not something to be taken lightly. Wan, I'll cover lunch today, but could you satisfy my curiosity? Pseudo-Do, clad in a pink, fluffy dress with a doll collar and white Mary Jane shoes, looked like a delightful little cake. Now, this little cake was pestering Song Wan. Teacher Song's attire was simpler, consisting of a dark green satin slip dress paired with a loose, lightweight blazer and white sneakers, making her the most eye-catching figure on the mall's first floor. One was sweetly pink, the other exuded confidence. Dodo, didn't I tell you? Lin Yi and I were classmates. I can treat you to a meal. Teacher Song looked at Pseudo-Do, a teasing smile on her lips. Treating us to a meal? Don't act as if your teacher can't afford it. Dodo huffed, knowing it was only a matter of time. You won't say it, but when we go on our self-driving trip in a few days, I'll discover it myself. All right. Teacher Song chuckled and affectionately ruffled Pseudo-Do's hair. Teasing this pink little cake was always the most delightful. Wan, how many outfits are you bringing? One suitcase should suffice for clothes, toiletries, and daily necessities, right? Dodo, try to limit your collection of those quirky and adorable accessories. Though self-driving is more convenient. I know how many peculiar items you have. One suitcase should be enough. Songwon took a deep breath and began to organize Dodo's packing in advance. If she didn't intervene, Dodo would undoubtedly fill a suitcase with all sorts of oddities. Dodo huffed a couple of times, and since Wan said so, she reluctantly agreed. I'll bring a suitcase for clothes and such, but first, I need to buy a large suitcase. Dodo tugged at Songwon's hand, bubbling with excitement. As for Lin Yi, he was busy at the checkout counter. $15.80. Hey, can I have your member phone number? $37.60. Just give me $37.50. You want Furong Wong, right? Regular or king size? Clearly, Boss Lin was now moonlighting as a supermarket cashier, juggling both cashier and sales roles with great flair. The supermarket belonging to their family is bustling with activity every day, particularly during the lunch and dinner rush hours, when it is teeming with customers. As a small proprietor of the Jia Lu supermarket, Lin Yi instinctively emerges to assist regularly whenever he is at home. Meanwhile, Lin Wan occupies herself on the third floor, adjusting her mindset, perusing books, and revisiting various academic concepts, as her primary concern now revolves solely around the impending college entrance examination. Son, it's raining. Come help move things. Just after the lunch rush had concluded, the heavens seemed to take a turn for the worse, unleashing a torrential downpour. Outside the supermarket, crates of beverages lay stacked, and with the rain pouring, there was no time to lose. Lin Yi, accompanied by a group of employees, surged outside, each person hoisting 2 boxes for boxes and carrying them back into the store. Franklin, in particular, effortlessly darted around, lifting several boxes of drinks without a hint of discomfort. The physical enhancement bestowed upon him by Shanlong Mazhuang had indeed rendered him somewhat supermodel-esque, and he had visibly bulked up in recent days. His mother, always cheerful, observed this transformation, noting that neither lunch nor dinner had passed without meat in their household. As the rain began to pour in torrents, the world around seemed to be drowned out by the relentless sound of falling water. The streets were devoid of hurried pedestrians, and a faint earthy aroma began to permeate the air. Truth be told, Lin Yi had a fondness for rain, particularly the refreshing scent that follows, which invigorated his senses. Old Lin squatted on the steps, puffing on a cigarette, watching the curtain of rain with a sense of ease. While rain might impact the supermarket's profits, they had reached a point where occasional dips in revenue were manageable, especially since the family was planning a trip together, having come to terms with many things. After all, they had a fine eldest son. Is it that time for the college entrance exam again? And here comes the rain. If memory serves me right, it rained last year too, old Lin remarked with a chuckle. Lin Yi crouched beside his father, lighting a cigarette for himself. It poured heavily during my college entrance exams as well. I'm used to it now. Let Wan Wan rest these few days and prepare well for her exams. This is undoubtedly one of the most significant tests of her life. Don't worry, your mother and I have been through it ourselves. With you as our test subject back then, we've garnered some experience, old Lin said, a glimmer of pride evident on his face. So, Lin, he had become the family's seasoned expert in such matters. Very well. Have you and Mom packed your luggage for the trip? Old Lin inquired, puzzled. What luggage? I'll just take a couple of packs of cigarettes, a couple of lighters, and change of clothes. What more do I need? Lin Yi fell silent, realizing that, in a certain light, his father's logic was indeed sound, much like that of an old-fashioned boyfriend, direct and uncomplicated. Well, you'd best also bring a power bank, a charger, and a data cable. Oh, that's easy. We have all that at the supermarket, no problem. Once your sister finishes her exams, we can pack everything together. It's all good. Our big G has a luggage rack anyway, so bringing extra items won't be an issue. You could drive with Wan Wan, while your mother and I can fit more luggage in the back seat of the Land Rover. Huh. Old Lin had a plan in mind, since they had an extra passenger. He certainly wouldn't mind another. Besides, Lin Wan Wan was a girl worthy of trust. The Lin family was a reliable crew. All right, you call the shots. Lin, he took a couple of steps back, sensing the rain intensifying. Let us head inside to avoid catching a cold. Off we go, back to prepare for dinner. I suspect your mother's cooking is nearly ready. Running a supermarket is like that. It's rare to enjoy a meal on time, especially during busy hours. Of course, this applied to a supermarket operating under normal conditions. For the countless high school seniors preparing for their college entrance exams, this week felt like the swiftest passage of time in their lives. June 8th, outside Lishan High School, at 7 o'clock. The examination was set to commence at 9. Yet the area was already brimming with people. Are there any cars at the school entrance? No, most are parked around the vicinity. The main entrance is just a sea of people and traffic police. Old Lin and his wife, along with Lin Yi, moved like seaweed in the ocean, swept along by the crowd. As for the young lady from the Lin family, sitting for her exams, well, she had a designated waiting area, sheltered from the rain and shaded from the sun. Thankfully, it was an overcast day. Hey, it looks like it might rain. Yi, go grab an umbrella from the car. Your mother and I will head to that corner. Old Lin gestured towards a corner near the school entrance. Lin Yi nodded, battling against the flow of people, finding it quite the challenge. Indeed, it was an epic event, a true spectacle of humanity. After much effort, he located their vehicle, retrieved 3 umbrellas, and stood on the car step, gazing at the throng with a gulp. Just 2 words, too many people. The heat and crowd were overwhelming. He also grabbed a shoulder bag filled with bottled water and set off once more in search of his parents. Eventually, he arrived, drenched in sweat, at the designated corner his father had pointed out. Want some water? It's going to be a long wait. Drink sparingly, just wet your lips, or you'll be searching for a restroom. I bet the public toilets outside will have long queues. Old Lin unscrewed a bottle cap, first offering it to his wife. Embodying the ideal husband. Being a student or a studentess parent these days is no easy feat, Lin Ma remarked, settling onto a portable stool they had prepared in advance, reflecting on her thoughts. Lin Yi opted for simplicity, sitting on the steps and pulling out his phone to scroll through videos, aiming to pass the agonizing time. Having a high school student at home means enduring this ordeal at least once in a lifetime. To be candid, it was quite a test of patience. Lin even felt concerned when he spotted an ambulance arriving, only to see it whisk away a parent who had fainted from heat exhaustion. Ridiculous. At the entrance of Jia, the supermarket, a water station manned by volunteers. In contrast to the bustling crowd at Lishan High School, this area was relatively tranquil. Director Song, along with his family and 2 interns from their unit, lounged comfortably under a large umbrella, appearing quite leisurely. Occasionally, as someone passed by, the interns promptly offered bottled water. Well, it's not our own, Director Song remarked, observing the eager interns. If they're students or parents, then fine, but let us not hand out free water like it's nothing. He shot a glance at the interns and chuckled softly, knowing that he and Old Lin were friends, and perhaps their families would intertwine in the future. After all, this was practically their own water. Song Ma and Song Wan exchanged approving glances with Director Song, continuing their hushed conversation in a corner. Dear, perhaps before Wan Wan's English exam, you could help her brush up on some topics. A little last-minute revision can go a long way. Mom, Wanwan's English is quite good already. She just needs to maintain a positive mindset. Director Song sighed, unaware that others might mistake Lin Wan for his own sister. Little did he know the schemes of certain elementary school teachers, where adults were all plotting together. Ah, it's fine. These days, when you're free, come and keep Wan company. After all, you've experienced the college entrance exams yourself. Lin Yi has too. Smack. Song Ma gently patted Song Wan's shoulder. You're a teacher, after all. Lin Yi has been running around, shuttling his sister back and forth. It must be exhausting for him. Let young Lin take a break. Director Song smirked, noticing his wife's gaze. Yes, Wan, your mother's right. All right. Director Song finds himself at a bit of a loss. Very well. I shall heed your words. Once these few days have passed, I shall have Lin Yi treat me to dinner. Miss Song pouted slightly, her crimson lips gently bitten, enhancing their allure. The two interns, however, were bereft of such fortune. Cough. Cough. The daughter of Director Song, tisk tisk. They held no aspirations in that regard. Although Song Wan was undeniably beautiful, there were whispers within the office that she had a boyfriend. They had encountered him during their volunteer stint at the supermarket. Tisk, they truly could not compare. A luxurious G-Class vehicle was still parked in the lot. Chapter 87. A temporary family gathering at 7 in the evening, in front of the supermarket. A sleek black Range Rover glided smoothly into the parking space. Lin Wan was the first to leap out of the vehicle, radiating joy and exuberance. The family of 3 who had been waiting nearby instinctively smiled upon seeing the cheerful young girl. Wan, Sister Wan. The joy between the two girls upon their meeting was palpable, especially as they were about to embark on a journey together, sharing common interests. Uncle Song, Auntie, I've ordered dinner for tonight. It should arrive shortly. Let's enjoy a meal together, or else I'll have to cook when I get back. Indeed, listen to E. It's been ages since the two of us have dined together. Ha! Lin Yi was particularly straightforward, pulling Director Song along towards the house with enthusiasm. Lin Ma was equally eager, and even Lin Wan, despite having endured the rigors of a day filled with college entrance examinations, was undeterred in her mission to assist her elder brother in securing a suitable partner. Pray, finding a good sister-in-law would be a tremendous blessing for a younger sister. A poor choice? Congratulations, your brother's lost to you. On the second floor, 7 individuals gathered in the dining room, relishing their meal amidst lively conversation. Boss Lin, engrossed in his food, found it hard to believe that among the 7, they had unintentionally formed 3 distinct groups for conversation, leaving him out of the loop. Given the circumstances, he could only focus on his meal for now. Old Lin, your self-built home is truly comfortable, spacious, and far superior to those cramped apartments. It's like living in a birdcage, Director Song remarked, casting a slight envious glance at Old Lin. Absolutely. I want to be modest about it, haha. However, having a garden to plant flowers and plants would make it even better, Old Lin replied with a grin, already envisioning his idyllic retirement life. A quaint little garden, a bungalow, flowers, and pets. A rocking chair, a companion, curling smoke from the kitchen, and tranquil days. Ah, and a few grandchildren would make it even more delightful. Old Lin, you're not wrong. Once we retire, if we could enjoy such a life, it would truly be bliss. Song Ma mused, her imagination vividly painting a scene in her mind. To be fair, for Director Song's family, achieving this dream was not insurmountable. I adore keeping cats and dogs, but living in an apartment is terribly inconvenient, Miss Song chimed in. Lin Wan blinked, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Wait, judging by the conversation at this table, are they all ready to retire and live a secluded life in the mountains? Is that correct? How come I was unaware that so many Tao Yuan Mings were surrounding me? Sister, you're still young. You don't understand. Lin Yi chuckled, ruffling the young girl's hair. Lin Wan had grown accustomed to such gestures and merely accepted the affection. Anyway, with you as my brother, it's only a matter of time. If you can't secure a garden, I doubt anyone else can, Lin Wan mumbled, then returned to her meal. As for money matters, she had come to realize that her elder brother surpassed most in that regard. Wan, do you think if I were to reveal something now, it might affect your upcoming exams? Lin Yi asked, a playful smile gracing his face as he looked at his little sister. Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback. What could you possibly reveal that would grant me exemption from exams? As for your own business and earnings, there's no way that could impact me. My only task now is to focus on my exams, conquer the college entrance test, and then travel. Unless you're saying I can't travel. The young girl shot a cautious glance at her brother, sensing she should trust him as her elder brother wouldn't resort to such tactics. Lin Yi chuckled softly. Rest assured, I would never go back on my word. Then all is well. I'll leave you to your business, brother. The young girl appeared remarkably calm. As long as she could travel, everything else was negotiable. Even if she had to work for her brother in the future, that would be a trivial matter. Lin Yi quietly slipped away, though it was hardly discreet given the small gathering. However, no one seemed to mind. Before long, Lin Yi returned to the table with a stack of documents. "Brother, what are you carrying?" Lin nonchalantly replied, "Oh, just the contracting paperwork for the Straw Mountain in Jinjian. Didn't Dad mention wanting to retire? I just remembered that the place for retirement has long been prepared. Father, if you find it too lonely, just invite Uncle Song's family to join us." Old Lin and Old Song were momentarily stunned, while Lin Ma and Song Ma peered curiously. Song Wan, however, took the documents into her hands and began to review them. 70 years of leasing rights? Old Lin, you're truly in for a treat. What does this have to do with me? Did you not say you would join too? How could I possibly go? Who can predict the future? He chuckled. Miss Song's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly pulled Lin Wan away, while Lin Yi followed stealthily. It was unclear if it was merely the three departing that heightened the laughter from the second floor. Both Lin Yi and Song Wan were not naive. The intentions of both families were rather transparent, though they could not be openly stated. What truly mattered was the attitude of Lin Yi and Song Wan. Among the two, Lin Yi's stance was pivotal. Of course, Lin Yi had already formulated a plan. A lovely young wife, who would not desire such a thing. This summer road trip would present the perfect opportunity. He, Lin Yi, was fully prepared. All he needed was a suitable chance, and with a professional wingman. He anticipated no significant obstacles. Lin Yi mentally patted himself on the back for his cleverness. He genuinely intended to end his single life during this road trip. "Oh, Wan, you're taking on the role of cashier with Teacher Song." The young girl shot her brother a significant eye roll. Thankfully, she was full, or she might have ravaged the supermarket below. She would later hold her brother accountable for the expenses. Song Wan maintained her usual demeanor. Though a faint blush lingered on her cheeks, her naturally rosy lips shining radiantly under the bright lights, captivating all attention. "Teacher Song, have you eaten enough?" "Yes. I was just sharing some tips about the English exam with Wan." Lin Yi nodded enthusiastically, like an eager dog. Chapter 88. A Temporary Family Gathering 2. On June 9th, at 8 in the evening, at the top of the supermarket, an iron elongated barbecue grill was set up with 2 bags of charcoal prepared. Nearby, a round folding table was laden with skewers of lamb, beef, pork belly, vegetable skewers, grilled sausages, corn, and more. An extensive spread indeed. The supermarket was just downstairs. Anything lacking could be easily retrieved. There were also 2 cases of Budweiser and a pack of drinks. The preparations were impressively thorough. Lin Yi was tending to the barbecue grill, attempting to ignite the charcoal. "Hey, why won't it catch fire?" Suddenly, Boss Lin rose from his seat, cursing under his breath as he grabbed a fire hook to spear a sizable piece of fruitwood charcoal, preparing to head downstairs. "Brother, where are you going?" Lin Yi, seated at the round table alongside the younger Lin Wan, looked at her slightly flustered brother, both of their eyes twinkling with mirth. Boss Lin did not glance back, visibly impatient. "This wretched charcoal won't ignite. I'm going to light it with the gas stove downstairs." With that, he vanished from the top floor, leaving Song Wan and Lin Wan exchanging glances. "Don't mind him, Sister Wan. My brother is just a tad embarrassed in front of you. He couldn't even get the charcoal to catch fire. You know how it is." Lin Wan chimed in, sounding quite professional. Song Wan shook her head with a chuckle, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. I just find Lin Yi endearingly childlike at times." Song Wan's cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed on the corridor entrance, where a glimmer of light danced in her eyes. To be candid, Lin Yi's flustered demeanor had struck her as quite charming. She felt an urge to pull him into her embrace and give him a good squeeze. Lin Wan, somewhat perplexed by the adult's banter, shrugged her shoulders and resumed her skewer preparations. The sense of relief after the exams was indescribably gratifying. It was akin to emerging from a cage back into the embrace of nature. What a delightful sensation. Wan, the results will be released on the evening of the 23rd, right? "Yes, Sister Wan, don't worry. I am quite confident," Lin Wan replied, radiating positivity without a trace of concern for her exam results. Even in the unlikely event of a setback, she had ample alternatives to consider. Moreover, a top student like her was brimming with self-assurance regarding her performance. Song Wan smiled gently, her eyes curving beautifully. Having such a sister truly felt wonderful. Ha, it's on fire," Lin Yi exclaimed, lifting the fire hook with a piece of burning fruitwood charcoal still clinging to it, even before he reached the top floor. The sound of Franklin's triumphant laughter echoed through the space. "Rest assured, Sister Wan, my brother is in good spirits," Lin Wan explained with a beaming smile as she finished preparing a skewer of lamb. "Honestly, having such a brother can be a bit exhausting." "I understand. I can tolerate your brother's antics, Song Wan replied, carefully choosing her words, feeling that Lin Yi was becoming increasingly amusing. Oblivious to the conversation between the two, Lin Yi was wholly focused on the barbecue grill, busily tending to the food. They'll all be up shortly. I'm just sending off the last wave of customers. He reported to the girls, expertly flipping skewers, brushing them with oil, and sprinkling various seasonings, cumin, spicy, and everything in between. Before long, the rooftop was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, mingling with the distinctive scent of barbecuing, utterly mouth-watering. Little Lin's grilling skills are commendable. I can smell the deliciousness wafting from the corridor. Haha. It's been ages since I've had barbecue. Today is my lucky day. Don't flatter him too much. He has not one to bask in compliments. Old Song interjected. If you're dissatisfied, pass little Lin over to me. Our family wouldn't mind. Old Song is right. It would be perfect for little Lin to accompany our Wan Wan. Mr. and Mrs. Song's playful banter reached the ears of the trio on the rooftop where Lin Wan Wan. The professional wingwoman showed no sign of concern about her brother being taken away, only a silly grin on her face. As a professional wingwoman, could she possibly be unaware of the intricate dynamics at play? She might claim ignorance, but would others believe her? The four who had just ascended the stairs suddenly paused, as if an unspoken understanding had formed among them. Song Wan looked up, slightly perplexed. She sensed something was amiss, but it was glaringly obvious that something was indeed very off. Nonetheless, Song Wan was not overly concerned. How to describe it? A mutual willingness. She shot a glance at Lin Yi, who was still busy grilling, and thought to herself, anticipating when this silly boy would finally speak up. Wan Wan, how are you faring with your packing? Do you need any help? We should bring a good amount of luggage since our trip will last over a month. Lin Ma approached with freshly grilled skewers in hand, distributing a few to each girl. She felt that this was all meant to be. Andy, I'm all set. Dodo is as well. Great. In a couple of days, we'll set off promptly. I'll have Lin Yi drive to pick you up, and we'll all go together. We can place the luggage on a Range Rover, and let Lin Yi take you girls out to have fun. Your Uncle Lin and I will be the support vehicle. Lin Ma's gaze toward Song Wan grew increasingly warm. Song Ma chimed in cheerfully, finding the arrangement quite delightful. At the very least, the decades of friendship between her and Lin Yi's mother meant they knew each other well. Director Song and old Lin stood together at the corner railing, each enjoying a cigarette, feeling utterly at ease. Today is a splendid day for everyone to dine together. They won't be reprimanded for smoking. Director Song laughed heartily, his amusement floating in the evening breeze. Old Lin chuckled. Anything goes. The two of us aren't picky about driving. Next time, we should all go on a trip together. That would be splendid. We could also visit the Macao Mountain for a little adventure. As for the prospect of both families traveling together, that would depend on future opportunities. Haha. Old Song is absolutely right. The two exchanged knowing glances, while Lin Yi laughed sheepishly at Song Wan, even giving her a wink. Song Wan shot him a playful glare. Waiting. Brother, you better hurry up. Your progress is far too slow, both sluggish and amateurish. Chapter 89. Self-driving tour guide the next day. Song Wan Wan. Pseudo-do. How many times must I say it? My name is Song Wan. Call me by my name. Song Wan gazed in despair at Pseudo-do, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy regarding the impending trip. To be frank, Pseudo-do was truly the greatest source of chaos in her life. In normal circumstances? Well, under normal conditions, Pseudo-do was remarkably reliable, but honestly, when had her life ever been filled with so many normal situations? Pseudo-do grinned, reluctantly detaching herself from Song Wan. Wan Wan, you smell so lovely. Sandalwood in winter, gardenia in summer. Song Wan extended her right hand to press down on Pseudo-do's head, using her left hand to spin Dodo around a full 180 degrees. I truly owe you one. Come on, we need to finalize our shopping today. We'll do the same tomorrow. We must rise at 5 in the morning the day after tomorrow. As Lin Yi will come to pick us up? All right. Pseudo-do skipped alongside Song Wan, occasionally glancing at her. Today, Song Wan's outfit was particularly eye-catching. She wore a heavyweight silk cotton t-shirt on top, paired with a satin mid-length skirt that featured a side slit, subtly revealing her leg's contours with each step, accentuated by her sheer stockings. On her feet were strappy flat sandals, her toes glistening beneath the sheer fabric, lending an ethereal quality to her appearance. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry my Wan Wan in the future must be incredibly lucky. Pseudo-do linked her arm with Song Wan's as the two girls leisurely made their way towards the car. On such a scorching day, it was best to drive, as they certainly had that option. Let's go. Pseudo-do sat quietly in the car, retracting her claws from the thigh of Song Wan. Ah, yes, those were indeed her claws. Firstly, Pseudo-do did not harbor any romantic inclinations towards girls. She merely enjoyed teasing Song Wan. Secondly, Songwon was truly alluring to both genders, and Su-do-do maintained her innocence in this matter. Su-do-do, shouldn't you be making an effort to find a partner? Songwon remarked as she started the engine, driving towards Wanda Plaza. What are we buying? Oh, the delightful item adorning my legs, she replied, a devoted aficionado of stockings. As her close friend, Songwon shared this admiration. What? You claim you haven't worn any during winter? Well, that's obvious. I work as a teacher, for heaven's sake. How warm could a school possibly be? I'm not merely sitting in office. Su-do-do sighed at Songwon's question, lamenting the inability to find a suitable match. All right then. This girl manages to articulate the local dialect perfectly. In truth, Su-do-do was quite attractive and had a knack for fashion, though her stature was a slight drawback. Nevertheless, standing at 1.50 meters, she felt content with her appearance. However, it was all for naught. What about Lin Yi? Does he have any single friends? Su-do-do inquired, casting a hopeful glance at Songwon, who was unresponsive, her head stubbornly turned away. Do not be fooled. Songwon was well aware of Su-do-do's situation, a true dramatist. She was too lazy to engage. Lin Yi has some acquaintances in Rongcheng. Or what about Nyoji? Nyoji? Ah, another classmate of Su-do-do's. She clicked her tongue, dismissing the idea of Nyoji. No way, Won. My physique cannot endure such torment. Songwon rolled her eyes in exasperation. You little brat, get out of my way. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a supermarket, Lin Yi was diligently studying a map with his younger sister, Lin Won. Brother, you're being a bit unreliable. Lin Won shot a reproachful glance at her elder brother, who had forgotten to prepare for their road trip. With their departure imminent, she found herself roped into the task. Lin Yi paused momentarily, then sent her a red envelope containing 200 yuan via his phone. Brother, how did you know I love planning itineraries? I'm quite adept at this. Lin Won beamed at Lin Yi, practically ready to swear an oath. Indeed, money could make Lin Won enthusiastic, proving that ancient wisdom holds true. Lin Yi felt a surge of pride. His sister was growing up, becoming more responsible. Of course, he wouldn't exploit her for labor. We are siblings. Let us tackle this together. Thanks, brother. She cheerfully exclaimed, her gratitude evident. Lin Yi grinned widely, finding his sister's antics amusing. I'll handle the first leg of the itinerary, from Lushan to Kunming. Then I shall cover the stretch from Kunming to Dali. The siblings exchanged a glance, then bent over the supermarket rooftop, industriously working on their plans. Their itinerary began to take shape, a clockwise loop starting from Lushan, traversing through central Yunnan, western Yunnan, northwestern Yunnan, and southern Yunnan, before returning, an undertaking that would take approximately a month, perfectly organized. Brother, all set. Sister, I'm good too. After a long hiatus from writing, Lin Yi found himself slightly out of practice, lighting a cigarette as he leaned against the wall, exhaling clouds of smoke. Commencing their journey from Lushan, the first day would lead them straight to Jiaodong, covering about 350 kilometers, which would take 4 to 5 hours by car. We'll take the G85 Yinkan Expressway, right? Smart move, brother. Once we reach Jiaodong, we can find accommodations within the city. As for hotels, I assume your status requires no further deliberation from me? Lin Won teased. Lin Yi found no fault in her logic. They could finalize arrangements a day in advance. But they should also consider Songwon and her friends. No need to aim for the priciest options. Don't worry, sister, I understand. Oh, and one more thing. I'm craving Jiaodong's skewers. Lin Won cheekily leaned closer to Lin Yi, her smile as charming as ever. Fine, it's a deal, Lin Yi declared. Long live, brother. The young girl leapt with joy, radiating youthful exuberance. At her age, the absence of financial worries allowed for an exhilarating road trip, an essential aspect of life. Lin Yi felt it was all worth it. Spending money was inconsequential. He was not short on funds. With over 200 million in savings, why not ensure his sister's happiness? That will be the true waste of earnings. Brother, what about your itinerary? Lin Yi handed over a piece of scrap paper detailing the route from Jiaodong to Kunming. Chapter 90, Road Trip Itinerary 2. From Jiaodong to Kunming, take the G85 southbound. It should take a little over 4 hours, covering around 300 kilometers. Our family rarely embarks on collective travel, and we must see the spring city of Kunming. However, I've heard that there people ride electric scooters with reckless abandon, daring to challenge vehicles. I wonder if it's true. We must remain vigilant. Lin Yi stroked his chin, reminiscing about his previous visit, where he nearly met his demise at the hands of a swarm of electric scooters. They were indeed quite ferocious. He had only gone once and had never returned, as he was not very courageous. Lin Won chuckled, seemingly delighted by the thought. In the afternoon, we can stroll along the Hiking Dam at Dianchi Lake, gaze at the Zishan Mountains, and admire the scenery. I've heard the views in the spring city are quite splendid. We also need to stock up on supplies in the city and check the vehicle. After exploring Kunming, we'll head to Dali. Brother, I want to go. I know you do. I'm not leaving you behind. We also need to visit Tanchong, huh? The edge of the world. I'm interested in that too. We'll only spend 2 to 3 days in Jiaodong and Kunming, but in Dali and Tanchong, we can enjoy ourselves for a week. Rest assured, I'll cover all your expenses. Lin Yi proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride, as he was a wealthy man. The young girl beamed, bubbling with joy. The distance from Kunming to Dali is roughly 350 kilometers, still a 4 to 5 hour journey. Dali Ancient Town. The 3 pagodas of Chongshan Temple, driving around Erhai Lake, and visiting Songshan, all essential stops in Dali. Their vehicle would surely handle it without issue. However, upon entering the cloud of color, the weather can be unpredictable, so they must prepare winter clothing and medications. Nothing should be forgotten. Don't worry, brother. Our mom has already prepared everything. Our mom is indeed reliable. Lin Yi had immense faith in his mother's level of preparedness. If not for the limited space in their vehicle, she would have packed their entire supermarket. Brother, what about Tingchong? I've only seen it in books. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Yi, marveling at her brother's vast knowledge and experiences. Simultaneously, Lin Yi relished the admiration reflected in his sister's gaze. Chaoxiang and Shunye Ancient Town are even more pristine than Dali and Lijiang, the hot sea scenic area, where we can witness the big boiling pot and enjoy hot springs. Tell your friend Wan to prepare her swimsuit. I guarantee we'll have a blast. I want to buy one too. I'll ask our parents for sizes and get one for your friend Wan too, if she hasn't prepared anything. Lin Yi eagerly anticipated his teacher's swimsuit debut, and the volcanic geopark is equally impressive. Brother, you truly know so much. Lin Yi gently patted his younger sister's soft little head, grinning with delight. Rest assured, my dear Lin Wan, you will experience the same. The adoring gaze of his beloved sister was undeniably intoxicating. Brother, where shall we go after our adventure in Tengchong? Lijiang, perhaps? Of course, Lijiang and Luga Lake. The scenery along the way is simply breathtaking. Let us get to work on our itinerary without delay. Absolutely. The sibling duo diligently immersed themselves in their planning until twilight descended, finally completing their nearly month-long itinerary. Lijiang, Luga Lake, Shangri-La, Pu'er, Zishongbana, Yuxi, and Fuxian Lake, these destinations were meticulously arranged. Lin Yi's wrist began to feel a bit sore. It was a pity that since entering university, he had never exerted himself so diligently before. At the Jialu supermarket on the 2nd floor, their parents watched with beaming smiles as they enjoyed their meal, proud of their children's laborious efforts. In fact, the sum of their travels throughout their lives paled in comparison to this month's preparations. Even during dinner, they had forgotten their habitual phone checking. Honestly, with genuine entertainment at hand, who would prefer to be glued to their phones? Who indeed? Skiing, traveling, boating, and an array of recreational activities awaited them. Who in their right mind would choose to stare at a phone? Certainly not anyone. If everyone were financially free, who would willingly clutch a phone? Chuckling foolishly? Very well, let us proceed with the arrangements you two have made. After dinner, Lin's mother cheerfully added, I'll tidy up a bit later, preparing winter clothes and cold medicine. Her joy was sincere. To be honest, a month without the supermarket made her feel a bit uneasy. She couldn't help but think about the profits, whether they were more or less. But thankfully they had employees. However, what truly gave the couple confidence was not the staff, but the over 20 million in Lin Yi's bank account. For ordinary people, not to mention a lifetime, even 3 lifetimes would not suffice to amass such wealth. Mom, tomorrow I'm heading out with my brother to buy swimsuits. Then we can soak in hot springs at Rahai. Lin Wan was brimming with excitement, her short hair dancing in the air. Lin's parents exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly flushed with warmth. Haha, all right, we'll follow your brother's plans, old Lin declared, now that our son is taking the lead. What's wrong with us enjoying the fruits of his filial piety? After dinner, the couple oddly refrained from their usual chores on the 1st floor, while Lin Yi went downstairs to lend a hand. The two parents began counting the suitcases on the 2nd floor, 4 in total. It seemed a lot, but truthfully, once placed in the car, it hardly made a dent. Folding down the back seat of the Range Rover, the 4 suitcases were hardly noticeable, especially since the vehicle was equipped with a luggage rack. Even with the addition of Songwan and Su Do's bags, the space was more than ample. Not to mention, they also had a G-Class. Thus, there was plenty of room. Lin even packed several tents, all neatly stowed in the G-Class's additional luggage compartment. 3 tents for 6 people, more than sufficient. On the 2nd floor, in Lin Wan's bedroom, the young girl was animatedly video calling Songwan. Sister Wan, my brother said there are hot springs in Tengchong. It would be a shame not to soak in them while we're there. We plan to buy swimsuits tomorrow. Do you and Dodo want to join us? If so, my brother can drive you. Chapter 91. The day before departure the following day, at 8 in the morning, outside the Ang community. It was the day before their self-driving trip. A sleek black G-Class silently appeared and parked in a nearby spot. Lin Yi and Lin Wanwan stepped out of the vehicle. Waiting for others. Have we checked the car? Lin Wanwan asked. Don't worry, I had it checked when we installed the luggage rack. Everything is in perfect order. I'll fill up the tank before heading home today. Dad has already filled up the Range Rover. It's ready to go. Lin Yi reassured her. The young girl, embarking on her first journey, had many thoughts. Lin Yi was hardly surprised by her concern. Before long, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared. The shorter one was an adorable girl in pink, wearing white knee-high socks, while the tall one was undoubtedly Teacher Song, clad in a loose, lightweight denim shirt with rolled-up sleeves, paired with a tank top underneath, exuding a relaxed vibe. Her high-waisted A-line skirt and bare boots, along with nude stockings, made her quite the eye-catching sight. Lin Yi found her appearance delightful. As for the girl beside Song Wan, she must be Su Do Do, also adorable in her pink attire. Teacher Song. Song Wan smiled, waving with one hand. Driver Lin is here. Su Do Do pouted, feeling the atmosphere was somewhat charged. Particularly uncomfortable for someone like her who was single. In a moment of distraction, she and Lin Wanwan exchanged glances and instinctively nodded at one another. Lin Wanwan. Su Do Do. Su Do Do dashed over, grabbing Lin Wanwan's hand and swiftly abandoning Song Wan. Lin, he was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens. Who knew a pink whirlwind would suddenly charge at his sister? Teacher Song, your friend seems a bit exuberant. Song Wan nodded knowingly. You'll get used to it. Amidst the hustle, Lin Wanwan winked at her brother and hurried off with Su Do Do to the back seat. Lin he could only sigh, realizing that his sister's social skills were flourishing. He decided that all electronic devices for his sister when school started would be his responsibility. Song Wan expertly stepped onto the electronic pedal and smoothly slid into the passenger seat. Driver Lin, we're ready to set off. Seated in the driver's seat. Lin, he had no objections, glancing back at the two chattering girls in the rear. The vehicle roared to life. Its V8 engine delivered formidable power as they gracefully descended the curb. For this trip, Lin, he had even swapped the tires for Mickey Thompson 80's B3. And the spare was the same. The cost of changing to these tires? Well, the fuel consumption had increased a bit, but Lin, the owner, was indifferent to such concerns. Are we really departing in this car tomorrow? The G-Class, I can't believe it'll be my first ride in it. I'm so lucky to be with our Teacher Song. Su Do Do exclaimed from the back seat, her excitement palpable. Lin Wanwan and Su Do Do seemed to resonate perfectly, chattering away animatedly. Coach Lin, what time are we leaving tomorrow? 5 o'clock? We'll depart at 5 and estimate we'll reach your community by 5:30. After all, we still need to load some luggage today, and we'll pack yours once we arrive. I anticipate our official departure will be around 7, Lin Yi replied, deftly steering into the left turn lane while muttering a few words of frustration at a taxi trying to cut in. He didn't roll down the window. It was purely for his own relief to vent. The other three in the car immediately chimed in. After all, they were all in the same vehicle. Should they encounter an irritable driver, it would be unjust to remain silent and risk being scolded. Tomorrow, our destination is Jiaodong. I've been craving Jiaodong skewers for quite some time, and Wanwan feels the same. Haha, we should arrive by noon. After dropping our luggage at the hotel, we'll head out for dinner. The two young women had no objections to the arrangement. Their primary concern was the delectable taste of the Jiaodong skewers. After all, who doesn't relish the opportunity to savor exquisite cuisine? The faint fragrance of gardenias wafted through the car, effortlessly soothing the irritations accumulated from the journey. I must also purchase 2 walkie-talkies. Haha, as we were traveling in 2 vehicles, having a walkie-talkie would be more convenient than making phone calls, which would be rather cumbersome. Upon entering Wanda, Lin Yi patted his head, turning to the 3 ladies. You all go buy swimsuits. Ahem, I won't tag along. Wan, remember to buy swimsuits for our parents. I'm off to get the walkie-talkies. Brother, what size do you wear? Just give me some beach shorts, size XL. Got it. Mom should have given you the Wanda card from last time. Go on and use it. The young girls were quite elated, with one pulling Song Wan and the other tugging at Su Do Do, as the trio hurriedly departed. We still have some money left on the last car manager Wang gave us. After all, it contained 30,000 yuan. No need to spend it all at once. Not to dwell on Lin Yi's somewhat solitary venture to buy walkie-talkies, particularly when 3 joyous ladies were in high spirits, who would pay attention to a lone man. Wan, what is the deal with that card? Su Do Do inquired, holding a card she had never encountered before. She was well-versed in prepaid cards, but this one seemed peculiar. Lin Wanwan chuckled, linking her arm with Song Wan. Sister Dodo, this was gifted by the manager here. Lin Yi is a shareholder of this place. Songwon winked at Su Do playfully. Su Do was momentarily taken aback, then smacked her lips. Wan what? You really eat well. Songwon's face flushed slightly. Oh, I forgot you haven't eaten yet. Hee hee. Su Do mischievously jumped up, attempting to flee, but was promptly caught by Teacher Song. Wan, I was wrong. No, you're not wrong. I'm sending you off today in an outdoor supplies specialty store. Lin Yi was meticulously selecting items, determined to purchase the finest. Quality, after all, often comes with a price, though it doesn't always equate to expense. Yet time is certainly a cost he was unwilling to waste. I'll take 2, no, for walkie-talkies, the most expensive ones. Lin Yi confidently pointed to a walkie-talkie priced at over 3,000 yuan. That one. 4? That is not overly expensive. The shop attendant beamed. Please hold on. I'll prepare them for you. Wait, please explain how this works first. I'll pay you, no need to rush. Chapter 92. The day before departure after securing the walkie-talkies, Lin Yi prepared to leave. Mr. Lin? A familiar voice called out, and as Lin Yi stepped outside the store, he was pleasantly surprised to see an old friend. Haha, Manager Wang, what a coincidence. Mr. Lin is joking. I come here daily to inspect the store. What brings you here? Oh, I'm planning a self-driving trip tomorrow, so I'm buying a few walkie-talkies for the road. Then I wish you a pleasant journey, Mr. Lin. Thank you for the kind words. After a brief conversation, Lin Yi set off on his quest to find the girls. Manager Wang, who is that? The camping store manager appeared curiously beside Manager Wang, one of our shareholders at Wanda. Though his share is modest, at his age, it's quite impressive. What were we doing at that age? Impressive indeed. But enough about him. How are things on your end? Quite well, that Mr. Lin just spent over 10,000 yuan on 4 walkie-talkies, haha. For him, money holds little value. The truly valuable things cannot be quantified by price. Will you be renewing your lease here next year? Of course, Manager Wang. When you have some free time, I'd like to treat you to a meal. It's been ages since we've dined together. Sound good? When Lin Yi finally located the 3 young women, they had completed their shopping and were now waiting outside a milk tea shop for their drinks, carrying an assortment of bags. He smoothly accepted the bags, testing their weight. Not too heavy, excellent. Do you two still need to buy anything else? We need some essential medicines. Otherwise, we're all set. We've already stocked up on snacks. Wan chimed in. Yes, right. We'll go buy medicine this afternoon. The girls were thorough in their preparations. All right, let us have lunch first. After we eat, we can continue shopping. Lin Yi glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 11 o'clock. One cannot shop on an empty stomach. To be honest, Lin Yi was filled with anticipation for this self-driving trip. It was just about taking the family out to unwind. More importantly, he could surely keep up with his blind box collection. With Song Wan joining the journey, he anticipated a delightful collection spree. Moreover, there were rewards for covering a set distance. Simply put, he could enjoy both profit and entertainment. What more could he ask for? Coach Lin, I'll leave the accommodation arrangements for this trip to you. Please remember to keep track of the expenses. The 2 of us will reimburse you. Song Wan looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression. Lin Yi smiled. Certainly, I want to aim for the most expensive options. After all, old Lin would frown upon that. Haha. He did not refuse Song Wan's request, and Su Do had no objections either. It was only natural for everyone to manage their own expenses on a group trip, and neither of them were the type to take advantage of others. Moreover, they had discussed that they would contribute to fuel costs as a gesture of goodwill. That sounds great. By the way, how far is our trip? Su Do asked curiously. Lin Yi held up a hand. Approximately 5,000 kilometers, not too far. For him, it was hardly a concern. With a reward of 10,000 Waxia coins per kilometer, he almost wished the distance were longer. Given that he could earn money while traveling, Lin Yi felt that even a modest profit was acceptable. No big deal. That's quite far for someone like Su Do, who couldn't drive. This distance seemed rather daunting. If you get tired on the road, just let me know and I can take over for a bit, Song Wan offered kindly, eliciting smiles from both Su Do and Lin Wan. Don't worry, it's not a one-time endeavor. We'll manage 300 to 400 kilometers a day. It'll be a breeze. As for old Lin, he'll be fine. Mom could drive too. The 3 of us will be more than sufficient. Swapping out in the Range Rover will be adequate. Lin Yi wouldn't need to swap drivers. Why throw away money unnecessarily? Not a chance? Absolutely not. Even without the system's reward enhancements, he could easily manage 50 million. No problem whatsoever. In the evening, the G-Class returned to the parking lot at the Jialu supermarket, bringing home the day's bountiful harvest. The items remained in the car, except for the swimsuits for his parents, which he felt obliged to show them. Upon entering the supermarket, he found his parents absent. After chatting with the staff, he learned that they had gone out shopping. His mother was eager to try cooking during the road trip, not out of frugality, but simply to explore a different experience. That's wonderful. If Mom enjoys it, why not let her prepare some meals for our travels? Absolutely. I'd love to eat Mom's cooking while traveling. Lin Wanwan's grin stretched from ear to ear, her excitement growing as the departure time approached. Brother, let us head upstairs to double-check our luggage. We can't afford to forget anything. By the way, do we really need to bring down jackets? As you ascend the mountain, you will come to realize that without a down jacket, one simply cannot endure the chill. Is the Yulong Snow Mountain merely a name? The young girl chuckled softly and dashed upstairs in a flash. Lin Yi, however, chose to remain on the first floor, assisting with the tasks at hand. After all, an extra pair of hands could alleviate the burden on his fellow employees. As for whether their extended absence would pose any issues, the supermarket faced no such concerns. On one hand, the staff were seasoned veterans. On the other, Director Song and his wife often came by to lend a watchful eye. Everything was perfectly fine. Welcome back. You too. What treasures have you brought in those bags? Around 7 in the evening, Lin's parents returned to the supermarket, cheerfully laden with numerous bags. Old Lin raised a bag, proclaiming, "Our dinner, and your mother has also procured some long-lasting ingredients. Shall we load them into the car? Let's load them. It saves us the hassle of doing it all over again tomorrow. We must rest early tonight. After all, tomorrow marks the first day of our self-driving tour," Old Lin said, rubbing his hands together with an expression of eager anticipation. A man, at heart, remains a youth until his last breath. This is how it should be, and indeed this is how it is. If one had the capacity to escape the confines of a mere 3-foot square, one might ask who would willingly choose to be trapped within such limitations. The world is vast. Who wouldn't yearn to explore it? Chapter 93, Depart. Depart. Relish the splendid moments of travel. At 4:30 in the morning, Lin Yi awoke promptly, his eyes opening wide as he began to rise, donning his attire and preparing himself. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yi appeared in the second-floor living room, brimming with vitality. Lin Dad, Lin Mom, and Lin Wanwan were all in a similar state, exuberant and lively. Perhaps they would catch up on sleep during the journey, but their current excitement was undiminished. "Son, come and have some porridge. It will surely perk you up." Lin Mom beamed at the sight of her eldest son's awakening. Old Lin and Lin Wanwan had already commenced their meal, savoring every bite. "All right, after breakfast, let's have your dad head outside to load the luggage. Once we're all set, we'll head out to pick up Wanwan." Lin Mom, vibrant and rosy-cheeked, began organizing the plans. "I'm on it. Just let me finish eating, haha." Old Lin set down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and cheerfully descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Old Lin stealthily approached the tobacco counter, chuckling as he retrieved his pre-prepared cigarettes and fishing gear before stepping outside. The cigarettes were already paid for, and fishing gear? How could one venture out without fishing? He pressed the button for the rolling shutter door, which whirred up. Yet the morning breeze did not faze Old Lin in the slightest. He had already donned his jacket. This trip was destined for leisurely exploration and culinary delights, and maintaining good health was paramount. With a snap, Old Lin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, invigorated even further, and jubilantly retrieved the keys to the Range Rover, opening the trunk to begin loading their belongings. Though their family's luggage was considerable, along with some camping gear, it was no challenge for the spacious Range Rover. Not to mention, the roof rack was also filled to the brim. After securing the luggage, Old Lin closed the trunk, leaned against the car, and enjoyed a cigarette while gazing at the starry sky of Lushan, his heart filled with unparalleled joy. After so many years, he had not anticipated that he, Old Lin, would have the opportunity to embark on a self-driving adventure. And best of all, he didn't have to worry about a single thing, simply reveling in freedom. With such a wonderful son, he truly felt fortunate. The supermarket's first floor was already illuminated, as Lin Mom was followed by her 2 children heading outside. Old Lin quickly discarded his cigarette and joyfully approached them. Get in, we're ready to set off." At that moment, Old Lin's middle-aged physique radiated a youthful vigor. Lin Mom smiled, patting Old Lin's arm. "Let us hop in. We're heading to Eng Community first." "Mom, I'm off to find my brother." "Don't worry, Lin Wanwan will surely remember her mission." Lin Yi went to drive, while Lin Wanwan stood beside their parents, striking a playful salute. "All right, go help your brother. Haha, he's no match for his father's efficiency." Old Lin puffed out his chest and looked down on his son with a smirk. Lin Mom rolled her eyes. Old Lin was always so irreverent. Yet, Old Lin spoke the truth. In matters of finances, he could not compete with his son. However, when it came to relationships, Lin Mom had much to say. Lin Wanwan giggled, flitting toward the G-Class like a joyful little bird, ensuring the back seat was her domain while leaving the front passenger seat free. Moreover, when Su Dodo arrived, Lin Wanwan would undoubtedly leap to usher her into the back, ensuring that the front passenger seat was reserved for her sister Wanwan. Perfect. Both vehicles roared to life, the engine's symphony captivating Lin Yi and old Lin in the driver's seats. The internal combustion engine, an everlasting marvel. The G-Class and the Range Rover glided through the night towards Angle Community. At the entrance of Angle Community, Song Won's family of 3, along with Su Do, awaited their arrival, though they had only just descended. For beams of light were conspicuous in the darkness. "They're here, haha." Old Lin is punctual as always. Director Song was in high spirits, as was Song Mom. Though they had been somewhat worried about their daughter embarking on this journey, their concerns dissipated now. With a close family friend accompanying them, they felt entirely at ease. The two vehicles came to a halt, and everyone disembarked. After exchanging greetings, old Lin and old Song retreated to a corner for a smoke, while Su Do was swiftly pulled into the back seat of the G-Class by Lin Wan. And Lin Yi assisted Song Wan in loading luggage into the trunk, while the two mothers shared laughter. "When we return, we'll bring you some delicious mushrooms from Yunnan. I'll be waiting eagerly for that." "No problem. Let us have a family feast when we're back. Drive slowly on the road. Be safe." The conversation between Lin Mom and Song Mom revolved primarily around food, which was entirely reasonable. After more than 10 minutes, the two vehicles departed Angle Community, with Director Song and his wife watching as they left, while the older couple turned back toward the community. "Who would have thought we could enjoy a little couple last time? Hurry back. Get some sleep. You still have work tomorrow?" Song Mom shot a glare at her husband, swatting his hand away. Just looking at Song Won's beauty was enough to reveal the lineage of her parents. The Song family was indeed a trio of handsome and beautiful individuals. Director Song chuckled as he accompanied his wife home. "Ah yes, this is my wife's concern." "What climbing?" He pretended not to hear. Inside the G-Class, Lin Yi occupied the driver's seat, with Song Wan in the passenger seat, while Su Do and Lin Wan chattered excitedly in the back. "Tired? Who is tired?" "Not tired at all. Are we headed to Jiaodong today, Coach Lin?" "Precisely. We should arrive in Jiaodong around 10, making stops at service areas to stretch our legs and use the restroom. By the time we reach Jiaodong, it will be close to mealtime." Lin Yi inhaled the faint fragrance of gardenias wafting through the car, feeling elated. Traveling with beauty is indeed a delightful experience. "I'll be your competent co-pilot." Song Wan chuckled, pulling out her phone to study the map. The role of the passenger seat was not particularly demanding, merely keeping an eye on the map. However, this was their first self-driving adventure, and Song Wan took it quite seriously. Although the passenger seat was not strictly necessary, Lin Yi did not object. Compared to the mechanical voice of the map, he preferred the alluring tone of Song Won's voice. Moreover, his peripheral vision caught glimpses of her outfit for the day, an ensemble embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman, and most importantly, she wore black stockings. How could one not adore that? "Teacher Song, here is the walkie-talkie for you. If there are any matters concerning Lao Lin and the others, we can communicate through it. My mother should be operating the walkie-talkie on that side. Haha, once we hit the highway, if we need to stop at a service area, we can easily communicate via the walkie-talkie, which is much more convenient than using a mobile phone." Chapter 94, On the Road. "Son, your father says the national road is ahead, so drive slowly." Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in Song Wan's hand crackled to life, but the passengers in the car were not startled. Instead, they turned their curious gazes towards the device. Teacher Song pressed the talk button, extending her left hand towards Lin Yi's chest, to which Lin Yi responded with a grin. "This Teacher Song is quite something. Received, received. Oh, this thing is indeed convenient. No need to reply." Lin Ma exclaimed in surprise, not forgetting to remind Lin Yi not to respond. Teacher Song retracted her left hand and held the walkie-talkie once more. "Teacher Song is quite observant," Lin Yi remarked as he turned the steering wheel onto the 348 National Road, intending to head to Jiaodong. From Lushan, they couldn't directly access the highway. They had to drive for over 10 kilometers on the national and provincial roads before they could finally get onto the Longhan Expressway, which would set them on the right track. As for the toll fees along the way, well, both cars were equipped with ETC, so they could swipe freely. Teacher Song shot a glance at someone in the car. As the co-pilot, I certainly cannot let the driver worry. Her gentle, authoritative voice flowed like smooth silk, caressing the ears like a spring breeze. Hey, Sister Daodu, stop it." In the back seat, Su Daodu began to tease, but Lin Wan, the professional foil, would not allow Su Daodu to ruin the mood. She pulled out a piece of hard beef jerky from her bag and shoved it directly into Su Daodu's mouth. Ugh. Poor girl was left gasping. Lin Yi couldn't hold back his laughter, exclaiming, Wan, you brought our dad's Xinjiang beef jerky with you." The little girl huffed a couple of times, sitting upright in the back seat, wearing a proud expression. Song Wan turned her head and shot a glance at Su Daodu. "Daodu, go ahead and chew. Uncle Lin's beef jerky is the real deal. You're in for a treat." Initially still gasping, Su Daodu extended her tongue to lick the beef jerky, her eyes sparkling with delight as she held it tightly in her hands, exclaiming in excitement. Lin boss, hearing the gnawing sounds from the back, fell silent. Well, whoever marries this girl in the future will surely be blessed. By the way, our car doesn't have a refrigerator, but I brought a cooler in the trunk. When the partition drops, you can grab whatever you want to drink. Coke, Sprite, Fanta, Mirinda, we have it all. When it comes to road trips, Lin boss is a seasoned veteran. Although the G63 doesn't have a refrigerator, I can manage with a cooler, he added. Why doesn't this car, which costs more than a Range Rover, have a refrigerator? The girl's tone was full of disbelief. In fact, not only she, but all three girls were somewhat puzzled. However, it is a G-Class after all. Lin Yi gently patted the steering wheel, chuckling, it's purely an off-road vehicle, with no frills. But that certainly wouldn't hinder your drinking, right? If worst comes to worst, there's service areas. During their conversation, both cars had already merged onto the Longhorn Expressway, instinctively accelerating. Not to mention the Range Rover trailing behind. Even the G-Class itself, with its heart of steel, was beginning to awaken. Steady and powerful. The allure and roar of the internal combustion engine were irresistible to any man. Aerodynamics? Apologies, but a real man believes in brute strength yielding miracles. The roar of the V8 engine wasn't overly clear inside the car. After all, it was a luxury vehicle worth millions, and poor sound insulation would be quite embarrassing. Yet, Lin Yi seemed to hear every detail with acute clarity. Overtaking, maneuvering, and then overtaking again. Every action was incredibly smooth. This beast showed its fangs only to others. But before its owner, it became increasingly obedient. Mom, the Guaning rest area is ahead. Tell the dad to stop there for a break. There's no gas station before the Guaning rest area, so we need to refuel there. The walkie-talkie in the Range Rover suddenly crackled, and Lao Lin, who was driving, nodded gently. Lin Ma pressed the talk button. Got it, dear. We'll stop at the Guaning rest area for a break. Understood. Our son has matured quite a bit. Haha, he considering all these details. I was planning to inform him about it myself. Lao Lin continued driving, seamlessly chatting with his wife. Lin Ma felt a swell of pride as she reached into the armrest compartment to grab a water cup, taking a sip. Aren't you thirsty? Not thirsty. I'll drink when we get to Guaning, he replied. How much fuel does this car consume? Not too much, but certainly more than before. Our Chevrolet barely consumes 6 or 7 liters, but this Range Rover? It's got to be around 15 or 16 liters. Lin Ma remarked. That G-Class of our son S is probably heading for 20 liters. Haha. Lin Ma was quite open-minded, believing that one gets what one pays for. Besides, he certainly wasn't worried about gas money. As she spoke, she pulled out a fuel card from the armrest, glancing at it with a raised brow. Your son said this card has 20,000 in it. What a rascal. When we get back, I want one for my Lincoln too. Though Lao Lin grumbled playfully. The happiness was evident on his face. What could he do? His son was capable. Having such a spirited son can sometimes be a mixed blessing for Lao Lin. At the Guaning rest area, the G-Class and Range Rover parked in succession without drawing much attention. Even though they were luxury cars, it was still the case. In the age of the internet, information is abundant, and netizens can easily access substantial news online. In real life, even if luxury cars appear beside you, people would merely admire them a few times, maybe gather around to check them out, but that would be the extent of it. Shall we go for a stroll? Yes. Let's go. Teacher Song replied, opening the car door. A breath of freedom brushed against Song Wan's cheek, the gentle breeze tooling her long hair. And the soft rays of early sunlight spilled down, as if the sun were never stingy with its warmth towards her. Dad, I need to go to the restroom. How was the driving? Are you tired? Oh, I'm fine. I'm used to driving. How about you? Lao Lin grunted. Don't worry, I'm better than you. Kid, the group of women following the two men chuckled softly at their banter. The duo was genuinely amusing. Song Wan gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yi's silhouette, a smile gracing her lips, radiating warmth. Su Daodu tugged at Lin Wan. Oh, you might have a new sister-in-law soon. Too bad it's not you. Lin Wan tilted her head, glancing at the rosy-cheeked Su Du, who blinked back at her. Su Daodu rolled her eyes. I dislike talking to smart people. Nevertheless, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Besides, in your brother's eyes, I might as well be a stranger. No, Sister Daodu. You're Wan's best friend, so you still hold some weight in my brother's eyes. Chapter 95. In Jiaodong, I'll go get some hot water. Lao Lin returned to the car, pulling out his cup, tossing in some tea leaves, and cheerfully headed towards the service area's hot water room. Perhaps as one ages, the desire for a warm drink becomes ever more persistent. Lin Yi leaned against the car, looking relaxed and at ease. It was the first day of their road trip, and they had barely driven half the distance. He had already collected 2 blind boxes. To be honest, he felt that his dog system was not comprehensive. Aside from the initial time when the system bestowed him with this function, The first blind box was granted, but the subsequent ones were utterly ridiculous. Whenever Lin, was driving, the blind box simply never appeared. As it turns out, the first appearance was merely to provide a demonstration for that Lin individual. Casting an inadvertent glance at Teacher Song, it was evident that those black stockings had an undeniable charm. The trio of Song Wan, Su Do Do, and Lin Wan emerged from the service area, their laughter and playful banter revealing their buoyant spirits, especially since they were not the ones driving. "Would you like to fetch some hot water?" Lin Yi inquired. The three girls paused momentarily before shaking their heads in unison to indicate their refusal. "Look at that. Young people seldom drink it." Before long, old Lin appeared with a thermos, cheerfully settling into the vehicle. "Ready to go?" "Absolutely, off to Jiaodong." The father and son exchanged a brief communication, started the vehicle, and re-entered the expressway. Go, let's set off." Lin Wan cheered joyfully from within the car, bubbling with excitement. Su Do Do leaned against the window, scrutinizing the sights outside. We'll soon be entering Yunnan province. Curiosity is entirely natural. Lin Yi, what delightful culinary treasures does Jiaodong offer? Zayatong skewered meat and Tamma herbal pot chicken. These are must try. The pot chicken is even medicinal. Lin Yi responded eagerly. As for attractions, I apologize, I can't recall, and I'm not very informed. But when it comes to food, that's a different matter. Sister Wan, we could visit Disanbayo for sightseeing, but our timing is a bit off. The blackneck cranes appear from October to April, and they are currently absent. However, there's still the Jaegong Mountain Grand Canyon and the Plateau Meadows in Disanbayo. We could also explore the ancient city of Jiaodong for some local snacks. As the young lady spoke on, her hunger grew, prompting her to tear open a bag of chips and start munching, with Su Do Do quickly joining in. Teacher Song, glancing back at the two who were almost in a food fight, felt a momentary daze. To be honest, she never expected to see Su Do Do so animated. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, driving with enthusiasm. Why? He had just hit a blind box again. He had a premonition that this road trip with Song Wan would yield abundant treasures from his blind boxes. The lottery aspect seemed trivial. The quantity of blind boxes would far outweigh their quality. Besides, who says blind boxes don't contain good finds? In an hour, we'll arrive in Jiaodong. Is anyone in need of a restroom break? If so, just let me know. Lin Yi, glancing at the highway signage, appeared incredibly spirited. They were indeed nearing Jiaodong. Driving could indeed spur hunger. He was particularly craving Zatong's skewered meat and Tiama pot chicken, mainly due to his own hunger. No need. Let us maintain our momentum. Su Do Do struck a pose in the back seat resembling Ultraman in flight, which appeared somewhat juvenile. Song Wan sighed softly, reporting their travel progress to Director Song via her phone. It wasn't a constant update, but at the very least, they should inform home upon reaching a destination to alleviate any worries. She also sent a message to Su Do Do's family in Jiaodong at a quaint little guest house. Indeed, Lin Yi had reserved a charming, economical guest house, which was certainly affordable when divided among so many. You two can settle in comfortably. With our group size, this guest house is the best choice, plus it's very tranquil. A mere 10-minute walk from the little courtyard leads to Yumeng town, where we can explore this afternoon. Lin Yi, seated on a swing in the courtyard, announced, the barbecue skewers from Jiaodong are on their way, freshly grilled and ready to eat. If anyone needs to clear out their memory storage, now's the time. The group was momentarily stunned. They had anticipated going out for a meal, not realizing food would be delivered to their doorstep. Nevertheless, it was quite agreeable. I'm here to enjoy myself. Haha. Whatever my son decides goes. Old Lin chuckled, settling onto a stump and lighting a cigarette, savoring a delightful puff. Song Teacher and Su Do Do thought little of it. Since the food was being delivered, they would head in to tidy up the rooms. Lin Ma and Lin Wan followed suit, also attending to their chores. Here you go. Old Lin tossed a cigarette to Lin Yi, who grinned widely and promptly lit it. A cigarette from his own father was a must to smoke. Son, this guest house you found is remarkably nice, even a 2-story courtyard. We can't even fill all the rooms. Old Lin laughed heartily. It's hardly expensive. Let us enjoy ourselves however we please. Don't fret about the costs. We agreed on that before departing. Old Lin snorted, puffing up his chest. Do you think I'm worried about you? Not a chance. I'm more concerned about myself. After all these years, I've yet to see an 8-digit savings account. I'm the one who feels the pinch. Old Lin smacked his lips, delightfully seated on the stump, leaning against an unfamiliar tree trunk, legs crossed. His eyes half closed in utter relaxation. Son, do you think the scenery at that straw-thatched mountain will be even better? Lin Yi smirked. He had never been there. Of course, we have a 70-year leasing right. However you wish to renovate, it is entirely up to you. Really? Lin Yi shrugged. What can you do, blow up the mountain flat? That's impossible. Then feel free to renovate as you wish. I want to build a grand villa. That's generally not permitted. Understood. I'll begin researching soon. Old Lin chuckled, promptly starting to search online for similar information. A row of women stood on the second floor, all declaring that one must ascend to broaden their horizons. They too intended to give it a try. Unfortunately, the beautiful vistas were not easily discernible from within the city. Chapter 96, in Jiaodong 2. Tomorrow, we plan to visit Disanbao, where the scenery should be even more splendid, and on the third day, we'll head straight to Kunming. The sights there are expected to be even better. Lin Wan pulled out her phone, reviewing her travel itinerary while sharing the plans for the next 2 days with the group. How long does the drive take? 64 kilometers, just over an hour. That's manageable. Disanbao is a nature reserve. Yes. Let's have my brother take some photos for us. Lin Wan was quite excited. My brother just bought a camera, perfect timing. As a younger sister, she knew as much about her elder brother as their parents did. After all, they were peers, weren't they? The women on the second floor chatted and laughed, inhaling the refreshing, slightly cool air, feeling as if the shackles of burden were gradually lifting. Suddenly, 3 unfamiliar faces appeared in the courtyard. Ah, it seems Lin Yi has arranged for some on-site service. Cough, cough. Jiaodong skewered meat. Wan, shall we go buy some drinks? Pseudo Do looked at Song Wan, her serious demeanor indicating that she was quite capable when it mattered. Song Wan nodded with a sense of gratitude, akin to a mother witnessing her daughter's maturity. Lin Ma did not object. She could see that both girls were well-mannered. And besides, purchasing beverages wouldn't cost much. Brother, Wan and her friends are going out to buy things. Remember to accompany them and keep them safe. Lin Wan bounced on the second floor like a sprite. Whatever it is, it must be a protective escort. Done. Lin Yi promptly got up from the swing, walking alongside the 2 girls as they headed outside. His sister was indeed correct. Safety was paramount when venturing out. Once the 3 departed, old Lin gave his daughter a thumbs up from the courtyard. The young girl beamed with joy. Lin Ma was already busy inspecting the barbecue grill, eyeing the skewered meat with keen interest. Indeed, it was hard for a woman to resist the allure of novel culinary preparations that appeared before her. The barbecue master, displaying remarkable attentiveness, began to elaborate on his craft, showing no fear that others might learn from him. Please, who wouldn't recognize the 2 luxurious vehicles parked outside? Such affluent individuals, who in their right mind would dare to compete for their business. Here in Jiaodong, our delectable skewers are crafted from the unique local breed of small-eared yellow cattle, raised on the Yunyi Plateau. These animals are known for their vigorous activity, resulting in meat that is both firm and finely textured, with a harmonious distribution of intramuscular fat. Moreover, each skewer is exclusively made from the most tender cuts of tenderloin and back meat, ensuring an exquisite taste. The batch ordered by Boss Lin was freshly slaughtered this morning. You shall savor it shortly. Old Lin joined in, as did the lovely Wan. The slices of beef glistened with a translucent sheen, each piece measuring approximately 35 centimeters in length and 2 centimeters in width, appearing remarkably luminous. 5 pieces of meat, alternating between fat and lean, were threaded on his slender bamboo skewers, with small morsels of beef fat interspersed among the lean meat to guarantee a burst of flavor upon tasting. The Lin family observed the chef diligently tending to the barbecue, expertly flipping dozens of skewers over the fiercely burning coals. Old Lin smacked his lips, inhaling the enticing aroma of the grilling meat and swallowing hard. It was simply irresistible. Wan's eyes seemed glued to the skewers, entranced by their deliciousness. What could a diligent university student possibly think about? Simply to eat to their heart's content. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the courtyard was suddenly filled with several languorous souls basking in the sun. The air was even infused with the delightful scent of skewers. One must admit, the first destination of this self-driving tour and the inaugural meal had truly satisfied this group of travelers. Sister Wan, do you think I will gain weight after this month? Wan inquired, patting her belly with a hint of concern. Su Dao chuckled, don't worry. Remember, the university semester starts with military training. In just half a month. All those extra pounds will be gone, huh? Wan's expression faltered at this, her smile fading. You glutton. Song Wan lightly smacked Su Dao, her face filled with mock disdain. You really are just overindulging. Su Dao, with utmost seriousness, insisted, I'm not. Laughter erupted among the group, for Su Dao was indeed the life of the party. Always managing to bring unexpected joy and laughter, she was undeniably the tour's jester. Hey kiddo, isn't tonight's Tamma hot pot chicken also a door-to-door service? Indeed. Now that it's summer vacation, why should we bother with the throngs of people outside? It's much better to enjoy a meal right here in the courtyard. Lin Yi said, munching on a watermelon while glancing at Old Lin. Old Lin smacked his lips, turning to Lin Ma. My dear, how about we take a stroll outside? Lin Ma grabbed her bag and headed out. Well, since I'm in a good mood today, I suppose I can accompany you. Hey. The elderly couple wandered off cheerfully, with their destination being the nearby ancient town. Sister Dowdu, come with us. Let us go. The two dashed off, leaving only Song Wan and Lin Yi behind. Shall we go? I'll take you for a walk, Lin Yi said, turning to Teacher Song. Teacher Song smiled softly, her naturally rosy lips appearing even more alluring in the sunlight. If Coach Lin finds it troublesome, I can venture out alone, she offered. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. If you were to let her do that, not only would his parents be upset, but his sister would likely give him an earful. He certainly had an interest in Song Wan. How could he not cherish such an opportunity? Moreover, his plans were already in the making. This self-driving tour would undoubtedly lead to a successful conquest of Teacher Song. Just wait, I'll grab an umbrella. The weather here in Yunnan can be unpredictable, and rain can come unexpectedly. Lin Yi went inside to fetch a large black umbrella, not one of those portable folding types, but a sturdy, long-handled umbrella that could easily shelter two people. The only downside was its weight, but that was hardly an issue. Song Wan suddenly spoke up. Have your parents brought an umbrella? Yes, my mom is with me, so there's no need to worry, Lin Yi assured, feeling utterly unconcerned about his parents. Inside, one umbrella was indeed missing, but it was just one. Wan and Dowdu likely hadn't tea brought theirs, as Song Wan peered into the living room to check their luggage. Confirming her suspicion, I'll send Dowdu a message on WeChat, just in case it rains, so she can buy an umbrella outside. Teacher Song was the team's logistical support, especially attentive to the needs of Su Dowdu and Lin Wan. With her slender fingers tapping on her phone, she soon tucked it into the pocket of her A-line dress. Her long, black stocking legs, accentuated by the dress, appeared even longer and straighter. Lin Yi stole a glance, muttering to himself, she has legs longer than my life. Song Wan blinked, a mischievous smile suddenly appearing on her face, clearly having overheard him. Chapter 97. In Zhaodong, in the small courtyard by the wall, Lin Yi found himself flustered as he was pinned against the wall by a long leg clad in black stockings. Franklin stood against the wall, with Song Wan mere inches away. The proximity of that slender leg to his arm was nearly non-existent. A faint scent of gardenia lingered in the air, and Song Wan wore a playful grin, her cheeks slightly flushed. Coach Lin, would you like a closer look? Lin Yi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could he, a young man at the peak of his desires, withstand such temptation? And he was in such a passive position. You're really pushing it. He instinctively raised his hands, one leaning against her thigh, while the other aimed to embrace her. Oh no, this is a disaster. Song Wan's mischievous smile widened, and with a graceful movement, she shifted back, leaving Lin Yi grasping at nothing. He remained in his previous stance, bewilderment written all over his face. This was not right. It seemed he had been played. Was this even reasonable? Absolutely not. Song Wan's delicate nose crinkled slightly, a triumphant smile appearing as she stuck out her tongue at Lin Yi. Dream on. And with that, she walked away, though Song Wan maintained a calm demeanor. There was a hint of fluster in her stride, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. If at that moment Lin Yi had walked alongside her, he would have seen her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue reminiscent of the evening sky. The gentle breeze of Zhaotong caressed them, uplifting their spirits. As Song Wan's flush faded, Lin Yi too returned to normal, walking beside her. One must admit, the earlier moment had stirred something within him, akin to a spirited elk frolicking in his heart. Occasionally, his gaze would flicker toward Song Wan, and he silently vowed that this time, he would surely win her over. There was no way he would allow this enchanting creature to remain elusive. He, Lin Yi, had declared it. He must eradicate this threat to his happiness. What are you staring at? Lin Yi sighed, just admiring your beauty. Thankfully, they were not in the northeast. Otherwise, things might devolve into chaos. Teacher Song pressed her lips together, her spirits high, as she clasped her hands behind her back, dancing left and right. The hem of her A-line skirt swayed with her movements like a butterfly in flight. Lin Yi, trailing behind her, lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with the sight of her retreating figure. One must say, this scene was truly captivating. In the ancient town, the two meandered through various shops, perusing local curiosities or perhaps enjoying a couple of cups of milk tea, accompanied by Teacher Song's gentle laughter, creating an atmosphere of pure bliss. The ancient town was not particularly large, yet within a liquor store, they unexpectedly encountered Lin's parents. Old Lin chuckled as he packed up beverages, buying an entire case, 6 bottles of assorted flavors. Look who's here. Upon spotting her son with Song Wan, Lin Ma promptly abandoned old Lin, leaving him to handle the payment alone. Lanlin, take a look and see if there's anything you fancy. Your aunt will buy it for you. That's fine, but it's best if Lin Yi pays. Miss Song glanced at Lin Yi, who was engrossed in examining the beverages, and smiled. Lin Ma's eyes brightened at this. All right, you two discuss it among yourselves. I'll take old Lin and head off first. I have intentions of purchasing a few other things. After old Lin settled the bill, he planned to return and chat with his son, but Lin Ma abruptly intervened, dragging Lin Ba along with a bag full of drinks. Old Lin found himself powerless to resist. Why are you pulling me? Can't you see our son is out shopping with Lamlin? Have some sense. Let's go. We don't want to interfere with the young ones. We'll enjoy ourselves, and they can do the same. We'll just meet for dinner at the inn later. Honestly, at their age, she could use a bit more awareness than even their daughter Wan Wan, who knew to take that Dodo girl out, giving the kids some space. Lin Ma chattered incessantly, resembling a mantra, while old Lin transitioned from confusion to cheerful understanding. Yes, quite right. Let's go. Let's continue having fun. Lin Ma beamed, casting old Lin an appreciative glance as the couple resumed their leisurely stroll through the ancient town. Need anything? I remember Uncle Song enjoys a drink or two. Lin Yi mused, gathering a case of beverages, mirroring his father's earlier actions. The father and son were indeed quite alike. Miss Song, with a smile gracing her lips, declared, I'll pay. What did you say? Lin Boss turned to her, a look of bewilderment on his face. Miss Song smirked. Lin Yi's speed of response could have easily qualified him for a sprinting competition. If he claimed he hadn't heard her, then today, Miss Song had successfully commandeered this beverage establishment. Oh, well, if we bought it, then we bought it. Naturally, this did not dampen Miss Song's spirits. In fact, it only heightened her joy. It was quite nice to know that he was thinking of her father. Ah, then that's settled. With ease, Lin Yi picked up the bag and followed Miss Song as they continued their exploration of the ancient town. Shortly thereafter, they encountered two familiar faces, Su Do and Lin Wan Wan. Both girls were laden with an array of local snacks, showcasing a delightful assortment. Their manner of eating was quite refined, yet their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, half a grilled sausage had vanished. Another blink, and a third of the milk tea was gone. Clearly, they were in a race against time, as if fearing someone might snatch their treats away from them. Su Do and Lin Wan Wan, surprisingly in sync, were quite the duo. You two seem to be quite in harmony. Lin Yi and Song Wan spoke in unison. The two snack enthusiasts exchanged glances, and though they sensed something was subtly different about the pair, it didn't appear to be a romantic relationship. Quite peculiar indeed. You two are rather in sync. Exactly. Sister Wan Wan, would you like some grilled sausage? The four engaged in light banter, while the two foodies gradually disappeared into the ancient town, leaving Lin Yi and Song Wan once more. Wan Wan, don't you think those two are a bit different now? Have you noticed? Lin Wan Wan swallowed her food, acknowledging the change. There was something amiss, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Didn't seem to be dating, though? Su Do nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Let's keep cheering them on, acting as wing women. Hopefully, this trip will lead to something good for them. Haha. After all, it wouldn't be a waste of Lin Boss's generosity. Su Do appeared to possess a sense of camaraderie, understanding the value of not merely benefiting from Lin Boss's kindness without contributing in some way. Chapter 98, Departure to Dusanbeo. As dusk enveloped the quaint courtyard of the inn, two steam pots were set up within. The air was rich with the delightful aroma of chicken and tianma, a harmonious blend that complemented each other exquisitely. Gathered around the two pots were 6 individuals, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sampling local delicacies is undoubtedly a vital aspect of any journey. Zayatang Shakeoba is renowned as the primary production area for tianma, which boasts a high content of gastrodan and is of exceptional quality, often referred to as Yunnan tianma. Steam pot chicken is a hallmark of Yunnan cuisine, originating from Jinshui, yet in Zhaotong, it marries with the finest tianma, resulting in a dish rich in regional character and nourishment. Why is it nourishing? Chicken is inherently restorative, and when combined with tianma, which is known for its brain-boosting and calming properties, how could it not be considered a restorative medicinal dish? Dig in. Why are you just sitting there? Though spoken casually, Lin Yi first served a piece to his little sister. The others were taken aback, except for Lin Wan Wan, who immediately dove in, quickly clearing her plate. Looks like she's quite hungry. Old Lin chuckled, serving himself a piece for his wife. Lin Ma, not to be outdone, served 2 pieces each to Song Wan and Su Do. Eat up, don't be shy. Thank you, Auntie. Ignoring her glaring younger sister, Lin Yi joined the proud ranks of diners. After the meal, everyone slumped into their chairs, satiated, digesting the substantial quantity consumed. It was unclear whether the steam pot chicken was inherently filling or if someone had enhanced the portions, but they all felt quite satisfied. The following day, at 6 o'clock, lights illuminated the courtyard of the inn. Would you have them rise at 6 for work? Well, that's debatable. But to awaken at 6 for the purpose of embarking on a delightful journey, that was entirely feasible. Not only 6, but even 4 would suffice. I've already booked a hotel over at Dusanbeo. We can drive straight there and then switch to a sightseeing bus to explore the area, as self-driving is not permitted within. Before boarding, Lin Yi stood in the yard, sharing a cigarette with his father while discussing the day's itinerary. It was quite straightforward. Drive to the hotel, drop off the luggage, and then enter the scenic area to board the sightseeing bus. Did you send me the location? I sent it long ago, but let me send it again, Lin Yi replied, pulling out his phone to resend the information. All set. Old Lin was brimming with excitement, eager for their adventure to Dusanbeo. Ever since arriving in Yunnan, he had been captivated by the scenery. While both Yunnan and Sichuan are mountainous, Yunnan boasts even more stunning vistas. How wonderful! This time, we can truly enjoy ourselves. In the future, perhaps we could venture to the seaside, the desert, Xinjiang, or Tibet. Old Lin's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Yi, his beloved eldest son. Lin Yi grinned. As long as you wish, it can be arranged at any time. After this road trip, I have a surprise for you, he. Oh, and my mom is one too. Lin Yi playfully raised his eyebrows at his father, successfully piquing his interest. What is it? I can't say now. If I do, you might lose your enthusiasm for today as fun. That is hardly possible, Old Lin retorted, though he ceased to inquire further. Well, enjoying the moment is what matters most. As for the surprise my eldest son mentioned, I'll just wait patiently for it. Inside the large SUV, everyone was on board. Let's south hit the road, Lin Yi shouted, prompting laughter from the other three in the vehicle. See, waking up early doesn't dampen spirits. It's the excitement of the day ahead that lifts them. As the car was about to start, Lin Yi instinctively glanced at Miss Song's outfit. He realized that she was indeed a treasure trove of fashion. Rarely did he see her wear the same thing twice. Today, she donned a pristine white tea-length dress, featuring a deep V-neck, a cinched waist, and a slit, three eye-catching elements in perfect harmony. Moreover, he noticed her elegant knee-high white socks, and he had to admit, he found them quite appealing. He had a particular fondness for stockings. The coat is a linen-colored suit jacket, donned when it turns chilly and discarded when the warmth returns. As for Shudo though, I didn't pay much attention. She still seems to retain her rosy demeanor, but that is of little consequence. If the three of you feel weary, take a nap until I call for you. All right, understood, brother. A faint snoring sound emanates from the back seat. Miss Song bites her lip, stifling a smile. Unsure how Su Do managed to fall asleep, especially after her exuberant cheers just moments ago. Inside the Range Rover, if anyone feels drowsy, just say so. I can take over the driving. Old Lin chuckles knowingly, reassured, don't worry, I'm quite reliable. Lin Ma shoots Old Lin an exasperated glance, wondering if all men behave this way, bursting with excitement after getting behind the wheel of a beloved vehicle. It hasn't been long since we set out. I'm still quite capable, rest assured. This morning, our son mentioned he has prepared a surprise for me. Hee, I wonder what it could be. Oh, and you have one too. Mine is just an add-on. I just don't know what our son has in store for us. Hee. When I asked him, he went say, leaving one feeling quite curious. This topic has piqued Lin Ma's interest. As for me, our son truly is well behaved. Old Lin smirks. At this moment, it's best to remain silent to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, chiefly out of fear of getting reprimanded. That being said, I feel as though I am lacking nothing. However, it wouldn't be right to decline. After all, it's not easy for our child to prepare a gift, lest I hurt their feelings. Lin Ma is already lost in her own amusement. As for communicating with Old Lin, he has focused on driving, unaware. Didn't we cover this in the first subject? Old Lin doesn't wait for any further conversation, smacking his lips and activating the car's audio system. Well then, this isn't unmanageable. An hour is not an extensive duration. If one were to doze off in the car, it would indeed pass swiftly. Although it's not a highway, the road leading to Dusanbeo is quite commendable. After all, it is a national-level scenic area. Poor roads would be a disgrace to the nation. The Damba tribe in. The group drives straight to the inn Lin Yi had reserved in advance. Booking hotels can be somewhat troublesome. Inns are far more convenient, especially this particular inn booked by Lin, which is the closest to the inspection point of the Dusanbeo scenic area. Chapter 99. Observations at Dusanbeo, Tycoon River Reservoir. Within the Dusanbeo scenic area, the group arrives at Tycoon River Reservoir via a sightseeing vehicle. Having skipped the Dowizi due to the absence of black-neck cranes, Tycoon River Reservoir becomes a superior choice, with its expansive water surface, lush grass, and blooming flowers. After all, surrounding the reservoir are highland meadows, resembling a vast green carpet draped across the plateau, interspersed with flowers. And the air is refreshingly pure, truly a splendid location. Lin Yi, look over there? Originally engrossed in taking photographs, Teacher Song suddenly spots something, calling out to Lin Yi and pointing in a direction. Lin Yi glances over and unwittingly recites, "So close, so beautiful, weekends in Hebei." Ha, how lively they all are. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi bursts into laughter. Moreover, he discovers other unique individuals. The mountains and seas are affectionate, the sky vast, and the earth serene. The northern country boasts splendid scenery. Beauty lies in Heilongjiang. Shandong welcomes you with open arms. How has this turned into a competition? If I were an employee at their local cultural tourism bureau, I would undoubtedly have to provide them with small banners. Lin Yi smacks his lips, feeling somewhat sentimental. He has seen numerous promotional slogans from various provinces, yet he hasn't encountered any from Yunnan. The slogans from Yunnan must have been taken to other provinces by the locals. Teacher Song chuckles softly, seemingly discerning Lin Yi's confusion. Indeed, it makes sense. Promotional slogans cannot appear in their own province. Otherwise, how would they promote themselves? Lin Yi finds Song Wan's reasoning quite sound. What about those two gentlemen rolling in the grass over there? Lin Yi raises an eyebrow, witnessing an extraordinary sight. Song Wan bursts into laughter. Sister. Even the mature ladies can't resist. Your sister, along with Su Do. Quite well. At least they still have their wits about them. Rolling around in those long sun-protective garments. Well, that's fortunate. What more could Lin Yi say? Let the children frolic and play. By the way, where's old Lin? Teacher Song points again in a certain direction, where old Lin and Lin Ma have laid out a picnic blanket, seated on the grass, rummaging through their backpack. Undoubtedly, these two are planning a picnic? Old Lin's family does not indulge in idleness. Teacher Song, get ready. It's time for photos. Song Wan tosses her jacket to Lin Yi, spinning around in place, her skirt swirling like the delicate gardenias blooming on the plateau. Snap! The photo may not be taken professionally. However, when it comes to capturing the essence of a girl he admires, he is most certainly competent. In the evening, on the N.S. balcony, Su Do appears puzzled. I have a question. Speak. Why is it that when you, Song Wan, are photographed, you look stunning, while I resemble a blob of pink? Su Do's face contorts in disbelief. It's no wonder, really. Lin Yi managed to capture Su Do's essence rather poorly with the Hasselblad. In a sense, that essay skill in itself. Lin Wan beside her, covers her mouth, suppressing her laughter, clearly struggling to contain herself. In a corner, Lin Dad and Lin Mom are admiring their eldest son's photographic achievements for the day, feeling nothing but satisfaction. Dodo is just one blurry shot. It's merely a mistake. Teacher Song glances at Su Do, winking and gently patting her head, appearing to be playfully teasing a child. Look at this one I took. It's quite nice, I sent it. Old Lin proudly points to a photo showcasing Lin Yi and Song Wan. Water, plateau, sunlight, and meadows, with a golden couple prominently featured in the center. The girl is beautifully delicate, while the boy is grinning widely, primarily out of joy. Send it to old Song, he chuckles. Lin Ma shoots old Lin a glance, instinctively forwarding it to her good friend, Song Ma. The two exchange knowing glances and chuckle. Look at that, they must certainly share the same bed at night. One bed cannot accommodate two different types of people. Town government office. A certain director, hearing his phone ring, instinctively picks up his mobile from his desk. Quickly and adeptly opening WeChat. He suspects it to be a message from his daughter. Director Song possesses no other skill but to respond promptly to his daughter's messages. However, the next moment, a photo of a grinning face fills Director Song's view. Beautiful. Indeed, his daughter looks splendid. How does he perceive it? Magnifying the photo reveals it perfectly. He then clicks save, navigates to his gallery, selects that photo, silently chooses to crop it, and divides the image in half. Quite nice. Truly impressive. He wonders what camera was employed. As for that grinning face, Director Song claims he did not see it. Within Angle community, Song Ma's reaction mirrors that of Director Song somewhat. First, she glances at her daughter, then enlarges the photo before turning her gaze to Lin Yi. What's that saying? A mother-in-law gazing at her son-in-law finds him increasingly agreeable. Moreover, she notices a detail. Although the two are standing side by side in the photograph, her daughter's body tilts slightly toward Lin Yi. It seems stable, truly remarkable. Lin Yi, this child, I've liked since he was young. Song Ma saved the photograph, pondering when she would print it. Song Ma, he truly is handsome. Lin Ma, yet, Wan remains the more beautiful one. Song Ma, how wonderful. I hope this time you return with good news. Lin Ma, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be fine. Song Ma, you know me well, old friend. I only wish for a grandson. Lin Ma, as you know, Wan desires a sister, and I too yearn for another daughter. Clearly, the two families had reached an agreement on certain matters long ago, in contrast to others who first woo the lady herself before courting her family. The Lin family does not indulge idleness. In this regard, it seems that Franklin is the least useful. As evening fell, a large group had finished dinner and were enjoying the sunset. It was a delightful and leisurely atmosphere. On Lin Yi's left sat Lin Wanwan, and on his right was Song Wan. His own sister had taken the initiative to separate Ms. Su Do Do, who was positioned to Lin Wanwan's left. As a loyal companion, the young girl was ever mindful of her duties. Even in the midst of playful antics, she ensured that Su Do Do was included. Wherever Su Do Do was, there too was Lin Wanwan. Her eyes held no longing for the scenery, only a pure desire for a sister-in-law. The little girl was indeed quite earnest. Kai Kai, where shall we venture to next? Spring City, Kunming. Let's have a great time. To the Hagen Dam at Dianchi Lake, and afterwards we can grab some snacks to replenish ourselves. I will also check the vehicle once more to ensure we are ready for our next destination, Dolly. Chapter 100. Unboxing the Mystery Box. Mystery Box 4. Skill. Proficient in photography and culinary arts. Physique. Energetic and strong as a dragon horse. To be frank, it was time to unbox the mystery box. After returning to his room, Lin Yi washed up, lit incense, and prepared to draw from the mystery box. Up until now, from Lushan to Zhaotong, the system had gifted him 4 mystery boxes. Lin Yi was certain that his system was not comprehensive. Perhaps some plugins had randomly flown Songwon. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. As long as there were mystery boxes to open, he had no further demands. The familiar azure vortex reappeared, and clusters of shimmering orbs emerged from an interface visible only to him. Let us begin with the first. Rubbing his hands together, Franklin solemnly pointed at the first glowing orb. Skill. Master of photography. Understood. This signifies dissatisfaction with his photography skills. Excellent. Just what he needed. 3 million Huaxia coins. 5 million Huaxia coins. Shares in all-season hotels, too. It was evident that he had struck gold. Skills, cash, and shares in tangible enterprises. What a splendid outcome from this round of unboxing. In many ways, it surpassed the lottery draws. The most valuable assets were skills, physique, and shares in real enterprises. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi was exceptionally fortunate today. He began navigation. The total distance was 3,995 kilometers, requiring approximately 4 hours and 45 minutes. The navigation announcement echoed in both vehicles, with the formidable G-Class leading the way. Prepare to sleep if you need to, and feel free to call out if you need the restroom. Today's journey spans over 400 kilometers, and we will need to stop at 2 service areas. The sound of crunching potato chips filled the vehicle, with no response from Boss Lin, only 3 girls joyfully sharing snacks. Let us go. Silently, he activated the car's music system. Since no one acknowledged him, he felt quite pleased with his G-Class. After all, it was his own. Wild Boar Service Area. Yes, that is genuinely its name. Lin Yi swore it was true. One must say, exploring and discovering new places is essential. After all these years, it was his first time learning of the Wild Boar Service Area. Old Lin puffed on a cigarette, chuckling at the large sign outside the service area. Everyone exited the vehicle, some to relieve themselves and others to fetch water. Naturally, stretching their stiff limbs was also a necessary activity. You'll see even more in the future. Next time, we should head to the northeast. Many mountain names there are quite amusing. Leave the arrangements to you. I shall handle the driving. By the way, doesn't that hotel or when we're staying at incur significant expenses? Old Lin lowered his voice and glanced at his eldest son. Indeed, money is money, but it does sting. With so many people traveling together, expenses would inevitably accumulate. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. While they may cost us, if we stay at all-season hotels, it'll be fine. Why? Lin Yi opened his phone, revealing an electronic contract. Old Lin bent down to read it carefully before summarizing. He then raised his head to look at his eldest son. Clicking his tongue, when did this happen? You've gained another share in an enterprise? By the time New Year rolls around. Won't you be counting money until your hands cramp? Therefore, you should relax and tell my mother that traveling and making money with your son are not mutually exclusive. If anyone else had said this, Lin Yi would have deemed them pretentious, but thankfully, it was their Lin family's boy. Old Lin grinned widely. After resting for half an hour, both vehicles set off again. Lin Yi, remember the expenses from the inn a few days ago. Don't forget. Right. Wan is correct. We need to split the costs, or we'll have no face to continue the journey. Sure. We did spend on the inn a few days back, but we need to pay for the upcoming accommodation. I'll keep track of those who have spent. Lin Yi replied cheerfully. Though he wasn't too short on money, he appreciated having a certain attitude. Song Wan and Su Do Do were momentarily taken aback. But as for Lin Wanwan, she was merely riding along. No fault in her being a freeloader. She was single, had no career established, and was even a prospective university student. How could she earn money? Of course, she would rely on her family. Why? The 3 of them were curious. Lin Yi handed his phone to Song Wan. Here, we'll be staying at all season. But all season must cost money, right? Pseudo-Do, sitting in the back, wore a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss. After reviewing the contract, Songwon rolled her eyes and flopped back in the passenger seat. Congratulations, Director Lin, on acquiring shares in All Season 2. Why is it that, despite being human, the disparities between people seem vast? I do not comprehend. Song Girl expressed her confusion. Though she was female, she had to admit that among all the males she knew, across all age groups, not one compared to Lin Yi's absurdity. Good heavens, truly remarkable. A real brother. In the end, it was still his younger sister who reacted the most, letting out a loud cheer. At this moment, the little girl regarded her brother as her idol. All right, it's all a matter of chance, haha. Lin Yi spoke in the calmest tone, delivering the most pretentious line. So we truly don't have to spend any money? Indeed, not at all. Director Lin, do you have any similarly exceptional individuals around you? Pseudo-Do was already making moves. Lin Yi calmly replied, none. Dodo, you should focus on being a good friend to Teacher Song. Fine. If I can't be close to Director Lin, then I'll cozy up to Wan Wan. Song Girl blushed fiercely and shot a fierce glare at someone. Pseudo-Do made a face, teasingly sticking out her tongue. Coach Song, if it doesn't work out, let us just leave Pseudo-Do at the next service area. Teacher Song's suggestion was quite pertinent, and I find it reasonable. Pseudo-Do wrapped her arms around Lin Wan Wan, declaring, not leaving. Certainly, I will take Wan Wan along with me. Lin Wan Wan sighed, pondering what relevance it held for her. What a stroke of misfortune. Sister Daodu, they simply cannot bear to part with you, the life of the party. Besides, that is my biological brother. How could he abandon his own sister? Surely, your mind has taken a turn for the worse. The atmosphere within the vehicle brightened once more, as everyone grew increasingly enthusiastic about the journey ahead. Chapter 101, A Fortuitous Turn of Events. At 2 in the afternoon, at the All-Season Hotel in Kunming, there were no pretentious displays or dramatic confrontations. Only the hotel manager personally stepping out to greet them and securing parking for 2 vehicles while efficiently handling the check-in process, leading them directly to 3 of the finest rooms reserved for their stay. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply use the landline in your room to summon me, the manager stated. Here is the scenic route map we have prepared, and I highly recommend a visit to Dianchi Lake. Additionally, as driving around here can be somewhat inconvenient, I have arranged for 2 tricycles for your use, conveniently located at the back. Thank you very much, Lin Yi replied, taking the keys to the tricycles and the tourism map from the manager. Thoroughly satisfied with the arrangements made. Would you like me to have those tricycles checked? The manager inquired. We have a repair shop just down the street. I can send someone over. Lin Yi chuckled. Look at this person, still eager to improve. All right, thank you. Just let me know the expenses involved, he added. Understood. The manager left, feeling quite pleased. As for the costs of checking the 2 vehicles, well, he would report them honestly. It was a trivial matter. After all, they were not lacking in funds, at least not compared to him, so providing good service sufficed. Old Lin sat in the room, chuckling to himself, content to let his capable son handle everything. It felt liberating, comfortable. He couldn't recall the last time he experienced such ease. Is everything arranged? All set. The hotel staff will take care of the vehicle inspections. We can simply stop by a supermarket for supplies on our way back from Hagendam. Plus, they provided us with 2 tricycles. I've never had to go on one of those. Lin Yi exclaimed, sitting beside his father and lighting a cigarette for himself. Old Lin chuckled, patting his chest. Your old man will teach you. All right, how about a quick nap before we head out? Yes, I could use some rest. We can't let leisure time slip away. You, on the other hand, let us rest together. Idleness is overrated. True enough. We still need to head to Dali tomorrow. I gather from the hotel manager that our itinerary is quite simple. Just a leisurely exploration here. Old Lin smacked his lips, savoring the thought. Lin Boss gave a thumbs up. You're quite astute. At the very least, Kunming doesn't compare to our next destinations, Dali and Tingchong, where the scenery is even more breathtaking. After finishing his cigarette, Old Lin stood up, preparing to return to the room. In the suite, smoking outside hardly affected the bedroom. Once Lin Yi finished his cigarette, he grabbed a bottle of Coca-Cola from the fridge, downing it with gusto, before finally feeling satisfied enough to rest. These days, most hotels, as long as they're decent, come equipped with a small refrigerator in each room, which is incredibly convenient. At 4 in the afternoon, 2 tricycles, a pink one and a blue one, were ready. These vehicles, also known as 3-wheelers, could comfortably accommodate 3 passengers and were quite impressive. However, they were electric, not fuel-powered. Old Lin opted for the blue one, hopping on and taking it for a spin, gliding smoothly. Lin Ma quickly took the back seat, while Lin Wan Wan joyfully settled into the cargo area. To Hagendam, right? Let's head out. Absolutely. As they watched the trio depart, Lin Boss stroked his chin and mounted the little electric vehicle, starting off at a leisurely pace before gradually accelerating. Meanwhile, Teacher Song had also joined the group, stepping down from a ride with a hint of excitement. Su Daodu. Oh, I dare not. I once rode a tricycle and ended up in a ditch, she confessed, her aversion to three-wheelers evident. Complying, Su Daodu squeezed herself into the cargo area while Lin Yi rode, with Song Wan sitting behind him. Another tricycle pulled away from the hotel. On the road, Song Wan glanced at Su Daodu. Daodu, now that you're in the cargo area, you're not much different from Wan Wan, perhaps even smaller. Su Daodu rolled her eyes. Today you can call me your child if you like, but for the love of all that is good, do not let me ride. And please, don't flip over. I'd rather not turn a bean curd. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Here, wishing you a prosperous fortune. Lin Yi chuckled heartily, causing Su Daodu to shiver with laughter. The three of them merrily made their way to Hagen Dam. I've heard that when cycling around Erhai Lake, we need to ride electric bikes as well, but they are ridiculously expensive. Riding a bicycle would give your legs a workout. The pricing at the attractions is outrageous. Charging by the minute. What a ripoff. Su Daodu sat in the cargo area, flipping through her notes in a small blue book, occasionally voicing her complaints. Daodu, worry not. I've already made arrangements. Once we reach Erhai, we will still be at all season. They will provide us with transportation there as well. It's a small matter. We might not know how to get the vehicles from outside, but that doesn't mean the locals don't. Mr. Lin is impressive. Wan Wan, when will you finally reciprocate? Lin Yi silently gave Su Daodu a thumbs up. Song Wan shot a glare at someone, exclaiming, stop stirring up trouble. Of course. The teacher had a premonition that this self-driving trip would lead to a significant breakthrough in her relationship with Lin Yi. She looked forward to how he might express himself, or perhaps how she should approach him. At Hagen Dam, when the trio arrived, the other three had already found a lovely spot to sit, relax, and savor the beautiful scenery. To be frank, such leisurely moments are rare treasures in life. And for many, a single opportunity like this may never arise throughout their entire existence. Lin Yi retrieved the camera from his backpack, focusing on his parents and sister, snapping a photo with a click. A fortuitous turn of events. That was Lin Yi's evaluation of the recent photograph. As the sun set, casting its golden hues upon the rippling water, a few birds glided gracefully across the sky. The silhouette of a family of three perfectly blended into the frame. During the photo session, not a single soul passed through the lens. Coupled with Lin Yi's newly acquired skills from a blind box, could it be anything less than serendipity? I believe that blurry photo of mine was not taken with the utmost seriousness by Mr. Lin, Su Daodu remarked, gazing at the stunning image that could even be submitted for awards. Lin Wan Wan, beside her, covered her mouth with laughter. Indeed, Daodu has a point. I cannot refute it. Even the discerning could easily see the truth in her words.